All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. 2111 Batman, who has never used a gun, and Stark, despicable plagiarist. In fact, it didn't take Big Baby Stark more than a minute to appear in front of Luke. The moment he saw the two energy gatlings that Knight was holding, the tycoon understood what Bruce had meant about the question he had asked a long time ago. Back when he knew Bruce, who was called Batman, he had been curious about how good this person was at shooting. Actually, Tony wanted to rely on Jarvis's trajectory calculations to suppress Batman in marksmanship. Unfortunately, at that time, Luke had only replied with a smile, "Guess," and the matter had remained a mystery to the tycoon. Now that Knight was holding two Gatling guns, there was no way Tony would think that he wasn't good at shooting. In battle, one could only overestimate Knight if they didn't want to be slapped in the face. After all, even the physical injuries which Knight sustained from Killian blowing himself up were nothing more than minor handicaps that grew back in 1 month. If Tony had to deal with a physical disability, his first choice would be to attach a lifelike prosthetic. Until then, nobody had known that Knight could regenerate limbs, and could even help others do the same. Even the hole in Tony's chest had been repaired with credit points a long time later. Compared with regenerating broken limbs, it wasn't hard to believe that Batman, who never used a gun, was good at shooting. Tony just frowned. "Are you taking these out to steal Rhodes's title as War Machine?" Luke chuckled and flew up lightly. "No, but it won't be a waste to show him what a real war machine should look like, right?" Tony silently observed a moment of silence for his good friend Rhodes, before he slowly rose into the air. You're right, so, show me," Luke said, "as you wish." As soon as he said that, he reached the door, and his thrusters increased in power. After rising dozens of meters into the air, Luke flew forward. Tony consciously rose higher so that he had a better view of the Dark Knight's first shooting performance. Even though he reacted so quickly, he still missed the beginning. Almost the moment Luke charged forward, the Gatling guns in his hands exploded with light. The yellow-orange energy bullets weren't like ordinary chains of bullets, and really seemed to dance in the air. The four-armed monster vanguard that was already approaching the fringes of Wakanda's city district suddenly came under fire. Every four-armed monster that was hit had a fair distribution of 2 to 3 energy bullets. Most of the heads of these tenacious living weapons exploded, while some could only lie on the ground and scream, and lost the ability to attack the city. At the same time, hundreds of robots equipped with all sorts of gear appeared on the edges of the city district and fired wildly. These were all second and third tier members whom Luke had recruited into the Justice League or the PDD, or rather, the reserve players. These second and third tier members weren't very strong or disciplined. Facing Thanos' army head-on would be courting death, but it wasn't a problem to just use the robots to provide firepower support. In the face of this sudden barrage of fierce firepower, Thanos' ground troops came to a halt, like a tidal wave stopping at its peak. Of course, Luke was the most terrifying. The purpose of the energy Gatling gun was the same as that of an ordinary Gatling gun, to increase firepower output in a short period of time. Although Luke had slight OCD and habitually pursued accuracy at a lower shooting rate, 1,000 shots per minute was already the lowest speed for an energy Gatling gun. His main body and the other clones had yet to participate in the battle yet. As the strongest, the level 3 clone consumed most of his brainpower. In just a few seconds, Knight reached the front line of the four-armed monsters. At that moment, he was less than a kilometer away from them. At that distance, it only took the blink of an eye for an energy bullet to hit its target. The four-armed monsters barely had time to move, and it didn't take even a tenth of the brainpower required to calculate his shots at this distance. The yellow-orange energy bullets plowed through the front line of the four-armed monsters. The monsters instantly exploded like balloons, leaving indescribable splatters on the ground. When Tony came out and saw the situation on the battlefield, he was instantly dumbstruck. From his vantage point, it was as if Luke was waving two extremely long, laser sickles, as he harvested the four-armed monsters. These savage monsters who weren't afraid of death couldn't resist at all. They fell one after another, no different from straw under a farmer's sickle. He froze for more than 10 seconds, before he was roused by a stray bullet. He couldn't help but complain, "Bruce, if this is how you're going to do it, what do you need me for?" In fact, the tycoon could do a lot of things, but it wouldn't be this cool. Even if he was stronger than an ordinary person, he couldn't compare with a cheat whose stats exceeded 140. Luke said calmly, "It's fine. I trust you." Tony felt both helpless and pleased. But before he could say anything, Luke said, "Just take out whatever you have on you." Tony. He really had nothing to say to that. Both the Avengers and the Justice League knew that a certain tycoon had always been a show-off. Even when putting on a show of infighting, he could blow up a large part of an airport in Berlin. Now that they were in Wakanda, would he bother to protect the environment and the African grasslands? Sure enough, after Luke's jab, the tycoon no longer tried to hide his destructive nature. The back of his brand new nanosuit suddenly unfolded into multiple energy cannons, which lit up. A few seconds later, dozens of orange energy cannons shot into the sky, and hundreds of Thanos' fighter planes exploded. What was even more unbelievable was that after some of the energy cannons shot through the fighter planes, they also hit two big worm battleships in the sky. Before the two big worm battleships could react, they were half crippled by this sneak attack. Smoke billowed out from their hulls, and explosions rang out non-stop as they fell. Tony snorted resentfully. "Down you go." Dozens of energy cannons were trained on the two battleships that were struggling on the brink of death. This time, the big worm battleships were no longer lucky, and were blown to pieces in the air, turning into huge fireworks. Tony was finally satisfied. Knight was too good at fighting the ground troops, so Tony could only magnify the fireworks for a bigger visual impact. Sure enough, many of the superheroes who had been paying attention to this side were impressed by Tony's move, and the young Ursa Minor members couldn't help but express their envy in the chat. Suddenly, Ivan sent a message. "You're despicable, Stark, you copied me again. There's no way you can double your output otherwise." 2112 dramatic turnaround, attacking the enemy in the chat group, the emojis and exclamations that had been flooding the screen paused. But 2 seconds later, the tycoon was showered with praise again, as if nobody had seen what Ivan said. What a joke. Although Tony had a foul temper and an acidic tongue, he got along well with Donnie, the tech turtle. Sometimes, when it came to certain workshop things, the tycoon would wave his hand and directly give Donnie key processing machines and raw materials. When Donnie, who was obsessed with research, was short of money, the tycoon would lend him some credit points from time to time. Of course, these credit points still had to be paid back. The members of the Bat Squad tacitly followed the custom of not randomly accepting credit points from anyone. Even ordinary friends tried not to borrow money. Naturally, there had to be a clear account of the hard currency between superheroes. In comparison, Ivan still owed the Ursa Minor members 2,400 credit points. 2,000 was the original loan, 400 was interest. Ursa Minor weren't scamming Ivan, this was just the regular 10% annual interest. Everybody knew that Ivan was extravagant when it came to research. Unlike Donnie, who could rely on Tony as a patron, they didn't make things difficult for him. If Tony were another Avenger, Ursa Minor would at least comfort Ivan verbally. But Knight was clearly closer to Tony than Ivan was. It was too difficult for everyone to argue with a rich patron for the sake of this guy, who borrowed money everywhere. Putting aside a certain debtor, whom the youngsters willfully ignored, the situation on the battlefield finally started to change. After the appearance of Luke, Tony and the numerous robots that were clearly loaded with atypical gear, Thanos mobilized his generals. The others were unfamiliar with them, but Luke was very familiar with the couple, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Without opponents with similar strength to tie them down, Luke and Tony could practically run amok on the battlefield, and ordinary combat units on Thanos' side could only be pressed to the ground. Even if they couldn't kill all the regular combat units, they could disrupt the rhythm of battle and turn the tables. The superheroes at that moment amplified the kills on the battlefield, but they needed the cooperation of their own troops. That was why Luke had come up with a bunch of low-grade fighter planes and battleships. If the small band of superheroes charged forward on their own, just the four-armed monsters would be enough to keep them occupied. Of course, Luke was an exception. If it wasn't for a top boss like Thanos, Luke, Thor and Dr. Banner could wipe out Thanos' army on their own provided that the other party didn't run. Luke and Tony were going to force Thanos to gradually use his full strength. The best would be if he entered the battlefield himself. Otherwise, they would have to carry out Plan X, which carried the most risk, and attack Thanos' warship. Plan X naturally meant that the chances of victory were unclear. As soon as the couple appeared, they chased Luke and Tony and attacked non-stop. In 2023, the couple were forced to fight on the ground, and were finally turned to dust by Luke. At that moment, they were relying on their armor to chase Luke and Tony in the air, and weren't at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Many cannon fodder fighter planes fired at them as they passed by, but were cut apart and destroyed by the weapons in the couple's hands. There was basically nothing to stop them. Luke glanced at Corvus Glaive, who was chasing him, and curled his lip. "You're chasing me with a close-range weapon. Do you think you're Thor? Can you just wave your weapon around, and it has its own magic attack?" For now, he didn't want to kill this guy too quickly, to prevent Thanos from becoming vigilant and sending all his troops out to first destroy Wakanda. So, ignoring Corvus Glaive's pursuit, Luke charged out of the protective shield. On the ground, Thanos' army had turned into a small number of four-armed monsters and vehicles, as well as a large number of heavy infantry soldiers. As Luke flew dozens of meters above the heads of these ordinary soldiers, the two Gatling guns in his hands suddenly sped up. At this distance, Luke could hit anyone with a regular pistol. Given the speed of the energy bullets, this was no different from hitting the enemy in the head. Thanos' ground troops exploded like ants. Behind him, Corvus Glaive's expression was dark as he brandished the double-headed longsword in his hand and cut apart all the fighter planes that were in his way. However, Corvus Glaive held a slightly more special position among the four generals. Not only did he have his wife, Proxima Midnight, to back him up, he was also very smart. Ebony Maw was akin to Thanos' personal manager, while Cull Oblivion's brain seemed to have been sent running by his body, and he was as stupid as a rock. So, among the four, Corvus Glaive was the highest-ranking military commander. Unable to catch up with Luke, he thought for a moment before immediately giving an order. A group of air and ground combat units immediately gathered in his direction and attacked the center of Wakanda. These troops also received temporary reinforcements from Thanos' army around them. They quickly pulled away from any other clashes and fired wildly in front of Corvus Glaive. Earth's allied forces immediately counterattacked from all directions. A big worm battleship in the air was quickly smashed to pieces by the concentrated attack, and hundreds of fighter planes exploded. The number of casualties among the four-armed monsters and the heavy infantry on the ground skyrocketed, and almost 100 ground vehicles were wrecked. But under this cover, Corvus Glaive successfully approached Wakanda. Raising an eyebrow, Luke suddenly drew a big arc in the air and turned the Gatling guns around. Bew bew bew. Proxima Midnight was clashing with Tony in the air as the energy cannon in her hand fired non-stop. Suddenly, she saw an orange light flash in her peripheral vision. She subconsciously glanced at it, and her gray face turned a little dark. 1,000 meters away, a black figure fired two energy Gatling guns at her. Proxima Midnight only had time to shout, "Ah!" before she was sent flying by the energy bullets. What made her even angrier was that Luke had no intention of giving her a chance to catch her breath. As he drew closer, the Gatling guns bombarded her non-stop, as if he wanted to turn her into dust. Corvus Glaive, who had been paying attention to Luke, watched helplessly as his wife was sent flying like a ball higher and further away. He bellowed in anger, but didn't return to help. Instead, he sped up and charged at Wakanda. But Thanos' troops close to Proxima Midnight had already launched a concentrated attack on Luke, instantly flooding a large area around him. Such a concentrated attack from the energy cannons was basically like using dynamite to demolish the area. Luke couldn't dodge the attack completely. He was instantly rocked by the huge impact and couldn't chase after Proxima Midnight. Proxima Midnight successfully escaped after spinning more than 1,000 meters through the air. Even though light blue blood dripped from her mouth, she retreated without a sound. 2113 pressing closer and closer, a little surprised the Night Clone wasn't doing well either. The firepower of the small fighter planes couldn't compare with the energy guns of the heavy infantry. The heat and immense pressure damaged many parts of the nanosuit. In just a few seconds, however, layers of grayish-black particles peeled off the armor and scattered. This was the armor getting rid of the completely damaged nanomaterial, before it returned to normal. At the same time, the prickly sensation in Luke's internal organs quickly disappeared, and even the minor internal injuries he had just received were healed. The two Gatling guns that he had stored in his inventory before he was hit came back out again. He aimed at the dozens of fighter planes and ships that were focused on him and fired. This time, the Gatling guns, which were operating at maximum speed, finally returned to their normal, bullet chain, mode. Instantly, hundreds of energy bullets hit the two closest ships. The hulls of the ships that could withstand energy bullets fired by ordinary foot soldiers didn't last more than a second in front of this level of output. It was as if real chains of fire were sweeping over the ships. The next moment, the pressure tore the ships to pieces. The other dozens of ships didn't last more than half a minute against the Gatling guns. At that moment, the cannon fodder fighter planes of Earth's allied forces were mobilized as they increased cover for their leader, not giving Thanos' ships a chance to attack him. Luke aimed the Gatling guns at the ground troops that were still pressing forward. A moment ago, Corvus Glaive, who had finally led a small force to the edge of the city, experienced what Luke had just gone through. The small group of enemies he was leading was instantly barraged with firepower. Less than 10 seconds later, Corvus Glaive, whose subordinates had been completely wiped out, retreated from the edge of the city. After all, he was an elite figure in the universe, and a general under Thanos. There was no obvious damage to his top-notch armor despite the concentrated firepower, but there were faint blue bloodstains on his mouth and nose. He had a unique healing ability, but it was only at most similar to Luke's elementary healing. This concentrated firepower would affect his mobility significantly for the next 10 minutes, and he would only fully recover in half an hour. His wife's injuries were not as severe since she had only been shot by an energy gun. However, the couple wouldn't be able to attack at full force for the time being. Thanos' countermeasure was very simple: deploy the two generals, Ebony Maw and Cull Oblivion, along with more dropships and air troops to temporarily stabilize the situation. Ebony Maw and Cull Oblivion weren't as brash as Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, they just stood at the rear of the troops outside Wakanda's protective shield. They were just guarding against Luke and Tony charging in to disrupt the battle tempo. The entire process was as steady as ever. Clearly, Luke wasn't the only one who could see the battlefield. Thanos, who was a battlefield veteran, could also see things very clearly. Earth's allied forces had the advantage in numbers, but in terms of quality, they were a level lower than Thanos' army. As long as Luke was prevented from crushing the ordinary troops and a large number of the superheroes were taken down, Thanos' army would be able to suppress Earth's allied forces bit by bit and finally crush them. Without a large-scale army to run interference, most of the superheroes could be tied down by firepower alone, just like what happened tonight earlier. Nobody on Luke's side despaired. The core members already knew that the real victory was forcing Thanos to come out step by step. It had only been half an hour since the battle started, but Thanos had already deployed the 4 generals. This meant that they still had plenty of time. However, the superheroes had to continue increasing the pressure. Steve, Bucky, Rhodes, Natasha and Sam all appeared. Unlike when they fought villains on Earth, they were all wearing Luke's special heavy-duty reinforced nanosuits. Although it was a heavy-duty reinforced version, it was only slightly bigger than Tony's Mark 85. People with OCD could also simulate skin. Also, the nanosuit was very light, and could be adjusted to accommodate changes in shape, so it had little impact on a person's combat movements. That was why nobody minded wearing it. Even if Steve's catchphrase was, "I can do this all day," he didn't mind using the nanosuit. With the nanosuit's support, he would be able to fight all day twice over, and he could create a shield out of the nanomaterial to throw at any time. In a closer range, the shield could be recalled directly. If he threw it too far away, he could abandon it and take out a small cartridge of nanomaterial from the public space at any time and have his suit absorb it to make up for the loss. The others used the nanosuit in similar ways. Rhodes was the same as ever, it was just his armor being switched out for a newer model. Natasha didn't use small pistols as usual, but 2 large energy guns that could hold more than 1,000 bullets. At first glance, Sam looked like Iron Man with wings. Bucky no longer relied on just his left arm since he now had metal over all his limbs. Steve had already taken out the credit points for Bucky's missing left arm, and the big shot had personally treated Bucky himself. The superheroes pressed forward step by step, and Thanos' army, which had just established a battle rhythm, fell into chaos once more. What was Captain America in Iron Man armor like? Cull Oblivion was the first to get a taste. Steve deflected the axe with a shield and took the opportunity to launch a 20+ hit combo. Steve didn't have Luke's vibration punch, but he had a true blue vibranium shield, and he almost cut off Cull Oblivion's arm to turn him into an alien brainless version of the Winter Soldier. In the end, it was Ebony Maw who couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand and sent Steve flying hundreds of meters away. The consequence was that Ebony Maw was hit in the face by a bullet from Bucky, Steve's good friend. If it wasn't for Squidward's quick reflexes, he might have been blown up by the special vibranium armor-piercing bullet. Seeing this, the alien couple, who had just caught their breaths, had no choice but to hurry over. At the same time, they mobilized the surrounding troops to provide firepower support and successfully stop the superheroes from beating them up. The price of that was that Luke and Tony found opportunities once more to bombard the vulnerable Air Force. Thanos' army that was in the vicinity had no choice but to continue providing reinforcements to clean up the superhero team that was blocking the gap in the protective shield, which slowed down the defeat of Earth's army. In his warship in the sky, Thanos, who was sitting on a throne, smiled coldly. That's all. How boring. That being said, he still activated the communication button. First team, move out. Give these hardworking Earthlings a little surprise. 2114. The first group of elites take the stage at Thanos' order. A medium-sized battleship next to the warship entered Earth's atmosphere and swiftly approached Wakanda. In order to cover this battleship, more dropships in a large number of fighter planes entered the battlefield ahead of it, putting more pressure on Earth's allied forces from both the ground and the air. Luke, who had just crippled the ground troops, felt that what he had done was useless. The Tycoon, who had been acting mighty in the air for a while, was also forced to use wild maneuvers to avoid the explosive firepower. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was now different thanks to Luke's Kai refining technique in Life 1, he would have thrown up after this series of movements. However, Tony didn't complain. Instead, he announced on the comms, Thanos' fleet has finally entered the battlefield. Is everyone ready for the party? It was a pity that the Ursa Minor Kids team wasn't allowed to chat on the main channel unless they were reporting something important. The Avengers and the Justice League knew that Tony was boosting morale, which was the same as when Knight had taken the initiative to attack earlier, so they didn't say anything. On the other hand, a lot of, yeah, emojis flooded the private chat. In the sky, the medium-sized battleship quickly stopped. Then, a group of figures flew out of the ship toward the battlefield. Unlike the four generals, these hundreds of figures were all wearing different types of armor. They were tall, short, fat, thin and colorful, and had cold and hot weapons. The cannon fodder fighter planes near them launched some probing attacks, but were blown up in seconds. Seeing that these alien troops in armor were extraordinarily strong, Frank immediately stopped the players from being taken down meaninglessly. Stay alert, they're probably coming for us, Frank warned coldly on the main channel. Sure enough, this alien force that was 372 members strong headed straight for the superheroes. Before they approached the battlefield, they had already split into several dozen teams to surround Luke and the Avengers. Luke smiled and murmured to himself, not bad. It would be better if they had done this sooner. Thanos wasn't doing this to add fuel to the fire. On the contrary, if Thanos revealed all his trump cards right away, Luke would laugh like crazy. It might be laborious to deal with an opponent without any trump cards, but it definitely didn't take much brainpower. As for Thanos' method of going slow and steady to gradually crush the enemy, that was the most difficult situation to deal with. That was because Earth's army would definitely lose if this continued, and it would be hard for Luke and the others to find a chance to behead the leader. Based on the current progress on the battlefield, Thanos' army was still maintaining its rhythm and hadn't really been led astray. Luke's side had yet to be defeated either, and had a good chance of counterattacking. In the face of more than 300 alien elites, some of the reserve members of the Justice League finally took action. Just now, they had only been providing firepower support. There was a group of close combat superhumans who had yet to move. At that moment, it was their turn to protect the core Avenger members and Knight. These members were close combat combatants, but that didn't mean that they couldn't use long-range weapons. If Angel, a pure close combat expert, could deal brainless damage with the help of the shooting support system, so could these people. Different from the Battle of New York, their AI systems communicated with the main computer. Thus, this gunfire formed a more complete net of firepower around some of these elite alien soldiers. Though some slipped the net, it was impossible to lock down over 300 targets. The rumbles never stopped as the 300-plus elite alien soldiers closest to the superheroes were bombarded. To the close combatants, astonishment, only a dozen or so people were shot down in the end. Even then, they didn't look like they were dead, and could still control their landing. Seeing this, Steve immediately gave a new order. A and B teams, focus your fire on this alien troop. C team, send 30 people to kill the injured. The rest, provide backup and take those soldiers down. Frank needed to focus on overall command, and Knight was keeping an eye on things. Steve was better at small-scale battles, so he had the authority to command the reserve members. Hearing the order, the members who were firing gave up on attacking the ordinary ground troops and turned around. This barrage was over 10 times fiercer than before. In an instant, more than 30 targets were critically damaged and fell out of formation. Observing the effects of the 2 earlier attacks, Knight suddenly said, "Be careful. A large portion of these alien soldiers have superpowers." There had been strong mental fluctuations from several of these alien soldiers, and they were several times stronger than that of ordinary Earthlings. Based on Luke's experience, it wasn't hard for someone with mental fluctuations like these to use hypnosis or telekinesis. The armor provided by Luke had a mental defense function, and there was no need to worry about being hypnotized. If the other party used telekinesis to help them move, however, there was nothing to be done. Moreover, some of these alien soldiers evinced other types of superpowers when they were bombarded. It was just that it was impossible to determine the effects of these superpowers for the time being. When Knight spoke, he aimed the 2 Gatling guns at the alien troop. No matter what superpowers these aliens had, there was nothing wrong with testing them out a few more times. Compared with the dense barrage from the reserve members, Knight's shots were more focused. He fired dozens of energy bullets at several targets. Luke observed them one by one, and his brain worked quickly to discover several problems. He immediately warned, "They all have anti-energy defenses. Ordinary physical bullets are basically useless on them. 3 appear to have superpowers that block all attacks, and 6 appear to have mental abilities. I've already tagged them." On the virtual screens of the reserve members and the Avengers, the 3 guys with superpower blocks were bright red, and the 6 people with mental abilities were light red. Steve immediately followed up with new orders. "Abandon these 2 groups for now and focus on the other targets." At that moment, the alien troop finally right in front of the Avengers. The first to be unlucky was Rhodes, who was firing wildly. He was hit in the back by a pudgy alien with a chain mace, and was sent spiraling to the ground, creating a huge crater in the grass. 2115. The chief inspector is scary seeing that his good friend had been smacked down. Tony turned around and fired a cannon to send the pudgy alien flying hundreds of meters. He asked, "Rhodes, how are you?" Rhodes pulled his head out of the mud and wiped off the sod. "FCK, my waist hurts." Tony was startled. "Are you hurt?" Rhodes stood up and stretched. "It's fine. It's just a little bruised. It won't paralyze me." Hearing that, Tony knew that his feelings had been wasted, and he couldn't help but say acidly, "Don't worry. If you're paralyzed, I'll get Bruce to make you lie down for 3 days before he saves you." Rhodes said, "Oh, how considerate of you, bro." As he spoke, he flew up again, and the 4 or 5 machine guns on him fired wildly again. "Look, you won't get a chance." As they quipped at each other, the reserve members of the Justice League clashed with the alien troop. The alien troop had a dozen tricky superpowered members as the main force. The rest were very good at defense, attack and combat. These 300-plus soldiers were on par with 500 reserve members. Still, it was impossible for these alien soldiers to surround the Avengers and Luke. On the contrary, Knight, Steve, Tony and Clint killed a dozen or so of the initial group whose armor had been damaged at the very beginning. Although it took a bit of effort, Steve's vibranium shield cut through the armor defenses of 2 soldiers. One of them had half his neck cut, and the other had his face cut in half. Tony used a high-powered energy cannon to burn 2 guys up. Clint and Knight aimed at the damaged armor and face. With vibranium arrowheads, Clint's arrows were much more effective than energy bullets at breaking through the defenses. However, Luke wasn't satisfied with this progress. At this rate, Thanos' army would find its feet once more. Thinking quickly, he asked Frank for his opinion. A moment later, a 2-meter-tall female giant with bulging muscles charged out in a deliberate raid. She grabbed an alien soldier that had been sent flying and wrapped her long arms around his neck. Then, her strong biceps bulged as she fiercely squeezed the armor on the alien's neck. The armor barely lasted a second before it caved in. Disbelief filled the alien's eyes. He wanted to call for help, but realized that his neck was being squeezed through the armor. He could only struggle wildly and try to jab the female giant behind him in the waist with his elbows. But the female giant reacted faster than he did. When she sensed his intent, her legs came up to clamp him from under his armpits, not giving him any room to exert strength with his elbows. Desperate, the alien soldier could only try flying up into the air before hitting the ground to dislodge the female giant. Less than 10 meters up in the air, however, the female giant crushed his neck first and, with an easy twist, took his head off completely. The entire thing took less than 10 seconds. Chief Inspector, well done. Luke couldn't help but praise her. D.A. Jennifer replied formally, thank you for the compliment. Luke was amused. Please continue working hard. Jennifer said, I'll do my best. She then lunged at her next target. The youngsters in Ursa Minor sent out a lot of memes again, that were basically all, shaking, so scary, or, survived a disaster. Chief Inspector was Jennifer's title in the Justice League. She wasn't interested in using some fancy name. It was enough that all the team members knew who she was with this title. The Chief Inspector's scope of authority didn't clearly include the Bat Squad and Ursa Minor, but she would review some of the missions completed to ensure that no errors had been made. In recent years, the Bat Squad had been deployed less frequently, while the number of Ursa Minor missions had increased significantly. Naturally, young people weren't as reliable as a bunch of middle-aged and old people. They didn't make any major mistakes, but there were a lot of minor flaws, and the Chief Inspector would always grill them once or twice a month. In a sense, it was like a naughty student being examined by a teacher. When Jennifer had still been a lawyer, she had privately detained and interrogated the Ellsworth's lackeys, which was pretty much what she did with this bunch of kids. When she monitored Ursa Minor, she didn't cut them down, and mainly called attention to certain things. However, nobody ever thought that this Chief Inspector, who had never participated in any specific operations and whose existence was only tied to reviews and notifications, could be so scary. In just a few seconds, she had torn off the head of an elite alien soldier. This woman was indeed fit to be the Chief Inspector. The Bat Squad simply sighed in the chat, and nobody said much. Only Angel asked gloomily, can I really only pilot a battleship? Frank knew that her hands were itching after witnessing such a clean fight. He simply replied, there aren't enough people to pilot the battleships to begin with, and we would be worried if we had to leave it to someone else. Angel simply shut up. There was nothing to say when it came to trust. The Avengers could be trusted, but they weren't proficient enough at piloting the battleships, nor had they undergone long-term training like the Bat Squad and the Justice League. Besides, if the Avengers who liked to fight on the front line didn't appear, Thanos might be wary. The Justice League was different. In the last few years, they rarely revealed themselves, and many people felt that the Bat Squad had retired. Now that Knight and hundreds of reserve members had appeared, it was unlikely that Thanos would be able to tell whether or not there were members of the Bat Squad and Ursa Minor among them. Thus, Angel could only watch as Jennifer unleashed her strength and tore apart the aliens in this battle. In just 3 minutes, 12 members of the alien troop had been torn apart by the Chief Inspector. The dozen or so superpowered soldiers in the alien troop also tried to suppress this terrifying female giant, but were stopped by the reserve members. The remaining alien soldiers felt immense pressure. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they had lost more than 50 teammates. At this rate, the entire troop could be wiped out in 2 hours. But that didn't apply to these sorts of highly skilled opponents. The aliens were being constantly crippled, while only some of the robots on Luke's side and only several close combat superhumans had died. In the next 10 minutes, the alien troop might lose another 70 to 80 people. In the 10 minutes after that, they might lose hundreds of people. In the 10 minutes after that, it would be an irreversible wipeout. Retreat. Dream on. Since Thanos had given the order to attack, they had to attack. Unless Thanos ordered otherwise, even if they all died, it had to be on the battlefield. 2116 Big Dipper takes the stage. The squadron takes the stage unable to advance or retreat. The captain of the alien troop could only request backup from Corvus Glaive. They were unlucky, but they had created a better environment for Thanos' army. After all, they were strong enough to suppress almost 10 superheroes and more than 500 reserve members. When Corvus Glaive received the request for help, he didn't stand by and do nothing. He wasn't an idiot. Once this alien troop suffered heavy losses, wouldn't the superheroes besiege them next? As a result, the battle was at an impasse once more. Earth's allied forces versus Thanos' army, superheroes versus aliens, everything entered a dynamic balance. From the looks of it, Earth's allied forces would be the first to lose in terms of low-level combat ability, while the aliens would lose in terms of high-level combat ability. If this continued, everything would depend on which group was defeated first before they moved to back up the other group. Luke didn't want to fight a war of attrition. Besides, after long observation, he had a rough idea of the nature of the superpowered aliens' abilities. It was time to take action. Thus, the invisible Big Dipper suddenly took action. He instantly took out a silver katana from his inventory and slashed at the neck of one of the 3 strongest members of the alien troop. This vice captain's eyes were filled with astonishment as his head was sent flying. Then, he watched the man who had cut off his head swing 2 blades and cut his body into dozens of pieces, before blowing them up with a plasma cannon. He didn't even let my body off. Where did this monster come from? This question was destined to be unanswered as the alien's consciousness completely disappeared. Big Dipper swiftly flew at the next target. Of course, he didn't have to explain anything to anyone. He had only cut the alien into pieces in passing. In any case, several dozen slashes and 1 cannon shot only took 0.1 seconds. This way, he could prevent the possibility of the alien sticking himself back together if the head wasn't the key feature. After all, even he as a human was capable of something similar, provided that his body wasn't severely damaged and he was fast enough. So, safety first. The instant defeat of the vice captain created tremendous panic among the alien soldiers. If the vice captain could be killed like this, only the captain and the second officer would be able to last a little longer. It wasn't that they were stronger, but that they already had their guard up after the death of the vice captain. In fact, the captain, vice captain and the second officer were from the same race. This race also had a very small chance of developing a special gift, the ability to absorb and release most types of energy. There were very few weaknesses to this ability, and one of them was the absorption speed. These 3 weren't especially strong, but they could still protect themselves. However, their movements were still affected by the huge shock wave generated by an energy attack, which was why Luke had been able to tie them down with focused gunfire. They couldn't absorb a lot. The captain had only been appointed to the position because he was more talented at leading. If the vice captain couldn't withstand this attack, neither would these 2. What surprised the captain and the second officer was that Big Dipper didn't immediately come after them. Instead, he targeted another team member who had telekinesis. Both of them were secretly relieved, but their expressions instantly turned ugly. The team member with the strongest telekinesis and who was the most agile in moving and attacking was beheaded by Big Dipper and turned to dust. Compared with the vice captain, this person dodged just a little more, but wasn't any slower to die than the vice captain. If Luke knew what they were thinking, he would only chuckle inwardly. Big Dipper used the power of annihilation first and then intermediate telekinesis to restrict the opponent's movements. If anyone in the alien troop could withstand these 2 strongest mental abilities, these abilities weren't worth much at all. Also, Big Dipper hadn't even cancelled stealth mode yet. 2 elite soldiers killed in a row was crazy, but the situation was chaotic at that moment, with energy bullets, fighter planes and suits flying everywhere on the battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield, it was easy to lose track of Big Dipper if the aliens weren't careful. Big Dipper had seized the opportunity during the chaos earlier to approach and instantly kill the 2 aliens. Given Big Dipper's insta-kill ability, everybody in the alien troop was in danger and had to pay attention to their surroundings, afraid that they would be the 3rd unlucky B***starred to be cut up and roasted. The number of casualties they suffered increased even more quickly, but nobody dared to be distracted from their own surroundings. In just a few minutes, Big Dipper killed another 5 alien soldiers. It wasn't as many as Jennifer, who was tearing them apart like paper, but all the ones he killed had superpowers. Including the first 2, almost half of the superpowered aliens in the troop were dead. Without the support of these clearly stronger team members, the alien troop's situation quickly deteriorated. The threat of Thanos prevented them from running away, but they were reluctant to instantly risk their lives as well. Their current rank and benefits were obtained through countless battles. The more they killed, the more reluctant they were to die. They could only hope that they could withstand this attack. Although Thanos was cold and heartless, this troop was very useful to him. He wouldn't sit back and watch it be destroyed. A moment later, 1 large and 3 medium-sized battleships got into formation and entered Earth's atmosphere. The combat soldiers on the medium-sized battleships were also informed to get ready. This small squadron would launch an attack and provide battlefield support. Just as these elite alien soldiers perked up, 3 huge rings of sparks opened. 3 helicarriers, which had been modified countless times between the early 2.0 version and the current X version, flew out and formed a protective triangle. At the same time, countless cannons on the helicarriers aimed and opened fire the moment they flew out of the portals. Vibration pulse cannons, solid electromagnetic cannons, and high-energy plasma cannons fired at the large flagship in the small squadron that was swiftly bearing down on the battlefield. Seeing this, Thanos, who was sitting on his throne, sneered. That's it. The next moment, he was suddenly stunned. The helicarrier in the lead fired a vibration pulse beam. Logically speaking, the pulse beam should have been absorbed by the flagship's protective shield and disappeared. In fact, the moment the pulse beam disappeared, the protective shield on the flagship shook like a soap bubble, and the solid electromagnetic beam that followed right after pierced the shield and shattered it completely. It didn't seem like this electromagnetic beam had been weakened much by the shield, and it struck the flagship heavily and successfully pierced the outer hull. As if on cue, a final high-energy plasma beam shot into the gap created by the electromagnetic beam. The flagship shook like a wounded beast, and there were faint explosions inside. The three helicarriers launched a second round of attacks, and the target was still the flagship, now damaged. 2117. A close battle on all sides this time. The flagship could no longer withstand the attack. The hull exploded with smoke and fire as the ship fell at an angle. One after another, fighter planes and escape ships broke away. Some headed for Earth, and some returned to Thanos' fleet in space. Seeing this, many members of Earth's allied forces, including the Avengers and the Justice League, were astounded. They cursed inwardly. The helicarrier was already this powerful. It could actually blow up a large battleship in just 2 attacks. Luke, on the other hand, took the time to check on Sky. Both her hands were trembling, and she used Life 1 on herself. After thinking for a moment, he didn't stop her from overworking herself. Like Jennifer, Sky had been at a desk job for a long time, and was treated well. She needed some battle achievements under her belt to quell any possible grumbles. Injecting her vibration into the vibranium energy storage device on their ships was the least she could do. Using the properties of vibranium to store Sky's ability for a short period of time before the vibration pulse cannon was fired was the reason why the flagship's protective shield was instantly broken. The protective shields on Thanos' elite battleships could actually withstand all kinds of energy attacks, including a lot of superpowers, but Sky's vibration wasn't one of them. Luke had already studied this ability exhaustively. Without a corresponding restraint ability, most opponents weren't immune to this sort of shock wave attack, and might even receive critical hits. It was like a story from a long time ago. A bridge, which would have taken a lot of effort to blow up, collapsed when troops crossed it. A high-level vibration ability that was skillfully used could make the enemy shake themselves apart. If Thanos had another chance later, he might be able to find a way to deal with this sort of shockwave attack, but he wouldn't immediately sense it today. After all, Luke had specially used the vibration pulse cannon in order to hide Sky's ability. Even Blink, who was transporting Sky among their ships, just thought that she was the maintenance engineer for the pulse cannon. Blink had no idea at all. Sky usually turned the nano armor into a pair of black-rimmed glasses to give herself the appearance of a smart student. She then used her knowledge of quantum mechanics, which was comparable with a doctorate in physics, to fool Blink. The only troublesome thing was that the vibranium could only store energy for a short period of time. The effects would drop from 100% to 90% in 5 hours. After that, the vibration ability would drain off continuously before reaching 0 in 10 hours. Furthermore, Sky was only human, and could only release her ability for a short period of time. It was impossible for her to recharge infinitely and blow up Thanos' fleet with a random barrage. Thus, taking down some of Thanos' battleships in the early stages was a good choice to reduce the pressure during the final attack. This was also in line with the strategy which Luke and the others had come up with. Thanos had only brought 50 donut ships with him, but they were 1 or 2 tiers higher than Earth's battleships. It was like how a 4th-generation fighter plane on Earth could easily crush a 2nd or 3rd-generation fighter plane. What Sky was doing was to, temporarily, boost their weapons up to the same level. Only then would Earth's battleships be qualified to exchange blows with Thanos' battleships. If these 3 helicarriers were the 3 from DC back then, they wouldn't even get the chance to break through the flagship's protective shield, and would have been doomed to lose. That was also why Luke and T'Challa hadn't asked the European and American governments for help. Without the alien tech modifications and improvements provided by Luke, even if the European and American governments took out all their fighter planes and helicarriers for a battle like this, they would only be here to set off fireworks. With Thanos' fleet shielding the battlefield from above, they couldn't even use guided missiles to provide firepower support. That made sense. If guided missiles could lock onto these battleships, then when Thanos had attacked Xandar, the Nova Corps would only have needed to throw missiles at him to survive. How could they fall so quickly? As for providing technology to the European and American governments, dream on. Following the Sokovia Accords, the Avengers, the Justice League, and New Shield all became unlawful organizations. Any members who were caught had to be handed over to the country. There was no way Luke would give them the tech and let them turn around immediately after the battle to use the tech to become more efficient at catching Luke and the others. If the governments were allowed to participate in the battle, they would brazenly and forcefully steal prestige and benefits for themselves. Wakanda had been chosen as the battlefield to make it easy to clean up the aftermath. If the battle took place in America and Thanos was defeated there, the American government would pop out to fight for the gains. In the name of a comrade in arms, they would definitely take a lot of advantage. To put it simply, apart from being better at dragging people down, stealing credit, and settling accounts later, the European and American governments actually couldn't offer any sort of assistance in this sort of galactic battle. Luke wasn't an idiot. How could he bring along such losers? The situation on the battlefield was quick to prove this point. After that, the three modified helicarriers fell into a weaker position as they fought the remaining three medium-sized battleships in the sky. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the modified helicarriers were at a disadvantage. The enemy's protective shields basically weren't damaged at all, while the protective shields around the three carriers were clearly much weaker. They relied on their enormous bulk to put up a bare resistance, and would be completely destroyed in half an hour at most. However, Thanos' alien troop and ground troops had already been beaten. Backed by the superheroes and reserve members, the remaining 5 superpowered alien soldiers had already started to do their best to avoid Big Dipper. In a situation like this, Knight couldn't be stopped at all. After using up the 20,000 energy shells in the Gatling guns, he replaced them with 2 new Gatling guns and slaughtered the ground troops. Knight could kill an ordinary foot soldier in less than 2 shots, and the 4 armed monsters could no longer be used as cannon fodder. The heavy infantry which followed right after the 4 armed monsters became the new main characters. This was a huge headache for Corvus Glaive. The 4 armed monsters were bred with biotechnology. As long as there were enough resources, they could be produced non-stop. All the common sense they needed was engraved into their extremely simple brains during the breeding process, and consisted of nothing more than listening to orders to attack, stand by, retreat, and kill, kill, kill. It wasn't wrong to describe these 4 armed monsters as robot soldiers. Thus, large numbers dying in every battle didn't affect Thanos' army at all. Production capacity could just be increased later. But the heavy infantry was different. They were actual aliens who needed to grow and learn a certain amount of knowledge before they could receive more complicated battlefield instructions and use all sorts of weapons in a galactic battle. Those with outstanding talent and abilities would be promoted to driving ground vehicles and piloting small flyers. Even if Thanos could directly capture and enlist certain suitable alien races, it still took 2 to 3 years for a new recruit to be trained to become a qualified heavy infantry soldier. These standard troops weren't like the cannon fodder 4 armed monsters, which were locked up and just needed to be fed every day. Of course, their numbers couldn't compare with that of the 4 armed monsters. At that moment, Luke was slaughtering the heavy infantry, and Thanos' army became much less intimidating to Wakanda. 2118 How to correctly leave your mark on history. In fact, once Thanos lost the ground troops, Luke would be ready to ambush him at any time. After Thanos and his fleet were destroyed, would the remaining tens of thousands of fighter ships still land on Earth and occupy it? If they didn't surrender, they would be lucky if only 90% of them were killed. That was what a real war was like. In this battle, the superheroes and Thanos were the head honchos. The fleet provided support from the air, and the army on the ground was at the bottom of the totem pole. Conversely, if Thanos used his fleet to attack Wakanda, Earth's allied forces might react in one of 3 ways. First, attack in full force and fight to the death. Second, with nothing else to worry about, they might immediately flee with the Infinity Stones. The third way was the first and second combined. Even if Earth was completely destroyed, Thanos would lose the Infinity Stones, which wasn't his main goal at all. The only thing he could do was slowly wear down Earth's allied forces and prevent Luke from immediately taking the stones away. In the face of Luke's, "you fight, I fight," attitude and the cannon fodder fighter planes, "you're nothing if you're slow to kill me," attitude, Thanos finally frowned. The situation on the battlefield wasn't good. If this continued, there was at least an 80% chance that Earth's allied forces would lose. But who knew if Thanos would have enough ground and air troops left by then to capture the superheroes and obtain the Infinity Stones? Pondering for a moment, he then swiftly gave the order for 10 of the donut battleships to be deployed as reinforcements. These donut battleships had released the triangular dropships before. At that moment, the remaining dropships were launched, and all the fighter planes were deployed. Bright flames streaked through the air, and the battleships entered Earth's atmosphere. The hearts of all the core members of Earth's allied forces jumped, and Mindy shouted excitedly in the chat, "They're here, they're here." Our credit points. Joseph, who was piloting 2 battleships on his own, decisively interrupted this unreliable pre-battle speech and switched it out with something more suitable. Mindy calmed down and coughed. "All right, listen to the commander's instructions and do your best to be reimbursed fully for your damaged gear." The youngsters, "As if I believe you. Do you dare swear you weren't about to say earlier that the credit points have come to our door?" It was definitely the chosen one, that military advisor, who had given their big sister leader a new script. The members of Ursa Minor who knew Mindy and Joseph well secretly gave Joseph their sincere blessings. Frank's orders followed. Ursa Minor A team, attack immediately. B team, remain on standby and be ready to take over at any time. Half of Ursa Minor was excited, and the other half wailed. A team was made up of the team members with more ordinary mental abilities. Their control of the battleships could only be said to be average. Mindy, Joseph, Carrie and the little turtles were all in B team, and had good mental strength. Splitting them into 2 teams and deploying them one after another might mislead Thanos. In fact, the real trump cards were the veteran members of the Bat Squad. They trained strictly and followed orders to the letter. They were very good at capturing fighter planes, and the younger Ursa Minor members couldn't compare with them. Even though their mental abilities couldn't compare with Carrie and Joseph's, they were still good. In any case, the members of Ursa Minor A team were still very excited. If they really came out later, it would basically be too late for them. At that time, it would be hard to earn credit points, and the scene would be ugly. There would be no sense of accomplishment at all. Now, they at least had a chance. Didn't the modified helicarriers rely on a lethal weapon like the vibration pulse cannon in their debut? They had something like that too. Also, they were using genuine space battleships. The electromagnetic and high-energy plasma cannons were much more powerful than what the helicarriers had. As long as they acted in a timely and precise manner, there was a chance of knocking down an enemy ship on the first try. The first person to complete this one-hit kill would be able to brag about it for the rest of their life. They didn't have to wait long. After a 10-second countdown, 10 rings of sparks opened. 10 battleships immediately charged out, followed by another 5. Given the difference in performance for both sides, a one-on-one fight was definitely impossible. Ursa Minor A team, which had more people, naturally had to make up for it in numbers. The portals were also opened in ingenious locations, at an angle to the descending donut ships. The battleships flew out just above the donut ships. Without any hesitation, the Ursa Minor battleships, which had been charging up, instantly finished distributing targets. After receiving the order to attack, they opened fire. Boom, 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 boom. In one attack, 6 donut ships were heavily damaged, 2 of which had huge holes in them and started to fall apart. They counterattacked very quickly. At the same time, a large group of fighter planes turned around and darted upward. The second batch of 5 battleships from Ursa Minor also emerged at that moment and fired again without hesitation. The 4 donut battleships that had already been severely damaged suffered even more. They couldn't withstand the attack this time, and were even worse off than the first 2 donut ships. 3 of them exploded in the air and basically disintegrated. Not only did the last ship have a large hole, the rest of the ships that had been damaged in the first round of attacks also broke apart. However, they counterattacked and blew up 2 Ursa Minor battleships on the spot. The 2 Ursa Minor members who had just cheered were immediately slapped in the face. Like they wanted, their wish to go down in history came true. After all, it was pretty dramatic to be the first 2 Earthlings to be taken down by alien battleships right after blowing them up. Their experience was proof of the saying, the roof beam that is the first to pop out is the first to rot. While they had been lucky enough to succeed with their first attack, Thanos' veteran ships didn't care. Whether it was due to luck or strength, the other side naturally couldn't be allowed to remain on the battlefield. In fact, the remaining 4 donut battleships launched a second round of attacks on 2 of the 4 Ursa Minor battleships that had damaged them. Thankfully, compared with the counterattack from 8 ships, the strength in a 4-on-2 clash was far lower. The 2 Ursa Minor members temporarily escaped the fate of 0 accomplishments before they were shot down. They did their best to pull the battleships back and give the androids some time to be saved. 2119. Are you really an Avenger? For a moment, the battle in the sky became even more heated. Hundreds of kilometers away, energy blasts could be seen streaking through the air as the fighter planes exploded like fireflies. At that moment, the energy cannons of the battleships were like bright meteors, while the explosions on their hulls and protective shields were very distinct. The Ursa Minor battleships, which were at a disadvantage in terms of performance, had no intention of holding back at all. The order they had received was to move as quickly as possible and force Thanos' fleet to send more troops. After firing 1 vibration cannon blast, their only strategy was to boldly approach the donut battleships and fire with all their might and as accurately as possible at the enemy. Even if the enemy's protective shield was broken, it was possible for it to be rebooted. Given the top-notch performance of Thanos' battleships, they just needed to wait for the safety overload mechanism to disappear before they recharged, and there was an 80% chance that the protective shield could be reactivated. The only uncertain factor was how long it would take the protective shield to be reactivated. It could be half an hour or 5 minutes, depending on the damage to the battleship. If one enemy battleship fell now, that was one less ship to counterattack. Under the crazy pressure from Ursa Minor, the donut battleships could only fire wildly and do their best to resist. 5 minutes later, the remaining 4 donut battleships were in grave danger and could crash at any moment. Thanos frowned. He had been thinking for a while, but he still felt that something wasn't right, which was why he hadn't immediately ordered the fleet around him to provide backup. This opponent was interesting. The galactic tyrant had this subconscious thought. Half a day ago, in distant space, a little raccoon rocket was cursing wildly in the pilot's seat. "You're an idiot, a real idiot," Thor looked at him sincerely. "So, can we start jumping now?" Rocket's eyes widened. "Do you know that consecutive jumps are very unfriendly for a mammal like me?" Thor was surprised. "What, aren't you a bear?" Rocket couldn't help but roar at the idiot. "Bears are mammals too." Then, he slapped his forehead. "Fine, nothing good has happened. Ever since you came along. Buckle up, we're going to start jumping." Thor nodded matter-of-factly and turned his head. "You should have just done this earlier. You wasted a few more minutes." Rocket was too depressed to be angry with this guy anymore. "When we get to Earth, I guarantee I'll throw up all my lunch on you." "I will." Thor chuckled but didn't say anything. Any vomit would be pulverized by his divine power of lightning. Rocket didn't know what he was thinking, or he would have definitely threatened to puke on Thor's head. At that moment, he simply set their destination and pressed a button. Boom! The small spaceship flashed through space and shot into a jump point not far away and disappeared. On the spaceship, Rocket couldn't help but bellow. The sensation of continuous jumps was even worse than severe seasickness. At the 20th jump, Rocket felt like he had been thrown into a blender, twisted apart and then stuck back together. Thor's expression was calm as he gripped his newly minted divine weapon, Stormbreaker, with his left hand. Unfortunately, this was a space jump, and he absolutely didn't dare use divine power to protect himself. Otherwise, this spaceship might get lost and veer off course. By then, it would probably be a few days or even months before he could get to Earth. Finally, the endless jump was over, and the spaceship left the wormhole and entered a normal flight state. In the cockpit, one person and one bear were silent. If anyone could see them, they would see that the co-pilot's eyes were lifeless. Thor's body was stiff, his face was pale, and his lips were pressed tightly together. The little raccoon couldn't even close his mouth as he collapsed in the pilot's seat, foaming at the mouth. Following a preset route, the spaceship entered the solar system after a long while, and Thor finally woke up. He turned his head and puked. Alarmed by the sound, Rocket shook his dizzy head and looked over. His eyes immediately widened, and he cursed. "My spaceship." Thor was throwing up violently and had no time to bother with him. The little raccoon grumbled for a bit, then suddenly thought of something. He quickly shut up and took out a light dagger, which he stuck to his head. A faint white light pulsed before it turned into a slightly warm current that flowed into his forehead. The sensation of a kaleidoscope plus windmill in Rocket's little head was quickly dispelled by the warm current. After a full minute, Rocket finally heaved a long sigh. Thank God, I'm finally alive. Thor, who was next to him, finally raised his head. You didn't say that the side effects of consecutive jumps would be this strong. Rocket rolled his eyes and threw the light dagger at him. Press this to your head. You'll be fine in a moment. Taking the light dagger, Thor obediently did as he was told. Then, he gave a light exclamation. This thing looks a little like the elves' spring of life on Alfheim. Rocket said casually, oh, I'll try it out when I get the chance. Thor shook his head. How is that possible? That thing is the lifeblood of the elves. It's hard for us in Asgard to ask for it, otherwise, the elves will think that we want to go to war. Rocket was stumped. Is the spring of life very rare? Thor said, not only is it rare, it's very scarce. Even if you're seriously injured, you can recover quickly. Uninterested, Rocket turned his head away. What's the point of bringing it up then? I prefer what you're holding. At the very least, we can get our hands on it. Thor examined the light dagger, before he nodded. Although the effect is much weaker than the spring of life and doesn't have much effect on me, it's already pretty good. Where did you get this? There were very few things in all of the universe that could work on Thor, who had first-class Asgardian divine power. It wasn't a big deal if it wasn't as good as the spring of life. After all, it was basically impossible to obtain that thing. The light dagger, on the other hand, was in his hand. Hearing the question, Rocket turned around with a strange expression and looked at the new Asgardian king sympathetically. Didn't I tell you about the space storage which Big Dipper gave us? Thor nodded, then understood. He gave this to you too. Rocket's sympathy turned to pity. Of course. Also, Big Dipper said that the Avengers and the Justice League have been using this thing for years. Are you really an Avenger? Thor. 2120 Thor, lay low. Thor couldn't refute Rocket's ridicule at all. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that after the incident with the Dark Elves a few years ago, he had been searching the Nine Realms for a way to stop Ragnarok, and had never come to Earth again. It was impossible to contact him. Even Drive, Jane had fallen out with him over it and refused to see him. Thor was a prideful Asgardian man, it was impossible for him to plead with Dr. Jane, so he chose to not think about Earth as much as possible. After that, he and Loki came to Earth to look for their father. Before meeting Drive, Strange, he only had time to talk to Night about the Infinity Stone. A few minutes after meeting the sorcerer, he was sent away again. Then, he was dumped on planet Sakaar. After that, he had to return to Asgard to fight and save the civilians. After barely beating back Hela, Loki revived Searcher. Thor and Night had no time to talk as Thor had to leave with the last batch of Asgardians. Then, he encountered Thanos on the way to Earth. The spaceship was destroyed, and all 300,000 Asgardians on it died. Thor, who had been saved by Rocket, immediately went to Nidavellir to forge a new divine weapon, and was only now returning. Recalling his experiences in the last few years, Thor had to admit that it wasn't that the Avengers and the Justice League had forgotten him, but that they had met too few times. In fact, when Thor was the crown prince of Asgard, Luke had given him the space storage and the light dagger, which had been useless to him. Asgard had a lot of good things, and he didn't carry them with him every day. When Asgard was destroyed, there had been no chance for both sides to meet. Luke, on the other hand, had given the leader of the Asgardian soldiers on the lawless planet a storage ring, for use, to be given to Thor when the latter arrived. But something happened to Thor before he reached the lawless planet. Thus, Thor became the only member of the Avengers who didn't have a space storage. Thankfully, he had Rocket, which was equivalent to him having one now. After he reached Earth and they killed Thanos, it shouldn't be a problem to give Night or Big Dipper a hint, right? Thor didn't know if he could be thick-skinned enough. The Crown Prince of Asgard had rarely asked anyone for things in the past, much less the new King of Asgard. Forget it, he would think about it later. Thinking that, Thor changed the subject. Okay, let's just focus on how far Thanos is from us. Rocket looked at the data on the tablet in front of him. We'll reach Earth in an hour. Are you ready? Thor raised Stormbreaker, charged forward and cut off his head in tribute to the 300,000 dead people of Asgard. Rocket. Great plan. Good luck. There was basically nothing to say after that. When they approached Earth, Thor looked at Thanos' fleet on the tablet, and his eyes flashed with revenge. Charge forward. Rocket rolled his eyes. That's a battleship, and I'm just a super fast shuttle without a weapon system. Do you want us to become floating corpses in space? As he spoke, he was too lazy to bother with this vengeful guy. He steered the ship away and descended, bypassing Thanos' fleet and entering Earth's atmosphere from the side. Did Thor really think that he didn't want to kill Thanos right away? Thanos had captured his teammate, Gamora. Rocket couldn't wait to press the purple-skinned monster to the ground, cut him into pieces, and interrogate him about Gamora's whereabouts. But using a shuttle to directly attack dozens of large battleships, including Thanos' warship? Sorry, Rocket wanted to live to find Gamora, not turn into a little raccoon spirit and listen to other people tell him the good news. Thor couldn't help but mutter on the way. Most of Rocket's attention was on the movements of Thanos' fleet. This space shuttle was his baby which he had painstakingly put together. If it was targeted by the enemy, even a scratch on it would be enough to make Rocket's heart ache for days. Thus, Rocket could only say half-heartedly, "Are you serious? When we land, won't the Avengers and the Justice League help you attack? Won't our chances of winning be higher? There are tens of thousands of fighter planes on Earth's side to protect you from the energy cannons." After thinking about it, Thor felt that made sense. No matter how fierce he wasn't as fierce as the energy cannons on Thanos' ships. "Okay, little bear, tell Knight and the others to cooperate with me later." Thor gave the order. The little raccoon grinned and chuckled soundlessly. The message he sent to Earth's allied forces was simple: Thor and I are about to land. Thor is ready to cut Thanos down. Luke and the Avengers were delighted at first, but were then lost for words. FCK, Thanos has dozens of large battleships protecting him. How do you want to cut him down? Don't tell me your new divine weapon isn't an axe, but a Star Destroyer cannon. In any case, everyone perked up at Thor's arrival. Although this guy now had some psychological issues after being tortured by his older sister, Luke was the only person from Earth who had seen this with his own eyes. To everyone else, Thor was still that stalwart and arrogant god of thunder who had never lost in battle. The Avengers and the Justice League quickly made arrangements to counterattack and force Thanos to step out as soon as possible. Suddenly, Rocket sent another message. DMN it, Thor ran out already. Luke and Tony were both confused. He ran out. Was he a dog? Then, the little raccoon didn't need to send another message. The two of them saw Thor more precisely. They saw what Thor was doing. Amidst the huge expanse of white lightning, the drones high up in the air picked out a faint roar. "Get out here, Thanos." Then, that white lightning struck the alien battleships. Because these battleships hadn't opened fire since the beginning and just hovered on one side, Ursa Minor had naturally excluded them as attack targets for the time being. But as the 10 large battleships were attacked, they could only start to move to reduce the increasing pressure on them. Rocket's shuttle had approached the battlefield from the side. Seeing such a big target next to them, Thor had simply opened the emergency door and jumped out. The little raccoon didn't dare abandon the shuttle. Besides, given his combat ability, he wouldn't be able to destroy a battleship even if he went out. He could only pass on the good news to Luke and the others. Luke, Tony and the others cursed inwardly, but Frank, as the commander, was unusually calm. "All right, whether Thor succeeds in destroying the battleships or not won't affect our plan." Frank had never taken Thor into account as a combat force that could be deployed. It was undoubtedly easier to view Thor as a disruptive element with the ability to change the situation on the battlefield. This way, Thor could create opportunities, and if he couldn't, they would just carry on with the plan. In any case, the situation wouldn't be any worse than before Thor came. 2121 Fierce mutual cannon fire with Thor's entrance, Knight and the Avengers, target changed. Knight, who had been suppressing Thanos' ground troops, put away the 2 Gatling guns and quickly flew upward. The suit's energy cannons, which he had never used, finally displayed their might as they blew up all of the enemy fighter planes which Luke passed. Compared with dozens of shots per second from a Gatling gun, it didn't take any brainpower at all to fire 2 energy cannons per second, even though the fighter planes were far faster than the ground troops. Soon, Luke reached an unlucky battleship that was breaking apart. Luke shouted, "Thor, forget this junk. There are still a lot of battleships above us." Thor was charging around inside the battleship with his axe, turning the aliens on it into broken charcoal. He was in the throes of his revenge, when Luke's low-powered lion's roar finally shocked him back to his senses, and he flew out of the battleship. Without saying anything, Luke used mental resistance to calm the guy down. "Let's go." Thor looked in the direction Luke was pointing and saw dozens of black dots just outside Earth's atmosphere. They were Thanos' fleet. "All right, follow me." With that, lightning burst out of his body as he flew upward. Looking at the lightning, Luke hurriedly followed and yelled, "Be careful, ship cannons." FC King, Frank, Ursa Minor B Team, prepare to enter the battlefield. Frank looked at the screen in front of him and quickly did some calculations as he replied, "Ursa Minor B Team." 10-second countdown. He had been overseeing the battle all this time from a safe underground facility. It wasn't time yet for the battleships under his control to take action. Hence, he had a clear view of the situation on the battlefield. Thus, he knew very well that this order from Luke was to protect Thor. It was too easy for an enemy cannon to hit a target flying in a straight line, even if it was only the size of a person. If they really let Thor charge at Thanos' fleet like this like a mad dog, this god of thunder would probably get a taste of what it was like to be cooked by a plasma cannon. So, Ursa Minor B Team had to make an appearance and attack Thanos' fleet first so that they would give up on Thor, this less threatening target. Thor was very fast. With Stormbreaker's protection, he flew pretty much at Mach 5 speed. If he wanted to reach the boundary of Earth's atmosphere, however, it would still take him dozens of seconds. Thus, Ursa Minor, which had been ready for action, finally seized the opportunity to attack the battleships. Strange personally opened 10 gigantic portals. 10 Ursa Minor battleships burst out of the portals at high speed. It hadn't taken more than a second for each battleship to appear dozens of kilometers away from Thanos' fleet. Only when Strange took action could they ensure that nothing went wrong during this high-powered delivery of the battleships. This way, the surprise attack by Ursa Minor B Team wouldn't turn into a disaster. After all, the portals were opened just dozens of kilometers away from Thanos' fleet. 3 seconds was all it would take for the enemy's cannons to envelop them. At that moment, Ursa Minor B Team teleported over one after another, the bows of the ship all pointing to the center. Even so, just as Ursa Minor B Team launched their attack, Thanos' fleet broke away and counterattacked, turning Ursa Minor's ambush into a gunfight. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, countless ordinary people in Africa raised their heads and looked at the sky. In confusion, they could actually see stars on such a hot afternoon. The energy cannons in battleships that exploded were like bright stars in their eyes. High up in the atmosphere, both fleets suffered losses. 6 Ursa Minor's 10 battleships exploded on the spot, and the remaining 4 were heavily damaged. 3 battleships in Thanos' fleet, which had the absolute advantage in numbers, were destroyed, and 2 were heavily damaged. Under Ursa Minor's deliberate 2-on-1 firepower strategy, the 5 battleships that were the targets were unable to hold up. The 4 Ursa Minor battleships that had survived the first round of gunfire were still as valiant as ever. All the weapons that could be fired were fired wildly as they charged at Thanos' fleet. Then, nothing. 10 versus 30 turned into 4 versus 30. The explosions of these 4 Ursa Minor battleships were even more spectacular than the explosions of the first 6. But that didn't matter to Ursa Minor at all since the 4 wrecked battleships were controlled by the AI program. Luke didn't expect them to do anything extraordinary, he just needed them to distract Thanos' fleet a little. The moment the damaged battleships were destroyed, gigantic portals opened once more. The 6 members of Ursa Minor B Team whose battleships had been blown up earlier had switched to new battleships, and they charged through the newly opened portals. Battleship after battleship appeared around Thanos' fleet again, and they fired. This time, however, Thanos' fleet had already started moving in formation, and wasn't as slow as earlier. Except for the 2 unlucky B** stars that were heavily damaged by Joseph and Mindy's combined firepower, the other donut battleships were only slightly damaged at most, which didn't affect their combat ability. Thus, the situation returned to normal. Ursa Minor B Team, which was clearly outnumbered, immediately fell into an extremely arduous position of resistance. This situation persisted until a streak of lightning charged down and smashed into a donut battleship. Ursa Minor B Team already had the best pilots in Earth's fleet, and the battleships which Luke assigned to them were of above-average grade. Coupled with Strange's manipulation of the portals and these consecutive attacks from 10 battleships, they held their own. In comparison, less than 5 minutes after he appeared, Thor single-handedly destroyed 2 donut battleships with 1 axe. This was the true value of a top galactic power. With a person like this as the vanguard, he boosted his teammates' determination and confidence. At that moment, there was someone else at Thor's level. Taking advantage of Ursa Minor and Thor's outstanding performances in the chaos on the battlefield, Knight, who had silently activated his strongest stealth ability, arrived 2 minutes later. At that moment, half of the second batch of Ursa Minor B Team's battleships had been destroyed, and half were heavily damaged. Joseph and Mindy received a private message from Knight, and they decisively steered the 3 battleships under their control, 2 under Joseph's control, toward Thanos' fleet. Half a minute later, the 3 battleships finally couldn't withstand the focused attack from Thanos' fleet, and were turned to dust by countless energy cannons. The 2 sides were very close to each other when the Ursa Minor battleships exploded. After the explosions, 4 huge holes suddenly appeared, and 4 vibration pulse cannon blasts shot out. 2122 ambush, ambush, and ambush. Again, different from the previous vibration pulse cannons fired before, there was a vibranium warhead in the core of each pulse cannon this time. The 4 vibration pulse cannon blasts, which contained solid warheads, pierced the donut battleships' protective shields and hit the power cores of the 4 battleships. There was the sound of minor explosions, and most of the systems on the 4 battleships suddenly shut down. Apart from emergency generators which allowed some basic functions to retain power, the donut battleships could no longer open fire or move at high speeds, and were practically iron coffins. The Ursa Minor battleships immediately turned around and attacked the other donut battleships, ignoring the 4 battleships that could become their most intact spoils of war. However, several battleships in Thanos' fleet fired at the 4 vibration pulse cannons. There was a rumbling sound, and sparks erupted in the air. The 4 floating gun turrets, which Luke jokingly called disposable cannons, only had time to fire once before they were turned into cosmic dust. Since they were for one-time use, they naturally didn't have any defenses, and were much less mobile than the battleships. In fact, this floating gun turret was a very simple combination of energy plus cannon plus moving platform. It was Luke who had injected them with vibration. His knockoff version of the ability wasn't as exaggerated as Sky's, and couldn't be used on a large scale, much less completely shatter a battleship's protective shield. But with a boost from the vibranium warhead, it wasn't a problem to break through the protective shield. After the vibranium warhead pierced the outer hull of the enemy ship, it released Luke's unique shock-wave attack to complete a second explosion inside, thus increasing its lethality. Thus, the 4 vibranium warheads which Luke had personally fired were a 3-in-1 combo which broke the shield, pierced the hull, and exploded. The gun turrets were hence comparable to Sherman tanks. At that moment, there were less than 30 large battleships left in Thanos' fleet. Luke still had 80 battleships left. Basically all the ones piloted by Ursa Minor's A and B teams had been lost in 2 rounds, which added up to 50 battleships. However, Wakanda's most elite vibranium battleships had yet to be deployed, so the damage ratio was still acceptable. Under the cover provided by Luke and Ursa Minor, Thor wasn't turned into a roast chicken. He roared and charged into a second donut battleship. This unlucky ship had no choice but to move in his direction to avoid Ursa Minor's frantic barrage, and wound up a few kilometers away from the donut battleship that Thor had destroyed. This distance instantly disappeared under Thor's feet. He was much more familiar with the ship's layout this time. After breaking open the hull and charging inside, he headed straight for the main control room. Lightning erupted in the hallways. The battleship immediately stopped moving with purpose and simply drifted in space. Elsewhere, the Knight clone was wandering around again, and found another battleship that was about to explode. This time, it was a donut battleship. In other words, amidst the battle, the clone had already reached the edge of Thanos' fleet. Luke followed the donut battleship patiently for about a minute, counting down to the moment it exploded. He took out 4 floating gun turrets in seconds, and only needed 2 seconds to fire. As for calculating the trajectory, the suit's AI program had already locked onto the target, and the information was swiftly inputted into the floating turrets. As soon as Luke gave the order to open fire, he sped up like crazy and could no longer maintain maximum stealth. That was because in the first second after the 4 floating turrets appeared, more than 100 auxiliary cannons on the 2 closest battleships fired. Thanos wouldn't be caught off guard a second time. Luke dared to take a second risk, or rather, dared to pull this hit and run a second time, basically because he had an inventory cheat. Even so, many of the auxiliary cannons of Thanos' fleet were already prepared to teach this chicken thief a lesson. From the beginning of the battle until now, Earth's army had relied on surprise attacks to gain the upper hand initially, and just barely maintained it. No matter how stupid Thanos' fleet was, it would now be more wary of surprise attacks. Cannon fire chased after Night, and he was soon hit by a blast and sent flying. After that, Thanos' fleet no longer had the opportunity to chase after Night. This second sneak attack by the clone had successfully stopped 2 ships and damaged 1. It also drew the attention of several battleships. Seizing this opportunity, Ursa Minor B team counterattacked wildly. Although the enemy ships weren't shot down again, Ursa Minor successfully delayed them and forced them to give up on chasing Night. At that moment, apart from Thanos' own warship, there were only 22 large battleships left. All of Ursa Minor B team had switched to at least a third batch of battleships. Those with less luck were already operating a 5th battleship. Thanks to their efforts, Thor blew up fighter planes on the other side and charged at a 4th battleship. The Night clone was sent flying, and left the center of the battle. Studying the situation on the battlefield, Luke asked Frank, "Since Thor is here, how about we ambush Thanos?" Frank frowned. "That's more dangerous. Try to choose team members who have better survival skills." Luke chuckled. "Thor, Big Dipper, Bastet, Deadpool and me should be enough." Frank was surprised. "Are you sure Bastet will be alright?" Luke said, "Don't worry, she's much stronger than the others." After getting this answer, Frank didn't probe further into Selina's abilities. The abilities of the Bat Squad members were a private matter. Since the beginning, Selina had never mentioned what her abilities were. After becoming Director Selina, she basically used the android whenever she appeared, which was why Frank was only finding this out now. He immediately began to plan for the aftermath of the ambush. If the ambush succeeded, Earth's allied forces would press home the attack and completely destroy the enemy. If the ambush failed, the army would have to go all out. In either case, a perfect contingency plan was required to achieve maximum results. Luke felt a little helpless. Thanks to his arrangements, Director Selina had always been a slacker. Even though she was obsessed with upholding justice, there were few assignments that she absolutely had to take on personally. But in this attack on Thanos, she had made a rare request to personally take part, and had a very good reason for it. Luke had finally made her a fancy nanosuit. 2123 Super Battle Royal using Tony and Shuri's nanosuit technology as a reference, as well as Rocket's energy flight suit. The nanosuit which Luke personally made was still divided into an inner and outer suit. The inner suit was as low-key as ever. It basically appeared on Luke's family and friends as a tank top, shorts, socks or some other item of clothing. When taking a shower or going to the toilet, the nanomaterial could pull back and turn into a necklace or a bracelet to provide 24/7 protection. It had the Black Panther suit's ability to absorb and release energy to eliminate the threat of ordinary cold weapons and firearms. It also had the protective measures of Rocket's energy shield, such as defense, temperature regulation and life support. The outer suit basically used Tony's nanosuit technology. The difference was that Luke used several times the amount of nanomaterial to create a double-layered heavy-duty suit. Tony was very unhappy about this. He felt that this simple and crude increase in the amount of nanomaterial and layers was a lack of trust in his exclusive nanotechnology. What could Luke say? Naturally, he turned a deaf ear. In any case, the nanomaterial was very light, and the space was used more efficiently than in the old suit. The height of the new suit basically dropped to under 2 meters, which was the average height of an American basketball player. Selina, for example, was only 1.85 meters tall in the suit, while Mindy didn't even reach 1.7 meters. They didn't look bloated or ugly, as the Tycoon had denounced them to be, but slender or even petite. The suit had 3 layers in total. Selina also had the Kunlun Kai refining technique, which she had cultivated to a particular threshold, and Gold Nugget, the symbiote, gave her super self-healing. It would be hard for an ignorant opponent to even injure her, much less kill her. In the face of an enemy like Thanos, who had Infinity Stones, Luke's clone would definitely protect her in an emergency. So, Director Selina came. 10 minutes later, the preparations for the ambush on Thanos were complete. Big Dipper turned his head and asked, "How's your recovery?" Sky, who had been resting for more than 10 minutes, opened her eyes. "I can only attack with all my strength once." Big Dipper nodded. "That's enough. You don't have to do anything about the protective shield later. You just need to target the hull of Thanos' warship." With a solemn expression, Sky put her hands together. There was a faint hum, and the armor on her arms turned into 2 cannon muzzles. With these, I'm at least 80% confident. These were new vibration cannons which Luke had specially developed for Sky after obtaining part of Wakanda's vibranium technology. That was indeed why he had asked Sky to come to Wakanda in person. Breaking through the defenses of a first-class battleship was truly a fantasy. Luke might be able to do it himself, but using annihilation energy or the power of faith to enchant his katanas would undoubtedly deplete his trump cards in a head-on battle with Thanos. In comparison, Sky's fully developed vibration ability was a more suitable attack weapon. The Big Dipper clone said, "Then, let's get started." Sky nodded. Big Dipper said, "Commander, our heavy artillery lady is fully charged." Frank, all units, 10-second countdown to Plan A. Everybody, get ready. At this order, Earth's allied forces suddenly picked up their pace. The Kamar Taj sorcerers in charge of strategic battle deployment switched from taking turns and resting to all-out battle. They started to focus and coordinate their magical fluctuations, and entered the prime state for joint spellcasting. At the end of the 10-second countdown, 10 enormous space portals opened 100 kilometers away from Thanos' fleet. Even though Thanos' fleet had been constantly moving to avoid being surrounded, half of their movements were still blocked this time. 10 battleships charged out of the portals at the same time, and their cannons fired all at once, using the same vibration pulse cannon plus electromagnetic cannon plus high-energy pulse cannon combo. Thanos' fleet also quickly counterattacked. During this first round of cannon fire, 20 huge portals suddenly opened in front of them, and 40 battleships emerged. Most of Luke's remaining battleships were thrown out during this attack, along with 5 of Wakanda's vibranium battleships. The first batch of 20 battleships were cannon fodder which fired wildly at Thanos' fleet. 15 second-tier battleships and 5 first-tier vibranium battleships came out a little later. Covered by the battleships in front of them, they quickly adjusted their formation and moved in the same direction. Thus, 50 of Earth's battleships surrounded Thanos' fleet. Countless cannon blasts flew between the 80 battleships, and there were constant explosions. Even Thanos' warship wasn't spared. However, Thanos' warship didn't remain still like before. Half of the firepower on the enormous warship, which was far bigger than the other battleships, started to showcase their might, and almost instantly blew up 2 of Earth's battleships. Earth's fleet, on the other hand, didn't focus on attacking the warship, it simply used its advantage in numbers to attack the donut battleships in a 2-on-1 clash. The later battleships which Luke took out had better performances. The donut battleships, each of which had been able to take on 2 ships at the same time earlier, were now quickly suppressed. Those who were targeted by 3 of Earth's battleships were even more unlucky. Some were severely damaged, and some were half crippled or even exploded on the spot. However, Earth's battleships weren't doing great either. To ensure that this ambush was accurate and sudden, these battleships hadn't been protected by fighter planes when they charged out of the portals. When they besieged Thanos' fleet, they could only use the auxiliary and close-range cannons to deal with Thanos' fighter planes. But these were just auxiliary anti-aircraft weapons, there weren't enough of them to deal with Thanos' fighter planes. They could only let the enemy fighter planes attack like bees. 20 to 30% of these attacks passed through the protective shields, which were still an immature technology, of Earth's battleships. The defense weapons were quickly destroyed, and the auxiliary cannons were hit. Many of them malfunctioned, causing the firepower to decrease. The battle lasted for several minutes, until the Kamar Taj sorcerers opened portals again, and a large number of cannon fodder fighter planes poured out. With Earth's fleet acting as a signal hub and a booster signal, they could finally charge out of Earth and start a real space battle. The remote-controlled fighter planes appeared aggressively, and then, exploded because their defenses were too brittle. However, their valiance successfully diverted most of the enemy firepower away from Earth's battleships. 2,124 players and spectators making merry. The Star Wars players who were piloting the fighter planes from Earth had also been on shift. There were 3 shifts, and players landed every 30 minutes and rested for an hour before getting back online. Professional medical staff was on hand at all times to handle any players who exhibited physiological symptoms from being too engrossed in the game. In the VR gaming halls, the players gesticulated and hit the special punching pad under the control wheel every now and then. In the past, many players who lost would directly smash the control equipment out of anger. Even though everybody knew that a VR control device was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that they would have to pay thousands or tens of thousands of dollars if they broke something, they really couldn't help it. But if they lost too quickly and didn't have anything to vent on, it would only make the players even more anxious. Thus, two especially smooth punch pads appeared on both sides below the control wheel. The pads made very satisfying thumps when they were punched hard a few times, and they were very sturdy. It felt much better than smashing the keyboard and mouse in a game. This was especially the case in today's battle. The quarterly and mid-year competitions before this weren't as difficult as today's enemies. Many players who were forced offline cursed the game company for being a black-hearted profiteer, which increased the game difficulty like crazy to reduce the total credit points earned by players, thereby reducing the amount of cash that could be exchanged for credit points. In response, staff members on the site explained gently, given how difficult the annual competition is, the company has increased the credit you can earn accordingly. In a situation where an individual carries out orders accurately, you can earn 1.2 times the amount of credit at the very least, and 2 at most. Most of these staff members were beautiful big sisters who had undergone professional training, and their gentle words and sweet smiles immediately calmed most of these gaming nerds down. HMPH, it definitely wasn't because the sharp decline in revenue which they had expected had suddenly increased again, and could be even more. That was what the nerds told themselves. In any case, they calmed down. Completely shut away in the gaming halls, they had no idea that the world had been invaded by aliens. Thanks to Luke, there were people live streaming all over the world. Some of them were professional media broadcasters, some were semi-professionals, like online celebrities, and most were amateurs of various levels. Wakanda had caused quite a stir in the last few years. Many people had tried to sneak into this mysterious African country to do a live broadcast. No one had been successful, but there were still plenty of viewers who would watch live broadcasts outside the country's borders, which kept this trend going. This time, these live streamers around Wakanda finally caught big news. Of course, an alien invasion wasn't big news. For this alien prince had become a superhero on Earth, so it wasn't unusual at all. Also, a lot of aliens had shown up during the Battle of New York and the Battle at Greenwich. What was different this time was that Earth had also deployed thousands of fighter planes. Tens of thousands of fighter planes on both sides engaged above these live streaming enthusiasts. Energy cannons fired everywhere and explosions constantly rang out. This was a real intergalactic battle, and not just an alien army slaughtering Earthlings, with superheroes just barely being able to save the day. If Earth was strong enough, how many people would be willing to watch those superheroes fight on their own every time? The best was if they could take Earth's army with them to torture those alien dogs. Thus, countless spectators around the world watched the real battle from a distance. Thankfully, because the live streamers only covered a small range and lacked general knowledge about intergalactic battles, these ordinary people didn't see how much of a disadvantage Earth's fighter planes were at. At most, they felt that the fighter planes of Earth's allied forces were exploding too often. At that moment, all the players on Earth went online at the same time. Frank threw 2/3 of the players who had just gotten a good rest into attacking Thanos' fleet in space. The onlookers suddenly realized that the battle above Wakanda was rapidly becoming less intense. Thanos' fighter planes were increasingly less in the mood to deal with the never-ending flow of unmanned fighter planes. They began to fly out of Earth's atmosphere to protect Thanos. Earth's unmanned planes were indeed trash, but when they cooperated with the battleships, hundreds of them could destroy the weapons systems of the large battleships. Without a weapons system, a large battleship was nothing more than a large ship. Apart from being more resistant and able to escape, it didn't have any advantages. For a moment, the Wakandan battlefield, where the fighting had been the most intense, only had small ships which continued to cooperate with Thanos' ground forces. Including the 4 generals, the remaining 100 members of the elite alien team took off on fighter planes to protect Lord Thanos. The Avengers and the Justice League had no intention of letting them go. Taking advantage of the fact that these aliens were in a hurry to retreat, they pursued them like crazy. Steve, Bucky and Sam attacked the most brainless of the 4 generals, Oblivion, together. As he did his best to fend off Bucky and Sam's fierce attacks, Steve sent his head flying with a shield from behind. Ebony Maw actually had a chance to save Oblivion, but Tony and Rhodes were chasing him, and when he thought of how Thanos' warship was under attack, he decisively abandoned his companions. The alien team was in a much worse state. The 10 or so superpowered aliens were turned into mince and roasted by the Big Dipper clone. The other ordinary team members also fared poorly. The Big Dipper clone killed dozens of them in passing, and the Avengers and reserve members killed more than 100. As the rest retreated, they continued to be pursued out of Earth's atmosphere. In the end, only 50 individuals managed to escape, but they were basically crippled. Rather than saying that they were going back to support Thanos, it was more like they were using this as an excuse to draw closer to Thanos' warship to avoid being besieged again. Even if Thanos looked for someone to blame after the battle, he couldn't blame these loyal subordinates. After all, from the looks of it, Thanos' fleet had taken a beating. The fighter planes once again clashed with Earth's unmanned planes and couldn't provide much cover fire. On his throne, Thanos relaxed. It seems this is your true strength. Putting everything else aside, the 5 Wakandan battleships that had appeared were clearly different from Ursa Minor's battleships, and they didn't work quite in formation with each other, which was enough to tell him that they were from different groups. This also meant that Earth had basically run out of battleships. As long as there were 50, no, 30 more of these fearless Earth battleships, his fleet would basically be done for. In a situation where the other side's main fleet had come out in one go, there was no need to leave a large number of battleships on standby. Seeing Earth's trump card, the uneasiness in Thanos' heart finally faded. He casually gave the order for the combat soldiers on the warship to start fighting with all their might. After issuing the order, he picked up his helmet and fiddled with it as he murmured, "After this, you'll probably come looking for me, right?" 2125 Running out of fighter planes, the battle begins at Thanos' order. His warship finally exploded with terrifying combat ability. The energy cannons opened fire and destroyed 11 of Earth's battleships in just a minute. 2 of them were Wakandan vibranium battleships, which had been trying to break through the warship's protective shield, and weren't far from succeeding. At the same time, a large number of fighter planes flew out. These were the bodyguards on Thanos' warship, who had only just officially been mobilized. Then, big worm battleships roared out from behind the fighter planes. As they fired wildly at Earth's fighter planes, they quickly approached Earth's battleships, greatly disrupting their firepower. In just a minute, the upper hand which Earth's allied forces had fought for after more than 2 hours disappeared. If this continued, they would be completely defeated in an hour. However, the Justice League reserve members were still fighting valiantly. The Avengers were also gradually approaching the battlefield in space. Frank watched coldly as the damage they were taking continued to increase. He finally sent a message to Knight. "It's time for us old fellows to take action. Otherwise, you'll be discovered before you get inside." Pondering for a moment, Luke agreed. The situation was similar to what he had expected. These remaining battleships which Earth had hidden wouldn't change the situation on the battlefield. But as long as Thanos' fleet was thoroughly routed, there would be many ways to deal with Thanos' remaining warship. It was just like how the 4-armed monsters could wear down the superheroes. Thanos' warship was still very formidable without help, but there would be many weaknesses. So, this was the final battle. Giant portals opened again, and 10 quasi-first-class battleships charged out. Frank, Damon, Ivan, Angel, Alice and Splinter each piloted 1 battleship. Joseph and Carrie, on the other hand, piloted 2 battleships each. One was good at logical calculations, and the other had extraordinary mental strength. They were far faster at piloting the battleships. Ursa Minor's battleships already could no longer be used. Joseph and Carrie had given up control earlier, and had rested for more than 10 minutes, waiting to take action with the veteran team members. These 10 new battleships were already the most advanced battleships that Luke could mass-produce, and the firepower was especially powerful. After charging out of the portals, they didn't fire at Thanos' warship at all. Instead, they bombarded the donut battleships that had just caught their breaths. Thanos' warship was very fast. It immediately noticed the 10 quasi-first-class battleships, but the situation on the battlefield didn't change. Thanos' warship chased the 10 battleships, but they in turn chased the remaining 10 or so donut battleships, as if to say, "You fight yours, we'll fight ours." They would see which side could last longer. Ursa Minor's battleships fired recklessly to keep the remaining donut battleships occupied and provide strong support to their side's elite fleet. Another 10 vibranium battleships entered the battlefield, but their target was Thanos' warship. They had the ability to break through the protective shield around Thanos' warship, and were enough of a threat to force the warship to turn a small portion of its firepower toward attacking them. Neither side retreated. Whoever took a step back first might be the first to be defeated. From that moment on, the battle entered the most dazzling and cruel stage. Countless energy cannons, fighter planes and battleships exploded, allowing Earthlings to see an even bigger meteor shower. In the VR gaming hall on Earth, players took off their helmets and shouted in frustration, "DMN it, how did that happen? What is this competition doing? Wait, what is up with running out of fighter planes? Right, how can a game run out of fighter planes? Even if this is supposed to be realistic, it's a little too realistic." The staff continued smiling. They had seen too many gaming nerds, and knew that the best thing to do at this moment was to not defend themselves. All sorts of cold drinks and snacks were brought over. In addition, all sorts of relaxation techniques like massages, saunas, singing and dancing were on offer. Beautiful big sisters, staff members, could be seen everywhere, dispelling the players' resentment. The truth was that these staff members didn't know why this game was so realistic either. Only the managers and key personnels of the various gaming halls knew that it wasn't that there were no fighter planes in the game. This was because Earth's allied forces, who were fighting a battle in space above them, didn't have any more fighter planes left. For a moment, these PDD executives were worried about the future of Earth, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't have the ability to create fighter planes. Luke was the only person who could still create some more fighter planes, but he wasn't in a hurry to do so at the moment. Instead, he paid close attention to the situation. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "We've won." On the virtual screen, the last two donut battleships that had been under siege by 5 of Earth's battleships exploded one after another. At that point, Thanos' fleet had lost all its large battleships, leaving behind only Thanos' mega warship and smaller battleships like the Big Worm battleships. On the other hand, Earth only had 2,000 fighter planes left. Without a follow-up, in the face of more than 8,000 of Thanos' battleships, their destruction was a matter of minutes. Luke swiftly placed the 800 or so fighter planes that were in his inventory in the public space. He then had Pietro find Strange and take them out. Strange decisively sent these fighter planes, along with more than 1,000 Wakandan fighter planes, to the battlefield in space. At this point, Luke only had a dozen special models of the fighter planes left. The hundreds of fighter planes he had just taken out were new goods that had just come off the production line a moment ago. At the beginning of the battle, the Level 1 clone on the Lawless planet had gone to the manufacturing base on the barren planet through the monolith. In the end, 2 battleships and hundreds of fighter planes that had been completed in a hurry were sent over through his inventory. As long as Earth's fighter planes could hold out for a while longer, the remaining 30 or so battleships in Earth's fleet would help them take down most of Thanos' fighter planes. Without interference from enemy battleships, the large battleships would be very efficient at cleaning up the fighter planes. So, Thanos' fleet of 10,000 fighter planes was like a mosquito after autumn. They wouldn't be able to dart around for long. Night focused and started to give the raid team orders. Heavenly crippling hands, take note, cover fire will commence in 10 seconds. Sky, copy that. In stealth mode, she slowly raised her hands and listened to the AI program countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. 2126 all-purpose plot, omnipotent cache. At the end of the countdown, more than 10 of Earth's battleships attacked Thanos' warship at the same time. This was also very deliberate. The stronger the attack on the warship's protective shield at the same time, the more likely it was to be broken. Thanos' warship looked a little like a thicker version of a manta ray with longer wings. To use one word to describe it, it was sturdy. It was hundreds of meters bigger in diameter than the donut battleships. There was enough room inside to install an energy system for the numerous energy cannons as well as for the protective shield. In fact, it had 2 protective shields and separate energy systems. When the first shield was broken, the second shield would be activated, giving the first protective shield enough time to recharge. However, it had been a long time since Thanos had needed to activate the second protective shield. Whether it was the vibranium ore, Sky's fully developed vibranium ability, or the portals of the Kamar Taj sorcerers, they were extremely rare in the universe. The 3 parties cooperated well on Earth, and Earth's fleet, which had just barely reached the level of the Chitauri, was able to counterattack. On top of that, Thanos was confident in himself and his warship, so he didn't choose to retreat for the time being. To describe things in terms of an online novel, a fragment of an XX Supreme Treasure had appeared. After plotting for so many years, a dark overlord had finally obtained most of the fragments. Now, there were only 2 fragments left. Once he gathered all the fragments, he would be able to summon a god. No, he would fulfill his population control plan. If he failed and retreated for the time being, all of the martial arts world would definitely come looking for information, because any treasure that could make the villain take action couldn't be an ordinary one. Next, other villains would definitely come to grab the fragments of this supreme treasure which had been left on Earth. Orthodox sects might also work together to righteously punish and execute the overlord, and fight over the fragments which this villain had collected. Of course, it was completely possible for non-orthodox sects to switch targets and attack Earth at the same time. At that time, Thanos might have to deal with an endless stream of robbers as well as worry about the Infinity Stones on Earth being looted. If some troublesome existence took any of the Infinity Stones beforehand, the chances of getting them back were next to zero. Previously, when the stones were on Earth, Thanos had never dared to make a move. It was because that terrifying old woman, the Ancient One, had still been on Earth. He really didn't have the courage to snatch the Time Stone from her. There was also Odin. On the verge of death, he could explode and take Thanos down with him. On top of that was the Bifrost, which was in fact a lethal weapon that could destroy stars. Hence, Thanos had only dared to indirectly provoke Loki and wait for Asgard to self-destruct in Ragnarok. Now that the Ancient One was gone and Odin was dead, Earth no longer had any protectors that Thanos needed to be wary of. Using more trash battleships to take down his escort fleet was a small trick that wasn't even worth mentioning. With a buzz, the first protective shield of Thanos' warship started to twist and shatter. But before it shattered, the second protective shield, which was slightly smaller, had already been activated to block the gunfire from Earth's fleet. Sky, who had never experienced a battle, couldn't help but turn to look at Night. Night took out a weapon that was 80% similar to the vibration cannons on her arms. The difference was that it had an energy storage device and a vibranium warhead. Night's voice rang out in the team's earpieces. The protective shield will only be down for a short period of time. Everybody, you will need to enter ASAP. Bang! With a low thud, a vibranium warhead hit the light blue protective shield. The protective shield slowly caved in under the warhead. As the warhead sent out stronger and stronger vibrations, the shield finally couldn't take it, and a small hole opened. Night, along with Sky, instantly darted inside. Big Dipper, Selena and Wade went through one after another. This time, even Wade, who liked to mess around, didn't do so. Night had said that as long as they killed Thanos, the participants would get at least 1,000 credit points. If Deadpool got more serious, it wouldn't be hard to get 3,000 to 5,000 credit points. If he was willing to risk his life, he might be able to get 10,000 credit points. Wade had already gotten Bobo, the Bat Squad's AI, to do the math for him many times. He confirmed that 10,000 credit points were worth $1 billion on the black market, and the supply didn't meet demand. He had been doing small assignments every now and then for the past few years, and could still earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The only thing he was depressed about was that his wife, Vanessa, was determined to keep all his credit points in reserve in order to purchase the products and services on offer in the secret business enterprise. But Wade liked money. More specifically, he liked the solid and rough texture of the bills in his hands. Just looking at the numbers in his credit account couldn't excite him at all. Knight knew him very well. This time, he had thrown out a huge box of $1 million as an advance. More than that, it was in $20 bills. Knight said that this was more satisfying to touch. Wade couldn't agree more. Before he had a wife, his biggest hobby was to sleep on a huge pile of cash. The main thing was that back then, he hadn't been making that much money. Then, he fell in with the Bat Squad, and also had Vanessa. It wasn't that money was dirt. Vanessa just felt that cash was no more hygienic than dirt, so Wade was strictly prohibited from touching any part of her body with his mouth after he kissed the cash. Wade, who had come alone to complete this mission, finally got his wish to sleep on a pile of cash. As someone who worshipped the dollar, he listened to whatever Knight said. After passing through the protective shield, they flew toward Thanos' warship and arrived at the agreed location. In 2023, this warship finally fell into the hands of the Avengers. As someone who had contributed significantly to the battle, Luke had also gone to have a look around, and had made a point to learn its weaknesses. Of course, this mega warship didn't have an absolute weakness. It couldn't be destroyed with a single casual blast, but there were still some relatively weaker parts. For example, the metal hull in front of Sky was built largely to withstand heat and pressure. Beyond it was a passage that wasn't too big. After breaking through the outer hull, they would naturally be able to enter. Naturally, they could enter the warship through the hangars from which the fighter planes and small battleships took off, but they would have to fight Thanos' troops first. That would give Thanos too much time to react, and Thanos would be alerted to the presence of intruders, which would greatly reduce the chances of an ambush. If they entered from here, Thanos would at most notice that the ship was damaged, and wouldn't immediately become vigilant. After Knight projected a red circle on the ship, Sky, whose vibration cannons were charged to the max, hit the center of the red circle with both hands. Dong. Buzz. 2127 The promised secret infiltration, the promised perfect plan. A shock wave spread out from the point where Sky's hands landed. The originally indestructible hull shook slightly under the shock wave, and turned as soft as liquid as it rippled. Sky's face turned red as she did her best to contain the shock wave so that it was completely within the red circle. Only a concentrated shock wave like this could completely penetrate the hull that was more than half a meter thick. Not only that, she also needed to change the frequency of the vibration and destroy the hull's ability to absorb it. This was an external hull that could withstand the main cannon fire of a battleship. It could absorb shock waves very well. Strictly speaking, it restrained Sky's ability. If she were a little weaker and had less proficient control, Luke wouldn't count on her. However, other attacks couldn't penetrate the hull quickly. Sky's vibration cannons were the most reliable choice. At that moment, the AI program swiftly determined that the chances of breaking through the metal hull were 87%, and they were still increasing. A few seconds later, Sky couldn't help but let out a sharp yell. With this last burst, there was the sound of a crack inside the hull. In the next second, a small hole appeared in the metal. When the opening expanded to the size of a basketball, the metal couldn't withstand the intense change, and burst open into a circle roughly 2 meters in diameter. Looking at the hole, Luke's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Does this count as blowing up Thanos' back door?" It was no more than a passing thought. He looked behind him. The first protective shield had been reactivated. His teammates had already entered, and Knight and Sky were left outside the hole. He said decisively, "Mission accomplished. Activate the hibernation system. I'll get someone to send you back." Sky, however, didn't do as he said. Instead, she used Life 1 again. "I can launch another attack at about 50%. It'll probably be useful for when the team retreats." Hearing that, Knight glanced at Sky's stats and saw that she wasn't boasting. In fact, she could indeed use 60 to 70% of her power in one strike. How did he know? Since he had studied the original vibration ability for a long time, he was even more familiar with Sky's physical condition than she was. After confirming this, Knight waved at her to follow him. "Don't be in a hurry to attack Thanos later. Wait on the side. I'll let you know when the time is right." Sky wasn't unhappy. She didn't know how strong Thanos was, but the Hulk had lingering trauma and Thor's little brother and a spaceship full of people had died, which was clear evidence of his power. As an Earthling who had heard about these two superheroes since she was young and who was now on the same team, she knew very well how strong they were. Yet, they had been beaten up badly by Thanos. She readily accepted Knight's arrangement. It only took them a few seconds to catch up with the rest of the team. Big Dipper took the lead and instantly killed the enemies that appeared along the way, not giving them a chance to sound the alarm. However, given how tight security was in Thanos' warship, they would be discovered very quickly even during a battle. All this did was to delay when the ambush would be discovered. Thor, who had made a lot of noise the moment he attacked, could only follow behind Big Dipper. A moment later, he couldn't help but wonder to himself why this guy seemed to know the way. He didn't hesitate to choose a route. Was he wandering around blindly? 3 minutes later, however, the team finally reached a spacious area. Everybody's eyes lit up. In this circular shaft that was more than 50 meters in diameter, various small flyers and people were flying everywhere. Some of them were soldiers, some were maintenance workers, and some were ship pilots. They all came and went in a hurry. Big Dipper informed the others, "This is the central shaft of the combat center. See that entrance above us? It'll take us through a passage to where Thanos is." Everybody looked at the start of the passage that was only 10 meters away, and their hearts raced. They were about to face Thanos. How exciting. Wade couldn't help but say, "Let me go first." "Everybody, should we let you go up first and be beaten to a pulp? Are you crazy?" Thor asked a very normal question. How are we going to get there? If we charge in, these small fry will definitely act as backup, and hem us in. It seemed that Thor had indeed been given a wretched thrashing. Even as Luke murmured that to himself, he had the Knight clone say, 5 seconds. When he said that, something invisible flew out of his hand and landed lightly on the wall of the shaft below them. Wade asked again, what's that? Knight said, it's the self-destruct mechanism of a small battleship, it's just camouflaged. Everybody was lost for words. They subconsciously stepped back. Although it was just the self-destruct mechanism of a small battleship, they were inside a freaking ship. They were only dozens of meters away. Was that thing going to the bottom? This central shaft was about 300 meters deep, and Luke and the others were about 200 meters from the bottom. When the explosion happened later, the worst affected definitely wouldn't be them. The thought flashed through everyone's minds, and they glanced at Knight with complicated expressions. Where was the secret infiltration? Where was the perfect plan? In the end, that was it. I can do it too. Thor and Wade thought the same for once. Suddenly, a warning in an alien language resounded throughout Thanos' warship, and the bustling order in the shaft instantly fell into chaos. The suits had an inbuilt translation system, and the warning was translated into English: unidentified high-energy reaction detected inside the ship. An explosion may occur at any time. All divisions, brace yourselves. Unfortunately, it was too late. The self-destruct mechanism had a 10-second countdown. 5 seconds had passed since it was thrown out. There were only 5 seconds left for Thanos' warship. The warning only rang out a third time before the central shaft lit up with an orange light. The orange light quickly expanded and filled the space at the bottom of the shaft. The light contained countless high-energy shock wave particles. A small portion ate through the wall of the shaft, but most of them surged upward. 2128A siege turns into a scuffle. The BGM plays again. Big Dipper, who was standing at the very front, raised his hands and took out a huge shield to block in front of him. At the same time, he used vibration to offset the high-energy shock wave that surged up the shaft. In just a few seconds, the strongest shock wave swept past and continued upward. Knight warned, get ready to move. 5 seconds from now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as Knight said that, Big Dipper put away the shield and took out his katana again. He charged out of the cave and headed straight for the passage at the top. The others immediately followed, even though the central shaft was still filled with orange-red high-energy particles. Without any special modifications, this explosion was only at its strongest in the first few seconds. After the shock wave passed, countless particles poured into various side hallways. The temperature, which had been several thousand degrees Celsius, quickly dropped to below 2000 degrees. Their suits could withstand this temperature for a short period of time, and there wouldn't be any problems with their performance. Big Dipper was ample proof. The silver katana swiftly slashed 4 times at the warped door of the passage, leaving meter-long cuts. Big Dipper then turned sideways and hit the door with his shoulder. The sound of twisting metal made one's teeth ache. Big Dipper disappeared as a large hole opened up in the door. Thor followed without hesitation, followed by Wade. It wasn't until Knight spoke that Selena entered, followed by Knight and Sky in the rear. Dozens of meters later, the passage opened into the hall which Thanos was in. It was basically quiet here, unlike the chaos down below. If it wasn't for Big Dipper's violent slashes, the door would have only changed shape. The high-energy particles basically didn't reach this place. At that moment, Thanos stood up from his throne. He slowly put on his helmet and picked up the double-headed blade that Luke was very familiar with. You've given me no choice. Slowly walking down the steps from the throne, he continued, uncurbed expansion will only bring ruin. I just want this universe to function more smoothly, and I do my best to reduce its burden by half. This has nothing to do with a personal grudge. Glancing at the team, Thanos shook his head and said, but you don't understand. You even tried to sneak up on me, but you don't know that this effort is meaningless. Big Dipper suddenly said coldly, as the reality stone fun to play with. Astonishment appeared on Thanos' purple face. 2 audio speakers suddenly appeared on Big Dipper's shoulders. Amidst the distant tolling of a bell, that undefeatable BGM rang out again. The Supreme Edict, Supreme Lonely Souls, all ghosts, 4 lives with grace. At the same time, Big Dipper suddenly exploded with a light golden light. The light first wrapped around Big Dipper like an egg before quickly expanding. The light golden light wasn't dazzling, but it quickly enveloped everyone in the team and didn't stop until it reached a 100-meter radius. Only then did the team realize that the area enveloped by the faint golden light seemed slightly different. A few people suddenly appeared not far away from Thanos. Ebony Maw's Squidward face was very eye-catching, and the others were the last 3 superpowered beings on the alien team. When the fighter planes they were on had reached a certain altitude, Thanos' warship had directly thrown out a tractor beam to pull them back. Luke and the others had passed through the 2 protective shields first, then took a detour through a maintenance passage. In the end, they still had to throw out the self-destruct mechanism. Naturally, their progress couldn't compare with the other party's express speed. Just like that, the expected 5v1 turned into a 6v5. It was a good thing that Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight had to direct the troops outside, or it would be a 6v7. At that time, it would be hard to say who was besieging whom. However, Luke's 2 clones and Thor weren't scared. In their hearts, the only real problem was Thanos, the rest was just cannon fodder. Sky was deliberately left in the rear as a trump card. Selena and Gold Nugget were already howling in their hearts, indicating that their sandbag-sized fists were already hungry. Wade, on the other hand, didn't feel anything at all. He simply drooled as he looked at the 4 money bags in front of him with dollar signs in his eyes. These 4 new guys were all on the bounty blacklist which Bobo had specially created for him. The smallest one was already worth $10 million, 100 credit points. What a big shot. I have to cut him up a few more times later, even better if I kill him directly. That was what a certain money grubber was thinking. Thanos was a little surprised when Luke used his telekinesis field to break through the real scene simulated by the reality stone, but didn't think much of it. The reality stone was indeed very strong, but it was impossible to use it to turn Luke and the others into weak chickens who couldn't resist. Thor had divine power to protect him, and the suits which the others wore had a special energy field. If Thanos wanted to use the reality stone to change them, it would have to first break through these defenses in order to make them fall into a trap unknowingly. With a thought, the reality stone on the Infinity Glove flashed red, and the originally broken illusion completely disappeared. As a galactic tyrant, he had the absolute advantage. There was no need to keep up this illusion. That would be too humiliating. Thanos stared at Big Dipper. Your ability is very interesting. Who did you learn it from? In fact, he was slightly more vigilant. The telekinesis field released by Big Dipper had the vague aura of divine power, and divine power which could easily break through an illusion created by the reality stone couldn't be trash. Big Dipper. Probably, a god. Before he even said, God, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of the alien team members. Big Dipper had instantly moved faster than the speed of sound, but strangely, there was no sonic boom. He even left behind an afterimage, but the silver light from one katana had already flashed past the 3 alien team members. The alien team was a little slow to react, and their expressions changed in shock. They subconsciously wanted to retreat to avoid this terrifying monster who had killed a large number of their teammates. But something even more horrifying happened. They didn't move at all. Ebony Maw reacted quickly and raised his hands to send Big Dipper flying. An axe glowing with lightning was already spinning toward him. Frightened, he hurriedly stopped attacking Big Dipper and quickly retreated to avoid the fierce attack. Thanos frowned and raised his right hand, which had the Infinity Glove on it, and aimed at Big Dipper, who was charging at him. The power stone on the glove flashed, and a bright purple light beam as thick as a bucket shot out. Big Dipper didn't retreat at all. He swung the blades in both hands and slashed at the purple light beam. The silver light of his katanas, mixed with a faint golden light, collided fiercely with the energy of the purple light beam, before they cancelled each other out. This was a clash between the power stone and katanas buffed with credit points. Both parties were evenly matched. 2129 tough Thanos, a lethal weapon about to be mobilized. However, Big Dipper's momentum came to an abrupt stop, and he was even forced back several steps by the purple light beam. Also, unlike with ordinary physical attacks, he couldn't repel the energy beam emitted by the power stone, and could only split it open. From this point of view, a power stone that didn't care about science at all was indeed troublesome. It was a counter to his strong physical control. But Big Dipper wasn't the only one present. A second after Thanos used the power stone on the glove to attack Big Dipper, Knight appeared behind him and kicked at his leg. Thanos swung his left hand, and the double-headed blade spun like a windmill as it swung at Knight. Knight quickly retreated and happened to land on Stormbreaker's haft. This divine artifact which Thor had personally forged was much easier to deal with than the Mjolnir hammer which his father had given to him. Knight's contact with it didn't trigger a counterattack from Stormbreaker at all, and it was obediently kicked toward Thor. Thor, who had just jumped, stretched out his hand and grabbed the battle axe, and then followed up with a powerful slash. Looking at the divine power of lightning on the battle axe, Thanos didn't dare use the power of the stones to block it. Instead, he chose to face it with the double-headed blade which he trusted the most. Bang! The blade and axe collided, and sparks flew. Thor's eyes burned white as he roared, "Thanos, I'm going to cut off your head," bang. Thanos indifferently drew back his right fist, which glowed with a purple light. "It seems you can't do it." Thor, on the other hand, had already been sent flying dozens of meters away, and he rolled several times over the floor before he stopped. He even dropped Stormbreaker. Thanos, who had succeeded in his attack, suddenly frowned and turned around. Bang! With a dull thud, his huge body was sent flying. Selena, on the other hand, looked at the severely twisted armor on her right leg and her broken fibulae in surprise. So hard. Just now, she had kicked Thanos with immense strength, but Thanos had been a step faster and blocked her. He was sent flying, and Selena sustained a minor injury. Broken bones were indeed a minor injury. By the time the armor nanoparticles repaired the suit, Gold Nugget had already fixed her broken bone. With Thor and Selena suppressing Thanos, Knight and Big Dipper attacked him from both sides. Thanos remained calm. He twisted and pointed his right fist at Knight, while he blocked the katana with his left hand. Bang! Bang! Boom! The purple light beam pushed Knight back, but the huge impact with Big Dipper's katana made Thanos speed up again, and he crashed into the wall. Thor, who had gotten up, charged forward again. The battle axe flew back into his hand, and he immediately swung it horizontally. Thanos, who was still stuck in the wall, raised his hand, and the debris on the ground turned into a dark red raven which smashed into Thor's face. Thor instinctively raised his hand to protect his face, and slowed down for a moment. Thanos finally raised the giant blade in his left hand, swept the battle axe aside, and kicked Thor in the chest, sending him flying. He roared, "Ebony Maw!" Hearing that, Ebony Maw, who was being pursued by Wade, had no choice but to take a risk. He raised his hand and hit a button on the console with his telekinesis. This was a button to open the central shaft for other people to enter. Most of the time, they just called people over to clean up the bodies of the enemy, but this time, it was to ease the pressure on Thanos. Less than 10 seconds into the fight, Thanos realized how difficult it was to deal with this team. Thor, who was holding the Stormbreaker axe, had the extremely powerful divine power of lightning, and was practically unaffected by the stones in the Infinity Glove. Big Dipper, who wielded two blades, was very strong and skilled. He also had the strange ability to break through the power of the stones, and was even more troublesome than Thor. Knight and Selena were both similarly strong and skilled. The difference was that Knight's attacks practically had no holes in them, and he specifically targeted Thanos' weaknesses. Selena's recovery, on the other hand, was clearly unscientific. When she sent him flying, Thanos had seen how her right calf was broken and bent out of shape. In just a few seconds, it returned to normal, and she jumped around as usual, ready to ambush him again at any moment. The last one, who was chasing Ebony Maw, didn't seem to have any obvious advantages. At most, he kept up a steady stream of vulgar speech. Thanos subconsciously blocked the noise, which was probably a psychological tactic. Trash talk wasn't just a specialty of Earth, but a universal disease. Sky didn't step forward at all. She remained by the passage opening, and Thanos just treated her as a sentry who was keeping an eye on the team's escape route. Even so, 4 opponents who had the ability to fight him head-on but were hard to kill in one shot were really troublesome. He had thought that it was already pretty good if there was one person like this on Earth. At most, there might be 2. Instead, 3 had appeared. Thanos didn't know how Thor, whose spaceship he had blown up himself, had survived, and had even obtained a new weapon that was too strong. Thinking quickly, he didn't hold back anymore. He went all out with the Infinity Glove and his giant blade. With the energy beam from the stones, and the invincible double-headed blade, one a long-range, energy weapon and the other a close-range, physical weapon, Thanos held his own under the team's siege. On the side, Ebony Maw was as slippery as a ghost. He simply ran in circles and didn't approach the battle. However, the debris that he threw out with his telekinesis disrupted the team's rhythm. Against a top expert like Thanos, the small gaps this created was enough for him to successfully escape danger. If things continued this way, it was completely up in the air how long it would take this raid team to kill Thanos. On the other side, Sky's notification rang out in everyone's ears. More than 500 targets are approaching at high speed. There are a lot of flyers. I estimate that there are at least 1,000 hostile individuals. Naturally, she was just as capable of using vibration detection as Luke. The difference was in their levels of precision, and her detection range was up to a kilometer. This also meant that the soldiers would arrive in dozens of seconds. That was a pain. The soldiers weren't very strong. One of Luke's clones could easily kill more than 1,000 of them. But taking care of the small fry was exactly what Thanos wanted them to do. One less person in their 4-man siege would reduce the danger to Thanos by at least one level. Doing the calculations quickly, Luke finally decided to use the lethal weapon that had yet to shine today, Wade. Given the current situation, it couldn't be said that Wade was useless. His energy guns were a constant threat to Ebony Maw, who wouldn't die if he was hit, but would at least be injured. It was also because of this that Ebony Maw could only provide Thanos with backup, and couldn't turn the situation around. When facing someone like Ebony Maw, who specialized in distance and harassment tactics, the best chance of taking him down was to catch him by surprise. In the current situation, Thor and Selena wouldn't be able to do much to change the situation if they stepped up. Intermediate telekinesis was just that difficult to deal with. Thankfully, Luke could use intermediate telekinesis as well. This was something he had obtained from Ebony Maw in 2023. Today was the perfect opportunity to use the other party's own tricks against him. 2130 pick and roll, the lethal weapon that was almost split into 4 parts. Ebony Maw wasn't doing well either. He was truly loyal to Thanos. Compared with Cull Oblivion, who had more animal instincts than intelligence, and Corvus Glaive, who had excellent command skills but was more independent, he was the one who protected Thanos' interests the most. Thus, after Thanos' fleet was attacked, not only did he return immediately, he even summoned back the remaining 3 superpowered aliens. Otherwise, the alien team would only be thinking of ways to remain in battle to prove that they weren't escaping the fighting. They wouldn't get on Thanos' warship. Thanos wasn't a reasonable leader. The 3 of them were actually afraid that they would be treated as deserters and killed. There had been many such individuals before, all of whom were made an example of as a warning to Thanos' subordinates. Only the 4 generals had the chance to speak. Only when the other soldiers proved their courage and were valuable enough could they avoid being killed. What a pity, it wasn't Thanos who killed them, but Big Dipper. It took Big Dipper less than 0.01 seconds to sweep clean with his blade this bit of effort from Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw sensed danger. No matter how spacious this hall was, it couldn't compare with the unobstructed sky. In a situation where Thanos was under siege, Ebony Maw knew that he himself couldn't die. Once he died, these 4 powerful individuals would no longer have any qualms about attacking Thanos. What gave him a bigger headache was the Earthling pleb behind him. Although this annoying guy wasn't very strong, he was good at shooting. Luke's special energy pistol was powerful and had an extraordinary capacity. Ebony Maw was forced to dodge one energy bullet after another. It was impossible to block them head-on. Ebony Maw's telekinesis and the protective layer on his outfit could withstand a few dozen shots, but definitely not hundreds. Using telekinesis to resist such high-energy particles, in particular, consumed too much mental strength. The mental strength to block one shot would have been enough for Ebony Maw to move at high speed for a few minutes. High-output bursts also had a huge impact on his mental strength. What was even more annoying was that the suits which this bunch of people were wearing could interfere with the energy field and effectively prevent telekinesis from affecting them. Ebony Maw couldn't directly send Luke and the others flying, and could only throw around debris to indirectly stop them. It wasn't until he pressed the alarm and heard the report that several combat units were on their way that he finally relaxed. Once these troops arrived, he would have even more things to control, and could even directly control the soldiers to open fire. At that time, he would use firepower to suppress the enemy. Ebony Maw swore that after taking care of the others, he would definitely have the soldiers fire at the mouthy Earthling behind him for at least 10 minutes. A psycho with such a foul mouth should be turned to dust and thrown into the ocean of stars so that he couldn't harass anyone with dirty words for the rest of his life. At that moment, Wade, who was in hot pursuit, suddenly put on a burst of speed and darted away at an angle toward Thanos' back. Ebony Maw's expression changed. He raised his hand and threw some debris at Wade from the side. Suddenly, something moved out of the corner of his eye. Ebony Maw's heart jumped. It was an ambush. When he looked, he couldn't see anyone, but he could sense a transparent and twisted shadow tearing through the air. Ebony Maw waved his hands, and a storm of remains shot out in front of him to block the transparent shadow. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to lift himself up and retreat. He had barely done this, when he was stunned. A pile of debris suddenly opened up in the middle. As soon as he started to retreat, he felt nothing under his feet, and the telekinesis he was using on himself practically disappeared. This was also someone with telekinesis. The subconscious thought flashed through Ebony's mind. During this very brief daze, which lasted less time than it took to blink, he lost his chance to escape. The transparent shadow lunged forward and grabbed his neck. Crack, poochie. There was the sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh as Brother Squidward's head was crushed by Night. There was still surprise and vigilance in his eyes, and all he could see was the black figure that had reappeared. "It's you, Dark Knight." The nickname that Ebony Maw had once mocked flashed through his mind before his consciousness gradually faded. In the last moment before his death, he didn't see his leader, whom he had followed for years, but a strong enemy. "I lost," Ebony Maw murmured inwardly as he fell into eternal darkness. On the other side, Thanos sensed Ebony Maw's death, but he didn't have time to be sad about it. Night and Wade suddenly switched positions and executed a clean, pick-and-roll strategy. Ebony Maw had been taken down by Night, who was also familiar with telekinesis. He neutralized the telekinesis, and Ebony Maw was killed without any resistance. Thanos, on the other hand, looked suspiciously at the lunatic who lunged at him through the air. Then, he felt that it was better to play it safe. So, he raised his right hand, and a purple light beam hit Wade. Boom! The purple light beam hit Wade's head, and then, Wade's head cut through it as he continued flying at Thanos. Sensing that something was wrong, Thanos swung the double-headed blade at Wade. Wade cursed and instantly drew out the two blades on his back to cover his head. Clash! The two special swords in his hands, which were a blend of the Muto shell and vibranium, withstood the test and weren't broken by Thanos' giant blade. So, they were pushed back by Thanos' blade and hacked into Wade's shoulder. If Wade hadn't turned his head at the last moment thanks to his combat sense, his head would have been split into at least 4 parts. However, his condition wasn't any better at that moment. Thanos' fierce slash broke through the armor and almost cut off his right shoulder. Wade was knocked to his knees by the enormous force from the blade, and it was hard for him to exert any strength. What was even more terrifying was that Thanos raised his elephant-like foot and was about to stomp on Wade's face. Big Dipper flashed over and slashed at Thanos' neck and left arm. Either cut his head off or break his arm. This was Luke's strategy. If he lost an arm, his combat ability would drop by at least 70%. Naturally, nothing needed to be said if his head was cut off. Whether it was the Infinity Stones with various abilities or Thanos' best double-headed blade, they were all the reasons why he had been able to resist for so long. After his arm was broken, his head could easily be cut off. Thanos had no choice but to pull the giant blade out of Wade's shoulder and block Big Dipper's attack. Behind him, Selena's eyes flickered. Here was her chance. Her arms suddenly stretched out 10 meters to lock under Thanos' armpits. Then she pulled herself forward toward Thanos. An enraged expression appeared on Thanos' face. A purple light flashed on his right hand as he punched at Selena's arm that was wrapped around his left shoulder. 2131 Destruction of the warship. Escape. Selena's left arm suddenly drew back. She wasn't Thor or Luke, and had no way to directly resist the Power Stone. However, she wasn't the lead attacker. It was fine to let go of Thanos' arm. Big Dipper's blade spun around Thanos' left arm, ready to cut it off at any moment. Wade, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Thanos' right leg. "I've got him. Attack, everybody. Do you have a death wish?" Thankfully, Wade's self-healing wasn't a secret. This guy didn't care if the team knew about it at all, and had talked about it many times. Everybody subconsciously mocked that nobody was worried about him dying for real. Big Dipper attacked even more quickly, and Thor swung his axe. Selena's left arm was free, and she wrapped it around Thanos' left leg. Night approached stealthily with his palm raised like a blade, ready to behead Thanos with annihilation. With this counterattack, Thanos finally fell into a desperate situation. He didn't even have the chance to wait for the small fry to disrupt the situation. Ferocity flashed in his eyes as he suddenly bent down and smashed the power stone in his right fist into the floor. This time, Thanos didn't use the Infinity Glove to control the power stone. Instead, he completely let go of the restraints the Infinity Glove had on the power stone. When the power stone hit the metal floor, the boundless energy inside immediately surged out like crazy, creating a terrifying shock wave. Thanos, who was the closest, was instantly sent flying. Wade, who was on the floor, was enveloped in bright purple flames and rolled far away. Selena, who was wrapped around Thanos, was the third unlucky person. Her arms were quickly dyed purple, and she bounced off Thanos. Big Dipper and Knight weren't spared either. Unrestrained by the glove, the power stone could destroy a planet at the height of its power. It wasn't that powerful now, because Thanos was only trying to escape and had no intention of dying together with everyone. What was even more annoying was that once he was free of everyone in the team, Thanos decisively used the power of the Infinity Glove to offset the shock wave from the Power Stone and also hide himself. This concealment wasn't flawless, but at that moment, the purple shock wave was wreaking havoc, and Thanos' exclusive hall was devastated. The floor and walls quickly melted and collapsed amidst the bright purple energy flames. Flames and fire extinguishers burst out in many places, causing the hall to be filled with smoke and fire. For a moment, Luke really couldn't find Thanos. Thor searched for Thanos. Knight dug out the collapsed passage and picked up Sky, while Big Dipper searched the debris for Wade, who had been sent flying. Luke also told the fleet outside to pay attention to whether Thanos might have escaped. Earlier, their team had focused on blowing up the central shaft and ambushing Thanos, which had a huge impact on Thanos' warship during the battle outside. Earth's fleet had seized the opportunity to besiege the mega warship. The Wakandan vibranium battleships worked together and used multiple vibranium warheads to temporarily pierce the protective shield. Earth's fleet took the opportunity to bombard the gaps, creating huge holes in the warship. Affected by this attack, the protective shield around Thanos' warship was semi-paralyzed. Delighted, Earth's fleet increased the attack on the protective shield. The inner protective shield was pierced by the vibranium warheads once more, and the warship was attacked again. At that point, Thanos' warship lost most of its resistance. Earth's fleet swarmed the mega warship and quickly cleaned up any exposed weapons and monitoring systems. Without these two systems, Thanos' warship was blind and crippled, and it would be hard for it to escape. At that moment, it was as if the warship was experiencing a final burst of life. It fired wildly as it charged at Earth's fleet. Without any hesitation, Frank ordered that it be taken down at all costs. Without this warship, Thanos wouldn't be able to turn the tide on his own. Amidst rumbling explosions, Thanos' warship charged forward. After learning about the situation outside, Luke decisively had his clones round up the team to leave. Thanos had decided not to show his face, and it was unlikely that the team would find him immediately. Destroying the warship and doing a search after that was the safest choice. Suddenly, the huge ship shook. Luke frowned, only to find that his direct communication with the outside world had been cut off again. Had the protective shield been reactivated? While he was feeling puzzled, he immediately sensed a huge threat with his intuition for danger. The ship shook more and more. Luke quickly scanned the surveillance readings, and his expression changed. Knight urged, "Let's go." Thanos might have detonated this warship. Hearing that, everybody stopped worrying about stealth and charged toward the nearest exit. As Luke had guessed, the self-destruct mechanism had been activated when Thanos escaped them. This was because Thanos had used the Power Stone to destroy the Throne Hall, which contained the central console. In a situation like this, a self-destruct mechanism that only Thanos knew about had automatically activated. In 3 minutes, all the energy reactors on the warship started working like crazy, thus creating a violent energy reaction that could completely destroy the warship. The vibrations that Luke had felt were from the reactors overloading, causing the fragile parts of the warship to explode first. Although the team was fast, they weren't as fast as the reactors exploding in succession. It was very unlikely that they would be able to charge out in a straight line through the huge hull in the tough bulkhead. Sky suddenly said, "Go into that passage on the left. If we break that wall, there should be a ship hangar on the other side." Everybody immediately understood that she would use her ability to break through the wall. Compared with the external hull, the interior walls were much weaker. As long as they found the right spot, it wouldn't take Sky long to break through it. Knight picked Sky up and charged forward. Sky wasn't as skilled in using her suit as Knight, it was better to save time. Knight used his vibration ability in the AI program to analyze the wall, and quickly marked a spot with a red circle of light. This is the weakest point. Sky already had 10 seconds to gather her strength. At that moment, she simply said, "Copy that," and raised her hands to hit the red circle of light. Boom, crack, the wall broke, and Sky dropped her hands in relief. Done. Knight picked her up again and charged in, and the others quickly followed. Behind them, blazing white energy poured through the passage, and would reach them in a few seconds at most. Entering the ship hangar next door, everybody looked at the hangar opening and couldn't help but curse. FCK, SH*T, I don't wanna die. That was Wade. 2132 desperate escape. There was indeed a ship hangar in front of the team, but several fighter planes were blocking the opening at the moment. Only half of the fighter plane that was at the very front was left, the other half had already been cut off by the warped hull. Clearly, an energy cannon fired by Earth's fleet had hit the hangar just now, which was why it was so badly damaged. From a battle perspective, it was an absolutely exquisite shot. But with that tide of energy hot on the team's heels, this shot sucked. Not only was there wreckage in front of the damaged opening, they still had to break through parts of the ship's hull. It was too late for Big Dipper to cut through with his katanas. Luke was still the quickest to react. Seeing the situation, Knight grabbed Sky without hesitation. At the same time, he took out a bunch of cartridges containing nanomaterial from his inventory and stuffed them into a slot at his waist. On the other side, Big Dipper did the same and also filled Wade's slot. Although each nanocartridge was only worth 10 credit points, Wade, this miser, felt like he had spent $1 million. Since he had a self-healing ability and wasn't afraid of death, he hadn't bothered with the cartridges at all. With the help of telekinesis and an exceptionally swift hand speed, the entire process took the two clones less than 2 seconds. Big Dipper then threw Wade at Thor. Use him as a shield. Thor subconsciously caught Wade. What? Luke, on the other hand, had already used his super clearance authority to turn Wade's back into a huge curved shield. Thor grabbed Wade under the armpits and held this shield out in front of him. The curved shield was big enough to cover all of Thor to form a perfect 180-degree defense. Wade, who had broken many bones after being hit by the Power Stone, was dumbfounded. "Boss, I'll die like this. Reimbursement for all expenses, plus 100 credit points," Big Dipper said casually as he appeared in front of Selena in a flash, his hands also turning into a big shield. Selena frowned. "I can protect myself." Big Dipper gestured at Wade and sent her a private message. "You don't want to look like that turtle, do you?" Selena glanced at Wade, who was being held up by Thor, and was stumped when she saw that with his back as a shield, he really did look like a big turtle. She instantly fell silent. She might as well die if she had to look that ugly. In a span of a few words, the wave of destructive energy hit them. Everybody had their backs to the damaged hangar opening as they faced the blinding white flood. Boom. The fighter planes in the hangar were thrown back against the wall as if they weighed nothing more than leaves. The white torrent didn't slow down at all. It was like an ordinary person breathing in dust. The next moment, everyone in the team saw nothing but white, even when they lowered their heads and leaned close to their shields. The huge impact hit the shields, and the floor under everyone's feet quickly caved in. Then, the temperature started to rise, and the floor turned red. Everybody started to sink down even more. The surface of the shield was instantly burned to ash before the nanomaterial could even drop to the floor. Thankfully, Luke had supplied them with extra nanomaterial at the last minute. As the surface of the shields were being constantly eroded, the nanomaterial continued to build new layers. Finally, they withstood the first wave. Another torrent of white energy poured in again, however, and the white light in the hangar, which had yet to settle, shook and flared up again. Luke frowned. If this went on, they might not be able to endure it. Wade and his two clones had intermediate self-healing, and Thor had divine power to protect him. It was basically impossible for them to die, it was just a matter of how long it would take to recover. But Sky and Selena were different. Sky's physique could be considered top-notch on Earth, but she was the weakest in this team. Although Selena had Gold Nugget to protect her, Gold Nugget was afraid of high temperatures and vibrations. It just so happened that this white energy contained both. Unfortunately, Luke didn't have a good solution for now. It was already pretty good that he could put up a shield against this raging energy. Wade's initially robust screams were now a little weak. "Boss, I can't take it anymore." Sky's expression flickered. Sparing a glance for the opening behind them, and seeing that there was still no change, she finally gritted her teeth. "Give me 5 seconds. I'll try to make a path." Knight didn't waste words and just said, "Okay. Let's get closer. That way, when a path was opened, they wouldn't be blown out in the first instance or flung to the side and burned to ash." Sky wasn't in good shape. Today, she had first powered up successive vibration pulse cannons on the battleships, and then unleashed her full strength to break through the warship's outer hull. It had been less than a minute since she broke through the wall, and the burden on her body was too great. But she had to do her best, or it was hard to say how many people here would survive. What Sky didn't know was that opening a path was actually for her. Actually, the others basically wouldn't die, while the chances of Selena surviving was 50 to 50. In just a few seconds, Thor, Big Dipper and Knight finally gave Sky some precious space behind them. With the protection of the 3 shields, the pressure from the energy tide was reduced by half. Selena also helped stabilize Sky's body so that she wouldn't lose her balance from the shock wave. Squeezing out the remaining strength in her body, Sky gave a frantic yell, and hit a twisted crack in the warped hangar wall with her pulse cannons. There were faint ripples, but the crack didn't widen. Unwilling to give up, Sky did her best to maintain her vibration output and adjusted it as she tried to find the right frequency. The next moment, she was stumped. The crack in front of her suddenly shook, but her vibration output had already dropped to a very faint level, and she had yet to find the right frequency. Watching everything, the clone said, "It's going to open. Hold me tight." Sky subconsciously wanted to do as he said, but she realized her limbs were limp. She couldn't do it at all. It was Selena who stuffed her on Knight's back and wrapped her arms around Knight's waist. Sky, who had completely exhausted her power, was already a little muddle-headed. She mumbled to herself, "I succeeded. How?" The outer hull was already softening under the heat, and you just happened to find a weak point, Knight explained simply. Enlightened, Sky nodded blankly, then fell silent. She was too tired and needed to rest. If it wasn't for the fact that they were still in danger, she would have fallen asleep right away. 2133 Selena's little obsession. When the crack on the outer hull started to widen, the high-pressure energy finally had a target. The white torrent sped up and surged forward, quickly tearing the gap open until there was finally an explosion, which lit up like a firework in space. Luke and the others were also spat out. At that moment, Thanos' warship finally exploded. There was a fiery blast, and the people on Earth saw a small sun. Thor was holding onto Wade, and the two of them were immediately swept away. Thanks to Selena's strong restraints, Luke's 2 clones were firmly bound together. As for Sky, who was hugging Knight's waist, she was also protected. However, Knight and Big Dipper were in pretty bad shape. Increasing the quantity of the nanomaterial to ensure that defenses held up was a very simple and effective method, but that didn't mean that the quality of the defenses was boosted as well. For example, if the nanosuit was thrown into the sun, it would definitely vaporize instantly. Adding tens of thousands of nanomaterial cartridges would be useless. The power of the warship's destruction exceeded the defenses of the nanosuit. The nanosuits of the 3 people in shield form were more than 80% damaged, and many of their functions, including defense, were lost. Thankfully, Sky's last effort finally caused the crack to break open a few seconds earlier, and everybody escaped. Even so, the 2 clones who had been holding up the shields in the front were still cooked like rare steak. It wasn't worse only because Luke had so many abilities. Wade, who only had self-healing, had probably been cooked medium rare, or he wouldn't be screaming so much. There were 3 shields to block the high pressure and heat, so Thor, Sky and Selena were only at the initial stage of cooked teppanyaki. Their skin was burned, but their internal functions were still intact. Hence, the moment Thanos' warship exploded, the 2 clones could no longer protect Selena and Sky. Using special showy mental abilities like telekinesis, credit points, and the power of annihilation to defend against the destruction of a mega warship. Dream on. If telekinesis was really that strong, why would Ebony Maw need to ride a spaceship? Wouldn't using telekinesis to cross space be even more flashy? In the face of such a powerful energy storm, Luke couldn't use his inventory either. Its main function was to store items. It couldn't do anything like cut through dimensions or act as a shield. At that moment, Selena turned around and hugged Knight, before she pressed Big Dipper against Knight. Selena's back was to the explosion, while in front of her was Knight, and Sky was sandwiched between Knight and Big Dipper. Selena stretched out her limbs and pressed the 4 of them together. Under his half-burnt helmet, Knight's expression was startled. Selena said, I can block it. Sound didn't travel in space, but telepathy was absolutely possible. Knight nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. Selena said, no problem. As they spoke, two silver wings stretched out of the back of Selena's armor to wrap around the four of them. That was right, the protective gear on Director Selena's back was wings, not a shield. Ordinary women wouldn't be willing to use a turtle shell, which was why Luke had specially installed a pair of wings on her back. Wade was a man, practicality came first. A turtle shell was no big deal for him. Wrapped in silver wings, the four of them were carried along by the energy tide through outer space. Even with the protection of the wings, the four of them still felt the temperature rise rapidly. Like what happened to Knight and Big Dipper earlier, Selena's suit quickly heated up to 1000 degrees. Gold Nugget didn't make a sound as it did its best to repair the damage to her body. However, high temperatures were lethal to the symbiote to begin with, and the doghead's efforts were at most better than nothing. This was also only possible because the doghead had freeloaded a lot of life one and special energy over the years, and had become much stronger. If it were any other symbiote, they would basically just be waiting to die at this high a temperature. Thankfully, Selena had gotten a jab of life one before the explosion, which was healing her body, so she could still hold on. At the same time, the only thought she had in her heart was to protect Luke. It couldn't be helped. Luke was too strong. During his first 2 years as a detective at the very beginning, he had still needed her to cover him when he took action. After that, it was very hard for Selena to run into danger. After the remote-controlled androids came out, most risks were basically eliminated. This made Director Selena very helpless. She didn't know when it could be her turn to protect him. She was a little excited when she thought of a listless Luke lying in her arms and looking at her gratefully. Even though she could feel her body burning, Selena circulated the Kunlun Kai refining technique with all her might with the firm conviction that she could withstand this energy tide. An incomparably safe life for many years compared with the dire straits they were in now. Luke taking the lead compared with her taking the lead now. A silent gold nugget, who couldn't hide the pain from Selena. Life won in the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Altogether, they finally shattered some barrier in her body. It wasn't Selena who noticed the change first, but the dog head in the symbiotic state. From the moment it first combined with Selena, it had absorbed a special energy that was in Selena's body, which was absolutely the most delicious of all special energies. However, Selena had very little of this special energy, with a daily production that was less than 1,000th of Luke's elementary self-healing. Luke was also worried about the side effects of absorbing it, and only allowed the dog head to absorb 1%. Later, when Selena made some progress with the Kunlun Kai refining technique, she simply let the dog head absorb the Kai and didn't let it touch that special energy again. It had been many years since Gold Nugget had tasted this special energy. Now that it had appeared again, the dog head was dumbfounded. WTF? What was with this gush of production? A certain dog head who wasn't good at math didn't know how to use scale, and had a more intuitive sense. In the beginning, it usually only had a drop of this special energy every day. It was like a hungry person sucking on wet sand for water, unwilling to give up even if they couldn't absorb it. What flowed through Selena's body now was like water pouring out non-stop from a tap that had been turned on. Before the dog head could recover from its stupor, it realized that the tap had turned into a water pipe. The special energy was no longer flowing, but shooting out like water from a burst high-pressure pipe. The dog head, which had been suffering from the heat, suddenly felt like it was floating. It cheered and reveled in the sensation of soaking in this top-quality, delicious energy. It was completely like a rat that had fallen into a pot of rice wine and gotten drunk. Also, the special energy rushed up like crazy and enveloped the dog head in the complete symbiotic form. It wasn't the dog head absorbing the energy at all, but the special energy proactively immersing itself in every one of the dog head's neurons. At that moment, Selena sensed the drastic change in her body. Even Knight, who was pressed to her chest, felt it. 2134 Slacker Selena's superpower, Thanos' troops. The transformation in Director Selena's body was like a nuclear reaction. Once it started, the reaction immediately increased at an exponential rate, and there was no way to hide it. Like the dog head, she was first stupefied, then intoxicated. For a moment, she forgot that she was still surrounded by a raging tide of energy. It was still old Luke, steady as a rock, who reacted quickly and immediately checked the system explanation for the person he trusted the most. As a 3-star teammate, Selena had a dedicated mission panel in the system, and it didn't take long for Luke to learn the basic information. Luke knew Selena's body and mind better than she did. In an instant, he found a description in Selena's panel, which had just been refreshed in the system: Special Genetic Evolution Intermediate. The user can evolve actively or passively to adapt to survival needs. Luke was a little stunned when he read the description. FCK, that didn't make sense. It didn't look like a superpower that a slacker should have at all, right? Wasn't the superpower she wanted the most to be a bottomless pit that could eat and never get fat? Wait, it seemed like she really couldn't get fat. How could a woman who loved to eat delicious food maintain that captivating figure of hers? It was a superpower, of course. Thoughts of Selena's experiences while growing up flashed through Luke's mind, and he vaguely got it. No wonder director Selena had been able to eat a lot since she was young and didn't put on weight. No wonder her marksmanship was so outstanding after she joined the Shackelford Police Department. Although her evolution superpower hadn't been awakened then, it was still a little useful. The special energy which the dog head had eaten during the initial symbiosis should be energy from this evolution ability. It was just that the ability had still been lying dormant at that time, so even the system panel didn't acknowledge it. Only the gluttonous dog head had licked it a little during the symbiosis. But why was it intermediate? That was the biggest puzzle for Luke. While it wasn't absolutely unprecedented to awaken an intermediate level ability, Luke had indeed seen very few. This was a ranking which the system itself assigned. For example, the abilities of people like Rhodes, Sam, Natasha and Bucky were mostly basic and elementary in the system. Even Steve, who had outstanding talent and had used the super soldier serum and experienced many battles, was only at the intermediate level. Thor had swung his hammer for thousands of years and killed countless powerful enemies before he finally cultivated advanced proficiency with his hammer. From this, it could be seen that if you wanted to skip levels, it really depended on the heavens smiling down on you. For example, the Hulk's endless rage was a bug-level talent that didn't follow basic rules. Or like Sky, whose superpower was judged as intermediate in the system only after it reached maturity in one step thanks to Hive. Selena's ability was at the intermediate level as soon as it was awakened, which was at least 1 in a million chance among superhumans. This was absolutely D*MN good luck. All these thoughts flashed through Luke's mind in just a few seconds. Then, he decisively clicked on Selena's evolution ability. It had a partially available tag, so Luke naturally wouldn't let that go. In an instant, Knight and Big Dipper felt the intermediate self-healing, light of life, Kai refining technique, muscle enhancement, and other abilities contained in the cells in their bodies being quickly connected and combined into a vast power. Their bodies, which had been hovering around 30 to 40% of functionality, recovered at a visible rate, and the rising temperature couldn't stop them at all. What delighted Luke even more was that there was also a significant upgrade to his brain. His mental strength directly increased by 1 point, but didn't stop there. It had to be pointed out that his mental strength had already passed the 140 threshold, and leveling up now required astronomical experience points. Thus, apart from leveling up, every extra stat point he could gain was precious. Otherwise, how long would it take for his stats to reach 160? However, the poor man's version of the ability that Luke had learned was different from Selena's original version. His new ability could only be described as magical, and was nowhere near as miraculous as Selena's. The two of them had different expectations when it came to obtaining superpowers. As an impassive collector of superpowers, it was now very hard for Luke to go wild with joy over obtaining an ability, no matter how magical it was. Thus, after the 4 of them were pushed out of the center of the explosion, Luke's mind basically returned to normal. Thanos wasn't dead yet, and his whereabouts were unknown. He had even been willing to destroy his mega warship. Who the hell knew what this guy was up to? As Luke pondered, he didn't know that it was his team's ambush that had accidentally triggered the self-destruct mechanism. In fact, no matter how rich Thanos was, he wasn't extravagant enough to blow up a mega warship. Moreover, more than 10 of Earth's battleships had survived the explosion just now, and Thanos' army, whose battleships had been completely destroyed, collapsed. Apart from brainless living weapons like the 4-armed monsters, the rest of the ground troops had already stopped attacking and switched to defense. Even Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight couldn't do anything about the situation. When Thanos' warship was besieged, the self-destruct mechanism was activated, and the warship took down more than 20 of Earth's battleships with it. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like Thanos was at the end of his rope. The couple had also heard Ebony Maw's call for backup, in which he mentioned that a team of superhumans from Earth had snuck onto Thanos' warship, and that both parties were fighting. Then, nothing. Following Ebony Maw's urgent request for backup, there was no other movement. Thanos' warship had blown up, and they lost contact with him. Even though the couple had faith in Thanos, they felt that things didn't look good. If it wasn't for the fact that Thanos' whereabouts were unclear, Corvus Glaive would probably have already fled with his wife. He wasn't like Ebony Maw, that single-minded servant. Thanos' death had pros and cons for Corvus Glaive. He lost the protection of a powerful leader, but at the same time, he also lost his archenemy. Corvus Glaive had enough strength of his own, and could leave with his wife. After they ran, they just needed to keep a low profile for a while, and it wouldn't be hard for the couple to slowly get back on their feet. At that time, he and his wife wouldn't be anyone else's 4 generals, but leaders of a new force. Deep in his heart, Corvus Glaive already had an idea. He had always felt that Thanos' method of culling half a population and leaving behind a bunch of enemies with an irreconcilable grudge was flawed. It was as if Thanos never thought that he would be attacked one day. In the end, Thor, a new axe god, returned from the heavens today to make a huge mess. If it were Corvus Glaive, he would definitely have killed the 2 Asgardian brothers last time, instead of killing one and letting the other live. Then, there would be no axe god. 2135 Thanos' counterattack. Earth's allied forces also received word from Luke that the 4 of them were safe and that Thanos was missing. They immediately increased their efforts to attack Thanos' army on the battlefield and find traces of Thanos as soon as possible. For now, nobody had to worry about Thor and Wade. One of them was a god with thick skin, and the other was a cockroach that was hard to kill. Night and Big Dipper, who were protecting the 2 girls, were fine. There was no way anything could happen to the 2 men. For Thor, who could summon the Stormbreaker axe at any time, flying through space with another person was no big deal. It was impossible for him to drift foolishly in space and eat dust. After learning Selina's intermediate evolution, Night and Big Dipper recovered their mobility in less than a minute. Sensing that Selina was still being rapidly upgraded after her awakening, Luke didn't bother her, and simply had the 2 clones put on brand new armor. Sky, who had passed out due to the heat, was directly stuffed into space too to enjoy hibernation and the treatment of the medical robots. She had contributed a lot in this battle, and half of the credit for the destruction of Thanos' warship should go to her. Thanos had indeed guessed that they would come for his head, but he had never expected Sky to use vibration to open a back door in the warship. Her ability was a very rare one, and she had never used it in battle on Earth. There was no way Thanos' spies on Earth would consider a civilian to be part of the Justice League's combat force. If they had attacked the warship openly, Thanos would have gotten some idea of the team's strength beforehand, and could use the soldiers as small fry to overwhelm them. It could only be said that this ambush had been an accumulation of many advantages, which was why Thanos had fled in a sorry state. The benefits of the nanosuit were once again demonstrated. Selina, who was still hugging Luke, didn't notice the semi-liquid layer at all. The thrusters on the brand new armor gently activated and stopped the trio's flight through space. Luke was hiding in a temporary hideout 100 kilometers away from Wakanda at that moment, when his thoughts suddenly moved. He turned around and said, "Since you're already here, there's no need to hide anymore, right, Mr. Thanos?" Everything remained quiet, as if to mock him for being paranoid. Luke slowly stood up and turned around. Don't hide." As he spoke, a faint golden light spread out. When it swept through a thicket 100 meters away, Thanos' huge figure appeared. There was surprise in his eyes. "Both of you actually know how to use divine power. Did the Asgardian prince teach you that?" At that moment, Luke was using Knight's face. In any case, the clone that had attacked Thanos' warship could become an android at any time. If Knight said it was an android, then it was an android. Batman had already used a remote-controlled suit to send off the nuclear missile during the Battle of New York. It wasn't strange for him to use an android to escape once more. But it was Big Dipper who had used the telekinesis field on the warship earlier, which was why Thanos had asked the question. This galactic tyrant didn't look like he was in a sorry state at the moment. The ambush on the warship had only damaged his armor slightly. He had the infinity glove on his right hand and was holding the double-headed sword in his left hand. He didn't look like a super boss who had fled his warship at all. Luke smiled indifferently. Guess, huh? When Luke replied, Thanos raised his right hand and fired a bright purple light beam. This was a genuine surprise attack. Even Luke was caught off guard by Thanos's move. This was the first time he had seen such an uncouth move by the tyrant. But that was all there was to it. As someone who specialized in ambushes, what Luke was most wary of was surprise attacks. He raised his hand, and light golden telekinesis buffed with credit appeared in front of him. The two forces collided, but didn't cause much of a stir. Instead, they twined together and cancelled each other out. For the time being, the purple light beam couldn't break through the credit-buffed telekinesis, much less hurt Luke himself. Luke could buy time and wait for reinforcements on home ground to arrive. At that time, Thanos would enjoy a second round of attacks today. So, Thanos didn't mess around. He raised his hand and threw out the double-headed blade, which flew at Luke from the side. At the same time, he charged forward. Luke smiled and stepped back. He was slightly faster than Thanos. Thanos was shocked. How was that possible? Under the control of the Infinity Glove, the Power Stone could display some of its traits. It had the ability to lock onto a target. Thanos was now using the lock ability, and Luke, as the locked target, should be unable to completely avoid the purple light beam. Of course, retreating was also one way to avoid the attack. Luke cursed again in his heart as he cheered wildly for Director Selina. What kind of godly ability was this? This was simply a cheat. Just now, when Thanos had used the Power Stone to lock onto him, Luke had been prepared to recall his clones. Thanos had used this lock trick on the warship. However, there had been too many strong attackers in the team. If he locked onto one of them, the other three would seize the opportunity to gang up on him. It was 2 arms to 8. If he locked onto one person, he only had his left arm free versus 6 arms on the other side. Also, the purple light beam fired by the Power Stone wasn't soft, he couldn't move so easily, and it slowed him down. Surrounded by several powerful enemies, giving himself a handicap, and slowing down was no different from courting death. At that moment, there was only Luke in front of Thanos. Through the mysterious connection which the Infinity Stones had, Thanos knew that the Space Stone was with Luke. So, as long as he killed Luke, he could get the Space Stone. With the Infinity Glove, Thanos could teleport away from Earth at any time once he obtained the Space Stone, which was equivalent to being invincible. No matter how many superheroes and fleets there were on Earth, it would be meaningless. All Thanos would need to do later was wait patiently for an opportunity to teleport to Earth and take the Time Stone from the new Sorcerer Supreme. There was nothing wrong with this plan. However, Selina's newly awakened evolution ability was now a variable. Luke had just learned this ability. The moment he resisted the purple light beam, he had a strange feeling. Why did the energy beam from the Power Stone seem tasty? Almost subconsciously, he had his shield let a bit of the purple energy through, and his body naturally absorbed it. Slurp. Luke felt like he was eating spicy noodles. Then, he immediately reacted. Holy sh*t, what he had just eaten was the energy of the Power Stone. Wow, that was awesome. 2136. Recalling the clones, modified Iron Fist. The energy from the Power Stone was fierce and violent. Just a little bit entering Luke's body caused him a minor injury. That was right, it was indeed just a minor injury. Compared with before he learned intermediate evolution a few minutes ago, Luke's physical resilience and healing ability had reached a new level. In a sense, he had truly become that all-rounder warrior on the radar chart that he used to joke about. There were basically no flaws in his physique. The Power Stone contained the energy of high-intensity gamma particles, which only caused minor damage to his body, and he recovered in seconds. However, Selina's new ability wasn't to evolve by swallowing the high-energy particles. Instead, her body had evolved with the aim of withstanding the energy tide from the destruction of the warship. Thus, the violent purple energy flowed into Luke's body and just as naturally flowed out. Apart from giving Luke the tasty sensation of spicy noodles, it had no other use. This delicious taste was clearly something that a certain glutton had come up with. If energy was a delicacy, enjoying the taste and rejecting the explosive calories was undoubtedly one of the abilities that a glutton needed the most. Luke felt like he had turned from a target into a pipe, and the difference in the pressure he was under was worlds apart. Since the energy was just flowing through him, Thanos' plan to lock onto Luke with the Power Stone fell through. Luke had been prepared to recall all his clones in a 3-in-1 combo, and beat up Thanos on his own, but that now changed. It seemed that this man and woman combo was enough. When Luke's main body was ambushed by Thanos, Knight, who was far away in outer space, contacted Strange. The Sorcerer Supreme personally opened a portal for them to return to Wakanda. This was another temporary secret base which Luke had set up. It was only 50 kilometers away. He gently put down Selena, who was still in the process of awakening, before Knight's body in the armor suddenly collapsed into a white speck of light which flew through the air and headed straight for Luke. Big Dipper put away the empty suit and nodded. This way, there wouldn't be two Knights. On the other side, the white speck entered Luke's body as he retreated. Luke's body jolted slightly, and a small round shield appeared on his right forearm. He swung it at the double-headed blade and sent it flying. Thanos raised his hand to catch the giant blade. He seized the opportunity to press forward, and a purple light flashed on his right hand as he punched down ferociously at Luke's head. Sensing that his stats had returned to him, Luke smiled and punched back. Boom! Intense purple flames exploded between their two fists. Thanos staggered and took 2 steps back. Luke, on the other hand, was sent flying hundreds of meters back. There was the sound of breaking branches, and he plowed a long trench through the woods next to the hideout. But he didn't fall, nor did he roll over the ground. Looking at Thanos charging at him, Luke sighed. Forget it, I've already wasted 10 million points. There's no need to save 100,000. As he spoke, the level 1 clone on the lawless planet turned into a white speck of light and flew through the air. Several seconds later, the white speck appeared and hit Luke. After recalling his level 1 clone, Luke's total stats were over 120. Sensing that his body had broken through its limits again, his fists and arms lit up with a bright yellow light. Iron Fist, modified version, activate. The yellow light quickly spread over his upper torso to form half-real, half-illusionary armor. Different from the purely yellow light of the conventional Iron Fist, this armor had an eye-catching streamlined shape. Unlike the golden armor depicted in comics, Luke's armor was unadorned and extremely simple. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't like the Kai produced by the Iron Fist ability was clay that could be modeled. It was thanks to Luke's 140 mental strength and his long-term experience with using telekinesis, the power of faith, and annihilation energy that he was able to complete the transformation. In comparison, Selena, whose abilities were revved up from the get-go, couldn't even change the shape of her breastplate. This was something a person could do only after their mental strength and skills reached an extremely high level. The Iron Fist armor was quite strong, but it wasn't cost-effective given the talent and hard work required. Only someone like Luke, who had a quad-core processor, cheat, could come up with this sort of dragon-slaying technique. But it was still useful, especially in the face of an evil dragon boss. The Iron Fist's implicit attribute was hardness, which was different from physical hardness. To be more precise, the circulation of Kai with the Iron Fist ability gave the body durability that was hard to break through in a special, pulverizing, effect against an enemy. That was how unscientific extraordinary power was. Luke's strong physique and healing ability provided a lot of Kai for the Kunlun Kai refining technique. It was only because of this that he could easily maintain such lavish Iron Fist armor. Daniel Rand, the true successor of the Iron Fist, was a lightbulb, the kind where the power could be cut off in a few minutes. In the face of Luke's armor, Thanos was very calm. For someone who could release a divine energy field, what was so special about energy armor? Just cut him in half. Thanos didn't hesitate to brandish his fist and his sword, which clashed violently with Luke's fists. The two of them exchanged dozens of punches and kicks in an instant, and Thanos cursed inwardly. After recalling the two clones, Luke's stats skyrocketed. With the support of his Iron Fist armor, he might still be a lot weaker than Hulk, but his skills were incomparable. Compared with the Hulk, who was used to crushing all his opponents with his strength, Luke's combat skills had been honed step by step as an ordinary person. Intermediate combat proficiency was enough for him to take down Thor and Steve bare-handed. The stones in the Infinity Glove exploded with power every now and then, and the double-headed giant blade swung and spun around, but that didn't stop Luke from trying to attack Thanos at close range, which Thanos was a little helpless to do anything about. If it were anyone else, Thanos wouldn't care about them getting close at all. The enemy might not necessarily be able to break through his defenses. But Luke was different. Given Luke's strength, defenses and combat skills, Thanos couldn't be sure if he would still be able to hold onto the giant blade in his left hand if Luke got close. Until now, the only attack that Luke didn't dare take head-on was the double-headed blade. This also meant that if Thanos lost this giant blade, it would be practically impossible for him to deal with Luke quickly. Sensing that things didn't look good, Thanos immediately switched tactics. The energy of the Reality Stone and the Power Stone began to change the terrain of the battlefield. The pure illusion created by the energy of the stones could indeed be dispelled by a credit-buffed telekinesis field, but that would be hard to do if the terrain was constantly changing. 2137 Iron Fist falling from the sky. It could be said that Luke had forced Thanos to squeeze out his potential. Previously, he had used the Infinity Glove very casually. The Reality Stone was just something that could create illusions and change objects in reality. The Power Stone was either a light beam attack or target lock. Now, he was using more than two stones at the same time. The Power Stone blasted out a lot of dirt and trash, and Luke had to make sure he wasn't blown to smithereens. The Reality Stone changed the terrain from rock and metal to water and fire and so on, which created a lot of obstacles for Luke. The law of conservation of energy. The Infinity Stones were one of the top energy sources in the universe. It was said that they had been used countless times since the Big Bang, and until now, they didn't look like they were running out of energy. They could be considered bug-like divine items. Luke had just used his trump cards, which included recalling his clones and creating the Iron Fist armor, and had the upper hand. Once Thanos got serious, the situation stabilized. As time passed, Thanos swiftly gained the upper hand. For a combat expert like Luke, the more precise his grasp of the situation on the battlefield, the fewer the holes in his attacks. Although the constant obstacles which Thanos created weren't a threat to Luke, it could disrupt his attack rhythm. Luke could fight like this for an entire day, but Thanos was using the Infinity Stones, and wasn't using much energy himself. In fact, part of the function of the Infinity Glove was to control the output of the stones. The Power Stone had once been used to blow up an entire planet in one go. That wasn't something Luke could withstand at all. Of course, Thanos couldn't use the stone that way either. If he really did, he would be crippled at least, if not killed. Even if Thanos was lucky enough to survive, he would just be cut down by the other superheroes, and his body would definitely be turned to dust. Thus, he didn't relax at all when he regained the upper hand. Instead, he kept trying to severely injure or even kill Luke. In the face of Thanos' overwhelming attack, Luke smiled faintly. Thanos was working so hard, but he didn't know that it was useless, because Luke's backup had arrived. A moment ago, in a temporary hideout dozens of kilometers away. "Aren't you done yet?" Big Dipper scanned Selina's body again and couldn't help but curse inwardly. With a thought, he hit Director Selina in the head with mental resistance. At the same time, he put away his armor and disappeared in a white speck of light. Selina jerked back to her senses and jumped up from the deck chair. She was furious. "DMN, my dream, my son, wait, where am I?" In an instant, she recalled the tragic scene of escaping Thanos' warship. She couldn't help but shiver, and subconsciously lowered her head to examine her body. However, she immediately stopped this inefficient behavior and pulled up her physical stats on the virtual screen of her suit instead. After taking a look, Director Selina exclaimed, "WTF?" Luke's private message popped up. "Don't doubt it, you've indeed awakened your superpower and become stronger, but if you don't hurry over, I'll have to kill Thanos alone." Selina rolled her eyes, and thrusters appeared on the back of the suit. They exploded with bright flames as she instantly charged into the air and headed straight for Knight's signal. How far was 50 kilometers? It was equivalent to a half-hour drive by car. For a suit that could fly at Mach 5 at full power, it only took 30 seconds. Thanos pressed forward step by step, and it seemed that it would only be a matter of minutes before he defeated Luke. Bright flames hit the ground. Sensing something, Thanos, who was extremely skilled in combat, reflexively blasted out a purple light beam with his right hand, hoping to blow whatever it was away. However, the purple light beam didn't stop the person who was flying at him at all, and Thanos' large body was hit. Thanos only had time to look surprised before he was sent flying. "Thanos is nothing." The person slowly straightened in the air. The two huge glowing yellow fists were very eye-catching. Luke opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. That was right. Director Selena, who had recovered with full health, came flying from over 50 kilometers away like an immortal descending, as if. In the 30 seconds that she flew over, she read the battle intelligence which Luke had sent her. Then, using the power of Iron Fist, she decisively held out her fists in front of her and slammed into Thanos. If she had been holding a sword, she would have indeed looked like an immortal. But Director Selena had been in a hurry to finish reading the information, and she charged over with her fists stretched out in front of her. Seeing this, Luke couldn't help but think of a particular female superhero who liked to wear her underwear on the outside. It was just the chest size that was different. As the Batman of this world, there was nothing he could say. So, he didn't comment on the director who was posing in the air. He simply chased after Thanos. Selena didn't notice Luke's subtle expression. Instead, she raised her fists in surprise. Holy sh*t. Am I already that strong? It wasn't that she was making a fuss, her glowing fists were slightly different. Before today, whenever she used Iron Fist during the day, she would have to look carefully to make out the faint sheen covering her fists. At that moment, she could feel the texture of the yellow light which surrounded her fists. It wasn't just purely light anymore, and had more substance. What pleased her even more was that it didn't take a lot of effort to maintain the power of this Iron Fist. It didn't feel like her energy was being hollowed out. Thankfully, Director Selena had been through a lot, and Luke had given her a heads up, so she only paused for a few seconds in surprise. Hearing the sound of intense fighting in the woods not far away, she landed and drew closer. Earlier, she had been afraid that she wouldn't make it in time, which was why she had made such a noise entrance. Now that Luke was keeping Thanos busy, she had to pay attention to when she took action. It was not advisable to deal damage brainlessly, especially when there was a teammate who dealt much more damage than she did. Recalling the battle drills she and Luke had performed before, she slowed down again and turned on stealth to the maximum. Luke, who was fighting Thanos, noticed her actions and immediately said, "When I burst out later, you absolutely can't space out, act quickly." Burst out? Selena was a little surprised. Thanos was wearing the Infinity Glove. Aren't you trashing his dignity as a galactic tyrant by saying that? Luke didn't plan to say more. Given the tacit understanding which he shared with Selena, there was actually no need to specially give her a reminder. However, when he unleashed his full strength later, it would probably exceed her regular understanding of him. It would be bad if it caused her to slow down a little, and then affect the outcome of the battle. 2138-3 in 1100% outburst. Director Selena was astonished, but she mentally prepared herself. Even if you suddenly turn into a muscle man, I won't be distracted, promise. Now that he had recalled all his clones, Luke's stats exceeded 140 for the first time. He took a deep breath. Power outburst. 100%. He immediately felt the power in the depths of his body erupt like a volcano. His 140 stats were 14 times that of an ordinary person, but the actual coefficient added another 14 times, which made his stats closer to 200 times that of an ordinary person. At a power outburst of 100%, the actual coefficient effect doubled his stats to an astonishing 400 times that of an ordinary person. It was normal for an ordinary person to be able to punch more than 100 kilograms on a punching machine after some training in mastering the right punching posture. This also meant that Luke could easily punch at a force of 50 tons. Coupled with his strength and skills as a master in physical techniques, this number could easily exceed 70 tons. More importantly, after intermediate evolution was integrated with his physical abilities, this power output was totally the new norm. Although he might not be able to fight all day like Steve, he could at least last a few hours. Selena, who was quietly approaching, was suddenly distracted, even though she had clearly mentally prepared herself. However, Luke's appearance changed dramatically at that moment. He suddenly grew to more than 2.5 meters tall, but he wasn't as bulky as Hulk or Thanos. The nanosuit turned dark yellow, the same color as the Iron Fist armor. In this form, the skin-tight armor put Luke's muscular body fully on display. This was a body that could meet a woman's requirements for the perfect male physique. Furthermore, it glowed with a yellow light, as if it had been blessed by the Shaolin Temple. Director Selena subconsciously swallowed. Seeing this in broad daylight was too exciting. Luke noticed Selena's sudden pause, but wasn't surprised at all. He had warned her precisely because he suspected that she wouldn't be able to take it, and she had indeed been distracted slightly, which he had accounted for. In fact, in 2023, Luke's stats had only reached 120, and he had only used his level 3 clone with 40 stats to hold Thanos back. Now that his clones had been recalled, his main body had 140 stats, at a power outburst of 100%, in terms of physique, he was basically on par with Thanos. But Thanos wasn't Luke. Perhaps he was gifted, had innate godly strength, or was exquisitely proficient in combat skills. He could be seen as a galactic version of Xianxia the Conqueror or General Liu Bu. Luke, on the other hand, was a cheat machine with abundant superpowers. Elementary simulation plus muscle control, in particular, allowed him to quickly learn any combat technique. A day of training for him was equivalent to a month of training for everyone else. Luke had waited almost 10 years for this skill combo. Clearly, Thanos didn't have 300 years to cultivate combat skills. Thus, when Luke made up for his shortcoming in strength, Thanos instantly suffered a huge setback. Luke easily blew away the obstructions in front of him with one punch, and sent the double-headed blade flying upward with another. When Thanos looked up in shock, there was already no cover in front of him. The Iron Fist armor hit his own golden armor hard, and the indestructible armor creaked. What was even more terrifying was that Thanos wasn't sent flying. The force of Luke's strike pushed Thanos down, and he created a huge crater in the grass. If he wasn't sent flying, there was no buffer or time for him to react. Before Thanos, whose chest was in excruciating pain, could get up, Luke pressed down on him and punched him in the face, ribs, and crotch. Thanos, however, was astonishingly agile. Although it had been a long time since he had been pressed to the ground and beaten up, his fellow clansmen who had called him a monster back on Titan had done a lot of this. So, he was actually very familiar with this feeling, but hadn't thought about it for a long time. At that moment, Thanos once again felt the humiliation of being surrounded and beaten up when he was a teenager. The difference was that Luke's punches and kicks were even more ruthless and fierce than those of his clansmen. Selena, who had snuck over, was dumbfounded. Bugger, how was she supposed to step in? 2 3-meter-tall men rolled over the ground as they fought. Dirt, grass and trees flew everywhere within a range of 100 meters, and there were numerous craters in the ground. If she mounted a sneak attack, then wouldn't Luke be beaten up as well? Luke, however, was very excited. It really wasn't easy to find an enemy who was on par with him. It was even harder to find an enemy who could make him use a lot of his trump cards. Malekith, for example, had been purely on the level of a prop, and was pitifully weak. The existence of beings like Dormammu and Hela was a cheat. To kill them, you had to destroy their dimensional space. Only an enemy like Thanos could fight Luke fair and square. Thanos was in a situation where he could be besieged at any time, and he was attacking too impetuously. Luke had relied on his skills to exhaust Thanos' fleet, and this was his home ground. Even so, Luke felt that Thanos was better at fighting on his own 2 feet, and their tussle right now was ample proof of how tough he was. The double-headed blade that wasn't suitable for a tussle was abandoned at the beginning. Thanos' thick body rolled and twisted, kind of like if the Hulk were possessed by a monkey. He was both agile and boorish. Every second, each man was hit by the other dozens of times. Thanos' golden armor was quickly caving in and breaking, but Luke's Iron Fist armor only turned dim for a moment before it regained its brightness. In this battle of mutual damage, Thanos was clearly at a disadvantage. He also sensed that the Iron Fist armor was actually similar to a personal protective shield. To break through it, he had to hit a certain part of the armor with all his strength. But Thanos sadly realized that he couldn't do it. Ever since this Earthling transformed like the Hulk, he didn't lose out to Thanos in terms of strength, and his skills were unbelievably better. Back then, Thanos had beaten up the Hulk on the Asgardian migrant ship. It had been easy to predict the Hulk's every move. Now, Luke was using his skills to suppress Thanos. Thanos was pretty much in the same position as the Hulk had been back then. This didn't have to do with any sort of tricks, but came down to a real difference in strength. After countless battles, Thanos knew very well that if he couldn't win this quickly, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Thinking quickly, he suddenly lowered his head. At the same time, he twisted and clamped his legs around Luke's waist. His hands suddenly closed around Luke's right arm. 2139 Selena intercepts death. Luke reacted quickly. His right arm immediately twisted and lashed out like a giant python, not giving Thanos a chance to lock him down. In a close-range battle like this, it was too dangerous to be locked down. Although he had a lot of life-saving abilities, he didn't want to give Thanos a chance. He had a trump card, but Thanos might also have one. But Thanos was even faster. There was a fierce glint in his narrowed eyes. With a thought, a clasp on the Infinity Glove came undone. The fingers of his left hand moved, and the Power Stone fell into his left palm. The stone's boundless energy surged into his body. Thanos grunted, but he clenched his left fist tightly and punched Luke in the back. Purple flames enveloped Thanos and Luke at the same time, and a violent energy shock wave exploded from the contact between their bodies, sending them both flying. Luke instantly understood everything, and cursed this tyrant for being so cunning, but couldn't avoid being sent flying. Under the boundless energy from the Power Stone, the Iron Fist armor shattered and could no longer protect him. The purple flames continued to enter his body and wreak havoc. If the purple light beam from the stone in the Infinity Glove made Luke feel like he was eating tasty spicy noodles, he now felt like a fat snowflake that had fallen into a hot pot. His entire body was about to turn spicy. However, his stack of physical abilities started to demonstrate miraculous effects again. His taffy ability got rid of most of the pain, the evolution ability quickly expelled the violent energy from his body, and his healing ability constantly repaired his heavily injured body. The only thing that couldn't return to its original state was the Iron Fist armor. As Thanos had guessed, after suffering a violent attack that exceeded his limits, all the energy which Luke possessed was used to control and repair his body, and he couldn't use it to form armor to protect himself for the time being. While Luke had been severely injured, Thanos wasn't any better. He also lost control of his body for a short period of time after the Power Stone went berserk. However, he immediately used the Infinity Glove to control and remove part of the energy that had surged into his body, giving him some time to catch his breath. He then made use of the opportunity to place the Power Stone in his left hand back into the glove. The matching divine artifact naturally drew the Power Stone back into its spot, and the energy rampage ended. Thanos raised his head slightly and looked at Luke, who was retreating in the opposite direction. With a thought, he activated the Reality Stone in his right hand. The ground swelled up and enveloped him. Dirt and weeds flew everywhere as Thanos disappeared into the ground. Luke, who was gradually recovering, had a feeling. Keep an eye on him. Of course, he was talking to Selena. He believed that she had long been waiting for an opportunity. As soon as he said that, Luke activated his telekinesis and forced his body to land, before he tapped his foot on the ground. There was a loud rumble, and a huge hole appeared in the ground. He quickly headed right. Selena let him know that was where Thanos was. On the virtual screen, the big red dot representing Thanos was swiftly moving away. 2 seconds later, there was a loud bang, and the ground shook and cracked. Thanos's bulk was blown out of the ground, along with Selena, who had exited stealth mode and was wrapped in purple flames. Just as Thanos used the Reality Stone to sneak around underground, Selena caught up to him. In his weakened state, he had no choice but to use the power of the stone. In the end, both of them were blasted out of the ground. After obtaining the evolution ability, Selena tenaciously resisted the purple flames, and even drooled. As the owner of the original ability and a glutton, she was even more deeply moved by this spicy energy. Of course, the power of food just made her tighten her grip on Thanos' arms as she tried to stop him from using the Power Stone again. But in the end, she wasn't as strong as Thanos. The veins on Thanos' forehead bulged as his left hand slowly inched toward the Power Stone in his glove. Luke, who was approaching quickly, felt a strong sense of impending doom, and his heart jumped. Thanos had a fierce expression on his face, but all of his attention was on Luke. At this point, Thanos already felt that it was impossible for him to escape disaster. Selena had pulled him back at a critical moment, cutting off his last and best chance at survival. Luke would soon return to the peak of health thanks to his cheat-like recovery ability, while it would take more than a few days for Thanos' injuries to heal. He was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Not only did he have to face Selena, who specialized in ambushes, he also had to face the superheroes on Earth who would be arriving soon, as well as their allied forces. The right time had lapsed and he had lost the terrain advantage. While Luke still had backup, it was hard for Thanos to find a chance to win. But he was Thanos, the tyrant who had slaughtered his way through the universe. If he was doomed to fail, he would die in glory. At the same time, he would take with him the enemy who had forced him into this desperate situation. That would be even more perfect. Nobody could kill him. The only person who could kill him was himself. The unrestrained attack from the Power Stone just now confirmed that even Luke couldn't withstand this violent energy. This time, Thanos wouldn't let go of Luke and the Power Stone. He wanted to see Luke turn to dust with him. For the sake of watching Luke die first with his own eyes, Thanos would further activate the Power Stone. Luke was an enemy, and so was Earth. Since he would be defeated here, Earth should be buried with him. Thinking that, the impatience, anger, humiliation and unwillingness in Thanos' heart faded, leaving behind an indifferent feeling about his impending death. From the moment he chose to save this universe, Thanos had actually been mentally prepared to die at the hands of the enemy. Although dying on Earth was unexpected, it was understandable. Like he said, it wasn't personal, it was just that they had different goals. What Thanos didn't know was that he was facing an enemy who had an intuition for death and had mental powers. The obvious change in mood, an intense feeling of impending death, and Thanos' left hand that was about to touch the Power Stone all exposed Thanos' intention. It wasn't that Thanos wasn't cautious. In such an intense battle, it was impossible for him to believe that Luke could instantly sense his thoughts. After all, less than 5 seconds had passed between the two of them being blown away and Luke lunging at him again. So, under Thanos' cold and dead gaze, Luke suddenly slowed down. With a last, determined smile, he swung his fists at Thanos' head. At the same time, he sent a thought to Selena: grab the stones. Almost reflexively, Selena stretched out the arm that was wrapped around Thanos' right arm. At the same time, the nano armor on her palm covered the Infinity Glove and the 4 stones in it. Distracted by Luke's exaggerated performance, Thanos subconsciously paid slightly less attention to Selena. After all, she had always acted like a support player. 2140 Death of Thanos. Luke and Selena had discussed grabbing the stones many times before this. The idea had come from Tony's attempt to steal the stones in 2023. However, they had never fixed on a certain person to grab the stones. Instead, Knight, Big Dipper and Selena would play it by ear and take the opportunity if they saw it. Selena hadn't awakened her evolution ability during the fight in the warship. There were a few times when she wasn't far from the glove, but the chance of failure had been high. Given Thanos' combat awareness, if she couldn't succeed in one hit, it would be very hard for her to make a second attempt. Right now, Selena had the evolution ability, and was immune to most of the stone's energy. Thanos even planned to take Luke down with him. Even if she didn't make a grab for the stones now, it would be too late. Also, Luke was confident that it wouldn't be Selena whom Thanos chose to take down with him. From beginning to end, she had only pestered Thanos a few times, while the person who had made Thanos doubt life was Luke. Thus, when Luke was about to punch Thanos, the galactic tyrant finally turned his head and looked at him one last time. With a cold smile, he grabbed the Power Stone with his left hand. Then, he touched something metallic and very elastic. Stunned, Thanos lowered his head and looked at his right hand. He saw a black palm swiftly pulling back. He couldn't help but roar, no. As soon as he spoke, Luke had already lunged at him from dozens of meters away, his body suddenly swelling up to over 3 meters tall. Tenfold outburst, activate. Luke's strength instantly skyrocketed tenfold. Even with his strong physique, he could feel his muscles and organs crack. This was the effect of a tenfold outburst of 140 strength. Pooh! Wrapped in annihilation energy, Luke's hand broke through the golden armor like a knife and pierced Thanos' chest and heart. Then, the power of faith surged into Thanos' chest. Thanos stiffened. He glanced at the thick arm in his chest, then looked up at Luke blankly. Luke's expression was similar to Thanos's. His eyes were indifferent, and he didn't look excited at all about killing a powerful enemy. More importantly, the system hadn't given him a kill notification yet. Who the hell knew if Thanos still had a backup plan? The power of faith continued to pour into Thanos' body, wearing down his strong body and his still tenacious consciousness. Many scenes gradually appeared in front of Thanos. When he was besieged and humiliated by others on Titan as a youngster, and desperately slaughtered his way to the top, when he commanded armies in raids and massacres as an adult, and finally, the indescribable expression on Gamora's face when he threw her off the cliff on planet Vormir. The images appeared one after another, before they collapsed under the impact of the power of faith and completely disappeared. His lips parted slightly, and Thanos sighed soundlessly. Finally, it was over. The consciousness of this galactic tyrant collapsed, and his mind and soul were turned to dust. Luke grabbed Thanos' body with one hand and pulled his other hand out of his chest. He then sprayed the hole with a freeze spray. He didn't want to leave a single drop of Thanos' blood outside. Who the hell knew when someone in this universe might be able to clone Thanos one day? Although the chances were very low, Luke didn't want to test his luck. When it came to Thanos, this cosmic child of luck, it was best to avoid trouble as much as possible. Selena asked suspiciously, "That's it?" Luke hummed in response and quickly returned to a height of 2.6 meters. After a tenfold outburst, it would take about an hour for his body to go back to his regular height. For the time being, he didn't want to reactivate his clones. This was the first time in years that all his stats had returned to him. He needed some time to do research. Now that Thanos was dead, Luke could say that he had used some forbidden technique, and could legitimately recuperate for a period of time. In response to Selena's question, he simply asked, "Otherwise?" Something like a battle with 300 rounds and a reversal on top of a reversal could only happen in a movie. In a battle of this level, victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. If they overlooked anything, the victors would become complete losers, and wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. Thanos' death looked simple, but he had actually been really hard to kill. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too obsessed with obtaining the Infinity Stones and carrying out his plan to cull the universe, Luke and Selena wouldn't have had a chance to kill him at all. Even then, all of Earth's allied forces and the superheroes, the Justice League, New Shield and Wakanda's elites, had been deployed. Luke's people, the civilian executives and the reserve members, who had been hiding all this time and who had never taken part in an official battle, were all mobilized. Selena's unexpected awakening of an evolution ability gave her and Luke an exceptionally good chance against the energy of the stones. In the end, Luke recalled his clones and recombined all his stats. Only after he used a tenfold outburst, an annihilation blade, and the power of faith one after another was he able to kill Thanos in one attack. This was how troublesome it was to kill Thanos, even when the latter wasn't wearing the cheat-like Infinity Glove. If Thanos had still been able to run after all that, it would be a huge problem for Luke. An opponent who couldn't be killed even after Luke used all his trump cards basically had the upper hand. As long as the other party didn't act stupid again, Earth's population could only scatter to try and preserve the embers of their civilization. It was unlikely they would have the chance to turn things around. Selena was lost for words. It wasn't like she could say that she wanted Thanos to come back to life so that she could kill him again. A few minutes later, Tony, Steve and the other Avengers flew straight to the temporary base. The other people who were further away also arrived through portals. Earth's superhero team gathered to look at Thanos' body. It wasn't just one or two people who personally checked to make sure that he was dead for good. The last person to arrive was Thor, with Wade in tow. The destruction of the warship had sent them flying. Wade had passed out for a bit, and the GPS or comms on his suit couldn't be used. In the end, they were discovered by fighter planes from Earth that had been hunting down the last of Thanos' fighter planes, and Strange brought them back. When Thor saw Thanos' body, he looked at Luke with a conflicted expression. "You killed him just like that?" Pondering for a few seconds, Luke said, "Then how about you cut off his head now? This was left especially for you." After a brief silence, Thor suddenly raised his hand and swung. Swoosh! Thanos' head was sent flying. Everybody was lost for words. "You really did it." After venting, Thor relaxed. He was still a little depressed, but he had cut off Thanos' head for Loki, Heimdall and the people of Asgard. He hadn't gone back on his word. Noticing everybody's strange expressions, he put his axe away. "I'm just confirming that Thanos is really dead." That's it, everybody. 2141. The end. After a brief silence, everybody's expressions returned to normal. Everybody knew that Thanos had killed Loki, Heimdall and 300,000 Asgardians. Of course, Loki's death was a beautiful thing, but Heimdall and the people of Asgard had indeed been innocent, so Thor's venting was understandable. Besides, cutting off Thanos' head was indeed a very efficient way to confirm his death. As for venting on the body, for an alien who had wanted to kill at least half of Earth's population, who would care about preserving his human rights for him? Thanos wasn't human. After looking their fill, everybody dispersed. Steve, Rhodes, Bucky and some of the others said that they would take part in the final cleanup. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight had already been surrounded and killed by Ursa Minor and the reserve members. They hadn't been given a chance to escape at all. The Avengers and the Bat Squad, who were old hands, were too efficient. They basically cleaned up all the elite small bosses. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight could be considered the final gift bags left at 500 credit points each. Compared with the lowest amount of 2 credit points for delivering goods, this was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. On the brink of death, the couple had shouted that they were willing to surrender, which made the Ursa Minor members who were besieging them hesitate for a moment. But Frank simply said coldly over the main comms, "If surrendering can make a difference, why would we need the Justice League?" Thus, the couple, whose blood debt was the size of the universe, was besieged and killed on the spot. Later, it was Tony who got Earth's allied forces to leave alive Thanos' ground troops and the air troops that were willing to land and surrender. Of course, the tycoon wasn't some saint. He simply suggested, "Their intact gear can probably sell for a lot of credit points. That's the best set you can get in the universe." Everybody was enlightened. Besides, I remember that war criminals who surrender can also be executed for extremely heinous crimes, right? This probably doesn't come under the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Then, we'll set up an intergalactic court for the trials, Tony added unhurriedly. As expected of a black-hearted capitalist who sucked other people dry. Everybody cursed inwardly. His motive was clear. The Justice League often broke the bones of criminals on Earth. Could these intergalactic, war criminals, return to space in one piece? What a joke. Even if Tony was willing to allow that, the Dark Knight wouldn't. The tycoon wasn't accepting their surrender at all. He was clearly greedy for their equipment. Of course, these spoils of war could also be obtained after the enemy was wiped out, but compared with obtaining a large amount of intact equipment after the enemy surrendered, it naturally wasn't as profitable. In fact, the remaining small battleships and fighter planes of Thanos' army were already fleeing into outer space. As members of a first-class galactic fleet, there was a high chance they would escape to other planets. As for whether or not other forces would beat them up after they arrived on those planets, that was another matter. Due to Tony's suggestion, Earth's allied forces turned most of their energy to intercepting the fleeing battleships and fighter planes. The more combat soldiers were intercepted, the more credit they would get. In any case, there were credit points for the spoils of war, and credit points for blowing them up. It was just a matter of how many. At that point, Natasha, Rhodes, T'Challa, Jennifer, Mindy and Joseph started moving to deal with the aftermath. Naturally, various countries on Earth wouldn't be indifferent to such a huge battle. They had sent elite forces to watch the battle. However, after they arrived, they observed from the perimeter for only a moment before they resolutely decided to continue watching. The small battleships and fighter planes in Thanos' army were blown up by the remote-controlled fighter planes of Earth's allied forces, which made these forces lose the courage to enter the battlefield. In terms of fighter planes, these elite forces were indeed a level higher than the cannon-fodder remote-controlled fighter planes which Luke tinkered with. However, the various countries combined couldn't muster even 1,000 elite fighter planes. How could they participate in a battle of tens of thousands of fighter planes? Earth's allied army and Thanos' army each worked under one command, while these hundreds of elite fighter planes were from various countries. Each country had more or less the same number of fighter planes, and no one was more superior than the other. They even hated each other more than they hated the aliens. Also, these were the most elite forces which these countries had. How could they be handed over to Earth's allied forces to command? Thus, these elite combatants became battlefield observers, in a sense. The difference was that in the past, observation teams, like these were high and mighty, conspirators, but today, they were genuine passers-by. They weren't even qualified to communicate with the core members of Earth's allied forces. T'Challa, Tony and Rhodes were the ones who suffered the most. Ross, the former American general and current Secretary of State, sent a lot of communication requests, which were all fobbed off by Ms. Friday's message, "Mr. XXX is dealing with an urgent matter. Please try again later." Now that Thanos and his fleet had been wiped out and the outcome was clear, it wouldn't be good to leave people like Ross hanging. In the end, an official explanation still needed to be given. Of course, it was just an explanation. At Luke's suggestion, the Avengers and New Shield, who had already been laying low for several years, didn't need to pay too much attention to the various governments. At most, for Tony and Rhodes' sake as public figures, they would give each government some leftovers, like the remains of the cannon-fodder fighter planes and battleships which he had created. Thanos' technology and Wakanda's vibranium equipment wouldn't be leaked at all. What Earth needed wasn't to follow the old path taken by aliens, but to combine what it had itself to forge a new path. Besides, if the European and American governments obtained advanced technology, who knew how the capital groups would exploit the people at the bottom? After Luke put Thanos's body away in his inventory as test material, Selena raised her right hand, and the 4 stones on the back of it glowed. Bored, she asked, "What should we do with these crappy things?" "Leave them with me for now. I'll discuss it with Tony and Strange and see what corner to throw them in." Luke gave her an unhappy look as he took out a few top-notch shielding devices to put the 4 stones in. That being said, he still had to deal with the Space Stone and the Power Stone himself. The Power Stone had explosive offensive power and could easily destroy Earth if not handled properly. The Space Stone was top-notch support. After mastering it, one could roam the universe without ever being caught. Luke didn't want another space terrorist with the Power Stone to appear, nor did he want to face a powerful enemy who had the Space Stone. The reality, Mind and Soul Stones were also very strong, but their effects weren't as over the top, and he and Tony more or less had ways to contain them. Putting the 4 stones into the suit's inventory box, Luke and Selena walked out of the woods. Staring at the vast grassland for a long time, Luke heaved a sigh. "It's finally over." Selena was surprised. "Aren't you a few minutes late to say that?" Under the clear and boundless sky, Luke looked at Selena's extremely familiar face, and couldn't help but smile as he shook his head. "No helping it, a bunch of people are still waiting for extras even though this is clearly the end." Selena stared blankly at him. "What?" Luke didn't explain further, and just rubbed her head. "Let's go, we can have a nice long break after this." With that, he drifted upward lightly before flying toward Wakanda. Selena chased after him. "Wait, how long is long? Be specific. Last time, you said it was a long break, but after 1 week, you made me work overtime back home." "Luke, I guarantee it'll be a very long one this time, long enough for you to finish a perfect dream." "Selena, really, go back and let me take a few more portrait shots of your body like this." "Luke, hee." Under the blue sky and above the ground, their words carried through the air as they moved further and further away. Just like the first time they left Shackelford, the 2 figures moved forward together. 2142 Side Story. Luke and Selena's lazy vacation. One dawn arrived, and a gentle breeze blew. The thin white curtain fluttered slightly, and the morning light of Shackelford shone mischievously through the gap, lighting up the quiet room slightly. At 6 in the morning, Selena's biological clock kicked in. She slowly opened her eyes and yawned lazily. Out of habit, she touched the side. There was nobody there. However, she could still sense some residual warmth, which proved that someone had been lying there half an hour ago. This discovery made her yawn even wider. In any case, a certain person wasn't around to mock her for having a crocodile mouth. Rubbing her cheeks, Selena felt a little bitter. Fine, it was definitely psychological. Given her current physique and the powerful effect of her evolution ability, she could go to sleep after being stabbed and wake up completely healed, to say nothing of exhausted muscles. Thinking that, Selena squinted her eyes and walked into the bathroom like she was sleepwalking. She took out the electric toothbrush which she had gotten Luke to custom made for her and shoved it into her mouth. Tasting the fresh mint-flavored foam in her mouth, she walked under the shower and turned on the tap so that hot water spilled over her head. The water temperature was slightly high, and Selena gradually woke up from her stupor. Her eyes finally opened fully as she regained her vigor. Squeezing out a lot of shower gel, she looked at the semi-liquid ball in her palm and couldn't help but think of something. She gave a disdainful exclamation, then couldn't help but mock, "That guy didn't turn into a bottle of shower gel, did he?" Thinking that, Selena couldn't help but laugh out loud. She didn't forget to squeeze the bottle of shower gel as she muttered hatefully, "Squeeze it dry, squeeze it dry, squeeze it dry." 20 minutes ago, Luke had taken a shower in the basement of the ranch villa. A weak shock wave swept over his body so that all the water droplets were shaken off. He tapped the nanomaterial around his neck to activate it. It quickly covered him and turned into a white tank top and track pants. Walking into the kitchen, he began to make breakfast for the day. Gold Nugget unhurriedly paused the show on its phone, got up from the rocking chair on the porch, and lazily squeezed through the half-open door into the kitchen. Luke didn't even turn his head as he tossed over the tuna burger he had just made. The burger didn't fall apart in the air, and landed squarely in the doghead's mouth. The doghead lay down lazily and started to chew slowly. Luke finally turned around and looked at it. "What's wrong?" Are you still angry with Selena? The dog head didn't say anything and simply turned its head away. Luke was lost for words when he saw the dog sneak glances at him. A moment later, he said patiently, "It can't be helped. We didn't know you could split and reproduce." The dog head still didn't say anything, an aggrieved expression still on its face. Luke was both annoyed and amused. He put down the ingredients in his hand and rubbed the dog's head hard. "All right, I'll increase your energy supply by 50% every day." "Deal." The dog head's eyes lit up, and it stretched out a paw to high-five Luke to seal the deal. After placating the dog head, Luke washed his hands and started cooking again. Every now and then, he would throw out something good for the dog head to eat. The problem with Gold Nugget and Selena happened that very night after the battle. During Selena's awakening, Gold Nugget had absorbed too much evolution energy, and couldn't help but split apart. In symbiotes, this was reproduction, commonly known as having children. Why were the symbiotes most interested in Life 1, self-healing energy and the evolution energy? Because these could boost their evolution. But after they evolved and matured, there was a high chance of them splitting and reproducing. What was even more troublesome was that Selena's evolution ability was very special. The child that the dog head produced had received too much evolution energy, and was directly bound to Selena the moment it was born. This child was a special symbiote. It had no self-awareness and was completely a part of Selena. However, it also had most of the characteristics of a symbiote, such as not sharing the same host. No matter how close Gold Nugget was to Selena, it was still a normal symbiote, so it was pushed out of her body and could no longer combine with her. This was a huge blow to the dog head. What was even more depressing was that Selena couldn't be blamed for this. After all, Gold Nugget had eaten so happily during Selena's evolution. It hadn't been able to control itself, especially given the low odds of Selena awakening to begin with. In the end, it was its own child who stole its territory, which was even more ridiculous. Besides, Dollar had always been the best host for Gold Nugget, and Dollar always followed Selena. Strictly speaking, this unexpected birth just stopped the dog head from having each foot in a different boat. This caused it to be depressed and listless on this long break. At night, it even ran to the porch alone to brood. That was because Selena no longer needed its symbiosis at night to help her absorb the evolution energy. Instead, Gold Nugget's child had now become Selena's 24-hour energy converter. As for the banging around on the second floor every night, that didn't have much to do with its current mood. Now that Luke had made the promise, Gold Nugget's mood instantly improved. The main point wasn't 50%, the main point was that the fiend was allowing it to combine with him. Gold Nugget hence was now switching from Selena to Luke. In this house, Luke equals Selena, so combining with Luke equals combining with Selena. Gold Nugget was still a close member of this family. Luke also felt that 50% wasn't the main point. The main point was that half meant it was incomplete, but 50% did sound like a lot. This definitely wasn't bullying a certain dog head for not being good at math. One person and one dog reached a mutually satisfactory outcome. They relaxed and focused on what they had to do. Luke focused on cooking, and the dog head focused on eating. In this harmonious and quiet atmosphere, two figures, one big and one small, ran over from hundreds of meters away. After they climbed a slope, they saw the lights in the villa's kitchen from 100 meters away. The little figure cheered, "While Luke is up, Daddy, hurry up, I'm going to have breakfast." The man said helplessly, "Baby, Luke wakes up at 6 every day, you were the one who told me this classified information." How could the little figure care about her father's gripes? Her heart had already flown to her brother's dining table. "Luke's breakfast is still the best," she mumbled to herself, before she immediately repented. "Sorry, Mom, I'm not saying that your breakfast isn't delicious, it's just that Luke's is even better." It only took them 10 seconds to cover 100 meters. By the time they reached the villa, the little kid had already rushed to the kitchen window. She pressed her chubby face to the glass. Luke, 2143 side story. Lazy Vacation 2. Luke waved with a smile and gestured for her to step back. He first released the soundproofing before he opened the window. Swoosh. The little kid was as nimble as a small fish. She scuttled in through the window, jumped over the kitchen counter, and landed on the floor. She raised her head, her red mouth wide open. Triple A mew. Luke stuffed a steamed siu mai into her mouth to stop her chirping like a baby bird for food. Robert didn't come inside, but waved at Luke to come out. Luke ushered his sister to the dining table and placed a huge stack of steamers in front of her. "All right, Cindy, I made your favorite sumai, shrimp dumplings, pork buns, egg yolk buns, chicken porridge and fish porridge. Eat slowly, and remember to give gold nugget half." Cindy nodded quickly. She had already picked up a pair of chopsticks with each hand, and was wielding both pairs deftly as she picked food for herself with one hand and food for gold nugget with the other. One person and one dog attacked the warm food in the steamers fiercely. Rubbing her head lovingly, Luke then picked up 2 steamers of pork buns and walked outside. Putting the steamers on the table and sitting down in a rocking chair on the porch, he picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. "Why are you acting all mysterious?" Robert unceremoniously stuffed 2 buns into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed them to stave off his hunger for the time being. Then, he leaned in close and said in the tone of a villain from a spy movie, "You and Selena are sleeping together. What about Jenny?" Luke turned around in surprise. "You're already bored enough to care about my private life." Robert wasn't angry at all. After all, it had been a long time since he interfered in Luke's affairs. He picked up another bun. "Catherine has been nagging me for the past few days. What can I do? Your chairman, tisk, tisk. Aren't you afraid that she'll turn you back into a pauper in a fit of anger?" Luke calmly swallowed the bun he was chewing on and replied to Robert's question, "Don't worry. She doesn't have the courage." Robert raised an eyebrow. "You have a backup plan. Don't tell me it's that female bodyguard called Angel." Robert was good. He could even tell that Angel was a little strange around Luke. Luke was really surprised. Unfortunately, he was far off the mark. The person Angel acknowledged was V, and had nothing to do with Luke himself. Angel was most likely astonished by Luke's skills or endurance. The way she looked at and spoke to him was like she was assessing some sort of livestock. It was impossible for her to fall for Luke. Based on this tough woman's understanding, Luke looked like a sissy. She didn't mock Luke to his face because she had seen his glorious achievements as a detective. Could a detective who had killed hundreds of tough criminals and gang members, and even helped Iron Man and Batman, be a sissy? Of course not. Angel was unhappy with Luke's two-timing behavior because of her deep friendship with Jenny. However, Jenny said bluntly, "If I'm the only woman he has, he'll tire me to death." Although it was mostly a joke, Angel had to admit that it made sense. In any case, every time she met Luke, she couldn't make up her mind whether to take action or not. Given the situation, her attitude toward Luke was a little strange, and it wasn't unusual for an old hand like Gray Rabbit to pick up on it. As for Robert's worries, they were unnecessary. Luke had never used pheromone control to twist the minds of those around him, but his physique, which was 200 times that of an ordinary person, was beyond Robert's imagination. Thanks to the various resources and abilities that Luke had accumulated, Robert, this old thing, was still only 5 times stronger than an ordinary person. It was a good thing that Catherine wasn't the competitive sort, or as someone who was also 5 times stronger, she would have mocked Robert for the rest of his life. In addition to his wife, Robert couldn't beat anyone else in his family. Naturally, he couldn't understand why Luke, who had 40 times more stamina than he did, would have the guts to find a few girlfriends. For Luke, even 100 ordinary women wouldn't make a dent in his strength provided that he didn't have to think about how much time it would consume. He was indeed with Jenny, Elena and Max because he had feelings for them. It was just that it wasn't love, and more like friendship. But a great man once said that there was no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman. Luke had just added a slightly more intimate connection to this friendship network. Otherwise, Chairman Jenny wouldn't have watched him and Selena cohabitate for so long, and Elena would have asked him about his female friends. Jenny didn't trust marriage at all because her father had deliberately hidden the fact that he had a mistress when her mother had been critically ill. Now that she had a partner, whom she absolutely trusted, she was disinclined to look for true love. There had been too many men who wanted to look for true love with her over the years. Unfortunately, this true love was either of her money or power. Few people coveted her body, which was a painful reality. Elena, on the other hand, was the classic artist. Since the beginning, she had been drawn to Luke's mysterious and contradictory qualities. She would rather keep this status quo than let him become an ordinary boyfriend. Max, sorry, this G-Cup. Baker's boyfriend had always been that handsome man called Chris Evans. This handsome man was just one of Luke's clones. Thus, the sassy baker had no contact with Luke's circle, even Selena didn't know of her existence. As an old and naive man, Robert naturally didn't know about what went on behind the scenes. Seeing Luke shake his head, he couldn't help but remind him, Sandra also asked when you and Selena are going to have kids. What do you think I should say? Luke's calm finally cracked and he rolled his eyes hard. Didn't they already have another one? Aren't 6 kids enough for them to worry about? They like lots of kids. What can they do? Robert shrugged. Stop changing the subject. How are you going to solve this problem? There was nothing he could do. As a man and Luke's elder, he actually didn't care how many girlfriends Luke had. But being stuck between his wife and his in-laws, who were clearly biased toward different women, was a headache. Jenny had used all sorts of ways to win his wife's favor. Hence, Catherine naturally leaned toward Jenny. Catherine couldn't let Luke kick Selena out of the picture, but she didn't want him to kick Jenny out either. It wasn't like she couldn't accept the choice of all of them. But Sandra could only stand on her daughter's side, and wouldn't compromise. Luke was speechless. Before 2003, Selena's family's financial situation was very ordinary, and they only had 4 children. After that, Selena rose through the ranks with Luke, and her parents put their energy into their newly bought ranch. It wasn't until he encouraged his grandfather, Drax, to create a joint ranch with Selena's parents and let them leave their positions as laborers that the elders suddenly had a lot of free time. Drax had cars, guns and a granddaughter. Nothing much had changed. Mario and Sandra's passion, on the other hand, was reignited, and they had 2 more kids in 10 years. This wasn't a high rate, but it wasn't low either. Moreover, Selena had given her parents life one without their knowing, and their bodies would still be as robust for another 30 to 50 years. Even if there was only 1 kid every 5 years, that was still another 6 to 10 more younger siblings in the future for Selena. Adding them to her current 5 siblings, the family could totally put a soccer team together by then, even with substitute players. Luke scratched his head when he thought of this possibility. How could they take care of so many children? Did they have to devote an hour to each kid every day? At a conservative estimate, he and Selena had a natural lifespan of more than 500 years. At a rate of 1 kid every 5 years, they could give birth to 2 football teams, the kind with a complete substitute lineup. Of course, that wouldn't be the case in reality. Their bodies were so strong to the point that it would mostly be a matter of luck if they wanted to have children. Besides, they were both kids themselves. Ordinary people on Earth had a lifespan of 110 to 120 years. Excluding accidents and irresponsible behavior, it was normal for Europeans and Americans to have children between the ages of 20 and 30. In comparison, Luke and Selena were about 5 or 6 years old in terms of an ordinary lifespan. They really were kids. Who on earth would urge a 5 or 6-year-old child to produce a new generation? Wasn't that illegal? Even as he mocked Mario and Sandra in his heart, Luke simply spread his hands in front of Robert. We're still dating right now. Having children will stop us from enjoying our 2-person world. There's no need for those 2 to worry about us. Isn't it enough for them to worry about their own newborn? Dating. Robert looked at Luke strangely. Yeah, Luke nodded. 2-person world, Robert emphasized. Is there a 3rd person in this villa at night? Luke asked righteously. Robert. Fine, there really isn't. Although Luke's words were lame words were usually the most inexplicable. The reason why Sandra was urging them to have children was a sociocultural thing. People with too few children were likely to wind up alone in their middle or old age. Having more children also decreased the risk of your bloodline dying out. But Luke resolved this issue in the most typical American fashion. After all, it was normal for people in their 30s or 40s in Europe and America to not have children. They wouldn't be considered odd for this. 2144 Side story, Lazy Vacation 3. Robert had nothing else to say. Luke had already given him a standard answer. He could relay it to his wife, Sandra. That was Mario's problem, not Robert's. They got up and entered the house. Selena had already washed up and come downstairs, and was competing with Cindy to see who was the biggest eater. Gold Nugget didn't count. Its stomach wasn't just big, but a bottomless pit. Seeing Robert enter, Selena greeted him naturally and invited him to have breakfast. There was no sense of discomfort at all. Fine, Robert had been forced into this by his wife. After Selena graduated from the police academy, she had worked under Robert for 4 years, and they were as close as Dustin and Luke were. But after talking to Luke, Robert was a lot more clear-headed. It seemed that Selina and his brat had a tacit understanding. What was he worried about? He wasn't stupid enough to think that the girl was still that minor police officer. The changes in Selina's temperament, manner of speech, and her way of doing things over the years all proved that she was no longer an ordinary person. The matter of Luke's girlfriends wasn't concealed from her. There was no need for an outsider like Robert to worry. Half an hour later, Selina saw the father and daughter off, and arranged to train with little Cindy in the afternoon. When she returned, she asked Luke, who was browsing on a tablet at the dining table, "Why did Robert drag you out earlier?" Luke took a sip of his green tea. "He tipped me off that Mario and Sandra want us to have a baby too." Selina's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sandra, I told her that it's still too early." In this regard, she and Luke had a similar opinion. Why would a woman who was young and healthy, and could live for hundreds of years, have a kid so soon? Furthermore, the more developed a society became, the less people wanted to have kids. Luke and Selina could be considered to have indirectly established an intergalactic nation, which had even better technology. In an environment like that, who would want to raise a child who would be around for hundreds of years? Selina had also considered a problem. If Mario and Sandra gave birth to even more kids, what was she going to do? The more people there were, the more diluted the resources. For Earthlings, these resources were equivalent to money. For Director Selina, who had various ways to create extraordinary powers, these resources were Life 1, the Kunlun Kai refining technique, and some of Luke's technology. It wasn't a problem to use some of her resources to groom Talia and Andrea, her two sisters, and Julio, her little brother. Even her youngest sister, Leona, could also have some of them. But what if the resources were spread over a dozen or even dozens of siblings who might appear later? Director Selina felt terrible just thinking about it. She wasn't even 40 yet, and was still a kid, but already had to worry about raising kids. It was simply a nightmare. Furthermore, there would be a lot of things at home that she would have to be fair about. Birthdays were already the simplest thing, but if she had more than 10 siblings, 1 or 2 of them would be celebrating their birthdays every month. If Selina had to celebrate all their birthdays the way she did now for her 3 sisters and 2 brothers, wouldn't she go crazy? If she didn't treat them equally, what would her siblings think of her? Hearing her fret, Luke smiled and shook her. "Don't think too much about it. Give as much as you want. There are a lot of siblings who don't stay in contact after they become adults. Just because you're connected by blood doesn't mean that you have to arrange everything for them." Selina was vexed. "But everything looks very harmonious in your place." Luke was amused. "That's because of our age difference. When Joseph was growing up, Claire and I had already moved out. When Joseph went to college, Cindy only just started primary school. If it wasn't for the huge age difference, they would definitely have fought each other for Robert and Catherine's attention." Selina nodded thoughtfully. Luke continued, "Also, when Claire and I were in Shackelford, Joseph didn't get much attention. After Cindy was born, Joseph went to college, which was why he didn't brood about this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange for him to quarrel with Robert and Catherine every now and then." Selina thought for a moment and realized that Joseph was indeed such a broad-minded person. Fine, that was only at home. Outside, there had been an endless stream of girls, big sisters, aunts, and so on who coveted a bright, pretty boy like him. Even though Joseph didn't go out often, Mindy had to take action every now and then to chase away these women of all ages who had bad intentions toward Joseph. It could only be said that you win some, you lose some. Thinking of his brother's peculiar situation, Luke concluded, "Love is always biased." He rubbed Selina's head. "Especially when you want to be fair to your entire family. How is that possible? Look at me. Am I fair to the team, the league, and the reserve members?" Selina subconsciously nodded her head. "The rules you set are the fairest." Luke spread his hands. "Really? Do I provide Ivan with unlimited supplies the way I do with you? Ivan can still borrow credit points from me, but it's hard for the reserve members to contact me directly." Selina couldn't say anything in response. With so many people, we can only be fair to a point. Looking at her defeated expression, Luke couldn't help but kiss her. Teasing Selina was actually quite fun. Selina pushed him away. "So, how can I solve my family's problem? If you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight." Luke chuckled. "How did you get everything you have today? Did I put it in front of you from the beginning? Claire is my sister, and she didn't get as much as you. Selena was enlightened. You mean train, observe, and screen. Luke nodded. There's nothing that can be obtained without hard work. Even a good-for-nothing can be reborn if they work for it. If they want something, they have to work hard for it. That was his principle. Claire wasn't motivated to enter the world of superheroes, and didn't put in much effort. It was fine as long as he gave her enough ability to protect herself. Joseph was interested and even joined Ursa Minor as a military advisor, so he received a lot of resources. As long as Joseph used his gear, Claire, this celebrity, would definitely eat his dust. It wasn't that Luke favored one sibling over the other, it was just that they had chosen different paths in life. Now that there was a solution to this big problem, Selena relaxed and wrapped her arms around Luke's neck. Then, what do we do about Mario and Sandra still having kids? Should we? She mimed, tying a knot, pulling, and cutting. 2145 Side story, Lazy Vacation End. Luke raised an eyebrow. Do you have to be so ruthless? Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he slapped the ruthless director Selena hard on the butt. Those are your parents, not some ranch livestock. How can you perform an operation on them just because you want to? I think they're pretty much like ranch cows right now. Selena rolled her eyes and didn't think much of Luke's sneak attack. In any case, it didn't hurt. But she couldn't help but complain about her parents. They think about having kids every day. Do they think that children are livestock to be sent to the slaughterhouse later for the sake of profits? Rubbing the spot he had just hit, Luke smiled mysteriously. Actually, this problem isn't too hard to solve. Selena said, just spit it out. Luke didn't say anything for a moment. Instead, he chuckled as he thought of something. What are you thinking? Selena was suspicious. Wait, my jaw is still sore. Don't even think about it tonight. Luke's smile froze. Speechless for a moment, he coughed before he got down to business. Hasn't it occurred to you how Robert and Catherine have only had one child in 20 years, Cindy? Selena was stumped. Isn't it because they took measure themselves? My parents wouldn't do that. Luke shook his head again. They haven't done anything since the year before Cindy went to New York. Catherine felt that the house was too empty, and wanted to give us another brother or sister. Selena's eyes lit up. Did you do something? How is that possible? Luke looked at director Selena like she was an idiot. Do you remember our research on the Kai refining technique? Selena immediately connected the dots. Are you saying that cultivating the Kai refining technique affects reproduction? Luke nodded in relief and patted Selena with a smile. You're really smart. Selena slapped his hand away. Are you looking down on my intelligence again? You can go and touch yourself. Luke calmly drew his hand back. It can increase the cultivator's physique, but it consumes a lot of energy. Reproduction is undoubtedly a very energy-consuming activity. Selena frowned. The side effects are pretty bad. Why didn't you tell me? Technically speaking, this isn't a side effect. Luke shook his head. Increasing a cultivator's physique naturally raises the baseline for having a child, and any kid that is born is even more outstanding. Selena asked, quality over quantity? Luke said, pretty much. Also, the Kai refining technique can increase the chances of getting pregnant, so it's not some sterilization technique. Selena was still uncertain, but Robert and Catherine have been together for years. Luke said, with the Kai refining technique, you can live to 120 to 150 years old. You can have one kid every 10 to 20 years, and have 3 to 5 children in total. Pausing for a moment, he added, of course, except for those who can't find a girlfriend. Ignoring his lame joke, Selena asked the question she was most concerned about. But aren't my parents already cultivating the Kai refining technique? Luke said, but they can't even be considered beginners. Mario is more focused on the ranch, and Sandra is more concerned about your youngest sister, Leona, right? Selena was enlightened. So, the energy transformation isn't strong enough. That's why they're so free. Don't forget that you gave them more than one dose of Life 1. It's very easy for them to be too energetic, Luke reminded her. Selena was lost for words. After all that, it was still her fault. After repenting for a moment, she immediately asked, then how do we get them to cultivate the Kai refining technique? It was impossible to force them to do so. Cultivating the Kai refining technique depended on how much the person in question put into it. Luke chuckled. Have you forgotten your experience of dream learning? Selena slapped her forehead. That's right, you can guide their subconscious learning after they fall asleep. That'll be fine. Now that there was a solution, she was in a good mood, and her eyes immediately lit up. Speaking of dream learning, it's been a while. Luke was surprised. What do you want to learn? Selena's eyes lit up, and she wrapped herself around him. Of course, it's sun, sand and delicious food. Just you and me. Luke, you actually want me to be your attendant, don't you? Selena whispered in his ear, applying sunblock is also one of the jobs of an attendant. Luke, fine, it's not like it's impossible. For the rest of the morning, the villa fell silent. There was only the dog head lounging on a deck chair on the porch, enjoying the sun and the breeze. The next morning, Selena's father, Mario, woke up in a daze. Next to him, Sandra, who looked like she was still in her 30s, opened her eyes. You're awake, Mario hummed and suddenly felt an urge. Then, he lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Sandra was surprised. What are you doing? If he was just going to the bathroom, he naturally didn't need to put on his clothes. Stumped for a moment, Mario scratched his head. I can't sleep. I want to exercise. Sandra gave an oh, and said, all right. She closed her eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. A moment later, Mario came out of the bathroom after washing up, only to see Sandra, who had insisted on sleeping in for the past few years, get up and put on her clothes. He was stumped. You, Sandra frowned. I can't sleep either. Let's go exercise together. After that, the couple fell silent as they felt that this morning's conversation didn't match their usual style after so many years. However, the two of them still went downstairs to eat before they went outside and stood on the grass. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Sandra looked at her husband. Are we going to practice that health exercise? Mario nodded. Let's do that, it's the easiest. Naturally, this so-called health exercise was a stripped-down version of the Kai refining technique which Luke had slowly tweaked over the years. As a result, the effects of the Kai refining technique were significantly reduced, but it was still better than him and Selena personally teaching the technique for a few weeks and still not producing results. At the same time, he modified the movements of the Kai refining technique. As long as some Kunlun big shot didn't get involved, it would be very hard to identify the source of this technique, unless one carefully studied the details. Even someone who had watched Daniel Rand for a few months might not necessarily be able to see the connection between this health exercise and the Kai refining technique. Of course, the beginner level required focus. It was like a beginner practicing calligraphy. The difference between being serious and not was completely different. In the past, Mario and his wife would half-heartedly cultivate the technique, and only every now and then, so the effects were practically non-existent. It wasn't like Selena could beat up her own parents and teach them a lesson to make them learn. Coupled with how effective life one was, she gave up. Now, in order to make the couple behave and stop having kids, she finally had Luke hurt them where it hurt, in their dreams. Thus, these two were finally willing to cultivate the simplified version of the Kai refining technique. As for whether or not they grew suspicious about their sudden urge to work out, Selena didn't care. Wasn't it good to be healthier? It would be even better if those dozens of siblings only existed in dreams. She and Luke still wanted to enjoy their two-person world for several more centuries. 2146 Side story. Chairman Jenny's grand plan in Nassau County, New York. The former phone company headquarters no longer had the huge silver titanium company sign. The company employees, visitors and clients who used to bustle around the building every day were gone. Apart from the security guards and some miscellaneous personnel, the place was now filled with researchers who rarely went out. When Jenny bought the 10-story building, it had already been over 20 years old. Now that over a decade had passed, it looked even older. However, there were lush plants scattered everywhere inside the complex. Compared with the bustle and noise of the past, there was a sense of tranquility. The top floor of the building was Jenny's daily residence in New York. Except for the exquisite botanical garden on the top of the building, everything else was basically the same as when she first came to New York. The young lady was a nostalgic person. Her living room in the penthouse was similar to the small mansion in Beverly Hills in Los Angeles, where she had first met Luke. It had nothing to do with love at first sight, but Luke would tease the female chairman about it every now and then. For example, a certain retired detective would cuff a certain female suspect and search her for contraband. This sort of criminal roleplay hadn't happened just once or twice. Over the past decade, Jenny had gone from newbie to nouveau riche to big shot to royalty. From showing off in front of the world at the very beginning, to separating herself from most specific matters and controlling hundreds of small companies from behind the scenes, her days were very fulfilling. At that moment, the chairman of the board was lying lazily on a large mat in front of the French balcony windows. A tablet was playing economic news via a projection in front of her, and the news anchor was going through recent increases in tech stocks in America. Jenny's attention was no longer on the news. It was a summer afternoon, and there were white clouds outside the balcony. The chirping of cicadas and birds amidst the red flowers and green trees mixed with the familiar professional news jargon. The chairman gradually fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, she smelled the fragrance of coffee, and her heart jumped. Only then did she feel herself being wrapped in an embrace. Jenny didn't need to open her eyes to know who it was. Of course, it was impossible for anyone else to get past Angel. She didn't open her eyes or say anything. She simply lounged lazily and leaned even closer to Luke as she hummed softly. After waking up from her afternoon nap, the chairman of the board was limp and didn't want to move at all. Thankfully, Luke had keen hearing and was a psychology expert. Jenny wasn't worried that he would misunderstand. Looking at this young lady who was as delicate as a Barbie doll, Luke couldn't help but find it funny. Back then, this person would nag him about the company's development and future plans even when they were sleeping at night, let alone take a nap. Now, she had actually started to slack off. But it was already early May 2019, almost a year after Thanos' attack. 2 months after the attack, Luke and Selena had boarded a spaceship bound for the lawless planet to bring their families back to Earth after they were transported there via space before the battle with Thanos. After that, he and Selena took half a year off and spent it at the ranch villa in Shackelford, and only started moving again recently. During this period of time, in order to study his main body with all his stats intact, he hadn't activated his clones again. Without his clones to help multitask, he didn't have enough time to spare. Thus, Jenny had only met him a few times in the past year, and the long annual break they had agreed upon had been accumulating. Thankfully, after returning to New York, Luke finished studying his complete form, and his clones were activated again. With the 3 clones in charge of research and miscellaneous tasks, Luke could at least appear idle on the surface. Fortunately, the chairman of the board had been busy with her career all these years, and she had a year's worth of leave. She made up for it a few times, and didn't bother Luke. But today, it was already the afternoon, and she was still in her silk pajamas. She didn't even bother to change into home clothes. It had been more than 3 months since they last met. The chairman of the board had a lot of work to do, and needed a big push before she could get back to work. Luke simply loosened his grip and considerately used the gentlest massage technique with a weak infusion of light of life to slowly restore Jenny's body to its peak state. The chairman of the board was clearly very satisfied with his massage skills. She switched from lying on her side to lying on her front so that she could relax even more quickly. They didn't speak. Jenny didn't even open her eyes as Luke massaged her tense leg and butt muscles. It wasn't until she fell asleep that Luke stopped. With a sweep of his telekinesis, he sent the chairman's sweat into a trash can in the distance. Only then did he wrap his arms around her and pull the blanket over her. Now that his clones had been reactivated, sleeping with the chairman wouldn't delay his work at all. It was just that the level 1 clone was in hibernation for the time being, so Luke's mental processes were divided among the other 3 clones, which could satisfy the psychological needs of his girlfriends. No wonder some people said that cloning was a necessary skill for many novel protagonists. After a soul-deep massage, Jenny slept soundly in the afternoon. It wasn't until the sun was setting in the west and the orange light created blazing clouds in the sky that she slowly woke up. Familiar hands gripped her in key places. The muscles on her back felt good, and she sighed comfortably. He had been so considerate to her since the very beginning, how could she bear to ditch him? Angel, that muscle brain, didn't understand this sort of wonder at all. Jenny secretly turned her nose up at her bodyguard and half-best friend. She turned slightly and looked behind her. Unsurprisingly, Luke's grayish-blue eyes were fixed on her. Jenny smiled. "Hi, long time no see." Luke smiled back. Long time no see." As they spoke, their heads pressed together again. After a long while, Jenny said vaguely, "Luke, I'm a little hungry." Luke hummed and said, "That's right. You fell asleep so quickly you didn't eat the takeaway lunch I brought." Jenny said, "Get lost, I don't want your takeaway, I want chicken." Luke said, "Okay, roast chicken all right." Jenny said, "I want you to feed me." Luke said, "No problem." 2147 Side story. Grand plan end. In the end, the chairman of the board naturally got what she wanted. She lay lazily on the couch and enjoyed Luke's food delivery service. It was just that dinner was a little long, and the sky had completely turned dark by the time it was over. The food and entertainment spots in the small neighborhood around the building bustled with activity. Whether beautiful or ugly, the typical American-style signboards of numerous venues were all lit up brightly here. They gave this part of Nassau County a slightly richer air, and were enough to satisfy the employees who lived in the staff dorms next door. Being remote and ordinary also meant that it wasn't expensive. More importantly, it was convenient. Those who stayed in the staff dorms either couldn't bear to squander money in New York, or were tech geeks who were too lazy to drive out. These food and entertainment spots were right outside their place, which met their mental and physical needs. Both of them were still cuddling on the couch. Luke had even gone out to get food and drinks, and switched out the mat. Jenny, however, didn't even move when he changed the mat. She let him flip her over like a dead fish, and he put her down again after he changed the mat. However, Jenny had finally changed into loose cotton home clothes. This way, she could better enjoy the cool night wind outside the French windows. Staring at the night view, she murmured, "I remember that when I bought this building, there wasn't even a small supermarket here." Sensing her mental fluctuations, Luke stroked her. "This is the result of your efforts to change this world." He couldn't help but want to laugh inwardly. Why did it feel like he was saying, "Look, this is the empire I built for you"? Jenny sighed. "I've been feeling old lately, and less energetic." Luke was speechless. He had personally examined her less than an hour ago. In terms of flexibility, endurance and vitality, she was better than an 18-year-old female gymnast. The only thing she didn't have was the curves. Apart from being more partial to a woman's assets, Luke was fine with a thinner woman. Of course, a pretty face could make up for the lack of curves. Although the chairman of the board was lacking slightly in these two aspects, she was still far from flat. Thoughts wandering, he subconsciously confirmed this. Jenny turned around and glared. "Like I said, I haven't been very energetic recently." Luke came back to his senses and injected her with a trace of light of life. The chairman's eyes immediately softened, but she didn't forget to exclaim, "Be starred, you're using that again." But a moment later, she realized that she had misunderstood something. Luke drew his hand back solemnly. "Don't worry, I was examining you again. You're full of energy now, right?" Jenny choked and lunged at him. "I'm going to bite you to death, you be *starred. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go." "I was kidding." A few minutes later, the chairman realized that Luke was also joking. Luke's mouth relaxed, and he said solemnly to Jenny, who was breathing heavily, "Your teeth are very even, and your tongue is very quick." Knowing that she had been tricked again, Jenny was so angry that she punched his 8-pack lying down the way she was too far away to punch his chest. After laughing, Luke got down to business. "After the battle last year, the developers whom you were interested in were snapped up by other people, right? So, you haven't had anything to do for the past 6 months. You feel too free." "Yes, that's pretty much it." Jenny nodded, not surprised at all that he had hit the nail on the head. This guy was a top detective. Reading people and reasoning were just the basic requirements. Fine, the chairman was still a little naive. It was easy for a cheat who knew the right answer to deduce the logic leading up to it. Luke chuckled. "The point of a break was for you to travel more. Chairman, it wasn't easy for me to give you almost a year of rest. You didn't cherish it." Hearing that, Jenny perked up and sat up. "Is there a new project? Did you develop it yourself? In what area?" Luke was speechless for a moment. After she asked 7 or 8 questions, he exerted force and successfully shut the chairman up for the time being. Looking at her expectant eyes, Luke got up and carried her to the bedroom. Stumped for a moment, Jenny gritted her teeth. "Be starred, I'll go all out tonight. Treat it as compensation." Then, she was brought into the bedroom with a resigned expression. 2 minutes later, she wore an irate expression as Luke pulled her over. "Be starred, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Blinking in confusion, Luke put on an innocent but extremely annoying expression. "We're getting down to proper business, Miss Gwennis. You weren't even wearing pants just now. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Jenny gnashed her teeth. "You could have just told me to change. You dragged me in here without saying anything. Wasn't that clearly asking for compensation?" Luke shook his head quickly. No. It was the chairman of the board who provided me with good service the whole afternoon, so I should be the one paying you. Jenny, Mr. Major Shareholder, have you forgotten that I've always been your personal secretary? Luke couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry. As an apology, I'll prepare a project big enough for you to work on until the end of time. Jenny said, HMPH, we'll see. As they chatted, they went down the elevator to a separate underground garage and got into Luke's car before they left the building. After they left, the SUV drove for a few minutes toward the less populated outskirts of Nassau County before it reached the seaside. Luke took out the protective energy suit which the Guardians used. He put it on and activated it, before he plunged into the ocean with Jenny in his arms. A few minutes later, a small gray spaceship rose up in the distance and headed straight for outer space. On the spaceship, Jenny, who was in the passenger seat, couldn't help but guess again. You're not taking me to see the moon base, are you? Wait, that place isn't a secret to world governments anymore. Is it Mars, or a space research station? Suddenly, she recalled something. Wait, how long will we be out for? I haven't told Angel my whereabouts yet. Luke chuckled. When I arrived early on, I helped you give her time off. She might be on vacation in a distant place right now. Actually, this time off from Jenny was verified news that had been passed through the Bat Squad, otherwise, Angel would have had to personally confirm it with Jenny. Like the chairman of the board, Angel would also be going to the lawless planet. Jenny had also been sent there during the battle with Thanos' fleet. It was just that Luke had used the monolith to send her back to Earth that same day. Firstly, she had been worried about the safety of Luke and her family, and secondly, she couldn't let go of company affairs, so she wasn't in the mood to survey the businesses on the lawless planet. On Earth, she was probably the only person with outstanding business administrative skills whom Luke could trust. Still, her work on Earth was no longer challenging. The chairman's listless expression today wasn't because she had been inactive for a year, but because she no longer felt a sense of expectation. Back then, she had willingly given up a stable position as the supervisor of a gold mine earning millions in revenue and had forked out her own money to build the phone company with Luke. For this once overbearing CEO, current chairman, and perennial personal secretary, Luke could only give her the vast universe to carry out whatever grand galactic plan she wanted. And so, this was new work with no retirement age in sight. 2148 Side Story. Artist and Baker's Party Experience. One Long Island welcomed the busiest period of the year at the height of summer. An hour away, under the tall buildings in Manhattan, New York, there were still many dark and cramped corners congested with people, and the air was sweltering. On Long Island, which was surrounded by the sea on three sides, the sky was high and the sea was wide. There were all kinds of mansions, green trees, and beaches with people chatting and laughing together. There were artists as well as employees of tech companies. There were also rich bigshots of various levels who fully reflected the American notion of no money, no high. Petite and curvy Elena held Luke's arm as they strolled through what could be considered a luxurious mansion villa. She wasn't wearing her loose clothes suitable for casual sketching at the moment, but a close-fitting blue dress. Under the setting sun, her fair skin looked like warm marble. After sending away the 12th stranger who had come to talk to his girlfriend, Luke didn't forget to mock his gender. Look, this is a bad habit men have. Elena couldn't help but smile happily. It wasn't because of the fact that she was attracting the attention of many men, she simply enjoyed the feeling of a certain someone blocking their way. All this time, the two of them rarely attended such large-scale parties. Most of the time, they simply roamed the city, the countryside, the mountains and the rivers together, quietly experiencing the beautiful scenery. There was more than one reason why they were here tonight. One of them was that the Soderbergh family's young Miss, Lindsay Soderbergh, had sent Elena an invitation. This young lady had been in New York politics for years, and was already no longer the personal manager of some innovative, new artist. Still, she had reaped huge profits from successfully packaging Monroe Peterson, a certain lunatic artist, so there was naturally no reason for her to abandon this ready-made and safe revenue source. Also, as a politician who wasn't overly charismatic, using some art as part of her cover to boost her profile slightly was a good thing. Thus, Miss Lindsay's connections in the art circle in New York were taken over by an art gallery controlled by an offshore company. On the surface, the shares in the art gallery had nothing to do with her. As long as she used various charity or trust funds, the gallery's revenue could be used to cover some of her expenses. Similarly, These expenses were legally unrelated to her, and thus bypassed a lot of political risks. The second reason was the woman who had come with Lindsay. This person had been chatting with Lindsay and looking around every now and then. She finally saw Elena and Luke when they were 10 meters away. Delighted, she ran over to them, even forgetting about Lindsay. "Elena, didn't you say that you would wait for me by the sea?" The woman had the pitiful expression of an abandoned child. Elena smiled helplessly, and felt like she was facing a silly daughter. Mary, Margaret's nickname, this is the seaside. Margaret, Haley's sister, looked around in confusion. "Ah, is this the seaside? I thought it was over there." She didn't forget to point in the direction she had come from. Amused, Elena patted her forehead. "This is the north side of Long Island. How can the ocean be in the south?" Margaret rubbed her forehead. "You're right, why didn't I think of that? That's because you lack a sense of direction." Luke, who was watching from the side, silently mocked this simple-minded, rich beauty. Fine, this person could just barely be considered his sister-in-law. However, the Joker's care and concern just made this silly girl shiver in fear. She had hidden behind her sister, Haley, and peeked at him now and then like he was a terrifying fiend. Before quickly looking away, she never looked him in the eye. Thankfully, that had just been the one time. After that, Haley never again mentioned letting the Joker go with her to see her sister. Elena and Margaret clicked very well. They had transferred to Polland Academy in New Jersey at about the same time to become art students. They were very similar in terms of wealth, lack of ambition, innocence, and their love of art. Elena was gentler, while Margaret was childish, but they somehow balanced each other out. After more than 10 years, they had become bosom friends. While Haley wandered around the world, Elena was on the list of people whom Margaret could trust. These were the only people whom Margaret could be alone with. That was why Elena's life had always been full. Luke would come by once or twice a week on average, while Elena would spend 2 or 3 days with Margaret. Only half her time was spent on her own. Occasionally, Elena would go camping with Luke to enjoy nature, or go to an art or photo studio with Margaret to try out all sorts of new ideas. Her days were peaceful and interesting. Actually, most regular citizens had very little entertainment. Party animals, holiday camps and whatnot were mostly to fill the boredom. This was a country known for its freedom and privacy. Good friends could tell each other everything, provided that they were happy to do so. When Americans became adults, their parents usually only needed them to visit during the holidays. If parents couldn't control their children's personal freedom, what right did friends have to demand things of each other? Why were fraternities and sororities so popular? Many new students were willing to endure all sorts of strange entry tests to join them. It was because after becoming part of a group, participation in these activities became more of a given, and was more reliable than depending on so-called best friends. Of course, it was easy to have fun in a group of people. That was also one of the reasons why school outcasts wanted to sneak into these small groups. Rich people had it better. Those who coveted their money would take the initiative to stick close to them. It took no effort to find people to play with, as long as they forked out the money. In a sense, tonight's party was an upgraded adult version of such spending. The drinks just switched from cheap beer to higher-end wine, whiskey and champagne. The wholesale supermarket food turned into the handiwork of a team of chefs, and the topic of conversation changed from chasing celebrities to playing with celebrities. As Luke's thoughts wandered, Miss Lindsay walked over with a smile and gave him a half-hug. "Luke, long time no see. It seems you're doing well," Luke said casually. "Lindsay, you're even more captivating now. Save that for your Elena." Lindsay chuckled and didn't take his words seriously at all. What a joke. As a straight man, he hadn't once responded to her personal invitations. However captivating she was didn't matter to him at all. 2149 party experience 2. Looking at the smiling man in front of her, Lindsay had mixed feelings. Her mother, Aurora, had wanted to matchmake her and Luke, who had still been a minor detective. Unfortunately, she and her parents had been quarreling at the time over the misunderstanding that was her artist boyfriend. Coupled with the fact that she had still been young at the time, she wasn't in the mood to think about a relationship. After so many years, she already had a fiancé, but they had no feelings for each other at all. It was purely a political marriage. For people in the political circles, it wasn't purity that mattered, but how low a person's bottom line was. Mass killings were typical, but the truly heinous individuals were those who violated basic ethics. For example, the politicians killed by the Joker. Directly killing them was already a light sentence. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. In any case, Lindsay had long decided to focus on politics. Personal relationships were just an indispensable part of her persona. It was enough for the public to say, not bad. But seeing the picture Luke and Elena made as they stood together made her envious. It had been almost 10 years, but the two of them were still as close as when they visited Monroe Peterson's exhibition at the beginning. As a politician, Lindsay could tell that this wasn't a pretense. There was an unspoken tacit understanding between Luke and Elena. This wasn't a man who looked refined on the surface but was impatiently thinking about which woman to hook up with later. This wasn't a woman who was smiling despite eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger. She even felt that these two had come for Long Island's evening seaside landscape, and had just agreed to her invitation in passing. Of course, Lindsay wasn't unhappy. With this sort of gathering, once the other party showed up and said hello, it didn't matter if they stayed or left after that. Otherwise, she would have to keep the dozens of people she had invited tonight company the entire time, and it would become something like a company meeting. What made Lindsay even more envious was that Luke and Elena seemed more mature than when they first met, but they still looked young and full of energy. Although Lindsay had always worked out and took care of herself, her appearance and figure were still slowly deteriorating after working overtime, staying up late, and using excessive makeup. But this was a fleeting thought. Power always came with a price. If she were willing to be a good helper to her husband the way her mother was, she would naturally have more time on her hands. But that was equivalent to being bound to her husband and losing most of her right to speak. That was unacceptable for someone as proud as Lindsay. So, she felt envy but nothing more than that. After Luke and Lindsay exchanged casual greetings, Margaret pulled Elena over and then hugged Luke happily. Lindsay was a social expert, and had a good grasp of the boundaries of a half-hug that was slightly intimate but didn't involve too much contact. This cheap sister-in-law, on the other hand, was very relaxed around Luke, and wrapped him in a full hug. He could feel her body heat and her soft and elastic skin through her thin summer outfit. As the only family the female doctor cared about, Margaret had even secretly added Haley to her name when she went to college. When Margaret was targeted by the gang, Haley took a huge risk to rescue her, and the cousins were almost turned into honeycombs. From this, it could be seen that although they were actually cousins, they were even closer than biological sisters. Although Haley was reluctant, she still gave Margaret some of the life won which she got from Luke. Otherwise, Margaret, who was the same age as Elena at almost 40 years old, wouldn't still be so bouncy. Of course Margaret was happy. Luke was her only male friend in so many years. In comparison, she had had a few boyfriends over the years, but none of them lasted. That wasn't a big deal. After all, artists had far more unconventional relationships. For example, Luke had never seen Elena's roommate. At Polland Academy she was either in a boyfriend's bed, or on the way there. This sister-in-law of Luke's was almost 40 years old, and had only been married once. Forget how many boyfriends she had over the years. At most, they ate, hugged and kissed, and then, nothing. Something would always happen to expose the true motives of these men. They were either greedy for her body or her money, or both. In short, Luke's sister-in-law's relationship history was purer than that of most young people. Haley had personally verified that Luke could be her sister's friend. That was because he was one of the few men who didn't have any ideas about Margaret. Even when he had the opportunity, he was as steady as an old man. Luke had nothing to say. He couldn't tell the female doctor, actually, I already have you. I definitely won't make a move on your sister. She definitely wouldn't be able to accept this truth, so the Joker would have to continue keeping his secrets. After bringing a lost Margaret over, Lindsay didn't stay any longer. She apologized and then got busy. Under the jealous gazes of passers-by, Luke wandered the beach with two beautiful artists on his left and right. On the other hand, twice as many beauties naturally meant twice as many worries. The competitive comparisons weren't a joke. One was tall and the other was short, one had blonde hair and the other had black hair. One was tall and slim, and the other was petite and curvy. One was lively and passionate, and the other was gentle and self-aware, and both could attract practically most men. For the men at this party who claimed to be celebrities but were actually animals in human skin, the two women were targets that couldn't be ignored. In any case, they would just give it a try. Who knew, they might succeed. At first, the two girls could still laugh as they watched Luke take potshots at the men, but after a few minutes, they couldn't take it anymore and firmly pulled him away. The three of them didn't drive straight home. It was rare for Margaret to come out with Luke and Elena, and she was reluctant to go back. Also, compared with the cold and damp of autumn and winter, New York summers were just nice for having fun. So, Luke took the two girls for a stroll along the beach. The private beaches of rich families were all fancy. There was very little litter here, most of the sand was a clean expanse blocked off with nets. Margaret was too excited. She ran onto the beach in her high heels and faceplanted in the sand. But she didn't cry or feel terrible after falling. She simply lay on the ground for a moment before she started chuckling. Luke rolled his eyes. This naive girl was indeed hopeless. 2150 side story. Party experience 3. This cheap sister-in-law was wearing a midi dress that looked like it was made of silk. The dress was very conservative, but that didn't stop it from flying up to her waist when she fell down. With Luke's keen eyesight, he could see everything at that short distance. Luke couldn't help but chuckle. He turned his head and whispered in Elena's ear, is this an artist's taste? Very cute. Looking at the light purple underwear, Elena simply slapped Luke's mouth to stop his mocking. But looking at that butt that was high up in the air, she couldn't help but laugh. It was true, although Mary was almost 40 years old, she was still a child in private. Margaret giggled foolishly for a moment. At that moment, she turned around and saw the two of them smiling at her. She was instantly pleased. Not bad, I made them laugh. There was no problem with her losing face in front of her two good friends, as long as everyone was happy. Elena smacked Luke for his jibes, then took off her high heels. She then went forward and helped Margaret undo the straps on her own heels. After Elena checked Margaret's knees and elbows to make sure that she hadn't scraped them, the two girls stood up together. Margaret naturally handed Luke the high-heeled sandals that had caused her accident. Help me carry them too. Thank you. Luke took them, then saw her turn to look at the sea. Do you want to go into the water? Margaret said, that's right. It's a pity I didn't bring a swimsuit. Luke didn't think much of it. Then wait here for a moment. I have swimsuits in my car. Margaret nodded and ran over the beach with Elena. Let's go. Look at that cloud, the shape and color, and the empty space around it. Isn't it such a natural composition? Luke watched the two girls run to the beach and talk by the water, before he walked behind some low-lying plants. Naturally, he didn't have anything like swimsuits in his car, and instead had prepared regular clothes and towels. However, there were a lot of swimsuits in his inventory. It wasn't that Luke liked to collect swimsuits, this was purely an employee benefit. Several of the evil scientists in Space 2 had been working hard. As he gradually put together a complete research team and a logistics support team for these evil scientists, all sorts of research results began to come out. For example, about 30% of the technology for his nanosuit came from this team. He had basically left the research and development of Life 1 to them. Although everyone involved, from supervisors to researchers, were bright red in the system, re-education through life imprisonment could be considered a standard policy, so there had to be a reward mechanism in place. Regular prisoners could get parole, but that naturally didn't exist here. From the moment they entered Space 2, these bad guys could only work until they died, so they could only get material rewards. All sorts of professional entertainment facilities naturally became their first choice, like a deluxe swimming pool. Of course, a normal person would understand that the most attractive part of a swimming pool was never the water, just like how the thing that drew most people to a bar wasn't the alcohol. Space 2's logistics support team was thus created. Hundreds of male and female bad guys who didn't have any research abilities and were just bright red in the system were captured and sent into Space 2. They underwent rough plastic surgery, training and brainwashing, and finally were injected with nanomites with surveillance control. A logistics support team that could meet all the service needs of the men and women in the research team thus appeared. Swimsuits, for example, were just a very basic consumable. Men made up the majority of the research team, so naturally, there were more women in the logistics support team, and they came in all shapes and sizes. Thus, the swimsuits which Luke bought in bulk were also in all sorts of sizes. He stuffed 2 swimsuits, a pair of swimming trunks, slippers, a few big beach towels, and a beach mat into a big bag. Thinking for a moment, he then simply produced a food box which included a bottle of red wine. His cheap sister-in-law was obsessed with red wine, but she didn't like to drink alone. It could be said that the party today had been ruined by those dog-like men. She could only be compensated with red wine. Everything was ready in less than 10 seconds. Luke waited a few more minutes before he returned to the beach. Facing the setting sun, the two women were engrossed in their discussion of the scenery and composition, and didn't stop gesturing as they talked, completely forgetting his existence. It wasn't until the sun set and only a faint light remained that Margaret remembered Luke. She turned around and saw Luke lounging on the beach, elegantly swirling red wine in a glass. He wasn't acting pretentious. He really wasn't interested in red wine. As for swaying the glass in his hand, it was no different from shaking roast beef in front of gold nugget. Sure enough, his sister-in-law's eyes immediately lit up. She cheered and ran over with a cute smile. "Luke, you're awesome. You actually knew that I wanted this." Seeing how happy she was over such a small surprise, Luke smiled but didn't say anything. "It's good to be simple. My dog head is even harder to coax than you." A few minutes later, Margaret finished half a glass of red wine and placed it on the food box that doubled as a table. She lay down and sighed with satisfaction. "Wow, lying down like this is too comfortable." Elena chuckled and draped a towel over her shoulders, as well as over Margaret, who was lying next to her. This was the open sea of Long Island, and the sea breeze was chilly once it turned dark. The dresses she and Margaret were wearing couldn't keep them warm. It wouldn't be good if they caught a cold. Only after her slightly cold shoulders were covered in the towel did Margaret notice the other details. "Wow, you even have towels. And this beach mat, and this box. Luke, if you work as a waiter, you'll definitely get the biggest tip in the world." Luke nodded with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, but I wouldn't be able to stand that sort of work." Margaret was a little drunk, and her words floated over. So I should tip you now." She sat up and searched herself. Elena kindly reminded her, "The driver dropped you off at the manor. You didn't bring your wallet at all." Margaret was stumped for a moment before she remembered. She subconsciously reached for her chest. "That's right, but Haley told me to prepare at least $100 bill for emergencies." Helpless, Elena reached out and pulled her hand away. "Are you going to tell me that you used $100 bills as pasties today?" Margaret was stumped. A moment later, she clutched her head. "Oh my God, I forgot. I didn't wear a bra today, so there was nowhere for me to stash the cash, so I didn't bring any money." 2151 Side story, party experience for Luke watched with great interest. Although his cheap sister-in-law's bust wasn't exaggerated enough, she had a good figure and a good temperament. Her search for a tip just now had caused one side of her dress to slip off her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of her fair and smooth chest. He had to confirm with his own eyes that Margaret really didn't have $100 bill on her today. Elena tidied up Margaret's clothes and didn't even bother to look at Luke. The three of them were too familiar with each other. Luke was always the first viewer of the drawings and portraits that the girls modeled for. Besides, Margaret trusted Luke. Even if he knocked on her door in the middle of the night, this silly girl would open the door in pleasant surprise and invite him in. As a great man once said, there was no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman. Nothing had happened between Margaret and her good friend, Luke. The key wasn't that she didn't think about it, but that Luke never had that intention. Conversely, when Margaret and Elena had sleepovers, Margaret had asked a lot of questions about Luke. They had even done some unspeakable things when they were drunk. This wasn't unusual in America. According to some investigations, female best friends had done some unspeakable things with each other about 30% of the time, while more than 80% had crossed the line. But Elena knew very well that Margaret had a normal sexual orientation. Perhaps she was only imagining Elena as someone else. Of course, there were even more outrageous things in the circle of artists that the two women came into contact with. This sort of drunk lack of control was already very pure. After that, they tacitly forgot about it. Elena had never thought of preventing Luke and Margaret from meeting. Her relationship with Luke had always been unique, and Margaret and Luke knew each other. Besides, given Margaret's pure personality, there was still a long way to go before she took the initiative, nor would Luke go along with it. Ignoring things was also one way for friends to get along. After this tipping interlude, the three of them continued with dinner. It was rare for Margaret to go camping, and she was in high spirits with her friends next to her. Luke had no choice but to retrieve another bottle of red wine for his sister-in-law. Half of the 2 bottles of red wine went into the stomachs of the 2 female artists, and most of it into Margaret. The night grew darker, and the visitors who were playing on the seaside basically disappeared. Margaret was already flushed and drunk. She slept soundly under 2 big beach towels, and smacked her lips every now and then, as if she were eating in her sleep. Luke and Elena cuddled on the side. They had 1 beach towel draped over their shoulders and were sharing the last half glass of red wine. The drunk artist glanced at her best friend, who was 1 meter away, and couldn't help but whisper in Luke's ear, "You usually only let us have 1 bottle of wine at most. Why 2 bottles today? Tell me, did you want to get me drunk and then use the opportunity to fool around with Mary?" Luke patted the restless female artist and said in an injured tone, "Why are you saying the opposite?" Surprised, Elena then exclaimed in alarm, "Be starred, did you want us to get you drunk and then take advantage of you?" Luke chuckled and shook his head at how smart the female artist was. "Of course not, I just wanted to get Mary drunk and then have sex with you." Elena looked appalled. "Ah, you animal." Her hands were still covering her chest pitifully, but the straps of her dress had completely fallen off to reveal her perfect upper body. Only Luke could enjoy such a beautiful view on the empty beach at night. He had to cooperate fully with the female artist. With a devilish smile, he grabbed her chin and leaned in close. They could taste each other's breath. "It's useless, woman. Nobody will save you even if you scream your lungs out, so you're mine tonight." The female artist didn't know about Luke's perverse delight in following a script. She simply struggled with all her might, but fell even faster into his hands. The sound of the tide surging rang out in the night. The female artist's resistance to the atrocities didn't work. Even though she insisted on taking the initiative and was on top for a brief span of time, she ultimately still fell onto Luke's strong chest. He gathered up her petite and plump body in his arms. Elena didn't forget to stuff 1 corner of the towel into her mouth so that her anguished wails wouldn't startle Margaret. She and Luke had a history on Christmas Eve. They had almost scared a security guard out of his wits at Polland Academy. Luke had also used Life 1 in Real Dream to teach Elena the Kai refining technique over the years, so her physique was several times stronger than that of an ordinary woman. However, this only allowed her to stay awake for longer. Truthfully, her body was very weak. Still, that didn't stop her body from heating up at all. The stars twinkled in the night sky and the waves rippled along the sand. With a beauty in Luke's arms, this could be said to be the perfect night out. The female artist gradually lost control of herself, and Luke could only cover her mouth with his. At that moment, the faint sound of a motor could be heard in the distance. Luke didn't think much of it. There were too many rich people on Long Island who had yachts and were obsessed with sailing. But a few minutes later, his ears twitched, and his attention finally shifted away from Elena. With his hearing, he investigated the source of the unusual activity coming from the ocean. In the blink of an eye, his expression turned strange. Amidst the sound of the tide breaking, a figure broke the surface of the ocean and strode toward the beach. The newcomer was quite fast. In 10 seconds, she was standing on the beach 10 meters away from Luke. However, she didn't notice Luke and the other 2 for the time being in the dark. Maybe it was because she was too angry to notice what was going on. She simply raised her hands and stuck her middle fingers out at the ocean as she rattled off, "You idiots, if you want to do it, go home and FCK yourself. Don't think you're so great just because you're rich. You can't compare with my boyfriend, Luke." "Fine, I know how good you are at talking." However, he didn't say anything for the time being. Instead, he activated elementary sound wave and listened to the conversation on a yacht 100 meters away. In just a minute, he had a rough idea of what was going on. He coughed and reminded the person who was cursing, "There's someone else here." 2152 Side story. Party experience 5. The lady, who had been cursing out the parents of the people on the yacht, finally stopped and turned around in astonishment. Her wet white dress clung to her body. Her thick black hair was a mess as it covered half of her especially fair face. If the woman hadn't cursed the moment she came ashore, Elena might have thought that she had encountered some supernatural thing like a female ghost in the ocean. The female artist didn't know who she was, but Luke was all too familiar with the sassy speech of this G-cup baker, Max. It was already late at night, and the closest lights were dozens of meters away. Max turned around and saw 2 figures leaning against each other. Margaret, with her just lying there, Max treated her like a pile of junk. Max walked forward a few meters before she confirmed that they were a couple. but as someone with an experienced eye, she immediately sensed the subtleties in their postures. This position looked very familiar to her. Then, Margaret woke up in a daze. Hearing the noise, this cheap sister-in-law looked around blankly. Seeing that, Max immediately got a "kid, you're good" expression on her face. "Wow, bro, you sure know how to have fun." The baker winked at Luke. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Thank you for the compliment, but are you sure that's what you should be worrying about now?" "You're right, can you lend me your phone?" Max came back to her senses. The gears in her head started moving again, and she raised her hands defensively. "Wait, let me make it clear first, I'm only borrowing your phone. I won't compensate you with my body." Lost for words, Luke put Elena on the side. Max exclaimed and covered her face as if in shock, but she peeked at Luke and Elena with bright eyes through her fingers. Then, she murmured in surprise, "I guessed wrong. That's impossible." Elena's dress had already been pulled back down to her knees. There was no way to tell whether she was wearing anything underneath. The t-shirt and shorts that Luke was wearing, however, were neat and tidy. Given Max's abundant camping experience, she could confirm that those shorts definitely weren't pulled down low enough. Luke vaguely sensed her mental fluctuations, and wasn't surprised, she wouldn't be Max otherwise. There was no need for him to explain, that was just how flawlessly the inventory functioned. Taking out Margaret's phone from his bag, Luke tossed it to Max. He had been using the call function on his nanosuit for the past few years, and was too lazy to carry a phone. In any case, this was just a passing thing. Max caught the phone and stared at Luke for a few seconds, as if to say, "I don't believe I saw wrongly." Luke smiled. He was too familiar with the baker's tricks. How could he be intimidated by her? Max finally gave up on this train of thought. She thanked him and made a call 10 meters away. The call was very brief and ended in less than 20 seconds. Max returned the phone, but Margaret had already gotten up curiously. She took back her phone and handed over the towel she had been wearing. "Dry yourself first, or you might catch a cold." Looking at Margaret, who was wearing an eager-to-please smile, Max got a strange expression on her face. Why did this person seem a little like Caroline, when the latter first applied for a job at the diner? She had the air of a socialite about her. Thankfully, the baker had always been open-minded and wasn't in the habit of hating the rich for no reason. Besides, she did need a towel. Her wet dress was one of the reasons. More importantly, the white dress was very transparent after it got wet, which was even more stimulating than if she wasn't wearing anything. Fortunately, this guy had 2 girls with him, and probably wouldn't go crazy and want a double sandwich. Even as Max muttered to herself inwardly, she thanked Margaret on the surface and chatted with her. It couldn't be helped. Luke was still whispering to the female artist, and wasn't acting as unrestrained as Max had imagined. What was even more annoying was that Luke only paid attention to this side every now and then. On the other hand, the eyes of the petite woman in his arms were like a scanner as they lingered on Max's curves. Elena was now completely sober. Looking at Max's body, which looked on the verge of spilling out, she subconsciously thought of the full-bodied women in famous paintings. For her, art was still a little more important than Luke. More importantly, Luke could look, and this wasn't a scene he might necessarily see again. Not only that, Elena even asked this person whose job it was to survey, in a low voice, "This size, is it an F or G?" Luke said, "G, and not far from H." Elena clicked her tongue. "Also, I think they're the real deal. This is excessive." Luke shrugged in agreement. In fact, there were a lot of women in Europe and America who could reach G or even H, but very few were natural, or weren't fat. If this woman had a face on par with Margaret's, she would definitely be rare. To put it another way, if Margaret had Max's G cup, the number of men chasing her would be several times more. It had to be pointed out that Margaret was already a rich young socialite. The way Elena scrutinized her gave Max the illusion that she had run into some psycho killer gang. They were even a couple. Wait, maybe they had a third partner who was the patsy. Margaret didn't notice the sympathy in the baker's eyes at all. You can only watch someone reap the spoils. That was something Caroline was very familiar with. Thinking this, Max felt even closer to Margaret, and simply chatted with her in a low voice. Margaret really wasn't on guard. She basically just responded to whatever she was asked. Of course, that didn't include things that Luke had mentally hinted she shouldn't talk about. Max found out a lot about the 3 of them, but it was basically public information that could be dug out with some money. 2 minutes later, the level 2 clone with Chris Evans's handsome face appeared on the beach. Max didn't have time to continue asking Luke's silly sister-in-law questions. Max had always been straightforward and unrestrained in her actions. Seeing that her boyfriend had arrived, she immediately ran over and jumped on him. 2153 Side Story. Party Experience 6. The clone calmly caught this heavy bomb on its back and walked over. It nodded at Luke. "Thank you. My name is Chris Evans. Let's talk when we're free. How does that sound?" Luke nodded with a smile. "Luke Coulson, if there's a chance, that won't be a problem." His clone took out a card from its pocket and flicked it at Luke. "This is my number. I'm going to be busy for a bit, so I won't chat now." Luke caught the card nimbly and waved goodbye. "Okay, good luck." The clone waved back. "You too." Then, with Max on its back, it turned around and headed east along the coastline. After the performance, the two women grew curious. "He's so handsome. His musculature isn't bad either. He doesn't seem any worse than Luke. Luke isn't as strong as he is. He's a little thinner." Elena, who had made the outrageous remark, was carried back by Luke, and the blush that had faded earlier quickly returned to her face. But with Margaret next to them, she didn't dare make a big fuss, and just barely maintained her expression. In the dark, she pinched Luke's arms to prevent him from moving. What the poor artist didn't know was that Luke only dared to do this because he had used his mental abilities to affect his cheap sister-in-law slightly. At that moment, Margaret was basically focused on the baker and Luke's clone, and didn't notice what her best friend and good friend were doing in the dark. Of course, Luke had done it on purpose. Elena actually dared to say that he wasn't strong. Then, he would let her experience for herself how strong he was. Elena was becoming more and more muddle-headed when she heard Margaret say, "That woman's chest is so well developed. It would be great if I could have even half of that." Where do you think they're going? Don't tell me they're camping out, like us. Hey, is there more wine? I need to nurse my injured pride. Elena could only mutter intermittently in response. Listening to Luke dupe her sweet, silly best friend, she couldn't help but scold him in his heart. Max pressed her face to Luke's shoulder. His strong muscles gave her a strong sense of security, and she sighed in satisfaction. After walking 100 meters, she suddenly realized that they were walking into the ocean. She couldn't help but find it strange. "Wait, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want to do it in the ocean. The water is very cold." Luke slapped the heavy butt he was holding. "In your dreams, I'm taking you to get revenge. Be serious later. It would be best if you look like you want to kill someone." Max was stumped. "Revenge? Do you mean?" Before she finished speaking, she felt herself fly over Luke's head before she was caught and put down. At that moment, she was in front of Luke, and there was a special-looking jet ski under her. Before she could ask any more questions, Luke jumped onto the jet ski. He held her with one hand as he steered the jet ski with the other. "We're already here. It would be a shame to send you home right away." Max was shocked. "Are you not satisfied with just me?" Luke chuckled and started the jet ski, which headed east. The hand that was wrapped around Max's waist moved and switched to a more secure grip. Max quickly admitted defeat. "Fine, I was wrong. Let go of my assets. You can do whatever you want later." Luke said, "Then act like a female crime boss later. You have to be fierce." Max subconsciously stuck out her chest. "Like this." Luke said, "Forget it. You can play the woman of a crime boss." Max said, Are you actually a crime boss?" "Forget it. It's dangerous in New York right now. You should just be the rich hunk who's taking care of me for the long term." Amused, Luke rested his chin on her head. "Relax, I'm a proper businessman." Max hesitated for a moment, but still chose to believe his obvious bullshit. What proper businessman would come looking for her at odd times in the middle of the night? Also, he often wouldn't go to work the following day. When she asked him what he did, he said it was classified information. No matter how she viewed it, he looked like a big bad guy who sold illegal drugs. As for his insistence that she didn't touch any illegal drugs, including weed, that was also in line with the typical principle of selling and not sampling the goods. But what could she do? This was a man who was genuinely good to her, although he never gave her money outright. The money for her cupcakes didn't count. That was proper business. Helping her every now and then to make a bunch of cupcakes also didn't count. That was reimbursement for distracting her from her work. He repaired things in her and Caroline's apartment one after another, bought or fixed their kitchen and homeware, and made brunch every now and then, slowly changing their drab lives. Although life wasn't full of sunshine and riches, like what it had been for Caroline before she went bankrupt, it was like light penetrating a dark room. This convinced Max that her life was slowly moving toward the light. So, even if Luke were a drug dealer who could be crippled at any time, Max accepted it. Besides, where else could she find such a skilled and strong man to take care of her body? Sensing Max's mental fluctuations, Luke didn't say anything. Perhaps after today, it was time for the baker to be upgraded to shop owner. From the moment Luke met Max and Caroline, their luck had been very strange. The two girls often ran into all sorts of inexplicable bad luck, and the money they made also disappeared for inexplicable reasons. Luke had even run some tests, such as letting them earn $10,000 for a period of time. In the end, a guy who had eaten their cake suddenly got sick in the diner, and it turned out to be a bacterial infection. That lousy diner definitely wouldn't pass a hygiene test. In the end, the matter could only be settled privately, and the $10,000 was gone, just like that. Luke never showed his face. That was because this was just a test. The outcome was the same in other similar situations. For Max and Caroline, losing money was an inevitable rule of nature. It wasn't a deliberate ploy on someone else's part. Luke didn't want to try something like them making a fortune overnight. That would be too much of a test. There was no need to make good friends fall out over money, even if the chances of that happening were very low. Furthermore, these two women had a very normal attitude toward money. It was good to be rich, but it wasn't a big deal if they weren't. Before figuring out their strange luck, he simply provided them with supplies to improve their quality of life. This way, Max and Caroline were like celebrities whose spending was restricted. Their pockets were empty every now and then, but their quality of life wasn't any worse than that of the middle class. After a while, Luke came to a conclusion. As long as they didn't have money on their tab, they wouldn't have bad luck. Luke guessed that these two might have been cursed by some god of poverty in this Marvel universe, even if there was no mention of such a god in his galactic database. 2154 Side story. Party Experience 7. Thinking about it, it was possible that it was because Max had made some money that she had jumped into the ocean to escape. The money was the profits she had made from the desserts for the yacht party. Max was both talented and interested in making cakes. She and Luke had made too many cupcakes together. Most of the time, however, she yelled for God and had to withdraw. Still, Luke would later make up for it in an equivalent exchange, by stuffing her consciousness with lots of typical dessert-making techniques. This was a long process and was built on the basics. In essence, it was no different from Max studying skills seriously for more than 10 years. Among the bad guys whom Luke had killed, there were hundreds who had the abilities of a dessert chef, and it was even harder to count the number of people who had one or two secret techniques. These techniques all combined to become an elementary dessert chef ability. Max, who had been absorbing this elementary ability for years, could definitely go to a first-class restaurant to become a dessert chef. Although she couldn't make any money because she was cursed by some god of poverty, more and more people specially looked for her now to make dessert for dinner parties. Ordinary American families would occasionally fork out money to hire a third-rate chef during the holidays. A professional dessert chef was unnecessary and unaffordable for them. Custom-made desserts and flashy live demonstrations cost over $1,000 each time. For the sake of money, Max would carry out some live demonstrations. Of course, wearing a proper chef's uniform and accepting everyone's praise on her performance were some of the many insignificant reasons she did it. Today, her services and live demo were initially meant to happen at a villa hundreds of meters away. In the end, some of the party hosts, made up of a bunch of rich kids, had a thought and decided to go out to sea and have some fun on a yacht. Max didn't even need to think to know that these guys definitely wanted to get high. She had quit for many years, and it had nothing to do with her. Luke had injected her with a lot of life won over the years. In his spare time, he personally taught her how to dislocate limb joints. Max could cripple 10 of these non-superpowered rich kids without breaking a sweat. If she ran into a superhuman, the nano-chest armor which Luke had given her would protect her for a while. There clearly wasn't anyone powerful on the yacht. At the very least, Max hadn't been attacked, or the nano-armor would have automatically activated when it sensed danger, and would have taken her away while sending Luke an alert notification. It was only then that Luke remembered the supporting character. Where's Caroline? Given how Max hadn't called for help when she got ashore, it was impossible for Caroline to be on the yacht. But hadn't this once rich socialite also participated in fancy parties like this one before? Even though Caroline's culinary talent was as mediocre as her chest, she knew the rules, in spoken and not, of upper-class society. She also loved to perform, and was very good at talking. Even if Max only displayed 30% of her craft, Caroline could talk it up to dazzling heights. Conversely, without Max around to demonstrate her skills, Caroline would be missing the most critical, hardware component, to show off. Thus, she was usually near Max at parties like this one. Holding Luke with both hands, Max felt the strong sea breeze on her face. She simply said loudly, "She's in charge of serving and explaining what the finished desserts are at the villa." Luke was speechless. Fine, Caroline was actually quite pitiful. Putting the rich kid's behavior aside, Max could go on a yacht to show off her skills as a celebrity, while Caroline could only look after the stall. No matter how Luke looked at it, Caroline seemed like the odd jobber. But since that was the case, he could only take Max with him to settle things before they went to look for Caroline. Thinking that, Luke steered the jet ski a kilometer east and found the yacht. The three-level yacht was more than 20 meters long, and cheering could be heard every now and then. With his eyesight, Luke could see a few topless young girls with wine glasses dancing among the men and occasionally feeding them the wine. These brats were having fun. Luke smiled coldly. The jet ski swung around and drifted 10 meters parallel to the yacht before stopping at the back. Taking advantage of the inertia, Luke grabbed Max and jumped over the guardrail to land lightly on the deck of the yacht. Max was so startled by the sense of weightlessness that she whimpered as she bit on the towel which covered her face. This was too stimulating. Who could take it? Two bodyguards in black t-shirts were drinking beer and chatting on the aft deck. They were envious of how much fun their boss's son was having, but apart from talking about it, they couldn't do anything else. What was even worse was that they had to face the dark ocean here, in case some guests went crazy after getting high and wanted to go for a swim. They couldn't even look at the models and college girls on the front deck. It wasn't until Max's muffled whine caught their attention that they looked over and met Luke in Max's eyes. One of the bodyguards reacted quickly and said, "Hey, this is a private yacht. Where did you come from?" That being said, they weren't very vigilant. Although Luke wasn't dressed too extravagantly, the bodyguards who had hung around those rich kids for a long time could tell at a glance that he wasn't some common person. Max, not only was she wrapped in a big beach towel, her face was also covered. She looked like some rich socialite who was scared of being photographed after fooling around. Besides, nothing had happened here all this time, and they hadn't paid attention to what was happening under the aft deck when they were talking smack. They thought that Luke and Max had come down from the front, and were now climbing back up. Luke looked at the system interface. Fortunately, these two were red in the system. They hadn't committed any big crime, but there was no need for Luke to be polite. Putting Max down unhurriedly and making sure that she was steady on her feet, he then walked over to the two bodyguards. "Be careful, he doesn't look like a guest." Sensing that something wasn't right, the bodyguard at the back warned his partner and reached for his waist to pull out a collapsible baton. Hearing that, the bodyguard in the front reached for his waist. The moment his hand touched the baton, Luke raised his left hand and slapped his face. "Pa!" In Luke's eyes, the bodyguard's face rippled under the force, before it slowly twisted to the side and his body spun 720 degrees. The guy swayed on the spot with lifeless eyes, before he collapsed on the deck with a bang. The more vigilant bodyguard behind him was shocked. He brandished the baton as he stepped back. At the same time, he opened his mouth to shout a warning. In the blink of an eye, Luke was already standing in front of him. 2155 Side story. Party experience 8. Before he could draw back, he received a backhand to his ear. "Pa!" This dutiful and capable bodyguard also spun twice before he fell to the ground. The only difference was that his partner spun clockwise while he spun counterclockwise. "Follow me." Luke drew his hand back as naturally as if he had just casually chased away annoying mosquitoes. Max, however, didn't move. Luke glanced at her and saw her gaping. He asked casually, "Why? Is it strange for me to hit someone?" Max shivered and blushed. "Oh, your pose was too cool. I like it." Luke was amused. "Then I'll let you look your fill later." Max covered her head. Don't laugh. I'm talking about your expression. Well, it's not just your expression. It was like, imitating Luke's slap just now, she tried to put on a straight face to explain what it was that had grabbed her. Luke was surprised. You like that? Max nodded quickly. After pondering for a moment, Luke took out an ordinary mask and put it on her. Max was curious. What? It's not like it's a masquerade. This is very eye-catching. Luke said, your expression can't match mine. What if everyone laughs later? Max thought that made sense. Alright, then, do I need a script? Luke said, no need. Just act like a big shot when I ask you questions later. No problem, Max said. How does a big shot act? Luke said, for example, when I ask you, which one, do this. As he spoke, he raised his chin slightly and slowly turned his head so that his gaze fell on her. Only then did he nod slightly and give a soft, Max gaped again. Wow, I can be that cool. Luke reminded her, remember, don't look here and there. Just move your head, and that'll be enough. Come, show me. Max did as she was told, but it took her 5 minutes before she barely passed. The main thing was that she was quite lively by nature, and her eyes and body would subconsciously move. That was because ordinary people indeed needed all sorts of exaggerated facial expressions and body language to draw the attention of others. A big shot, on the other hand, didn't need these tricks. They were naturally the center of attention. Furthermore, unhurried movements, firstly, gave the impression that a person was accumulating strength, and secondly, would make other people think twice. As for words, were they important? Just one breath or one look from a big shot was domineering enough. Of course, realistically speaking, this was the demeanor which had grabbed Max. It was nothing more than what Luke looked like when he went from killing bad guys killing very strong bad guys. It seemed that this sassy baker actually liked this sort of cold and handsome guy. Luke could give it a try tonight. After rehearsing, Luke walked in front and Max followed behind. Even the beach towel she was wearing looked more like a white shawl. In any case, those little B***stards probably wouldn't be able to tell later if it was a towel or a shawl. But even if the big shot was wearing a towel, would anyone dare disrespect her? At that moment, it was a wild party on all 3 levels of the yacht. Each of the 5 20 to 30-year-old rich kids had 2 to 3 young and beautiful girls hanging onto them. Luke had no interest in watching. Some rich scumbags he had killed before had gotten more high than this. Stepping onto the foredeck, he appeared in the line of sight of the last bodyguard at the top of the stairs. The bodyguard was here to prevent the high-spirited young masters from rolling over the guardrail. However, he was too focused on the scene to react. Hence, a slap landed on his face. Pa! The bodyguard spun 3.5 times in the air before he crashed into the crowd. After all, this guy had a bright red name and had likely killed innocent people before. Naturally, Luke would be more heavy-handed with him. Besides, this guy had been on the scene when Max jumped into the ocean to escape. The fact that he had ignored this incident and had steered the yacht away without checking to see that Max was okay was also on his head. Luke didn't think that those high-spirited young masters would personally steer the boat. If they accidentally crashed into another yacht or ran aground, someone might die. Besides, these people were in the habit of bringing bodyguards with them when they got on the yacht. Clearly, their families were very concerned about their safety. Even if the young masters didn't want to live, the bodyguards didn't want to die. When the bodyguard crashed into their midst, uninvited, the men and women were stunned for a moment, before many of them laughed. Someone even asked if he couldn't hold it in anymore. They could give him 2 hot girls as a reward. For a moment, nobody realized that the unlucky guy had passed out from a severe concussion. Luke raised his hands and clapped twice. This was a hint for everyone to quieten down for someone to speak. Half of the men and women who weren't too high subconsciously looked over. Luke lowered his hands and slowly walked toward them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to bother you, but I need your cooperation, so please keep quiet. For one moment, those who were a little more clear-headed didn't know what was going on, and didn't say anything. Someone who was high turned around and cursed. Get lost, you, FCKER. Pa. This slightly older and less handsome foul-mouthed man spun 360 degrees before he collapsed. Why wasn't it 720 degrees? Because he wasn't as sturdy as the 2 bodyguards, and his name was only a light red. If Luke used too much strength, the man's head might turn twice, but his body would only turn once. After a moment of silence, a ruckus broke out. The girls screamed or stared blankly. Two guys who had lost the ability to think lunged forward, and the other two just cursed. Pa, pa. The two guys who lunged at Luke enjoyed the same treatment as the bodyguards on the aft deck. One was slapped on the left side of his face, and the other was slapped on the right side. They fell to the deck on both sides of Luke and didn't move. Luke reached into his coat unhurriedly, scaring the girls into screaming wildly, while the other two men shut up with ugly expressions. Wasn't this the standard action of hitmen in the movies? Then, they saw him slowly pull out a white handkerchief. What the hell? Everybody was stumped. 2156 Side story. Party experience end. A trace of disgust appeared on Luke's cold face. Wiping his hands with the white handkerchief, he didn't forget to mutter, "Your faces are so greasy. How unhygienic. You should stay at home and not come out to disgust people." As he spoke, he examined his palm again, as if he really wanted to see if there was anything dirty on it. In the end, he threw away the handkerchief and bowed slightly to the side. Only then did the men and women notice Max, who was wearing a cat mask. Two of the girls had probably been in the cosplay circle before. When they saw the cat mask, they couldn't help but blurt out, "Be bastard." Everybody looked at them blankly. What? Max was also dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for her to swallow the same, what? As a New Yorker, she naturally knew about Black Cat, but she had never noticed that Black Cat's official name was actually Bastard. It was just like how many people now knew about Deathstroke but didn't know that he was officially called Big Dipper. Luke was amused. He hadn't made the mask for Selena. It was purely a cosplay product which the little turtles had churned out. He had just picked one up in passing. Besides, Selena kept her old Bastard armor as a souvenir. She had never given it to anyone, not even Luke. Now that they had entered the era of nanosuits, it was just a matter of entering different model parameters in order to create the armor's external appearance and composition. He didn't expect there to be cosplay fans here. He looked at the two girls with great interest, only to see that they were pale and trembling. In front of everybody, the only strip of cloth which one was wearing instantly turned wet as a large amount of yellow liquid with an obvious smell flowed down her legs. Stumped for a moment, Luke looked at the system interface. That was right. These two girls were indeed neutral yellow. Then why were they so scared of Black Cat that they would piss themselves on the spot? Before he could think, the girl who had pissed herself was already lying on the deck as she explained in despair, "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. She was the one who taught me to do it." Luke, Max, the men and women, only the expression of the girl who had also shouted, "Bastard," changed drastically, and then, she peed herself. Sensing that her partner wanted to shift the blame to her, she subconsciously passed the buck. She pointed at one of the two remaining rich kids. It was Barry. He asked me and Nina to pretend to be Black Cat. He's rich and powerful, so we could only agree. Actually, Nina and I are very normal. We're not masochists. It was Barry who forced us. The girl who peed first was even more cowardly. Hearing the other girl's words, she nodded quickly without thinking. Yes, it was Barry who forced us. Luke raised a finger to his lips, indicating for them to shut up. If he listened any longer, he was really afraid that he would cripple these two idiotic women as well. It was their freedom to cosplay, but it was too brainless to repeat such a disgusting thing. Of course, the Barry they were talking about was the one who had started this. He was also the one who had wanted to touch Max. He was the protagonist of today's party, the owner of this yacht, and the core figure of this bunch of rich kids. Luke's cold gaze fell on Barry. Just nice, this Barry had a bright red name. Very good. In a few days, this person would be able to live his second life in peace. The logistics support team in Space 2 was always short of male servers. Ophelia, proficient in nanotoxins, wasn't interested in sleeping with men, but delighted in torturing them in various ways. Since Barry was so good at playing, then Luke would let him play to his heart's content. But not tonight, much less in front of Max. The baker wasn't interested in becoming a superhero. She preferred to live like most people, even better if she was rich. Apart from improving her body and preventing her from not having enough stamina to make cakes, Luke didn't use any other treatment for extraordinary strength on her. So, tonight's conflict would be within normal range. He hadn't played the face-slapping game with rich kids in so many years. Since he had decided to play, then he would play to the fullest. In any case, slapping someone was a very ordinary choice, the security guard who was the most heavily injured would just need to recuperate for a month or two at most. The simplest choice was for him to go missing with Barry after all this. Having already made up his mind, Luke turned around and gave Max a look to say, "Hurry up and act, or I won't be able to keep up the performance anymore." Realization dawned on Max, and she forced herself to do what she had rehearsed for 5 minutes. When Luke asked, "Who?" she gave Barry a death stare. Then, this lucky audience member tried to jump into the ocean to escape, but Luke grabbed him by the neck and pulled him back from the guardrail, before he slapped him in front of everyone. The slaps hitting Barry sounded like a string of drums. Then, at Max's indication that the other two sidekicks had participated in threatening her as well, he slapped them sober. He forced them to strip and tie Barry up, then stuffed Barry's boxers into the man's mouth, before he pretended to enter the cabin of the yacht. When he came out, he had 2 leather clappers and a phone. Throwing the clappers to the 2 sidekicks, and raising the phone, Luke ignored the despair in the eyes of the 3 stars, and gave the director's order. "Okay, action." The 2 lackeys looked at each other in dismay. A moment later, they gritted their teeth and raised their hands high. It was better to slap a brother's ass than to have their own face slapped. Besides, if they didn't do as they were told, the other party would get mad and personally step in, and Barry would suffer even more. That's right, Barry, friend, we're doing this all for your own good." Thinking that, the 2 of them swung their hands down. Pa, 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 pa. There was the sound of something even louder than a slap, along with Director Luke's occasional direction. "Use more strength. Haven't you eaten? Give me an expression. You have to look like you're enjoying it. It seems that Barry isn't satisfied with your service. Give him another 100 strokes. Yes, that's it. Shed some tears for the emotional impact." 10 minutes later, Luke and Max jumped off the yacht, landed on the jet ski, then slipped away. The people on the deck looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, nobody dared to say anything. Luke had simply told them to stay still. Anyone who moved would become the next main lead. Looking at Barry, who was still crying silently on the deck with his boxers in his mouth, nobody wanted to be the next main lead. On the jet ski hundreds of meters away, Max finally burst out laughing. "Oh, baby, I love you to death." Recalling Barry's expression and the video on her phone, she was overjoyed. She turned around and kissed Luke. Luke chuckled, satisfied. Max said, "That's right. I'm too satisfied." Luke said, "Then you have to keep your promise when we get home, until I'm satisfied." Max said, "Wait, I did say that, but it's not like I want you to be like Barry." Luke, Max cozied up to him. "You know what I mean. How about it, Luke?" Guess, 2157 side story. Scarlet Witch's post-battle mission 1. Wearing the hoodie and t-shirt she was most used to, Wanda sat under a large umbrella on the streets of Paris in France. She took a sip of her coffee and nodded confidently. "This one tastes good." The level 2 clone opposite her, Big Dipper, still had the appearance of a handsome man in his 40s. It was just that, like Wanda, he had chosen a face that was slightly similar to his real face, but clearly different. Hearing that, he took a sip of his coffee and commented calmly, "Indeed, it's not terrible." Wanda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Will the boss spit in our breakfast when he hears that? No, because the waiter has already come out with the tray. Big Dipper was unperturbed. So, unless the boss chases us out now and spits in front of us, he won't have the chance. Wanda was lost for words. This was just breakfast, not a mission. Did he have to be so cautious? Almost half a year had passed since the Battle of Wakanda, and the entire Earth was much more peaceful. Without a major operation, Wanda felt bored to death. It just so happened that her brother Pietro had recently gotten a girlfriend. GPS, blink and you're there, Clarice. Big Dipper had sneered when he heard that. Why would a man who can use speed to handle multiple girls insist on finding a girlfriend who can catch him in bed at any second? The smug young man instantly withered. He had never thought that his girlfriend's ability could be interpreted that way. Although he had no intention of messing around, he would be wronged if Clarice thought that he was being forced to be a decent person. Thankfully, Big Dipper said that he wouldn't make remarks like that again. In any case, Clarice avoided him. Generally speaking, Afterlife and the Inhumans under Werner's control had the same attitude toward Big Dipper. Technically speaking, it was Big Dipper who had rescued them from Werner's complete control, but nobody was willing to approach an extraordinary hunter. In particular, after Big Dipper cut up and roasted more than half of the superpowered aliens in Thanos' alien team during the Battle of Wakanda, few Inhumans dared to approach him. In comparison, Pietro and Wanda were very unperturbed, and would chat with Big Dipper every now and then. It was also because of this that Clarice, who had been on the base for a long time, noticed Pietro. She was a little curious about this ordinary-looking young man. As for whether or not Clarice was overwhelmed by Pietro's super speed ability, only the two parties involved knew. There was a saying in China, "You forget your mother once you have a wife." It wasn't that exaggerated with Pietro, but every minute he spent with Clarice was naturally a minute less with his sister. Wanda had even more free time, but she never got the long trip which Big Dipper had promised her before the battle. She didn't believe that Big Dipper would go back on his promise, but after the battle, he remained on Earth. After enduring for a few months, she finally couldn't help but ask him why he hadn't gone off recently. Big Dipper told her that Knight had something to do and had left Earth for the time being, so he was in charge of overseeing the base. This was an extremely legitimate reason. The core members of the Justice League and some of the quasi-core members, Wanda and Pietro included, more or less knew that Knight and Black Cat had basically moved out at the same time. This also meant that two of the three strongest members in the Bat Squad were not on Earth. Big Dipper naturally wouldn't go on a long trip in this situation, and Wanda couldn't ask when they would be leaving. Thankfully, after she asked, Big Dipper quickly brought her to Europe on a high-level mission. In the past 2 months, the two of them had been searching major cities in various countries. It could be considered a tour of Europe. However, Wanda felt helpless, because they really were on a mission. It wasn't like Big Dipper was using his position to take her out to play. Of course, she wouldn't be careless on a high-level mission, but what she wanted to confirm wasn't the mission. However, it seemed that this mission was finally coming to an end. Wanda's eyes flickered as she sensed an unusual mental fluctuation 100 meters away. She had mixed feelings. She was looking forward to it, but was also nervous and uncertain. Thinking that, she put her hand on Big Dipper's that was on the table and stared at him. Big Dipper didn't misunderstand, because Wanda had already tapped the back of his hand twice with her index finger. This was the simplest confirmation signal. The target had fallen into the trap. Big Dipper moved his hand and placed it on top of hers before he tapped twice. This was to confirm that she could take action now. Wanda nodded slightly. A moment later, she threw €2 on the table and left with Big Dipper. Wanda casually leaned against Big Dipper and held his right arm with both hands as they looked at the buildings and scenery around them. From sending the signal to approaching the target, the two of them acted like a common couple on the streets. When they arrived at a 6-story apartment building, Wanda smiled brightly. "This building looks all right. Do you want to take a look?" Big Dipper glanced at the building. "It's a little old." Wanda grabbed his arm. "The older ones have more history. I want to find something similar to stay in for a few days, okay?" Big Dipper said helplessly, "Fine, let's take a look." Then, Wanda dragged him into the apartment building. The two of them wandered upstairs unhurriedly. During this time, they chatted with a helpful middle-aged woman and discussed the rent and public facilities here. It took them almost 10 minutes to reach the 4th floor. At that moment, Big Dipper gave Wanda a confirmed movement look. Wanda nodded and said, "Let's see what the view is like through the windows here." They turned left from the stairs. When they reached the second-last door at the end of the hallway, Big Dipper's left finger brushed lightly past the crack in the door. The annihilation energy on his fingertip silently cut the lock in half. He pushed, and the wooden door opened. They walked in soundlessly and stood in front of the couch in the living room. A man turned around as if he had sensed something. When he saw two figures, his face changed, and he was about to say something. Big Dipper opened his left palm and grabbed the man's face. The power of faith flooded into the man's brain. Less than 2 seconds later, a system notification popped up: "Kill Ghost Simon." Mission accomplished. Simon's abilities. Elementary soul transfer. Partially available. Big Dipper finally smiled. Seeing that, Wanda couldn't help but ask, "We're done?" Big Dipper scanned the system's description of elementary soul transfer and nodded cheerfully. This is Simon's main body. We've finally dealt with this troublesome guy." As he spoke, he didn't forget to take out his special body bag and put Simon in it before putting it into his inventory. After dealing with this last possible hidden danger, Luke, who was far away in Shackelford, heaved a long sigh. "Done." The witch is still the best at dealing with monsters like these. 2158 Side story. Post-battle mission 2. Luke had always been on the hunt for Simon. In close to 10 years, the only participants in this secret investigation were the clone and Dr. Haley, who had nothing to do with the Justice League. Finally growing lax due to the quiet, Simon gradually started moving again according to his regular MO, and only then did they find traces of him. Before today, Luke had already done enough research and analysis to profile this extremely unusual Simon. Relying on this profile, he sifted through Simon's movements to his real trump card, his main body. Killing just the part of Simon's soul that was possessing a body, or part of the soul left behind by the main body, could only severely injure him. It was still possible for him to escape. When the time came, Simon would definitely hide and wait for his damaged soul to slowly recover. Thus, either they destroyed Simon's main body and the body he was possessing at the same time, or they took action in the 3 days that it took for Simon's soul to fully return to his main body. Luke chose the second option because he had the witch. First of all, she could sense when a person was possessed by Simon's soul within a range of 500 meters. Secondly, she could create an energy field with a range of 100 meters to restrict Simon's soul transfer. In short, the witch, whose powers had been triggered by the Mind Stone, was Simon's natural enemy. The Mind Stone and the Soul Stone could probably do all this, but the energy fluctuations from the stones might alert Simon. This was an extremely cautious guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have manipulated his mother into getting married and helped his stepfather's company grow and make money. He could transfer his soul with just a thought, without needing anything like a countdown. Besides, using an infinity stone to torture this guy would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. With such a useful tool like the witch, Luke wasn't interested in taking out the mind and soul stones again, which had been sent to hidden locations out in the universe. It had to be pointed out that for security reasons, the places in which he had stashed the stones were extremely troublesome, the kind of place where even he didn't want to go again. Partially learned soul transfer gave him a huge surprise because it could be combined with the Star of Justice ability. Compared with the original version, where Simon's soul could run amok and possess bodies endlessly, the target of Luke's soul transfer was limited to the Star of Justice clones. Luke's soul could inhabit either his main body or any one of his clones, and hence preserve his life. Of course, if he encountered something similar to the Soul Lock attack which the system had hit old Mephisto with, Luke and his clone wouldn't be able to escape. However, Luke's soul was protected by Daddy's system. Although he had to pay a fee, credit points, his life came first. To sum up Luke's situation, his main body and his 3 clones were equivalent to 4 databases which shared everything. Destroying any one of them wouldn't lead to his death. As long as one of his clones was still alive, it wouldn't be hard for his main body, which had intermediate self-healing, to grow back. This also meant that from the moment Luke learned and absorbed soul transfer, his largest weakness no longer existed. Nobody could destroy him in one go. In the end, Luke's version of soul transfer had an additional advantage that Simon's original version didn't have. Simon had to return to his main body regularly to recalibrate himself. Because of the unique nature of the Star of Justice, Luke's clones were actually part of his body. So, he didn't need to split his soul, but could move freely between his main body and his clones. If any one of his clones was destroyed, his soul wouldn't become as brainless as Simon's soul fragment. Luke was happy, and suddenly realized, D*MN, the first soul technique he had ever obtained in this life could also improve his survival ability. I'm already very strong. Improving my survival ability is naturally better. Luke smiled. Who would complain about better safety? Apart from dropping the best skill manual for soul transfer, Simon could also strip others of their abilities and use them for his own. Breathing underwater, fighting, using firearms, and so on, some of them were worthwhile to some extent, and could be considered gift bag extras. But Luke was glad that he had finally killed Simon here. If Simon continued to hide like this, he might become a stunted version of Luke in the future. Thankfully, Simon was limited in learning the abilities of others, and was far inferior to the system. Certain abilities couldn't coexist or couldn't be learned fully, and it took a very long time to learn them. It would take a year or 2 at least, or 3 to 5 years at most, to just barely reach 70 to 80% of the original owner's level. Simon was a lunatic who laid low. When he was young, he had hidden behind his mother and stepfather as he silently built up his strength. It wasn't until he had done a lot of experiments in King's Park Sanatorium and mastered the ability to rob others of their powers that his life entered a fast lane. Only then did he fall out with the other capitalist forces and cause a huge stir. In the end, he had only gone wild for a few days before he was almost killed by the Joker. Since then, Simon became very cautious. He harvested lone superhumans who had yet to be discovered, and rarely exposed himself. However, this also greatly reduced the efficiency and quality of his harvest. After all these years, he had only learned a handful of superpowers. Even so, Simon still imagined himself hiding and cultivating, mastering divine abilities, breaking out of seclusion, becoming invincible. Unfortunately, one of the biggest tragedies in life was meeting an enemy who suppressed you in everything. There would always be someone better than you. Simon, who had been hiding for years, felt that he was at least several times stronger than when he first met the Joker. The next time they met, he would get his revenge. In the end, a certain cheat with 140 stats suddenly appeared. Small fry Simon didn't even get the chance to resist before he was instantly killed. Luck was also a type of strength. In terms of strength, Simon, for whom life had once been smooth sailing, was crushed by Luke, who was even stronger. It was a complete tragedy. Walking out of the apartment building, Wanda, who had been observing Big Dipper, couldn't help but ask, "You seem very happy." Big Dipper nodded. "Getting rid of that lunatic Simon was very important to me." Wanda nodded and continued walking. Big Dipper stopped. "So, I should give you a reward." The witch had contributed a lot in Luke capturing Simon today and obtaining a top-notch skill like soul transfer. Clearly, a reward of credit points wasn't what she wanted the most, so he decided to help her solve a big problem. Hearing that, Wanda grew curious. "What reward?" Big Dipper looked at her. "After completing this mission, we can go on our long trip. But before that, I need to ask you some questions." Seeing his serious expression, Wanda's heart couldn't help but pound. After taking 2 deep breaths, she asked, "What is it?" 2159 Side story. Post-battle mission end. At that moment, Big Dipper's tone suddenly turned gentle. "Wanda, I really like you." Wanda's face suddenly burned. Big Dipper, "But that's because you are indeed cute. I know that this isn't love." The witch's hot face suddenly froze. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything. Big Dipper put his hands on her shoulders. "I need you to think carefully. Do you really love me? Or do you just like me?" Wanda was stunned. That, like, and love, were simple words, but they carried different meanings in English. Most young people didn't need to like each other when they were horny, they could sleep together to scratch the itch. Thus, for a man and a woman to sleep together because they liked each other was already very decent. Love was undoubtedly an even more extravagant word. Even though most people said, "I love you," they knew that it was just an exaggeration. Only when they said, "I love you," to their parents and children did it feel natural. In a sense, only when a man loved his girlfriend as much as he loved his family would he not feel guilty when he said, "I love you." What did "I love you" at the level of the family mean? Some 70 to 80-year-old parents raised fat shut-in sons who were a total failure. Even though they scolded their son every now and then, they still couldn't bear to chase them out. Few men could do that to their girlfriends. Unless the woman was rich or beautiful, a man wouldn't have much tolerance. A fat shut-in son basically didn't have any money, and was usually disliked by his parents, who would never get back what they put into him. When Wanda heard Big Dipper's words, she immediately understood what he was getting at. Big Dipper wouldn't casually say, "I love you." Even, "I like you," fine. Most people in the Justice League avoided him. Want him to tell them that he liked them? Sorry, it was definitely that kind of like, where you were cut into dozens of pieces and then turned into roast meat with a plasma cannon. Such a formal question made Wanda realize something she hadn't noticed before. Did she really love Big Dipper? She was willing to block blades and cannons for Big Dipper, and didn't ask for anything in return. But this was the duty and responsibility between comrades in the Justice League. The Dark Knight and Black Cat would also do this for Wanda. Did that mean that they both loved her? Then, exactly what did she like or love about Big Dipper? As Wanda asked herself this question, she suddenly realized that the answer didn't come as easy as she had imagined. She liked Big Dipper's company, guidance, scolding, and the sense of security he exuded. It was more like she was in front of a father. Wanda immediately rejected this theory. When she was with Big Dipper, she would subconsciously get close to him and fantasize about many intimate scenes. She didn't hate these fantasies, nor did she reject the occasional intimate contact with him. On the contrary, just imagining herself calling him Dad made her feel uncomfortable. Observing her expression and confirming his thoughts, Big Dipper smiled. See, you actually don't know for sure which one it is, or which one you feel more, right? Wanda thought for a moment before she nodded in agreement. Big Dipper patted her shoulder hard. Do you remember how I taught you to face problems? Give yourself more time to think carefully before you make a decision. Wanda nodded, then frowned and looked at him suspiciously. Are you stalling for time? Of course, this was psychology which he had taught her himself. Big Dipper drew back his hand and put on a serious expression. He shook his head and said, No, do you know how long our team members can live for? At least 150 years old. Wanda was confused. What does that have to do with us? Big Dipper. Based on the medical data, the problem for you and me is not the minimum length of time, but the maximum. Wanda roughly understood and asked tentatively, then, is it 200 or 300 years for us? Big Dipper. It starts at 500 years. What? Stunned, Wanda's mouth dropped open. 300 years should be for you to maintain your youth and not age. Big Dipper spread his hands. For us, if we make a decision at the beginning of our lives, it's probably like a regular 5-year-old girl shouting that she wants to get married. Wanda lowered her head and looked at her chest. Are you implying that I look like a little girl? For a moment, she had mixed feelings, and didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Hundreds of years of a never-aging life was definitely good news for a woman. But it wasn't that wonderful if there was no one to accompany her during her long life and admire her ageless appearance. Seeing that, Big Dipper smiled and put his arm around her shoulders as they strolled down the street. Do you see this street? Wanda nodded. Big Dipper said, We've walked a short distance, and have yet to see the rest. If we leave right away, won't you be curious about what the rest of the street is like? Wanda looked around and curled her lip. This street is actually nothing compared with the other streets we've been on. Fine, you're clearly my student. Big Dipper cursed inwardly. After a brief silence, he said, Then I won't look at the scenery on other streets anymore. Are you fine with that? Wanda hesitated. Just now, she had just needled him like they were wont to do with each other, but both of them knew the real meaning behind this question. If she said yes, she would get an answer, but it probably wouldn't be the one she wanted. Besides, what he said earlier had made her rethink their relationship. After being splashed with cold water a few times, she calmed down and thought about it. What she had initially thought would be a conclusive answer was no longer so definite. There was no need to consider true love. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, Big Dipper naturally understood that this was her answer. He nodded. So, let's make a deal. Wanda still didn't say anything and just looked at him. I'll treat you the same for the next 100 years. After that, I'll give you an answer. Or, Big Dipper looked at her. After you think it through, you can give me an answer at any time. Wanda's expression was complicated, and she gritted her teeth. After a long while, she nodded slowly. Okay, I agree. Big Dipper smiled and raised his left pinky. Pinky swear. The witch lowered her head and stared blankly at his finger for a moment, before she quickly locked pinkies with him. Their hands swayed a few times, and she couldn't help but glare at him. Do you make a promise like this with everyone else? Big Dipper smiled. Of course, not, but you're a little witch. Wanda snorted and wrinkled her pretty nose. I was already an adult when I met you, alright. Big Dipper. But I think you're still little. Wanda asked, how am I little? Big Dipper. Alright, let's discuss it on our long trip. Wanda asked, how long? A week, a month. Big Dipper. How about 500 years? Wanda. Fine, go on. On the sunny Paris street, the two figures moved further and further away as they spoke in low voices. Their pinkies remained hooked together as they disappeared into the crowd in the distance. 2160 Side Story, Luke's DC. Fantasy Journey 1-inch Bruce, it's been so long since you came to see me. Dad says you've been busy. The 13-year-old girl had a pitiful expression on her face as she indirectly accused Luke of ignoring her in recent months. Luke hugged her with a smile and rubbed her head. Fine. What compensation does our little Morgan want? Morgan immediately smiled. The highest level of armor modification training, 1 lesson. Luke glanced at the tycoon, who was already seething with jealousy. Are you so impatient to surpass your genius father? Morgan giggled and didn't forget to stick out her tongue at her bitter father. Luke stopped teasing Tony and nodded. All right, let me know when you need it. I'll arrange it for you. Can we do it tomorrow? Morgan was very enthusiastic. Luke said, no problem. Morgan cheered. Mom is preparing snacks and black tea. I'll get them for you. With that, she bounced off toward the lakeside villa. Luke sat down and turned to look at Tony, who was still scowling. All right, I haven't been here in 3 months. It's normal for Morgan to miss me. Tony snorted and refused to continue this sour topic. Tell me, what did you want to ask me? Knight had said over their private channel that he had something to ask him in person, which proved that this matter was very confidential, and it wasn't safe to discuss it over the comms. Luke picked up the fishing pole next to the chair and unhurriedly put the bait on before he threw out the line. I'm looking for a contact. Who? Tony frowned. Given his friendship with Knight, he didn't need to be so serious when asking for someone's contact, unless that long-legged beauty called Tiana. Luke flicked the fishing rod in his hand. When she transformed, she was carrying a sword and shield on her back and holding a rope that glowed with golden light. Tony paused. So, she's the one you're looking for. Luke nodded. Pondering for a moment, Tony asked, why are you looking for her? Luke said, curiosity. Of course, I don't mind listening to what you can tell me. Tony shrugged and leaned back in his chair. Actually, I don't really know what's going on with her. I just saw her contact in one of my father's notebooks. Luke got it. So, it's your father's? Tony rolled his eyes. Please, she's old enough to be my father's grandmother. Luke was amused. Fine, my bad. Tony then continued, when my father first met Tiana, he was just a teenager. It was my grandfather who took him to visit this elder. At that moment, Morgan came over with black tea and snacks. Dad, Bruce, can I pour you some tea? What she didn't know was that the two cunning guys had already seen through her ploy. Luke nodded with a smile. Okay, thank you, little cutie. Morgan pouted. What cutie? That sounded so childish, but it was Bruce who was saying it. Even her father would feel helpless if Bruce called him that, let alone her. But Bruce let her stay and listen to them, which satisfied her intense curiosity. So, he was still her good uncle. Tony glared at Luke, but didn't complain, or his daughter would think that he was obstructing her. He deliberated for a moment before he described the situation with Tiana, this grandmother, friend of the family. Some of the more sensitive details were couched in terms that only he and Knight understood. Luke got all the info, while Morgan felt that her father wasn't using his usual words, but she couldn't pick out what was wrong. All she heard was that there was a very old granny who lived away from their family, and Bruce wanted to visit her. It would be rude for him to go over rashly, so he wanted Morgan's father to let the granny know. Something like, visiting an old fogey was a nightmare for a lively little girl. The pain was second only to her mother telling her to eat her vegetables. So, after listening for a few minutes, Morgan found an excuse to slip away. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. A few nights later, flames streaked through the sky before dropping into the center of the Pacific Ocean. Half an hour later, the Level 3 clone in the night suit emerged from the ocean and landed on a small reef 10 meters above the surface of the ocean, where it waited quietly. It was midnight. A dim yellow light lit up the ocean as it swiftly approached the reef. Less than 10 seconds later, the dim yellow light reached the reef. It was an old oil lamp hanging from the end of a narrow canoe. There was only one valiant-looking female warrior on the canoe. Apart from chest and skirt armor, she wasn't covered by much else. Her exposed thighs and long arms were a healthy tan, and her muscles were smooth and beautiful. Staring at the clone for a moment, she asked, "Who are you?" Knight bowed slightly. "Dark Knight Bruce Bale Wayne is here to visit Lady Tiana." As he spoke, he took out an ancient dagger. The female warrior looked at the dagger for a moment before she nodded. "Get on the boat. However, please don't do anything rash, or you'll be ejected." Understood. Knight's face, which wasn't covered by his helmet, was very calm as he landed lightly on the canoe. The canoe quickly turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Sensing the fluctuations of spatial energy, the clone knew that it had entered a secret realm of some sort. There should be some sort of spatial magic or technology here, which had a similar effect as the Sorcerer Supreme's 3 sanctums, and could hide another space within a normal space. Without a matching trick or method, this miracle wouldn't happen even if a person passed through this area 100 times. The canoe soon passed through the spatial rift, and up ahead was a huge island on a blue ocean and under a blue sky. Under the bright sun, the golden beach really did seem to sparkle. The lush vegetation was even greener, with buildings scattered covertly among it. There were also a lot of people on the island, most of whom were cultivating. The clone paid more attention and was certain that these people were indeed cultivating, but in various ways, including hand-to-hand combat, weapons, stamina and so on. The one thing that was interesting was that these outstanding warriors were all women, and all of them looked young. None of them looked more than 30 years old. Of course, this was only based on the average appearance of a 30-year-old American woman. According to the tycoon, that old lady Tiana's appearance hadn't changed for decades, so these female soldiers might all be grandmothers. In the end, age aside, their powerful combat skills, beautiful wheat skin and gorgeous muscles were pleasing to the eye. So, the clone didn't avoid looking at the beautiful scenery. 2161 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 2. There was a poem. You stand on a bridge and look at the scenery, and the people in the scenery look back at you from above. Knight was walking on a sandbar at the moment, and there were no bridges or piers, much less higher ground. That didn't stop him from becoming the scenery. Although most of the female soldiers were still training, they were clearly a little distracted. A small group approached him from dozens of meters away and looked at him like he was a giant. He heard their whispers. Who's this? This person looks different from us. Idiot, that is a man. What? Oh, a man. Why is this person more beautiful than me? Are all men this beautiful? He looks strong. Is he stronger than us? As they whispered to each other. Nobody stopped the female warrior, who was leading the way, and Knight. They simply watched from a distance as Luke arrived at a wooden house halfway up the mountain. The clone glanced at a huge stone palace 100 meters away. That was clearly one of the main buildings. As for the wooden house in front of him, fine, why did it look like a North American house? A typical North American house was a single-story detached house with a loft and a porch. There were a lot of houses like these in the Texan countryside, including Luke's grandpa Drax's house. But on this magical island, this architectural style stood out. The female warrior who led the way simply said, "Please wait here for a moment and don't move." She then entered the house. A moment later, she walked out and gestured at the open door. "Come in. The lady is waiting for you." Knight thanked her and stepped inside. The layout inside wasn't a surprise to him. It was still in the typical North American style, spacious, simple, comfortable and practical. Of course, all these four characteristics required money. A poor person's house might look similar on the outside, but in fact, might only be simple and practical, and not spacious and comfortable. The owner of this house definitely wasn't short of money, but the rooms weren't lavish. At most, he would say that they were exquisite. Passing the entryway and entering the spacious living room, Knight saw his objective, Tiana. Wearing a loose cotton white shirt and denim shorts, she was completely different from the other female soldiers on the island. Instead, she looked more like someone from Knight's world. Almost the moment he looked at her, she raised her eyes from the tablet in her hand and met his gaze. "Hello, Mr. Wayne." Knight bowed slightly in respect. "Hello, Miss Tiana." As he greeted her, he murmured to himself that sure enough, it had been almost 30 years since they met at the casino in Las Vegas, but this probable goddess still looked the same. Tiana didn't get up, she simply stretched out her hand. "Have a seat, Mr. Wayne. You've contributed a lot to the peace of this universe, so I'll do my best to answer your questions." Knight nodded. "Thank you very much, Miss Tiana. I want to know." Half an hour later, the clone appeared on the ocean in the center of the Pacific Ocean again. After reactivating his nanosuit fully, he thanked the female warrior who had led him out on a canoe once more, before he jumped into the ocean and left. One night a month later, Luke and his level 3 clone appeared hundreds of kilometers above the ocean surface. On this floating platform was a device that occupied more than 10 square meters. The most eye-catching thing in the device was naturally the space stone. As the device was activated, the stone began to glow more and more brightly. Dozens of seconds later, a bright blue light beam was projected on the flight platform, and a portal wide enough for a single person to pass through opened up. The AI program showed a 91.3% match with the model simulation. Once it had drawn a conclusion, the level 3 clone, who had been waiting on the side, charged into the dark sky on the other side of the portal. Looking at the night view of a city in the rain, Luke then turned off the device and quickly left the ocean. The reason he had chosen to activate the space stone above the ocean was naturally to find the other world that Tiana had mentioned. According to her, it was also a complete world, and more dangerous than this one. Tiana didn't mention anything else, but this young and beautiful, old lady, clearly hadn't learned to control her micro-expressions, which gave Luke enough information. After getting what he needed, the clone didn't stay any longer. The only reason Tiana had met him was because Knight was famous. As someone on the side of justice, meeting him more or less could be considered forming a connection, so that she wouldn't have to look for the tycoon as a middleman in the future. Letting him enter this mysterious island once was the limit, and he hadn't even been able to stay for the day. Luke had always been tactful. Naturally, he wouldn't let the clone become an uninvited guest. After he returned, he had Ultima, the super AI in space too, run simulations for a month, before he finally confirmed this transmigration plan. He then used the power of the space stone to link to a dangerous world. The time rift, which Tiana had suppressed, led to that world. At that moment, Luke, who had successfully arrived in this new world, instantly made his way to an uninhabited apartment in a building a few kilometers away. Throwing out drones, he pulled up a chair over to a window and paid attention to any activity in the direction he had come from as well as the intelligence gathered by the drones. Fortunately, this was still Earth. Although it was 2016, it already had Wi-Fi. Using the drones, Luke quickly hacked someone else's internet connection. The Big Dipper Armor's AI program, Polaris, quickly scanned and screened the data for important information, which was displayed on the virtual screen. A few minutes later, Luke's expression changed as he mumbled, "Gotham City. Batman, Superman." Then, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the gloomy night sky and the endless drizzle. No wonder. This odd weather is actually the standard backdrop for Gotham, right? After voicing his thoughts, he slowly calmed down. No matter what this place was, he had to be prepared. He didn't think that the Batman here would acknowledge him as a biological brother just because they were dressed similarly. On the contrary, if Luke went out in Knight's outfit, he would most likely be treated as a malicious impersonator by a certain lunatic, and would probably be beaten to death without being given the chance to say anything. 2162 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 3. Luke wasn't afraid, but it was his habit not to fight a battle he wasn't sure about, even more so when he had the upper hand. After learning the basic situation here, and since nobody came to the portal's location, he naturally wouldn't linger in someone else's house. After he went downstairs, he opened a black umbrella he had just taken out of his inventory and strolled down the streets of Gotham. The rain and car tires couldn't drown out the sounds further down the street. With his elementary sound wave, he heard everything in the dark corners of this gloomy metropolis. Stealing and robbery still happened every now and then, even on such a rainy night. There was no shortage of armed individuals who injured or even killed people, though still not as frequent as the first two crimes. As expected of illustrious Gotham City, the criminals here didn't take a break even when it was raining. He couldn't help but sigh and quash the decision to immediately take action. Since he was here, he couldn't mess around. A detailed and even long-term plan was necessary. It had to be pointed out that before the Battle of Wakanda, the Bat Squad had cleaned up neighboring areas and turned them from boss dungeons into elite dungeons. 10 years after the Battle of Wakanda, they had been turned even further into small monster dungeons, and could only be used as warm-up for reserve members. The source of Luke's experience and credit points had already become leaders of various tribes who were locked in bloody conflict. Compared with American gangs who were happy to fight over money, these forces fought constantly because of their different beliefs. When a major tribe was cut down, several small ones appeared. When several small ones were cut down, several major ones appeared. The only thing Luke could do was get rid of the ones that were especially ruthless so that these conflicts wouldn't get too out of hand. However, it took a lot more time to carry out missions across regions, especially in remote areas. He obtained a lot of experience and credit points each time, but that was happening much less frequently. Generally speaking, Luke was earning less experience and credit points, and it was inevitable that the rate would continue to drop. Harvesting a new vegetable patch was an inevitable choice. Given how illustrious Gotham was, it would take at least 10 years before this boss dungeon was downgraded to an elite dungeon. With that much time, he had to endure for now. Fine. He was still too righteous. Luke sighed again, and a small metal bead appeared between his fingers. With a flick of his index finger, the steel bead instantly hit a water pipe on a street corner and ricocheted into the shadows of an alley. Thump, crash, there was the sound of a body falling into a puddle of water, followed by the sound of a woman running away in a panic. Luke heaved a sigh. Master Wayne wouldn't investigate a minor concussion, right? Provided that there weren't too many of them. Then, he looked around with a frown. On his way here, there had already been more than a dozen people who qualified for outright brain damage, let alone a concussion. Muttering to himself, Luke walked through the streets and alleys in the rain. Tomorrow, hundreds more people would be visiting the neurosurgery department at major hospitals in Gotham City. Of course, if someone called an ambulance for them tonight, it would be the emergency departments who would strike it big. The next morning, Luke had a leisurely breakfast in a coffee shop on the top of a 5-star hotel. In New Jersey, an establishment like this would be outdoors. Unfortunately, this was Gotham, and there were too many pollutants in the air. With his keen sense of smell, he could pick up all kinds of chemicals. Back home, no company would dare openly discharge contaminated sewage, but companies here had official permission to do so. Ordinary people were already numb to the strange odors. The rich could only try their best to stay inside with clean air or live in villas on the outskirts. As he ate breakfast and looked down at what appeared to be a bustling city, Luke had mixed feelings. That was because most of the guys whom he thought would go to the hospital last night didn't go. A few with lighter injuries even got up and slipped home. To put it simply, these people seemed to have abnormal resilience, but their physiques weren't any better than that of the ordinary people back home. Did this world favor bad guys? Luke couldn't help but wonder. Why else were there so many bad guys here? Even though they were often caught by Master Wayne the moment they appeared, and thrashed badly enough to break bones 3 to 5 times, they weren't even in the top 100. Most of the time, they would pop up again after a while to enjoy another round. Forget it, if they could take a beating, he would beat them up a few more times and give them more severe injuries. Wouldn't that give them more time to be obedient? Luke chose the simplest solution. Kill them directly. That would be at least a few months later, once he was familiar with the territory. Haste made waste, not to mention that he would be stealing from Master Wayne. Suddenly, a pair of astonishingly long legs appeared in his line of sight, followed by a beautiful back. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold dressed like that so early in the morning? Luke raised his head and looked at this valiant lady. Fine, this lady wasn't a little valiant, she was too valiant. Watching the woman in the red halterneck dress sit down 3 tables away, Luke was curious. Sensing that someone was looking at her, the woman turned her head slightly and met his gaze. There wasn't much of an expression on her face. She simply sized him up before turning away indifferently. It was a clear rejection, and the implication was, "I'm not interested in you. Don't stare at me." Luke put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses to make himself look more ordinary, as if the glasses were shaped out of nanomaterial, which were the best for taking and displaying readings openly. He could sense the immense strength in the woman's body, but the glasses could provide more detailed data and further analyze the composition and source of her strength. Putting on his glasses to make him look more like a refined scumbag, Luke got up and walked over to the woman in the red dress. He pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. The woman in the red dress narrowed her eyes in displeasure. "Sorry, that seat's taken." Luke smiled. It was night's most common, no warmth, smile. Mindy had privately dubbed it as such, and all of Ursa Minor, as well as the tycoon, unanimously agreed. It turned out it wasn't just her back that was exposed. Luke, the professional actor, looked as steady as ever, but he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. 2163 side story. Fantasy Journey 4. Luke couldn't be blamed for his inward lack of composure. The design of the red dress was truly too stunning. The back was completely bare, but the lines of her back were very gentle. The opening over her chest was like a fish's mouth, half hiding the round curves under it. Her skin was even fairer and more alluring in the dark red dress. As he evaluated the dress from an aesthetic point of view, Luke didn't forget to say the classic line. "Ma'am, you look familiar, have we met before?" The woman in the red dress was a little shocked. She wasn't startled by his shamelessness, but because she hadn't expected this pretty boy to use such an old-fashioned pick-up line. Before she could reply, Luke continued, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Bruce Bale Wayne." The woman in the red dress had a strange expression on her face, as if she had run into a psycho. "So, Are you saying that you're the chairman of the board of directors of Wayne Industries? Luke smiled and took out a bat dart. Of course not. You can call me Knight. The woman in the red dress was basically certain that she had run into a psycho. However, this person wasn't pretending to be a magnate, but that superhero. Still, her eyes narrowed when Luke threw out the bat dart. The mad bat dart spun quickly and turned into a blurry shadow that swept silently through most of the coffee shop before flying back into his hand. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Pa! Luke gently placed the bat dart on the table and pushed it in front of her with 2 fingers. This is a small souvenir. I hope we can be friendlier the next time we meet. With that, he got up and left. When he passed by his table, he stuffed a $100 bill into the chest of a waitress. This is for table 6. The rest is your tip. The waitress was shocked, but was immediately captivated by this handsome man. She nodded, and for a time, forgot to clean the table. The woman in the red dress was lost for words. However, she quickly looked away and focused on the bat dart in front of her. At that moment, she picked up the scents of several types of food. Right then, many customers in the coffee shop were wondering about various mishaps. Waiter, I asked for my sandwich to be cut at an angle. Why is there another cut down the middle? Darling, can't you be more careful when you eat your cake? You spilled coffee on your shirt. Waiter, why is my egg yolk broken? They had no idea that the lethal weapon, which had caused these mishaps, was in the hands of the woman in the red dress. The woman fiddled with the bat dart and spun it between her fingers as she murmured, "This doesn't look like an ordinary fake." That being said, she still sensed that something wasn't right. Although there were times when Batman was indeed called the Dark Knight, it was more like an adjective than a nickname. So, this guy wasn't a clumsy impersonator, but a new superhero. Or someone who wanted to become a superhero. The woman in the red dress frowned. These psycho heroes were the most annoying. They weren't obedient at all. Walking out of the cafe, Luke turned around with an indecipherable smile. Interesting. He had just arrived, and had run into a war goddess, who was 60 to 70% similar to Tiana. Was it because of the space-time rift? Why did he take the initiative to flirt with this woman in the red dress called Diana, and even dared to reveal his identity the moment he opened his mouth? Of course, it was because she was a dark green in the system. A good person in this color wouldn't hit someone just for being a little rude. Naturally, she would forgive him. Also, a powerful woman like her wouldn't remember any Tom, Dick or Harry. It was naturally very important that he made a prominent first impression. The atmosphere would definitely be much better next time. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd month since Luke arrived in this DC universe. Looking at the group of guests arguing on his phone screen, which eventually turned into tables flipped in an all-out brawl, he closed the video and curled his lip in disdain. In a different world, the people of America are still playing this boring old game. There's no quality at all. He raised his head again, only to see a bunch of idiotic youngsters hundreds of meters away holding all kinds of signs as they chanted and demonstrated in the square in front of Congress. Take down the Dark Knight. We don't need vigilantes who take the law into their own hands. We want freedom and peace, not dark vigilantes. The government is incompetent, allowing dark forces to run wild. Luke took a sip of his coffee and crossed his legs, a mocking smile on his handsome face. The heart of a middle-aged Caucasian woman in her 40s, who was passing by as she led a group of people behind her, skipped a beat. She couldn't help but slow down and glance at him. Then, she slowed down and stopped 10 meters away. After standing still for a few seconds, she decisively turned around and strode over to Luke. "Hello, sorry to bother you." Luke, who had put down his coffee cup and was holding a cupcake, looked up. Yes, God, this man was so d***mn alluring. The middle-aged woman swore that at that moment, it was like she was looking at a lazy cat. He was cold and lazy, casual and arrogant. He could clearly use his looks to make a living, but he slayed with his temperament. Fine, that was just the middle-aged woman's subconscious thought. What she was really thinking about was something else. "Excuse me, are you interested in a new job?" Luke raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "Sorry, Senator Finch, I'm not interested in government work." The middle-aged woman was stunned. "You know me." Luke glanced at the idiots several hundred meters away. "Aren't they here to support your proposal?" Senator Finch was deep in thought. "It seems that you don't approve of them." If a smart person agrees with a bunch of idiots, he's either stupid or bad. Luke looked at her calmly. What do you think? Senator Finch frowned. One of her lackeys stepped forward and said in a low voice that was nevertheless loud enough for both Senator Finch and Luke to hear, Senator, there are 10 minutes left to your speech. Senator Finch, who had been ruthlessly rejected and even mocked, was given a way out, and decisively gave up on recruiting Luke. It was just that his outstanding looks and temperament made him very suitable for public relations. After all, even an experienced counselor like her had been attracted at a glance. Ordinary women definitely wouldn't be able to refute whatever the man had to say. If you could lick the screen, why waste your brain on listening? Just agree with him. 2164 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 5. After giving Luke a deep look, Senator Finch turned around and left. Luke shook his head inwardly. Senator Finch wasn't stupid or bad. She could already be considered a good person in this illustrious DC universe. It was a pity that she already had a fixed worldview, and she felt that Superman should give the victims an explanation. Now, hey, the Dark Knight was in the picture, and would also be expected to give the public an explanation. What Senator Finch didn't know was that an explanation was only given when someone valued you. In Luke's heart, killing bad guys and protecting ordinary people was his own business, and had nothing to do with anyone else. Why should he explain it to them? Of course, the idiots in this world had been spoiled by the God among men, and the man among gods. They needed to be taught a lesson. Glancing at the protesters again, he got up and left. That afternoon, Senator Finch proposed a new bill to curb vigilantes. All the TV stations started to focus their fire on Superman. In addition, the underground judge who called himself the Dark Knight, who had just appeared a month ago, Luke hadn't shown his face in the 2 months before that and was known for his ruthlessness toward the criminals of Gotham, had also been pulled in as a side character. What caught everyone off guard was that the situation took a dramatic turn that night. Many victims, who had been used as main evidence by these TV stations to gain sympathy, were exposed to be completely fake. For example, a certain lady said that her parents and husband had died in the battle that Superman fought, but there was a lot of daily surveillance which proved that she had been shopping with these dead family members right up until last month. A certain disabled person who insisted that he had been abandoned and hadn't received any compensation used the cash donated by a Good Samaritan to buy illegal drugs, alcohol and women. Many officials who condemned Superman's behavior with righteous expressions were exposed for embezzling disaster relief supplies, hoodwinking women, and even murder. At the end of the video, the mastermind finally appeared. It was a mask with a mustache and a wide, strange smile. The masked man said at the end of the scoop, "Justice, how many evils have been committed in thy name?" The screen suddenly turned black, leaving behind what looked like 2 slashes from a sword to form a V. The video was also accompanied by screenshots and text, which simply and bluntly explained all the evidence. It didn't take a genius to understand that this was a very thorough investigative report. It turned into a huge net which nailed these slanderers and hypocrites to the pillar of shame. Even those who had only joined in the fun shut up guiltily. They might not be as despicable as these people who had been exposed, but there was definitely no justice. The righteous indignation earlier had been born purely out of the outrage of the masses. If everyone was doing it, even if it was wrong, everyone would be at fault. Nobody could blame them, but it was different now. The masked man with the codename V slapped the onlookers in the face in the crudest and most direct way. What happened next alarmed many people. After the video was released, some public figures jumped out to attack V for being shameless and a fan of Superman. Then, recordings of these famous people taking bribes were exposed. What was even more terrifying was that these recordings weren't just about this particular business, but also about other business they had engaged in over the last few months. In a new video, V concluded, "Although justice is late, judgment will come." This time, the major TV stations and public figures suddenly became more civilized and easygoing. The discussion on all the talk shows amounted to, "We're all civilized people. Let's talk things out." They didn't dare be so explicit or even provocative. Who the hell knew what other videos V had? None of these people were clean. Besides, they couldn't say that V had done anything wrong. After all, V hadn't touched any of them. He had just made public the dirty things they had done, which was completely in line with their slogan of educating the public in truth and justice. They felt good condemning others, but it was very painful to be played by others and not be able to fight back. That was because nobody knew who V was. Should they work harder to attack Superman and lure V out? What a joke. They didn't know whether they could lure him out, but what was for certain was that they would definitely be destroyed by more dirt first. It had to be pointed out that the people who had been exposed had also implicated more than one or two people behind them. V also exposed the dirt on these masterminds. There was ironclad evidence of drug trafficking, murder and rape. Thus, while many ordinary people were still clamoring that something be done about Superman, or cursing V for being a coward, there was no deliberate guidance of public opinion from the mainstream media for the time being. Naturally, Luke wouldn't deal with these ordinary people who had practically no influence. Many of them had indeed lost family and friends, and could only blame it on Superman. Otherwise, they could only blame the dead villain, which wouldn't help them vent their emotions at all. In short, V targeted people with ulterior motives, and didn't implicate the innocent. Without a professional to guide the trend, it was impossible for ordinary people to give public opinion a clear shape. After all, a lot of people had died in Superman's battle, but he had saved even more people. The protesters were a minority. A populace that wasn't united wouldn't put any pressure on superheroes at all. Trusting and mobilizing the masses, and using people to control people, was something that Luke was an old hand at. It had long become unnecessary for him to take personal action back home. Gold Nugget, who had countless online ids, led the Bat Squad's hardcore fans and easily crushed troublemakers. A month later, in a lakeside villa on the outskirts of Gotham, Master Wayne, who had been busy all night, was still resting. Alfred finished sorting out the intelligence he had gathered and went to the kitchen to make lunch for his young master. Suddenly, a voice rang out at the kitchen door. "Hello, can I have a cup of coffee? And the sandwich you're making, too." Alfred paused before he slowly turned around. Then, he saw Luke, who was leaning against the kitchen door, smile at him politely. "I've heard a lot about you. Alfred Pennyworth, the loyal and legendary butler of the Wayne family." 2165 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 6. Alfred frowned and pressed his watch face behind his back to activate the emergency signal. Then, he calmly grabbed the kitchen knife that was on the countertop. "Sir, it's not polite to enter without an invitation." Luke strolled over. "Sorry, I just wanted to see the original." Alfred didn't quite understand what the man meant by original. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but he was afraid that his sleeping young master would be ambushed. Then, the butler's heart sank. There was no notification from his watch that the alarm had been activated. At that moment, Luke reached him and gently placed his palm on Alfred's shoulder. The loyal butler's body was restrained by an invisible force, and he didn't even have a chance to move his kitchen knife. Luke took the knife from him and put it back on the kitchen counter. He looked at the unfinished sandwich regretfully. "Looks like there's only coffee left." Alfred's eyes flickered. "There are freshly baked English muffins in the oven." Luke smiled at the butler, but didn't let go of his shoulder. Instead, the two of them went over together to take out the muffins. The Level 2 clone had been one-armed for many years, and doing things with one hand wasn't an issue. Alfred could only watch in surprise as Luke used one hand to put coffee and the muffins on a big tray. As if he was being controlled by another hand, the loyal butler couldn't escape control at all, and could only follow obediently. Outside the house, Luke had Alfred sit down in a transparent chair on the porch before he let go. The butler tried to move and discovered that he couldn't. It was just that the feeling was different from when he had been restrained earlier. It was more like his body wasn't responding to his brain. In the face of this situation, he didn't lose his cool. He simply watched silently as Luke enjoyed the brunch Alfred had prepared for his young master. After tasting the butler's cooking, Luke gave him a 7. He couldn't judge the coffee, but the English muffins were probably a little better than what the earliest version of his smart kitchenware could make. Given the standard of food here, Alfred was already very good at cooking. Mr. Wayne was truly blessed by his ancestors to have such a considerate, capable and trustworthy butler. While Luke had nurtured Director Selina, she didn't have any culinary talent at all, and he had to cook for her. Thankfully, Director Selina wasn't any worse than Alfred in any other aspect, and was easy on the eyes and useful. Under the butler's subtle expression, Luke finished the plate of 8 muffins in less than 30 seconds. He picked up the coffee and took a sip to get rid of the sweetness of the muffins. He looked at Alfred and said, "Sorry, I came out of the blue, but I don't have bad intentions, Alfred." Alfred hummed and listened attentively. He had to buy as much time as possible, on the off chance that Master Wayne suddenly woke up. Luke knew what Alfred was thinking, but he really wasn't here to show off, so he got straight to the point. "All right, since I've seen you, I won't disturb you any longer." As he spoke, he picked up a small silver box from the left and placed it on the table. Opening the box, he took out a multi-syringe device and 4 life ones that glowed red. He stuck 2 of them into the syringes and aimed at Alfred's neck. A few seconds later, both life ones were injected. Luke got up and went over to Alfred. He stretched out his hand and activated Light of Life behind Alfred's back. There was a hazy white light, and the old butler felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. His entire body was warm, and the pain and discomfort quickly disappeared. He turned to look at Luke in bewilderment. "What are you?" Luke chuckled. "I injected you with a life potion. Consider it, a copyright fee for you and Bruce Wayne. There are 2 life potions in the box for him, this is yours." He took out a blackish-gray cube about the size of a phone from a small box and placed it on Alfred's left wrist. "Activate Authority Verification Program, Alfred Pennyworth, Sole Authority." At the command, the cube suddenly turned into a dark gray semi-liquid that spread from Alfred's wrist to the rest of his body. The old butler was completely stunned. That was because Luke's actions indeed didn't look like he was getting revenge. After all, he only needed to use one method if he wanted to torture him, or switch between 2 methods at most. There was no need to play so many tricks at the same time. But that wasn't the end of it. Before the nanosuit reached Alfred's head, Luke pointed at Alfred's forehead. Right, and the moment his finger made contact, the old butler lost consciousness, so he didn't hear the rest of the sentence. It has to be followed up with the software. After all, an Alfred who can't beat people up wouldn't be a good butler. After an unknown period of time, Alfred regained consciousness. Remembering the strange behavior of the young man, his body jerked, and he suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He was still sitting in the chair on the porch. The table, the coffee pot, the used coffee cup, and the silver box were all in their previous positions. Except for the young man who had disappeared and the closed lid of the silver box, everything was the same as before he lost consciousness. Alfred didn't hesitate, and immediately pressed his watch face. A moment later, looking at his confused young master, the butler said solemnly, "Master, there are some things we need to confirm." After various tests, they didn't find anything unusual about the silver box that had been left on the porch. Only then were the 2 life potions inside taken to the basement for testing. The old butler, who had survived a tense situation, and the nanosuit he was wearing were tested as well. Less than half an hour later, Bruce Wayne looked strangely at the old butler, who was as strong as an ox and moved even more fluidly than a top gymnast. He cursed inwardly. Was that D*MN guy some demon? He gave power and health, but when the time came, he would take away the soul of the person as per the contract made. That was a demon's practice. However, the technology which the nanosuit contained was too advanced and was man-made. It was like cold nuclear energy contained in a grain of rice, which was very unscientific. But considering the Kryptonian spaceship that had almost destroyed Earth, the appearance of mere cold nuclear fusion technology wasn't a big deal. In the end, all the questions came down to one thing: why did the guy, the Dark Knight who had made this nanosuit, given them such a huge benefit for nothing? What was even stranger was that this Dark Knight, who had been very aggressive recently, seemed to be paying more attention to Alfred. 2166 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 7. Of course, Master Wayne wasn't jealous of Alfred. But the Dark Knight had inexplicably come to his remote lakeside villa. He drank his coffee and ate his English muffins. Then, he injected Alfred with a life drug to heal his body. He also gave him a high-tech nanosuit. Finally, he transmitted a lot of top combat experience into the old butler's consciousness. One who was unaccountably solicitous was definitely up to something. Master Wayne, who had watched countless such tragicomedies in Gotham, knew this too well. There had to be some ulterior motive. For the moment, however, he and the butler couldn't find any problems with this gift. The nanosuit could be taken off and studied in another secret lab, but Alfred couldn't throw away the life potion and combat experience which he had been injected with. Thinking that, Master Wayne's head started to hurt. It seemed that he had to find this impersonator immediately and ask him what he was up to. It just so happened that this guy had been causing a lot of trouble recently. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been investigating Superman's whereabouts, Master Wayne would have taken the time to deal with him. On the other side, Luke didn't feel any pressure at all. He had given the gifts purely of his own volition. After all, Luke had alternately taken out and used their identities back home. Giving them the copyright fee was a trivial thing. In any case, there was no rush. Alfred was already past his prime. Before a final outcome was reached, he would remain completely calm in whatever situation. Master Wayne absolutely wouldn't dare put the old butler at risk. But Master Wayne himself, who was still at the peak of his prime, still had the energy to doubt any abnormalities in his body. As a super paranoid person with a steel will, he might do something over the top if Luke wasn't careful. Not only was Master Wayne ruthless to bad guys, he was equally ruthless to himself when necessary. As a big capitalist, Master Wayne didn't have as much trust in benevolence as he did in business transactions. Luke would dress the copyright fee up as a business transaction for Master Wayne. So, this was Master Wayne's problem, not Luke's. After laying low for 2 months, Luke had a clear understanding of this world, especially of Gotham and nearby Metropolis. Gotham City was Mr. Wayne's territory. Metropolis, on the other hand, had the Daily Planet newspaper and the reporter named Clark Kent who wore black-rimmed glasses and looked a little ordinary. Luke didn't get too close, and just hung out in a nearby cafe for a whole morning, but the man didn't notice him at all. This outcome was within his expectations. Luke, who also had extraordinary senses, also did his best to dial them down in his daily life. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to live. Just think about it. While enjoying their food, who would want to hear the sounds of farting, burping, vomiting and coughing hundreds of meters around them, or smell those disgusting odors? Luke was fine. His true range of sensitivity wasn't more than a kilometer. Any further and his senses would become hazy. As long as he didn't pay attention, it was like background noise. He remembered that Superman's hearing seemed to be on a global scale. So, if he didn't suppress his senses, it would be as noisy as a congregation of billions of ducks in his ears. Too much useless information was equivalent to no information at all. Judging from Clark's relaxed expression, he clearly didn't have such worries. It could only be that, like Luke, he had suppressed his senses. Luke didn't go running over to leave an impression on this person. Superman was a good person. The fact that he didn't do anything despite being provoked by a bunch of scumbags proved that he had a good temper. Of course, this couldn't be put down to Superman being trite or saintly. It was just that this God chose to live like a normal person, at least when he wasn't saving people. It was like how Luke had saved Earth many times back home, but still opened an obscure detective agency, even if the agency only accepted 1 or 2 friendly commissions every year or 2. Once Superman and Luke completely abandoned this sort of daily life, it would be very easy for the human part of them to disappear. Or they would become like the Kamar Taj sorcerers, who basically had no contact with ordinary society and had become an isolated clique. This life was too boring. Luke still liked to go out to drink and chat with his old colleagues from the police department every now and then, or go to May's place to participate in gatherings with those from the food delivery and renovation businesses. Selina would also have girls' nights with her former colleagues, Elsa and Elizabeth. Men and dogs weren't allowed to participate. That was right. After she sensed that the dog had often reported their drinking to Luke, director Selina kicked it out. In comparison, enduring minor inconveniences was nothing. Reporter Clark had to listen to a lot of interviewees' complaints and dissatisfaction with Superman, while Luke had to listen to his colleagues in the police department complain that the Dark Knight had stolen NYPD's job. This was life. After that, the Dark Knight's actions on the surface decreased, and a young man called Bruce Bale started to frequent major social events. In a chaotic world where the government couldn't do much about villains, Luke was too friendly. More than that, he didn't have family here, so he didn't care about using the half-real name of Bruce Bale. So what if it was revealed that he was the Dark Knight? The authorities here didn't care about a small fry superhero. The invincible Superman was the big fry. Unless he was suppressed, dealing with other superheroes would be useless. And that was without considering whether the government was strong enough. In fact, the government here was much worse than back home, because there were too many supervillains here. The news had gone crazy a few years ago reporting how the battle between Superman and Kryptonian General Zod had turned many places into ruins. In the end, General Zod's target was Superman, and the damage to Earth was incidental. If this general's target had been the city, he could have leveled it in minutes. With this sort of supervillain who could easily lay waste to the city, nobody dared to target superheroes without any scruples. The government was in a weaker position, so Luke had even fewer scruples. He used his mental abilities to control many companies and departments behind the scenes. In just a few months, Bruce Bale became a member of the upper class. Also, this alias had roots in strength, and wouldn't be treated like a rookie. As part of his safety first rule, Luke added a young genius scientist inventor label to this alias. Under this label, he traded the earliest version of Ivan's remote-controlled robot soldier tech for a lot of things. This way, Bruce Bale's apparent net worth of hundreds of millions had an open and legitimate source. If he wanted to make contact with a higher-up in a particular area, it was very easy for him to lock onto the other party's whereabouts. Money was very useful back home, and in the 600th world where crime was rampant, it was even more effective. In short, with money, you could do whatever you wanted. 2167 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 8. There was another reason why Luke had proactively joined the upper circle. It was because of the issue of equipment. As he had speculated before, just like when he had gone to 2023 Marvel, most of his inventory had been left behind. The difference was that in 2023 Marvel, he could access about a third of his inventory. The situation in DC was even worse, and he could only use 1/10 of it. For his main body back home, it felt like 1/10 of Space 1 and 2 had disappeared. This completely eliminated the possibility of him using his inventory to move supplies and living people across planes. It was impossible for the Marvel Bat Squad to enter a DC instance together. DC had too many lunatic villains. General Zod's team alone was enough to torture Earth's heroes. Also, there were DC comics and some movies from 2023 Marvel which Luke had skimmed through in the last few days. This was also one of the few items he had brought back from 2023. There was no way he could cause a space-time backlash by viewing DC comics and movies in the Marvel universe, right? Who the hell knew which DC universe he was in, but it wouldn't be unusual for a popular villain like Darkseid to appear. After all, this guy could be said to be DC's Thanos, or maybe Thanos was Marvel's Darkseid. The two were very similar. So, after investigating for a few months, Luke decided to let the level 3 clone do whatever it wanted here. At most, he wasted, just 7.35 million credit points. In the past few months, Gotham City had already provided him with 2.65 million credit points. Since he was prepared to reap a harvest here, he naturally had to have money and power. Not only did it make it convenient for him to move around, he could also replenish the materials he needed. This time, he had used the PIM particle to shrink a bunch of emergency equipment and bring them with him. He also shrunk a small number of key industrial motherships to bring over. Thanks to this critical equipment and abundant raw materials, he recovered a small portion of his equipment production ability in the past few months. Compared with when he first came here, he felt much safer. It had to be pointed out that Master Wayne was also a pay-to-win player, who took his flying Batmobile out every now and then and made Gotham's police choke. Luke wasn't as tyrannical as Master Wayne, especially when he had the ability to make better equipment. After the Battle of Wakanda in particular, when they had relied on numbers to crush Thanos' fleet, he valued equipment even more. Even if he couldn't crush his opponent, at the very least, he couldn't let himself be crushed. Bruce Bale was high profile, while the Dark Knight naturally kept a low profile. This made Master Wayne, who wanted to have a chat with the Dark Knight, very depressed. He had gone running over when Knight caused an incident once or twice, but couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. Luke, who was busy building an invisible force, wouldn't meet Master Wayne at this moment, because he didn't want to see this guy flaunt his wealth. Tony and Master Wayne had a lot in common in this regard. It had already been half a year since Luke arrived in Gotham. Today, Bruce Bale attended a party at Lex Corporation. Luke was a little interested in Lex Corporation because it had a lot of high-tech industries, and he had earmarked it as a possible shell subsidiary company. However, Lex Luthor, the real mastermind behind the corporation, was a recluse. When Luke couldn't find Lex after investigating for a few days, he chose another candidate from his long list. As for using Bruce Bale's identity to attend the party tonight, it was because something interesting had happened. Taking a sip of his champagne, Luke said indifferently to a lady in front of him, "Sorry, I just saw a friend." The lady nodded blankly, her starry-eyed gaze on his handsome face as he left. Walking past the small groups scattered throughout the hall, Luke walked over to a small group of women and coughed. "Your Highness, long time no see." The women who were chatting in low voices looked over, and their eyes lit up. Bale, who was in his prime, was quite good-looking. He was also 1.88 meters and had a firm chest. Few women would dislike such a man. The women in this circle clearly weren't among them. A less reserved lady chuckled and asked searchingly, "Your Highness. Looks like it's an old friend." The woman in the white dress turned around with a faint smile. "And you are?" Luke curled his lip and smiled. "Bruce Bale, currently involved in the R&D of AI robot technology." The woman in the white dress snorted inwardly, but wore an enlightened expression. "So, it's you, what a clever approach." He pretended that they weren't that familiar, but that they were indeed on friendly terms. He also conveniently ignored the lady's probing words. Luke was a very straightforward person, but Bruce Bale was a handsome, cold and unsophisticated scientific genius. So, he simply smiled politely at the onlookers. "Sorry, ladies, I need to borrow Her Highness for a few minutes." The women were reluctant, but they subconsciously nodded. "It's fine. Do whatever you want. Haha, we're the ones disturbing the both of you. As long as she's willing, you can borrow her for a few more minutes." Luke thanked them and held out one arm. "Shall we, Your Highness?" Diana's eyes flickered, but she still placed a hand on his arm, and they walked to the other side. With a smile on her face, Diana Prince said in a low voice, "How should I address you? You didn't have this surname last time." Luke didn't think much of it. "Right back at you." Of course, Diana's surname wasn't Prince. She was just using the Prince from her identity as a princess. By the same logic, Luke's Bale was actually the last name of a certain Batman actor. Diana snorted inwardly and changed the subject. "Someone called the Dark Knight has been very active in Gotham recently. Have you heard of him?" Luke nodded. "People always need something to do. He probably doesn't like the law and order situation in Gotham. Perhaps GCPD will thank such a good citizen." The corners of Diana's mouth twitched. Other people might not know who the Dark Knight was, but how could she not? She had one of the bad darts left behind by this knight as a gift for her. Unfortunately, she couldn't say it out loud here. "Then why are you here tonight?" Luke hummed and said, "Getting to know some friends beforehand will be good for future development." He then let go of her arm and walked over to two men who were talking to each other. "Mr. Wayne, I've heard a lot about you. We finally meet." 2168 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 9. The two men who were talking turned to look at this unexpected guest. Luke stuck out his hand shamelessly. "Wayne Industries has been devoted to charity in the last few years. I like that very much. I wonder if we can work together." Master Wayne was very impatient. Although he did good deeds, he wasn't a good-tempered person. He didn't answer the question, nor did he stretch out his hand. He said coldly, "Sorry, and you are?" "Bruce Bale." Luke drew his hand back naturally. A young man interested in charity work. Master Wayne wasn't interested in hearing such a self-introduction. Who the hell knew how many scumbags he had run into tonight who had come to trade benefits under the guise of charity? "Okay, Bale, right. Call me when you're free to discuss charity." As he spoke, he gave Luke his card, which had the office number of the head of PR at Wayne Industries. With this card, Luke probably wouldn't bother him anymore. At the very least, he would have to find another excuse. Luke didn't take the card. He glanced at it and smiled coldly. "I've memorized the number. Sorry, but I don't like taking things from other people's hands." Then, he ignored the surprised Mr. Wayne and turned to look at the other man. He stretched out his hand again. "Mr. Clark Kent, it's an honor to see you here." Compared with the mentally deficient Mr. Wayne, this man who wore black-rimmed glasses had a much better temper. Puzzled, he shook Luke's hand. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bale. Have we met before?" "I don't think so, but I hope we can be friends in the future." The smile on Luke's face was clearly sincere. "Clark, if you're willing to help more civilians, I can arrange an interview with you." He felt that he was only worth this much to rich people who took the initiative to approach him. Luke, however, sighed. "I'm very optimistic about my AI robot project, but this will trigger an even bigger wave of unemployment sooner or later, so there's no need for an interview." Master Wayne, Clark, Diana. Compared with needing to constantly pay wages and provide manpower and workers' protection, mature AI robots are undoubtedly simpler and less troublesome, Luke explained. So, I hope to use the money I earn to create more jobs so that more people won't lose their jobs and have no food to eat. The three superheroes were dumbfounded. Wasn't this something that the government should consider? If they also had to put effort into this, then what was the point of the government? It couldn't be said that the three of them didn't have this sense of awareness. It was just that they were warriors most of the time, and needed to think about the continued survival of the human race on Earth. As for how to make life better for Earthlings, that should be the responsibility of the administrators. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, a young man came over. He stood between Mr. Wayne and Clark, and right opposite Luke, so that the four of them formed a cross. The newcomer smiled frivolously. "Haha, look who it is. Bruce Wayne and reporter Clark Kent. My two favorite people are here. I'm Lex Luthor." Exactly that Lex, you know." He shook hands with Mr. Wayne. "You've always been in Gotham. Finally, you're here in Metropolis today." Master Wayne smiled insincerely. "I'm here to drink your wine." Lex didn't think much of it. "Then you should come more often. You might be able to visit our underground lab." Then, Lex shook hands with Clark. "Wow, you're really strong. Anyone who fights you would definitely suffer." Then, he saw Luke. "And you are Bruce Bale. Nice to see you tonight, Mr. Luthor." The coldness on Luke's face suddenly disappeared, and he gave an extremely bright smile, which surprised Mr. Wayne and Clark. He hadn't shown that much emotion when he talked to them just now. Luke, on the other hand, didn't care. When he saw Lex Luthor's dark red name in the system, he knew that he had caught a big, black fish. Unexpectedly, this reclusive young capitalist had already killed a lot of people. Lex was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected this person to be so enthusiastic. At that moment, the Asian secretary behind him stepped forward. "Sir, the governor is waiting for you." Lex nodded and glanced at the three people in front of him. "Enjoy yourselves. I'll have to excuse myself." Watching him leave, Luke suddenly said, "Isn't this Mr. Luthor's first time doing charity? Donating a library? He really is thinking about the future." Both Mr. Wayne and Clark felt that there was something wrong with his tone, but there was nothing wrong with his choice of words. Luke said, "But this person's charity project is not something I can agree with. Gentlemen, my date is still waiting for me. Excuse me." As he spoke, he turned around and pulled Diana, who was watching silently, into the crowd. After these successive interruptions by Luke and Lex, the two men looked at each other before they turned around and left in different directions. Words were useless when you didn't get along. If they didn't fight, it was only because it wasn't the right place to do so. On the other side, Diana asked, "How does it feel to meet a magnate with the same name?" Luke thought for a moment. It seems that he's been under a lot of pressure at work recently, which is why he has fewer female companions. "Diana," Luke said, "on the other hand, love is clearly doing wonders for that reporter, which is why he's so civilized and easygoing." Diana asked, "Isn't it because magnates are rich and willful?" Luke sighed. "He doesn't even know how much money I have. What reason does he have to be so willful?" Diana, "Wait, how does what I'm talking about have anything to do with money?" Thankfully, after personally witnessing this meeting of kings, or rather, kings plus queen, Luke wasn't interested in beating around the bush. This magnate doesn't have a good temper. It won't be easy to do charity work with him. So, I think we have a better chance of success with that reporter. Diana's eyes flickered, and she understood his meaning. The Dark Knight wanted to work with Superman more than Batman. However, that didn't seem like a good idea. "Are you sure he's really willing to work with you?" "I think your styles will clash." Luke downed the champagne in his hand. "No, I'm actually a capricious person. As long as I can show this world compassion, I don't mind changing my methods for the time being." Of course, methods and principles were two different things. Saying that, he grabbed Diana's beautiful and slender arm and gently moved her away. "All right, Your Highness, we had a good time tonight." So, he took out a thick business card from his pocket and placed it in her palm. "We can try to build a closer relationship in the future. You can use this to contact me if anything happens." 2169 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 10. Even as her mind raced, Diana didn't stop smiling. "Should I say, thank you for your trust?" "No, it's my honor. Let me give you another piece of advice." Luke let go of her palm. "Your Highness, you still have to take care of your skin. if it's too rough, it won't fit your identity as an artist. With that, he picked up his pace and left. Diana snorted and then looked at the business card in her hand, only to see that it was actually a small smartphone. There was no logo on it, it was just that the frosted surface made it look like a business card. After a brief hesitation, she picked up her pace and left. On the other side, Mr. Wayne returned to where he had set up his black box. Seeing that the other end of the wire was empty, he couldn't help but mutter, sh*t. Diana, who was speeding down the road, glanced at her purse and smiled. Sure enough, it was better to leave hacking into databases to the professionals. Luke watched with great interest as his trailblazer copied the encrypted files. Interesting. What does Lex have that Mr. Wayne and the princess are interested in? Now that Lex had piqued his interest, he was prepared to investigate this black-hearted young master. If everything went according to plan, he would be able to capture Lex Luthor in 3 days at most and take Lex Corporation under his control. What Luke hadn't expected was Lex's straightforward actions. The next day was the congressional hearing for Superman. Although Luke had disrupted the situation in the last few months, all the parties who had a stake needed a result. The matter of a hearing had dragged on for a few months, from spring to fall, before it finally took place. Then, the place exploded. When Luke heard the news from the AI program and watched live TV broadcasts from the scene, he was a little flabbergasted. That was Congress, after all. Even if the government here was very weak, for it to be so weak to the point that someone could smuggle a bomb into the hearing and kill a bunch of politicians, reporters, and onlookers, was 2D*mn ridiculous. Back home, Congress had never been slapped in the face like this. Hydra wouldn't do something like this. Almost subconsciously, his assessment of the government as a threat dropped by 20%. It was undoubtedly because the government was not intimidating at all that someone dared to do something so outrageous. Then, Luke tossed the thought aside. The authorities here were noobs to begin with. If their threat level dropped another 20%, the chain reaction from this manner could basically be ignored. What really mattered was Superman Clark's reaction. The hearing was indeed aimed at Clark, but Luke didn't think that Clark would think that the explosion was meant to target him. Killing a bunch of people in front of him was also a huge slap to Superman's face. So, Luke only needed to confirm one thing: who planned this explosion? Alfred quickly screened the information related to this incident for clues. In just a few minutes, a series of notifications in red boxes appeared on the virtual screen. Luke looked at the name of the suspect behind these leads, Lex Luthor. He couldn't help but rub his chin. Are all capitalist kids in the DC universe so ruthless? This isn't Civil War. The reason Lex had become a suspect so quickly was because he was an important participant in this hearing, but he hadn't appeared in Congress, and wasn't even in DC. Secondly, from the live broadcasts by reporters at the scene, it appeared that the source of the explosion was a victim backed by Lex Corporation. The victim was in a wheelchair, which was undoubtedly the easiest way to bring in a bomb. As someone who started out as a detective, Luke naturally wouldn't let go of this suspicious point. More importantly, ordinary people didn't have the ability to cause such a stir, unless they had skills or superpowers. Lex Corporation, on the other hand, was a tech company, which made it even more suspicious. A check of Lex's family background further solidified this suspicion. Lex's father, Lionel Luthor, clearly had violent tendencies, and had abused Lex since he was young. Luke sighed. As expected of the illustrious DC universe, this character setting was the standard template for a villain boss back home, let alone here. Even Mr. Wayne, who had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had been loved by his parents since he was young, had become a paranoid and violent lunatic. If Lex didn't do something bad, he would be letting the audience down. Pondering for a moment, Luke then went to the Daily Planet. A few minutes later, he walked out again and dialed a number he had just gotten. Although the number was already in his database, it was necessary to obtain it above board. Soon, the call connected, and he asked, "Hello, is this reporter Lois Lane?" On the other end, Lois was rushing to her friend's place to get the results of the analysis of evidence related to the explosion. Picking up the call, she didn't think too much of it. As she picked up her pace and headed to the parking lot, she replied, "Yes, that's me. Do you have something to say?" "I'm a little busy," Luke said. "Miss Lane, I have an important lead. I wanted to talk to Clark in person, but he wasn't there when I went to the newspaper." I asked your colleagues, and they gave me your number. They said that you're trustworthy. At that moment, Lois was too worried about her boyfriend to think about some big scoop. Hearing that, she simply said, you can tell me what the lead is. I'll contact you after I confirm it. Luke interrupted her. Sorry, but this lead concerns Superman. I don't want to talk about it over the phone. Louise paused. Now that she was in DC, it would take her at least half a day to drive back to Metropolis. But it was necessary to stay here and monitor developments. Luke seemed to know what she was worried about. Where do you want to meet? It's fine if you're not in Metropolis. I have a private plane. It won't take half a day for me to get anywhere in America. Louise felt like the other person had just flaunted his wealth in her face, but she still agreed decisively. I'm in DC. Do you know the Forensics Center? There's a chicken diner opposite. Let me know once you get there. Luke said, Very well, Miss Lane. After hanging up, he looked at the time, 3:12 p.m. Walking over to the Porsche on the side of the road, he opened the door and got in before he murmured, An hour should be enough. It won't be strange at all for the control tower to help me cut Q. After all, with money, you can do whatever you want. In reality, he would immediately fly over in his suit, while the remote-controlled android on the private plane would just be a cover. 2170 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 11 Night fell, and lights came on. Bang! With a disgusted expression, Luke threw the hamburger into a trash can. He knew that the big fast food chains weren't very good. This chicken diner was only good for fried chicken wings. The rest of the food could basically be described with director Selena's catchphrase pig swill. It was this bad, yet the franchise hadn't shut down. Were the people here pigs? Luke mocked inwardly. He looked at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. The delay was due to the fact that Lois's identity made it a little problematic for her to enter the forensics center. So, after talking to Luke, she would wait for the preliminary forensic results to come out before she came downstairs to meet him. Luke wasn't in a hurry. He was here to keep an eye on Lois Lane and ensure her safety. After all, this was a woman who was sleeping with Superman, who knew how many women would go crazy with jealousy if they found out. When he had the time, Luke sent 2 androids to Smallville, Kansas, where Clark's foster mother, Martha Kent, lived. After a few hours of investigation, Luke had realized that Lex had something to do with the recent public opinion against Superman. He hadn't noticed before because there were too many people involved. Now that he had confirmed that there was something wrong with Lex, looking for connections to Lex Corporation in previous information was altogether different. It was just like how most people didn't know that reporter Clark was Superman, but if they knew beforehand and investigated, it would be hard for him to hide his identity. As he did this, Luke recalled the mother and girlfriend memes in his previous life. For example, if Martha and Lois fell into the river at the same time, who would Clark save? The answer should be both of them. Only a kid would be tricked into choosing between the two. As he had these ridiculous thoughts, Luke turned away more than a dozen teenage girls who had accidentally slipped, gotten lost, or ran out of battery. He didn't act impatient. A protagonist wasn't defined by their gender, but by their looks and money. Given Bale's looks, it would be strange for him not to be good at this, and passing the time with the girls was quite interesting. He didn't mind talking to a woman with enough substance. It wasn't like she would get pregnant from a chat. Of course, such women were rare. There had only been 2 of them in the last few hours. One was a White House intern, Kate McKinney. Naturally, this young blonde didn't talk about hair or makeup, but was all about some interesting things in her workplace. The other was an old lady, Merrill Adams, who was almost 50 years old and of the old Adams family in American history. Merrill also wanted to offer Luke a job. Whether or not it was out of some maternal instinct, Luke was too lazy to dwell on it. They talked about the reaction to the explosion in Congress today and exchanged contact details. Elementary pheromone control was just that unreasonable. Luke didn't like to use it to order women around, but he liked the effect when he let it disperse. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked up the call and said a few words before he walked toward the entrance of the forensics center. Although they had arranged to meet at the chicken diner, the food there was too lousy. Luke felt that it was better to pick up Lois as soon as possible and switch to a coffee shop with less pig swill. On the other side, Lois came down from the forensics lab and entered the underground parking lot. As she walked to her car, she reached into her bag for her keys. "Get into your car as quickly as possible," Don't ever rummage around for it in front of your car. This was a valuable experience from years of living in this city. Otherwise, someone would point a gun at your back one day. She didn't notice that a sturdy man had followed her from the elevator. Then, a worker in a yellow vest shone a flashlight at the wall up ahead, as if checking the pipes. Two people gradually sandwiched her in the middle. Lois glanced at the man in the yellow vest and felt that the man's side profile looked familiar. As a reporter, she couldn't help but take 2 more steps to get a better look. In the end, the man in the yellow vest turned so that the back of his head was to her. Frowning, Louise turned around and walked to her car. The man behind her, however, picked up his pace and blocked her way. Her heart tightened. "Sorry, how can I help you?" As she asked the question, she gripped the pepper spray on her keychain. The man said, "Miss Lane, I have some top-secret information I want to talk to you about." Louise was stunned. "You're Bruce." The man was also stunned for a moment, but he immediately nodded. "Yes, can we go out and..." At that moment, a big hand covered her mouth from behind, and the other hand wrapped tightly around her. Louise's cry was muffled, and she looked at Bruce for help. In the end, the man darted forward and helped the man in the yellow vest take her to a utility company van 10 meters away. The side door of the van was already open, and a brawny man was inside. Lois instantly understood that this was a planned kidnapping. Just as she was stuffed into the van, a cold male voice rang out next to them. "What are you playing? It looks fun." The man in the yellow vest reacted quickly. He took out a gun from his waist and pointed it at the door of the passenger seat, where the male voice had come from. "Pooh, pooh, pooh, z, z, z." There was the sound of nails hitting flesh 3 times in a row. The 2 people holding Lois and the brawny man in the car collapsed, their bodies still twitching. Lois had been thrown roughly into the car. She didn't understand what was going on, but there was a collapsed man in front of her, twitching and foaming at the mouth. She subconsciously leaned back. It might be poison or some infectious disease. She had been to many places around the world, and had seen the small chances of this happening with her own eyes. Lois reacted quickly, but she used too much strength and fell out of the car. She panicked at the empty air behind her and immediately screamed. At that moment, a hand grabbed her shoulder and softened her landing. "Sorry, Miss Lane, I was a little late." Lois turned around and saw Luke. "Who are you?" Luke said, "Bruce Bale. I just spoke to you." Lois stepped back warily. Another, Bruce, had thrown her into the van and she had almost been kidnapped. Luke knew what she was thinking. "Miss Lane, these aren't my men, but Lex Luthor's men." 2171 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 12. Lois didn't let down her guard. She took a few more steps back, before she looked down at the familiar-looking man in the yellow vest. She was surprised to recognize this person as someone who had appeared in the war-torn area a few months ago and participated in the operation to frame Superman. That was why she found him familiar. She compared Luke's voice with Bruce's, and sure enough, it wasn't the same person. Besides, she remembered that Bruce hadn't said who he was at all. She was the one who had called him Bruce. Luke, on the other hand, could sense her doubt. After all, anyone who had just been kidnapped would overreact. He simply pointed at a total of 4 kidnappers in the van. "Miss Lane, compared with them, it would be easier for me to kidnap you." Lois immediately understood. The 4 men had been taken down in an instant, while she hadn't been able to fight off even one of them. It was indeed unlikely that Luke was acting. Luke waved at a black van that had just driven into the parking lot and explained to Lois, "These guys work for Lex. They need to be left as witnesses. The information I wanted to tell you is that Lex planned today's tragedy in Congress. He must have planted a bomb in Wallace Keefe's wheelchair." When Lois heard that, she finally let down her guard. Then, the black van stopped next to them. 4 tough men in black suits got out and dragged the kidnappers into the van. She couldn't help but become wary again. Luke said, "Sorry, but you know how easy it is for rich people to be targets. Bringing a few bodyguards with you can solve a lot of problems, like now. Lois, can you stop flaunting your wealth? I ran into 4 kidnappers, and you brought 4 bodyguards with you. Is this a slap in the face?" At the same time, on a farm outside Smallville, Kansas, an android was sticking a nanosuit to Martha Kent. "Mrs. Kent, you can read the operation manual when you have the time. If you run into these small fry who come after you again, you will at least be able to avoid them." Martha was stupefied as she looked at the semi-liquid which covered her body, and she wondered if she had fallen into the hands of some alien creature. The android didn't waste any time. "Don't worry, we'll be nearby to protect you until this is over." With that, it took off with the 4 unconscious kidnappers. At that moment, Martha finally said, "Thank you." The android didn't respond and simply disappeared into the night. In the Major Crimes Division of the Metropolis Police Department, Lois sat in the supervisor's office and looked at Luke, who was talking to the supervisor outside the door, with mixed feelings. In the past, she had hated this behavior of using authority for personal gain. But Luke had used his connections to place her here because she didn't trust him. It was hard to rule out suspicion, even if you knew that it might be a misunderstanding. So, after taking a private plane back to Metropolis, Luke left her here. What made Lois even more speechless was that the 4 bodyguards in black suits were in the police lounge not far away. Clearly, they didn't think that the Metropolis Police Department was very reliable. At that moment, it was a little awkward for Lois no matter how vigilant she was. She was free to move and contact someone. Under the gazes of many police officers, she entered the office of the head of the Major Crimes Division. If Luke wanted to do something to her, there was really no need to go through so much trouble. Finally, Clark appeared in the office. Luke assumed Clark had received a call from Lois. He didn't rush to show his face, but left with his bodyguards. Bruce Bale had saved Clark's girlfriend, and the Dark Knight had saved his mother. If Clark didn't acknowledge this favor, he wouldn't be Superman. A few minutes later, Clark came out of the police department with Lois, but his face was terrifyingly dark. At Luke's reminder, Martha called Lois and told her that someone had tried to kidnap her. Since there had also been an attempted kidnapping with Lois, there was no need to consider who the mastermind was. No wonder Lex dared to frame him. He was targeting his girlfriend and mother. Clark had never been so angry. If it wasn't for Lois comforting him, he would have been so angry that he would have torn off his clothes and charged out of the police department to arrest Lex. Of course, he was only able to rein in his anger until after he left the police department. After booking a room for Lois at a nearby hotel, Clark turned into Superman and disappeared. He didn't even need to search for Lex. Just now, Lois had told him that Lex was in the Kryptonian spaceship which General Zod had left behind. Of course, it was the kind-hearted Luke who had told Lois this in advance. Since he was going to do them a favor, he would do his best. Lex's experience and credit points weren't worth anything compared with Superman in his debt. After all, there were too many capable bad guys here, but only one Superman. Besides, wasn't obtaining a list of Superman's abilities something more worth looking forward to? Even if Luke felt that there was only a chance to learn part of Superman's abilities, it would definitely be worth it. It had to be pointed out that apart from kryptonite, which could be used to kill Superman, it seemed that no other attack could pierce his skin. It could be said that this was the ultimate physique that Luke could imagine. There might be many other physical capabilities that could be used to contend with Superman, but they would be far less suitable for daily life in human society. Thus, after telling the 4 security guards to take a break and stand by, Luke sat in the Porsche and watched a live feed via the surveillance cameras near the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship. As per his usual practice, he had invested in security companies in Gotham and Metropolis. Unbeknownst to the managers of these security companies, he had turned the surveillance cameras in important locations into his eyes and ears. As a shareholder, he could influence the installation of many surveillance cameras and openly learn the databases and connections. Lex hadn't been on his blacklist before, so Luke naturally wouldn't have specially analyzed his whereabouts. After the tragedy in Congress, Lex became the primary target of Metropolis's surveillance network. Although Lex had returned to Metropolis by helicopter, it was impossible for his driver, bodyguards, and secretary to also take the helicopter. After triangulating their movements, Lex's whereabouts were exposed. This didn't affect Luke's plan much. The only change was that the person who would open this gift bag was not Luke, but Superman. Reclining in his seat, Luke took out a roast goose and munched on it happily. The only pity was that this Porsche was fancy, but there was too little space in the car to set up a table of delicious food while he enjoyed the show. But his leisurely mood soon disappeared. Alfred began to send out a series of warnings about high-energy reactions. The location was where the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship were. Luke instantly realized that this was probably Lex's doing. 2172 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 13. Throwing the half-eaten roast goose back into his inventory, Luke started the Porsche and disappeared down the street. At the same time, Master Wayne, who was looking for Lex on his batplane, sensed the explosion and saw the flash of light in the distance. He turned the fighter plane, and it flew toward the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship. Superman's face was grim as he blocked the huge fist in front of him. This was the second time he was feeling immense pressure after facing General Zod. Of course, technically speaking, the pressure this time still came from General Zod, or more specifically, his body. This deformed doomsday monster which Lex had created had a twisted expression on its face, but traces of General Zod could still be seen. Superman could sense the lingering aura of General Zod on Doomsday. He was very uneasy. The last battle with General Zod had caused the biggest outcry against him in history, and put immense pressure on him, when he only wanted to live an ordinary life. If this city was destroyed again and hundreds of thousands of civilians were implicated, he would find it hard to forgive himself. After all, General Zod had used his mother to threaten him last time, which made him lose his mind and start a war without thinking about the battlefield. Thinking quickly, Superman exerted strength and threw Doomsday away from the city. Master Wayne, who was approaching, suddenly saw something black fly at him and brush past the plane. The shock wave it created caused the fighter plane to rock a few times in the air. Then, Superman flew past the fighter plane with a sonic boom that sent it rolling. A few seconds later, Master Wayne, who had just barely stabilized the plane, couldn't help but curse. WTF, he glanced at the screen. The first thing was a humanoid monster. Who the hell knew what it was? But the data on the second person had always been in the database. Master Wayne was furious when he saw it. DMN Superman, you really created this D*MN thing. He had known that an existence like Superman was trouble to begin with, and would attract a steady stream of problems. Worst of all, Superman himself was a weapon of global mass destruction. No normal person wanted their continued existence to depend on someone else's benevolence. If there was a remote that could instantly destroy Earth, Luke's first choice would be to control it, not to give it to a good person. Humans were unpredictable. Most people wouldn't necessarily stay true to their own selves. How could they expect others to remain the same forever? The tragedy caused by Superman's battle a few years ago was proof of this point. It was precisely because of this extreme sense of insecurity that human society had attacked Superman. The difference was that while other people couldn't do anything about Superman, Master Wayne had the money and ability to take action. Gritting his teeth, Master Wayne's batplane turned around and chased after Superman and Doomsday. Night drifted down in stealth mode toward the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship. When Luke saw Lex mumbling to herself with a deranged smile, he was a little astonished. This guy was actually fine. He then sighed. Fine, Superman was too soft-hearted. It seemed that in the future, Luke couldn't let him know what happened to the bad guys. Superman had even spared Lex, who had attacked his mother and girlfriend. Other bad guys wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. Luke was too lazy to talk to Lex. He simply used Real Dream. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked at Lex in surprise. As expected of a supervillain blessed with luck, Lex had actually been able to create a monster like Doomsday, who could fight Superman head-on, with a bit of inspiration. He didn't even experience any minor setbacks during the process, and Luke, who might have been able to stop this process, had unintentionally let go of this possible target. Thinking for a moment, Luke then decisively gave the guy a self-destruct mental suggestion. A month later, Lex would die unexpectedly, for example by jumping off a tall building or charging at a speeding truck. Also, Luke would personally pay attention this time to ensure that this accident happened. After everything was done, he soundlessly left the remains of the ship and then sent a message to the butler. In the underground base, the butler, who was providing technical support to Master Wayne, immediately opened the message when he saw that it was sent by Night. After reading the content, he immediately said to Master Wayne, "That monster is called Doomsday. Lex created it on the Kryptonian spaceship by using General Zod's body. It might absorb energy and get stronger the more it fights." Stumped for a moment, Master Wayne looked at the surveillance signals which showed Doomsday and Superman rapidly moving away from Earth. Alright, the good news is that we still have some time to think about how to get rid of it. Based on the current trajectory, it was less likely that Earth would be affected. As soon as he said that, he suddenly raised his head. In the distance, a tiny but bright streak of flames shot up into the sky and charged toward the outer atmosphere. Master Wayne's heart sank. Alfred, what took off? Not far away, Luke frowned. Was that a missile? The missile had been launched from American soil, so this was undoubtedly the work of the American government. But it had been launched from far away. When Luke noticed it, it had already broken through the troposphere and put on speed. It was already impossible for him to stop it. But no matter how fast the missile was, it wouldn't be faster than Superman. Superman wouldn't be stupid enough to take the missile head-on, right? How much stronger would Doomsday become after absorbing the energy from the nuclear weapon explosion? Luke didn't want to verify the answer for himself. As his thoughts raced, the dark night sky suddenly lit up with a dark yellowish-orange light, and Gotham and Metropolis were enveloped in a faint blood-like light amidst the heavy air pollution. Luke sighed. He didn't need the surveillance data on the virtual screen to know that this was definitely a nuclear weapon. Ordinary weapons couldn't create such a huge effect outside the atmosphere. He abruptly recalled the nuclear missile which the Hydra members in the American government had launched during the Battle of New York. So, the saying, "There's nothing new under the sun," had some truth to it. The government back home and here didn't mind sending superheroes to heaven if they had the chance. In the name of preserving authority, these uncontrollable factors were either turned into power that the government could control or were simply eliminated. Peace, friendship, mutual understanding, mutual progress, no one had a choice in these. For example, the government back home had become obedient in the last 10 years because it was aware of the overwhelming power of Earth's allied fleet. It had no chance of annihilating such a large-scale armed force in one go. Peace only appeared at the end of the muzzle of an intergalactic battleship. Or in the form of Superman, who could tear apart a battleship with his bare hands. 2173 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 14. It was just a pity that the government didn't want this sort of peace given by others. They might have hesitated when they launched the nuclear missile, but it probably wasn't because they didn't want Superman to die, it was more likely they were afraid that he wouldn't die. In any case, not many rich people had died at the hands of supervillains before Superman appeared. It was even less than what their own internal political conflicts caused. Compared with the small chance of being out of luck, they wanted an Earth without Superman more. That way, they would still be above everyone else, and wouldn't have to worry about being implicated by Superman. Civilians who died at the hands of supervillains. That was nothing. In a country with hundreds of millions of people, the death of millions of people at the bottom wasn't a big deal. If things went wrong, they could save on community resources, and empty positions could just be filled again. Rich people would still be rich, and there were still hundreds of millions of the populace they could drain dry. On the contrary, in the eyes of the government, it was foolish to spend a lot of resources on rescuing civilians. Why spend so much money on poor people? If more of them died, they would leave behind the money in their social security, healthcare and retirement funds, and the supervillains could be blamed. As long as the news media consciously guided the momentum, the masses who had been taught to be obedient would foolishly focus their hatred on supervillains. Luke had already analyzed the government's mentality, and didn't want to follow in Superman's footsteps one day and be suddenly hit with a nuclear missile. He wouldn't die, but he didn't want to try being turned into roast meat that tasted like radiation. At the same time, he began to examine his equipment. His nanocartridges were fully charged, and he had all sorts of tools out, since some of his inventory's functions were still sealed for the time being. The remote-controlled androids were scattered throughout Gotham and Metropolis, and could deal with many unexpected situations. For example, if this clone was heavily injured, it would be necessary to operate an android to take him away. Wait, why am I thinking about something so bad? This wasn't the time to set up a red flag for himself. Luke mocked himself as he looked up at the sky. An enormous fireball fell like a meteor and hit Stryker's Island, to the east of Metropolis. That's not Superman. As Luke murmured to himself, he saw the Batplane turn around and fly toward the fireball. Master Wayne, he smacked his lips. He probably won't die, right? After all, he's DC's son. That being said, he flew over as well. Superman, he was DC's father. If a nuclear missile could kill Superman, he would have died 100 times over. This was a prison island, a little like Alcatraz in his previous life. As society developed, however, the small terrain no longer made it suitable as a prison. It turned into a sightseeing spot for many people, who took a day trip out to see what an old prison was like. It was also for this reason that it didn't contain anything valuable. There weren't even night guards here. Every day, the staff arrived on the morning cruise ship along with visitors. At that moment, the place was in ruins. In a huge pit, Doomsday shook and roared. Orange-red energy patterns appeared on its body as it began to swell up. Impatient, it grabbed the skin on the back of its head and tore it off, like a snake shedding its skin. Fierce-looking yellow bone spurs appeared on its chest and back, and its hands turned into sharp claws as jagged fangs stuck out of its mouth. At that moment, Doomsday no longer looked like a massive gorilla, but a complete monster. Its eyes lit up and turned into two balls of red light. Roar! It gave a loud roar, and energy exploded from its body and swept through the entire island. It raised its head and shot out a huge orange light beam that was over 1,000 meters tall. Strikers Island was in the middle of the strait between Metropolis and Gotham, so the residents of the two cities who were disturbed by the activity turned around. They looked at the light beam in surprise and felt extremely uneasy, recalling the fear from Superman's battle a few years ago. Master Wayne, who had flown close to Doomsday, was almost hit by another energy shock wave. Thankfully, his senses were sharp and his hands were fast enough, and he dodged the attack. He looked at the huge beam of light with an ugly expression. This was an unintentional attack from Doomsday. It was like a passing remark from someone with a loud voice. What it was truly capable of would be even more terrifying. No, this monster was created from General Zod's body. The biggest weakness for Kryptonian creatures is kryptonite, he murmured. The spear. The tip of the spear is made of high-purity kryptonite. Only that can kill this monster. With that understanding, he hurriedly sent the butler a request for help. Alfred, I need that kryptonite spear. Have Bat 2 send it over. Very well. It'll reach the battlefield in 2 minutes, the butler replied calmly. In fact, he took 1 minute to get the spear and place it into Batplane number 2. The remaining minute was enough for the fighter plane to fly from Gotham to Strikers Island. Old Master Wayne's plan was a good one, but Doomsday wasn't a completely unintelligent creature. The destructive energy in its body continued to make it stronger, but it also made it uncomfortable. It needed to vent. Its eyes, which had turned red, fell on Gotham City's port not far away. The lights there were especially eye-catching in the dark. It stomped on the ground and charged through the sky toward Gotham City's port. In the fighter plane, Master Wayne had a dark expression on his face. *T, can't this Kryptonian dog be a little more obedient? With that, the fighter plane turned around and quickly locked onto Doomsday's butt in the air. Thump 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 thump. A series of machine gun bullets hit Doomsday's back. It turned its head angrily and roared at the annoying mosquito, and its red eyes glowed. Old Master Wayne recalled the consequences of the other Kryptonian monsters, red eyes, and his heart turned cold. He jerked suddenly and the plane rolled to the side. Blue and orange light as thick as an oil barrel followed the plane as it swept through the air. The plane moved like crazy, but the red light didn't stop for more than 10 seconds. Boom! The Batplane shook violently, and Master Wayne cursed inwardly as he spun and rolled along with the plane. The moment the Batplane burst into flames, broken parts were sent flying as the plane spiraled downward. Thankfully, Master Wayne was rich, and he was well protected as the only pilot. The plane crashed to the ground at an angle, trailing electric sparks. It didn't stop until it hit the wall of a dilapidated building in the port. Doomsday crash landed 100 meters away, kicking up dust. Its red eyes glowed again. 2174 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 15. Seeing this familiar sight, Master Wayne tensed up and pressed the eject button frantically, but it didn't activate at all. If it were any other time, he would have been able to dismantle the seatbelt in just a few seconds. But the other party clearly didn't want to give him even a second. A huge orange light beam shot out of the monster's eyes and right at Master Wayne. Master Wayne only had time to raise his head and curse, "Oh, *T. Then, he lowered his head and crouched over. That way, he wouldn't have to see his tragic death. Cursing inwardly, Luke suddenly sped up and punched the remains of the fighter plane with his right fist. The remains of the fighter plane broke through the wall and disappeared at the bottom of the building. At the same time, the armor on Luke's left arm quickly transformed into a gigantic shield, and its support frame smashed into the ground. Bang! Buzz! Luke was surprised. Wait, that didn't sound right. Then, he sensed the back of a person several meters in front of him, blocking most of the energy beam attack. Even in the dazzling orange light beam, he noticed the beautiful long legs and heaved a sigh of relief. All right, it seemed that this princess wasn't weak, or she wouldn't have the guts to get involved. At that moment, who knew what the truly invincible tank, Superman, was doing in outer space? Master Wayne was capable, but he wasn't suitable for the role of a tank. This also meant that if the long-legged princess hadn't appeared, Luke would have had to go up against Doomsday. Master Luke definitely didn't want to take a beating unless it was absolutely necessary. To thank the princess for taking the hit, he decided to give her a small gift. With a thought, he activated the armor's audio system. At that moment, the light beam from Doomsday's eyes finally ended. Diana slowly lowered her crossed arms to reveal her striking face. At that moment, an electronic musical beat rang out behind her. Coupled with the strong drumbeat, it gradually reached a crescendo. Diana turned around with an extremely stupefied expression. Luke put away the shield on his left arm. I think we need some music to boost morale. Bewildered, Diana shook her head and quickly looked away. Staring at the restless Doomsday, she suddenly jumped forward and gave a yell. She slammed her arm bracers together. The collision created a colorless energy shock wave which hit Doomsday, who had just jumped up, and sent its huge body flying. A moment ago, Superman's body was floating slowly out in space. His handsome face had turned gaunt and gray, and looked like a skull with a thin layer of skin over it. He hadn't dodged the nuclear missile attack just now, and had simply pressed against Doomsday. This attack couldn't kill him, and probably wouldn't kill Doomsday, but it might be able to injure it severely and weaken it. In the end, Superman guessed right about the effect of the nuclear missile, but not the target. He was the one who was injured and weakened, while Doomsday absorbed the energy of the nuclear missile and became even stronger. Of course, this wasn't a big problem. As the sun revealed itself over the edge of Earth and shone on him, the unique energy it contained poured into his body. The damaged cells in his body quickly recovered, and Superman's face filled up at a visible rate, making him handsome again. His eyes suddenly opened and flickered with two bright red lights. The figure in the red cape instantly disappeared and charged downward at an unimaginable speed. On the ground, Doomsday was sent rolling a few times by the invisible shock wave. It regained its footing and got up, glaring at Diana warily and fiercely. But it wasn't scared at all. It opened its mouth, ready to attack again. Both Diana and Luke looked at the sky behind it. A thin line of fire shot down. When it was close to the ground, it turned at an odd angle and hit Doomsday in the back. Doomsday's huge figure disappeared and was replaced by Superman, whose cape fluttered in the wind. Luke was lost for words. As expected of DC's father, Superman's outfit wasn't torn, his cape wasn't dirty, and his hair wasn't even ruffled. Given this character setting, it would be hard for the battle scene to not look cool. Superman, who was hovering in the air, glanced at Luke as if he had sensed something. He couldn't help but look at Master Wayne, who had just crawled out of the building and was covered in dust. "You're the Dark Knight." Sensing the hidden energy sweep over his helmet, Luke smiled. "Yes, it's an honor to meet you again." Superman's cheat-like X-ray vision penetrated the nanohelmet. Although part of it was blocked, Superman could still vaguely make out 70 to 80% of Bruce Bale's appearance. Although he was surprised, he immediately relaxed. The person who had just saved his wife and mother couldn't be too bad. However, this also made his feelings even more complicated for a moment. In the end, he could only squeeze out, good song." Diana rolled her eyes. She felt that even the usually serious Superman had started to go astray after Luke appeared. "Hey, guys, shouldn't we deal with this problem first? This D**MN thing seems to be able to absorb energy to get stronger." Helpless, Superman slowly walked to her side. "It's from another world, my world." Diana drew her sword with one hand and held the shield with the other as she faced Doomsday, who was charging back. "That doesn't matter. I've killed monsters from other worlds before." Looking at how calm Diana was, Superman looked at Luke and Master Wayne in confusion. "Is she with you? I thought she was with you." Master Wayne was dumbfounded. Luke strolled up behind this battle goddess. "If she's willing, I don't mind being with her." Master Wayne and Superman raised their eyebrows. Diana didn't turn around, but shook her head in amusement. "Fine, with such a teammate, it definitely wouldn't be a boring battle." The music wasn't bad either. Her blood was starting to boil. Although Master Wayne was surprised, Luke's act of pushing him away from Doomsday's energy beam and blocking it was enough to prove his courage and strength. An awkward joke wouldn't affect everyone's combat ability. Besides, maybe it wasn't a joke. Master Wayne glanced at the long-legged battle goddess who was crouched down slightly. During their free battle exchange, Doomsday flew back. 2175 Side story. Fantasy Journey 16. Doomsday wasn't afraid of the enemy it had already tussled with 3 times before, but its combat instincts prevented it from jumping dumbly on their heads. When it landed over 100 meters away, it roared, and orange energy arced around its body and burst out once again to crush the 4 of them. In the front of their diamond formation, Diana simply raised her round shield, while on the right, Superman raised his hands slightly to protect his face. Luke, who was at the back, simply hid behind the battle goddess and took out his gigantic shield once more. This way, he only needed to withstand a small portion of the energy. Master Wayne, on the other hand, was frustrated. Unlike Luke's armor, which had a super energy source like the arc reactor, his armor couldn't release a shield. Thus, he could only lie down in a pit on the side and stick close to the ground. Luke turned his head and was about to tell Master Wayne to hide behind his shield, but could only stop when he saw how quickly the man had already reacted. The violent energy instantly swept over the 3 of them in the pit, throwing a mix of dirt, building debris and abandoned metal parts at them. After more than 10 seconds, the energy storm finally ended. Diana, Superman and Luke's feet plowed shallow trenches 10 meters long. They could withstand the energy storm, but the ground under their feet couldn't, and the group was pushed back. There wasn't even any dust on Superman's face. Luke's shield shrunk to a small round-sized shield on his forearm, and he was only a little dusty. Master Wayne was coughing in the pit. He was full of energy and was fine. At most, he had just eaten some dust. Diana's round shield glowed with a faint red light. As she lowered the shield, the red light on it gradually faded, and the energy storm blew up her long black hair on both sides of her face. Similarly, there was only a bit of dust on Diana. As for how her legs were protected, Luke had personally witnessed the answer for himself: divine power. When she slammed her silver bracers together, she could also trigger a focused attack. Her shield also had this AoE defense attribute. This effect was similar to Luke's energy shield, which was much weaker, but it was enough to withstand an AoE energy attack. So, from what Luke could see, the battle goddess's long legs were still as clean and smooth as ever. But before he could take a few more glances, the muscles on Diana's legs suddenly tensed up and she jumped. She let out another yell as she raised the longsword in her right hand and slashed at Doomsday. Doomsday also jumped up and threw a punch. Diana's longsword slashed its fist at an angle, before she was sent flying. A long wound appeared on Doomsday's fist, which glowed orange. The wound quickly healed, but the orange light continued to flash. Superman seized the opportunity to draw close and punch it in the head, causing it to sink into the ground. Before he could hit Doomsday a second time, he was slapped away by a clawed hand. Luke, on the other hand, appeared behind it and slashed at its legs with 2 70-centimeter long knives. Doomsday cried out in pain and swung its claws again. Superman couldn't dodge the attack, and neither could Luke. He only had time to bend his body inside the armor. Creak. Dwang. The ear-piercing sound of the nanosuit cracking and the heavy blow rang out almost at the same time. Following in the footsteps of the 2 tanks, Luke rolled hundreds of meters over the ground. Thankfully, Diana returned in time. She yelled to distract Doomsday, and slashed its calf with the longsword. At the same time, she raised her round shield to block its counterattack. Superman flew back and smashed Doomsday into the ground. With a rumble, a cloud of dust more than 10 meters tall was kicked up. Luke spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed inwardly. The Kryptonian gene was really too strong. There were no weaknesses in energy absorption, recovery ability, strength, reaction speed and combat awareness. Luke was someone who could roam the universe back home with his strength, but couldn't help but puke blood after running into this Kryptonian monster. But this was completely within his expectations. Not far away, Doomsday was fighting Superman and the battle goddess at the same time without falling to a disadvantage. As long as a person didn't run into a mysterious big shot like the Ancient One, they should count themselves lucky that they weren't killed in one punch by Doomsday. Besides, Luke had only spat out a little blood. The claws seemed to have cut through half of his body, but most of it was actually nanomaterial, and only a small portion was muscle. By the time he got up, his minor injuries had already healed. Not enough. Luke quickly calculated and came to a conclusion: the data from this combat test wasn't enough. He had yet to discover any weaknesses, not even a minor one to restrict Doomsday slightly. The only drawback was that this guy seemed very violent. For Doomsday, it was like a berserk skill which made him stronger and faster. Unless damage was dealt, this berserk mode would completely turn into pressure on the opponent and a huge advantage for Doomsday. The good news was that Luke's side was as tough as Doomsday. At this point, Superman's hair was finally ruffled, and that was all. Luke had plenty of time to complete the combat test. Thinking that, he approached the battlefield once more. At that moment, the battle between two gods and one monster had already heated up. If an ordinary person were here, they wouldn't be able to follow the movements of the three figures, and would only see a series of explosions in the air and blurry afterimages. Ding! There was a crisp metallic sound, and Luke's eyes lit up. He suddenly jumped up and grabbed the spinning longsword that had just been sent flying by Doomsday from Diana's hand. The muscles on his arm bulged as he grabbed hold of the hilt. The armor's thrusters were fully activated, exerting downward force on his body. In less than a second, he crashed into the ground and was sent flying dozens of meters before the huge inertia on the longsword disappeared. Power outburst. 100%. His body swelled up rapidly as he charged out of the dust cloud. He gripped the longsword that suddenly felt thin and slashed at Doomsday. Doomsday, who was tussling with Superman, was very vigilant. Its eyes glowed red, and a heat beam swept over. Luke moved slightly to the side, but it appeared as if he had underestimated the speed of the heat beam. Half of his body turned red, as if it was about to melt. Superman seized the opportunity to kick the big head hard. DMN. Superman actually knew how to use a sweep kick. Even with half his armor melting, Luke was stupefied. He had never seen Superman use leg techniques in the comics, let alone the movies. 2176 Side story. Fantasy Journey 17. Superman's fists were fast enough to hit any opponent, and he didn't need to use his legs at all. But seeing that half of Luke's body had been roasted, he had subconsciously kicked out at Doomsday. Doomsday's big head turned half a circle at the heavy blow, and the heat beam finally moved away from Luke. At the same time, its huge body was sent flying. At this speed, it would pass by 10 meters in front of Luke in the next moment. How could Luke waste the opportunity he had gotten in exchanging for acting miserable? Pushing off of his toes, he abruptly sped up and brushed past Doomsday. The sword was just barely able to reach its ankle. Relying on the sharpness of the battle goddess longsword and momentum, Luke successfully cut through most of the tissue in Doomsday's leg and some bone. Superman was only slightly surprised, before he lunged forward without hesitation. Sensing the danger, Doomsday roared and punched out. Bang! Superman grabbed its fist tightly. On the other side, Luke threw the sword back to Diana. Diana grabbed her longsword. Not far away in front of her was Doomsday's back. She leaned forward and pushed off of the ground with her long legs. She was like a cheetah hunting prey, and the longsword was her fang. The sword swept out in an arc in front of her and struck the spot which Luke had cut open earlier. Crack! There was the faint but distinct sound of bones breaking. To push back the pressure from Superman, Doomsday's legs were straining where it stood. After a string of attacks by Luke, Superman, and the battle goddess, its left ankle could no longer endure, and broke completely. Doomsday's balance was broken, and it was finally pressed to the ground by Superman. At that moment, Luke slipped back to the pit that Master Wayne had jumped into. Hey, how are you doing? Master Wayne exerted strength in his legs and struggled to push away the building debris. He gasped for breath and replied, I won't die. Luke coughed and tapped his ear. Stumped for a moment, Master Wayne then heard the butler translate Luke's question. Knight is asking if you have a secret weapon. Do you want to tell him? Master Wayne frowned as he sized up the guy in front of him. Half of Luke's armor had turned gray from the heat beam, and white ash fell. This was the nanomaterial that had been completely destroyed. The nanomaterial in the nanocartridge flowed out in a steady stream, and the armor gradually returned to its original state. It didn't look damaged at all. Master Wayne was a little envious. Repairs at any time, that was too convenient. As he pondered, he asked the old butler, what is number 2's ETA? The old butler said, 30 seconds, it has the spear and the grenade launcher. The launcher only has 3 grenades in it. Master Wayne said, got it. Let this guy know. Guy. The old butler rubbed his chin. His young master's temper was the same as ever. Even as he ridiculed his young master, the butler had already connected to Luke's comm line and relayed Master Wayne's words. Why didn't they talk directly? It definitely wasn't because they were arrogant, but to avoid being heard by Doomsday. With its superhuman hearing, and at such close range, it would take nothing at all to hear their conversation. Doomsday was a violent monster, but not a stupid beast. In fact, Luke had already sensed its gaze sweep over him and Master Wayne every now and then. It was just a passing glance in battle, but Luke had clearly sensed the danger with his intuition for death. Fine, maybe it was because he had cut off half of its leg just now. Luke admitted, he might be over-paranoid, but it wasn't a bad thing to be cautious when it came to Doomsday. As they spoke, Superman and the battle goddess had already gained the upper hand. In a battle at this level, what was it like to suddenly lose a leg? Doomsday had an idea. It was the difference between being evenly matched and being restrained step by step. Although Doomsday could still float and fly at astonishing speeds, it still wouldn't feel as easy to exert strength. Diana's longsword wasn't an ordinary weapon, unlike Luke's paltry blades, which couldn't even break Doomsday's skin. Still, it took a lot of effort for Diana's longsword to cut Doomsday. It was a little like an ordinary person cutting through cowhide with a blunt blade, but it could still be cut. After the cut was made, the divine power on the sword prevented the other party from recovering quickly. As for a leg that had been cut off, that was even harder to heal quickly. Superman didn't have much combat experience, but his basic qualities made him invincible. Diana, on the other hand, was a battlefield veteran and had killed many otherworldly creatures. Seizing hold of Doomsday's weakness, she pressed forward step by step and attacked during that slight moment when it lost its balance. It had been less than 10 seconds since Luke and the other two attacked Doomsday, and they found it hard to control the rhythm of battle. At that moment, the two tanks had Doomsday locked down, and it couldn't escape. This bought time for Master Wayne's second fighter plane to arrive at the scene. Looking at the flames on the horizon, Luke and Master Wayne were both relieved. The kryptonite spear and the grenade launcher with kryptonite grenades were too important. Without kryptonite as the biggest debuff, it would be useless no matter how badly Doomsday was beaten up. At most, it would just need 10 minutes to recover. At that moment, Doomsday exploded again. It roared, and the energy stored in its body turned into a storm that swept through the battlefield. This time, Luke didn't have Master Wayne lie down. He used the gigantic shield to block them, but he couldn't help but curse. FCK, Master Wayne said. What? Luke said, your plane blew up. Old Master Wayne followed Luke's gaze and saw that in the energy storm, Batplane number 2, which had just flown over, was crippled and turned into debris. Oh, sh*t. He couldn't help but curse. The fighter plane was a small matter, but the kryptonite spear on it was their only trump card. Now, it was gone. It wouldn't be completely destroyed. Kryptonite itself was very special, and the energy it emitted was antithetical to Kryptonian beings. But in this chaos, who the hell knew where the spear had been sent flying? They might not be able to find it even if they searched until tomorrow. Thus, after the storm passed, Luke immediately disappeared into the dust and headed straight for the bulk of Batplane number 2's remains. Master Wayne did the same. He wasn't as fast as Luke, but the armor had a pretty good, small-scale detection and search function. On the other side, Superman and Diana gritted their teeth as they looked at the violent Doomsday. Did it have to be such a cheat? At that moment, huge bony claws had grown out from Doomsday's severed ankle. The hideous bone spurs twisted and knotted together, and looked like a hammer that had been attached to its ankle. 2177 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 18. Although the hammer couldn't help Doomsday recover its balance, it was much more lethal. Diana didn't dare use her longsword to clash head-on, in case it was caught up in those bone spurs, and she could only block with her divine shield. After stopping some of Diana's attacks, Doomsday, who had been at a disadvantage, gradually turned the situation around. Suddenly, Luke charged out of the dust and landed next to Diana, who had been sent flying again. He looked to the side. Diana grabbed the longsword that had fallen next to her and got up. She said angrily, "This is the only sword I have." She was about to pick up the round shield that had dropped further away. Luke, however, pointed at the small of her back. "Is this rope sturdy?" Diana was surprised, but still replied, "It's enough to tie that monster up for a while." She wasn't sure how long the lasso of truth could withstand Doomsday's violence. If she forcibly endured and the lasso was damaged, her heart would ache. Luke decisively stretched out his hand. "Let me use it." The battle goddess readily grabbed the coil of rope and tossed it to him. Luke caught it. Diana tilted her head at Doomsday. Attack together. Luke said, okay, you go first, and I'll be backup. Luke said it like 2 words, back up, and Diana rolled her eyes. Then your performance right now isn't good enough. Luke chuckled. Don't worry, I'll do my best. He threw out the lasso of truth and used it to bring the round shield back to Diana. Diana's eyes lit up. It seems you're quite capable. Then, follow me. With that, she let out another yell and took Superman's spot after the latter was sent flying. Luke played with the rope in his hand and familiarized himself with the new weapon. As for using it, one of the elementary abilities he had obtained at the very beginning was roping a lasso. That was just the most proper way to use it. Sensing the divine power in the lasso in his hand, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. However, while Old Master Luke had a good plan, Doomsday wasn't a stupid pig who would wait to be slaughtered. It almost immediately noticed Luke, who approached it with the lasso in his hand, and fired a heat beam without hesitation. Luke didn't put on an act this time, and decisively avoided it. Doomsday wanted to turn its head and do a sweep with the heat beam, but Superman, who had flown back, immediately used his fists to tell the monster, dream on. Luke seized the opportunity to quickly approach the heart of the battle. Doomsday felt a little threatened. Luke had cut off half of its leg just now, but Superman had also heard the conversation between Diana and Luke. He and Diana did their best to suppress Doomsday. Even if he didn't know how to deal with Doomsday, he had to create an opportunity for Luke first. Sensing danger, Doomsday resisted even more fiercely. 2 small people and 1 large monster fought until the ground cracked and rocks and trees were sent flying. It was a good thing that Superman and the Battle Goddess had gotten the upper hand in the previous clash and had deliberately sent Doomsday to the outskirts of Gotham. Otherwise, who knew how many civilians could have died? When Superman grabbed hold of Doomsday's fist, and Diana pierced its calf, Luke finally lunged forward. The lasso of truth glowed bright golden, like a whip of light. A fierce and cunning light flashed in Doomsday's eyes. It had been wary of Luke, and now grabbed the lasso and pulled. Luke's body immediately turned into an indistinct shadow as he fell toward Doomsday. The hand which Doomsday had grabbed the lasso with had already curled into a fist the size of a water pot as it punched at Luke. Unexpectedly, Luke, who looked like he was being pulled closer, twisted in the air, as if he had foreseen it. Even Superman and Diana couldn't describe the exact situation. At that moment, Luke didn't look human at all, but more like a noodle that had come alive. Moving bizarrely, the noodle spirit stuck to Doomsday's back. Sensing that something wasn't right, Doomsday roared and released another AoE skill, the orange energy. Storm surged out again, but since it had been activated in a hurry, it didn't contain as much energy as before. Luke, who was already prepared, activated his intermediate evolution ability and sucked in the energy storm, which instantly tasted delicious. It was a little like spicy beef with a nuclear flavor that burned a little. He diligently played the role of a drainpipe and sped up the process of releasing this violent energy from his body. 10 seconds after releasing this energy storm, Doomsday was stunned to see that the golden rope had silently crossed over his chest. What was even more terrifying was that as soon as it struggled, it felt more of its joints being restrained by the rope, which hindered its movements. Both Superman and Diana's eyes lit up. As bystanders, they had clearly witnessed Luke's operation. 2 slender arms that could extend at will had wrapped around Doomsday's chest bit by bit. The 2 arms were too small compared with Doomsday, and they moved close to its skin, so it didn't notice them immediately. Now that Doomsday was restrained, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Superman was about to exert more strength, when Luke raised his grayish-black palm behind Doomsday. A few words lit up on the surface of his black armor. Superman, move. Not only that, one of the fingers on the armor even turned into an arrow which pointed to the side. Superman was only stunned for 0.000001 seconds before he reacted and moved. Fine, he had been sent flying by Doomsday's fist. At the same time, Luke suddenly activated 100% strength, and his entire body was now only 1 size smaller than Doomsday's. He used his hands and feet to activate the ultimate skill he had never used in a real battle, roping skill, Extreme Hellbind. The lasso of truth instantly stretched out between his hands and feet to tie Doomsday up like a dumpling. When clean and honest Superman saw this, he just felt that he had seen similar bindings in a certain country before. Diana, who had lived in Metropolis for a long time, widened her eyes. These knots, why did it look like the specialty, of some people with a certain unique hobby. If Luke knew what she was thinking, he would have nodded. Elementary roping had indeed been the original owner's only specialty. It was just that the original owner would never have the chance to use the lasso of truth, nor have the strength to use it on a monster like Doomsday. While completing this ultimate skill, Luke also tied down the powerful Doomsday. This would have been impossible to accomplish without Director Selena's evolution ability, which specialized in countering energy attacks, muscle expansion and taffy to boost his body's endurance, and a lot of nanomaterial to convert into insulation. 2178 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 19. The moment Luke completed Hellbind, Doomsday sensed the difference. The rope around its body suddenly became much tighter, and the initial slack disappeared. It was like an unbreakable net that was firmly wrapped around it. An ultimate skill that Luke would use at a time like this naturally wouldn't be a simple one. With his roping skills and Ultima's calculations, there were hundreds of optimal methods effectively targeted at most living creatures, especially humanoid ones. Once Hellbind was completed, it was no longer a rope that the bound person was dealing with, but a huge net with the greatest distribution of force. The bindings had to be untied with special and precise movements and skills. Otherwise, the bound person could only break free with more than 10 times the brute force. Using force in the wrong places would just cause the rope to tighten even more. That was why Doomsday's movements had suddenly slowed down. It was restrained by its own violent and chaotic exertions. The violent creature roared again. The orange light in its body glowed brighter and brighter, as if it was about to unleash another energy storm. Ferocious as it was, it sensed great danger and was prepared to fly into the sky to find a way to break free. At the very least, it couldn't stay on the ground and be surrounded. The energy storm was about to happen. Bang! At the sound of the blast, Luke's eyes flickered, and he activated his telekinesis to pull on the grenade a few meters away that should have brushed past him. This was a sneak shot fired by Master Wayne from several hundred meters away. But Doomsday's final struggle had deflected the grenade a little. Luke could only use his telekinesis to create an invisible path and force the grenade to turn in the air. Even so, this slow grenade still didn't hit Doomsday in the end, and was even getting further and further away. Luke had no choice but to detonate it 10 meters away. A dark green fog exploded outward, and brushed past Doomsday. It suddenly stopped struggling, clearly losing strength. Bang! A second blast echoed in the wilderness. Master Wayne, the super opportunist, clearly didn't need any urging from Luke to seize the opportunity. But the shot still didn't hit its target. It was Luke who forcibly guided it again so that it exploded several meters away from Doomsday. The dark green mist from the explosion enveloped half of Doomsday. Doomsday's legs went weak and it swayed as it roared in pain. Everybody present could tell that it was in poor shape. Bang! Master Wayne, who hadn't done his best with the first 2 shots, fired the third and final grenade. Doomsday couldn't dodge this shot anymore, and the grenade hit it in the face. Its entire body, including its head, was enveloped in the dark green fog. Doomsday, who had looked down on everyone tonight, fell to its knees for the first time with a bang. Even though it supported itself with both hands, it couldn't help but fall to the ground. Luke didn't sense anything unusual about his own body. Kryptonite didn't affect Earthlings, at least not for a short period of time. At that moment, he naturally couldn't stick to Doomsday's back anymore. He had held the monster down earlier to activate his roping ability. If he continued topping another man like this, the 3 big shots who were watching would probably remember this forever. The Dark Knight was going to be here for a long while, so, if he behaved too crudely, how would he be able to hold his head up later? Withdrawing his taffy ability, he completely returned to his human form. His sturdy body, which wasn't much smaller than Doomsday's, was tough and wild-looking in his now-modeled armor. Under the gazes of the 3 big shots, Luke reached into the nano-armor on his back. Using his cape and the nanosuit as cover, he took out a spear from his inventory. As soon as it appeared, the dark green spearhead seemed to sense something, and suddenly lit up. The originally blunt end of the spear now had a sharp tip. Doomsday struggled even more in vain, and there was fear in its fierce and vicious eyes. It sensed the fatal threat which the green spearhead posed. Even within a few meters of the hazy green light, it felt its bodily functions deteriorate. Previously, it had been a super Kryptonian fighter, but now, it was as weak as a newborn Kryptonian baby. Luke's eyes were calm. He wasn't excited about killing a powerful enemy. After he found the kryptonite spear, he had already expected this outcome. Without any nonsense or unnecessary movements, he simply stepped forward and stepped on Doomsday's lower abdomen. He raised the spear, and stabbed down. The tip of the spear met strong resistance that was no less than when he had used Diana's longsword. Seeing that the tip of the spear didn't shatter, Luke swiftly and steadily increased the pressure. Under the bright green spear, Doomsday's skin caved bit by bit, and finally broke when it reached its limit. Z. Luke, who was so close, could even hear the sound of the spear tip grating against Doomsday's chest. But it was futile. Kryptonite was the Achilles heel of Kryptonian creatures. After its skin was pierced, Doomsday's strong muscles withered, like paper coming in contact with concentrated sulfuric acid. Doomsday roared and struggled even harder. Unfortunately, what was left of its power was dispersed under Hellbind. This last struggle only created a crater in the ground. Poochie. The bright green spear pierced its heart. The unique power of kryptonite against Kryptonian creatures spread throughout its body via the blood in its heart. Doomsday's final struggle came to an end. It simply glared at Luke, who was looking down at it, as if it wanted to remember the enemy who had killed it. A mocking look flashed in Luke's eyes, but he didn't say anything. He simply chuckled inwardly. You're not as lucky as General Zod. His body could be revived, but yours can only be used as test material. A few seconds later, Doomsday's body went limp, and its upper torso, which had been slightly raised, fell to the ground. A notification popped up in the system. Luke didn't pull out the kryptonite spear. He simply let go and took 2 steps back before he turned around and looked around. The red cape on Superman's back fluttered as he slowly dropped from the sky, but he didn't get too close. He simply looked at General Zod's body with a complicated expression. Then, he couldn't help but glance at Master Wayne, who was slowly approaching. Superman hadn't thought much about it when he was in a hurry to deal with Doomsday, but he now realized what was going on. The spear that had killed Doomsday could only have been delivered by the Batplane, and it had only been 20 minutes from Doomsday's appearance to its death tonight. Then, who was the spear supposed to be for? Superman suddenly felt exhausted and didn't want to talk. 2179 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 20. Holding the empty grenade launcher, Master Wayne walked over to Doomsday. Looking at its resentful expression, he was delighted. All Kryptonian monsters should die. He raised his head slightly, and met Superman's gaze. Master Wayne smiled kindly. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Superman now, because a very suitable tool had appeared that could pose a certain threat to Superman. Thinking that, he nodded at the tool next to him. You're quite good at tying knots. Luke, the tool, was scanning the changes in Doomsday's body stats after it was affected by kryptonite. Hearing that, he praised Master Wayne. Your 3 shots were beautiful too. He wasn't lying. To fire grenades at that speed to disrupt and restrict Doomsday's movements at a critical moment required a high level of marksmanship and a huge amount of guts. Some shooting champions might not even have the courage to pull the trigger after missing 1 shot. After all, there was a huge difference between a competition target that couldn't fight back and a near-invincible Doomsday. Hearing such business flattery, Master Wayne straightforwardly extended an invitation. Shall we talk in a few days? Luke said, no problem. Superman, who was hovering in the air, frowned and felt uneasy. Why did these 2 guys look like they were on the same wavelength? Even someone as powerful as he was couldn't help but look at the battle goddess, Diana, who was nearby. Did he have to team up with her? Forget it, it wouldn't be good if Lois found out. The battle goddess was in a good mood. She didn't have a complicated relationship with the 3 people present, and with her strength, she didn't need to rope anyone in immediately. Besides, she was a beautiful woman. It wasn't that she needed a man to curry favor with her, but if she showed a little familiarity, it was very easy for men to lose their sense of propriety. After her first love 100 years ago, she had never thought of finding a second boyfriend. Thus, her thoughts were very simple, and she didn't notice Superman's conflicted expression. Walking over to Luke, she asked the question she was most concerned about. Can I take back what's mine now? Anytime, Your Highness. Luke then said to Master Wayne, don't take out the spear for now. I don't want this thing to come back to life after a few days. Master Wayne agreed and didn't dwell on the fact that the princess could retrieve her weapon before he could. Of course, technically speaking, the kryptonite in the spear was something he had pilfered from Lex. The only thing Master Wayne had made was the staff. The spear really couldn't be considered his weapon. He thought of another question. What about the body? Luke looked at Superman and the battle goddess. If you have a way to completely destroy it, I don't mind leaving it to you. Before they could reply, he gave them a more detailed request. Before it's destroyed, it's best to cut it into pieces and destroy the head first. One Lex is enough. I don't want anyone else with underhanded thoughts to get their hands on it. They frowned. That was a little problematic. Fighting wasn't a problem for them, but to cut up the other party into pieces and grind their bones to dust after killing them. Sorry, that really went against their worldview. But what Luke said made sense, since Lex had already helped them test the possibility the body of a Kryptonian really could be turned into a super weapon. Although they could monitor the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship, there was more than one way in this universe to use the body. It was like people telling you that it was very important to take out the sh*t, or the entire city would be filled with the smell. Most people wouldn't do it, especially when there were other candidates available. Superman and Diana looked at Luke. Luke glanced at Master Wayne next to him. This guy was really d*mn super paranoid. With just a few words, he suspected that Luke was planning to do something bad with the body. Well, Master Wayne was actually half right. The thing he was wrong about was that Luke wasn't going to use the body to do something bad. That was because he had enough other technology. He didn't need this body at all if he wanted to do something bad. Luke nodded. Then I'll get rid of it with Batman. The three of them stared at him in surprise. Luke said, I don't think he minds getting a little dirty and tired. In response, the battle goddess, who was practically spotless, looked at Superman for a moment. She then looked at Master Wayne, who was covered in dust, and then at Luke's modeled armor, and couldn't say anything. Her gear was something that her parents had given her. What could she do about it? Since Luke, this intermediary whom all three big shots could accept, was the one who had spoken, Superman and Master Wayne, who might have caused a scene, just exchanged a few looks before they went their separate ways. Master Wayne was worried about the problem of moving the body, and said that he could help. Luke chuckled. A small virtual screen appeared on his wrist, and he issued a few instructions. Less than a minute later, a black Quinjet-like plane descended from the sky. Under Luke's remote control, several highly lifelike androids moved Doomsday's huge body onto the plane. Luke followed the body to the open back door. You know how to contact me. Come to my base in 3 days. And we'll destroy it together. Master Wayne frowned and started to think of various ways in which he could kill this dangerous person in front of him. Okay, I will. Luke didn't turn around. He simply gave the order for the plane to take off right away. It wasn't that Master Wayne wanted to kill him. Luke's intuition for danger had only reacted slightly. Master Wayne didn't necessarily want to take him down. He was just cooking up a contingency plan in passing as a master contingency planner himself. Old Master Luke knew that this was just a habit, or OCD. Watching the plane leave, Master Wayne didn't move for a moment, and then murmured, "This guy is very rich." As a big capitalist, he knew too well how useful money and power could be in this country. As for how formidable a combo of money, power, and superpowers were, Lex had already given them a negative example. As long as the opportunity presented itself, this combo was enough to create a monster like Doomsday. Superman was scary, but this god, who wanted to be human, had his weaknesses. But this Dark Knight really seemed a little like him. Master Wayne had to admit that they were very similar in terms of money and methods. Would he be delighted and treat him like a brother? Hee, how naive. What people hated the most was a fake version of themselves. You didn't hate yourself because you were you. Being strict with others and treating yourself leniently was normal for most people. Thus, the wicked liked friends with moral bottom lines. Philandering girls liked to have conservative best friends. This way, there would be fewer people around them who would muscle in on their business. 2180 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 21. But Master Wayne's musings were quickly interrupted by a reminder from the butler. If you are still there in another 30 seconds, you'll be on the military's live broadcast. Turning his head to see several points of light in the sky in the distance, Master Wayne heaved a sigh and got into the Batmobile which the butler had sent over. A few seconds later, the Batmobile changed form and flew away from the scene. Tanks could fly. That was a basic operation. At most, it wasn't as fast as the Batplane. What was left for the American military, who was in a hurry to clean up the mess, was a vast wilderness filled with bomb craters and burning vegetation. A month after the incident with Doomsday, on a rainy night in Gotham, Luke stood in one corner on the rooftop of a building and looked down at the city lights. His armor was buffeted by the cold fall rain and the night wind. The cape fluttered behind him like silk. The optical camouflage gave it a strange appearance as it switched between black and gray. "Back then, you didn't say you were going to make such a big fuss." A low and hoarse voice rang out. Without looking back, Luke closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "This is the smell of sin. That's no reason for you to mess around in my territory." There was anger in the voice. "Also, Metropolis is right next to us. Why are you being so petty?" Luke finally turned around and looked at another figure a few meters away. His black cape fluttered in the wind, and he had pointy ears on his head and a bat symbol on his chest. It was none other than Master Wayne. "It can't be helped, I can't afford to offend Superman." He sighed and stated the fact helplessly. "Besides, I think we have something in common." Master Wayne fell silent. He had seen a lot of shameless people, even those who didn't care about their lives. But this was the first person whom he had fought alongside to beat up a supervillain who dared to admit to his face that he had come to poach his job because he couldn't beat Superman. But Master Wayne couldn't say anything. At the very least, he hadn't found any evidence of the other party doing anything bad. In fact, Master Wayne only had misgivings, not suspicions. The only conflict between the two parties was that the other party was too dutiful as a vigilante. Speaking of which, Knight had helped out during the incident with Doomsday, so Master Wayne owed him a favor. Without concrete evidence, he really couldn't do anything to Knight. Superman, that person had wrecked a lot of Gotham City, and employees of Wayne Industries at all levels had been killed or injured in that tragedy. After a brief silence, he could only snort. "Be careful of the government. They're not me." With that, he jumped off and glided away. Luke was amused. Master Wayne's temperament was a little like that of a tycoon. But the government wasn't a big problem. What Master Wayne didn't know was that Luke knew far more about this world than he could expect. The reason Luke hadn't carried out any targeted surveillance or investigations on the three big shots was because he knew it wasn't possible. As long as the paranoid Master Wayne found any signs, he would immediately feel threatened. If Master Wayne found out, it might become a reason for him to convince Superman and the Battle Goddess to team up, which would be more trouble for Knight. If Luke didn't have the system's good and evil panel, he would have done the same. In this world, no matter who you offended, you shouldn't offend the three big shots, especially when it came to sensitive matters like poking into their private affairs. Apart from that, they had nothing to say if Luke did anything else. For example, infiltrating the government. None of the three big shots had a good impression of the government. Even the most saintly Superman, who had been stabbed in the back with a nuclear missile, wasn't stupid enough to think that the government didn't have a choice back then. In this world, if Superman wanted to know something, it wasn't hard for him to find out, it was just that he didn't want to know. Luke had real dream and pheromone control, but rarely probed into other people's inner thoughts. No beauty in life could withstand the contamination of the dark side of the human heart. It was just like a joke in his previous life. To fans, their idols didn't sh*t. Everybody knew that this was impossible, but who would be willing to link their idol to sh*t? Old Master Luke, who had hundreds of millions of fans when all his aliases were put together, wouldn't be happy either. Since Superman didn't want to know, Luke naturally went all out and planted bugs in the government. Controlling the government in just a few months was impossible, but it wasn't hard to tip them off and slow them down at critical moments. For example, in the past month, Lex had spent money to bribe a lot of government officials for him to be diagnosed as having mental issues. In the end, Luke just secretly gave Master Wayne a little bit of help, and Lex was sent to Arkham Asylum. Wayne Enterprises had long been providing this hospital with medical supplies and security technology. Luke was also an anonymous donor to this mental hospital. Master Wayne wanted Lex to suffer, but Luke planned to have Lex put on a normal death performance. Also, Lex had been talking nonsense recently. Luke wouldn't be frightened by a few fierce words from a bad guy, but Lex's words seemed to imply something. So, he decided to make a personal trip to Arkham without letting Master Wayne know. Otherwise, if a few of Arkham's supervillains took turns dying normal deaths, Master Wayne would look for Luke for a chat once more. Stealing some business from this market in Gotham City was a good choice, and Luke could earn more points in passing. Luke's pilfering was just one of the things that depressed Master Wayne. Also, Knight's equipment looked 50% similar to his. Those who had never seen Master Wayne would naturally think that Knight was Batman, and those who had seen him would think that Master Wayne had replaced his armor. Given that they had the same targets and produced similar results, there were already rumors that Batman had an impersonator for a partner. If it wasn't for the fact that they often appeared in two places at the same time, and Luke had made it clear to GCPD that he was the Dark Knight, Master Wayne would really have to enjoy the honor of being two people. Thinking that, Luke crossed his arms and stood quietly on the roof corner. What belongs to Master Wayne is mine. I used to be Batman, after all. Moreover, there was the copyright fee for Master Wayne. If he didn't make up some excuse, that guy would definitely be suspicious of Luke again. But during the fight against Doomsday, Master Wayne's combat ability had been pitifully weak. If it wasn't for those last 3 grenades and the fact that he had created the kryptonite spear in advance, he could be removed from the trio of big shots altogether. What Master Wayne lacked the most at the moment was a super energy source like the arc reactor. With that, it would only take a few months for Wayne Enterprises to make a suit on the level of the Mark II. So, Luke would get rid of Lex and then give Master Wayne a few finished reactors. At that time, Master Wayne probably wouldn't pay attention to Lex's death. Making up his mind, Luke jumped off the roof and glided hundreds of meters through the rain. His figure gradually faded and disappeared. 2181 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 22. Lex died an unexpected yet understandable death. Recently, he had been muttering that something was coming, and would imitate the ringing of a phone. But one night, while he was lying against the cell door as he mumbled to himself, he suddenly banged his head against it several times. Then, he died. It was normal for someone with a cracked head to die. Lex didn't have any family, at least, none who could help hold a funeral for him. Thus, the government spent Lex's money to help hold an expensive and extravagant funeral for him, and then buried him in a very expensive cemetery. What was it like to sleep in a coffin worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and in a cemetery worth millions of dollars? Sorry, Lex didn't get the chance to experience it for himself. On the day of the burial, Luke turned the guy's body to dust. Luke had obtained some peculiar information from the military special force that had entered the remains of the Kryptonian spaceship to capture Lex. The soldiers had seen a silver humanoid monster with 2 horns on its head fiddling with 3 cubes in front of Lex. It wasn't until they charged in that the humanoid monster disappeared like a phantom, leaving Lex behind. Before he killed Lex, Luke had asked him about it in Real Dream, but Lex only said that he felt a mysterious existence had locked onto Earth, and that it would come. As Earth's protector, Superman would definitely have to fight it. Luke could only roll his eyes when he heard that. Are you sure this mysterious existence isn't coming here just to die? Although there were definitely mysterious existences in the universe who could fight Superman, very few could defeat him. After Krypton was destroyed and turned to cosmic dust, there was practically nowhere to find the kryptonite that was Superman's only weakness. Anyone who was stupid enough to come to Earth to be beaten up was either a lowlife or a crackhead. After Lex was discovered to have committed suicide, Luke passed on the information to some of his partners, whom he had secretly influenced. They had been prepared beforehand, and took a huge bite out of the fattest bits of Lex Corporation. It was inconvenient for Luke to personally take action, nor was there any need for him to do so. It was good to throw it to these hounds, so that they wouldn't be as resistant to mental suggestions. Luke's real rewards were the secret labs, backup databases and assets that Lex had never revealed. Luke, who had spent too much on building the internet, was greatly relieved. With this windfall, he would no longer have to worry about looking for fat sheep to slaughter in the future. However, whether it was the backup databases or hidden assets, they were just extra gains that weren't worth mentioning. What Luke really paid attention to were the documents which Lex had left behind after he was caught. The most eye-catching thing in them was 3 cubes, which matched the statements of the soldiers who had captured Lex. So, the 3 cubes, and the humanoid monster with horns, were the mysterious existence that Lex was talking about. That was Luke's guess. Lex's papers were a mess, and Luke couldn't analyze much. If Lex really knew the origins of that mysterious existence, he would have told Luke in Real Dream. Clearly, he was just an accidental messenger, and not some child of destiny. Could a child of destiny be resurrected from ashes? Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but laugh. If Mr. Luthor Jr. really were revived, he would be very happy in space too as a test subject. 2 months later, 2 cars arrived at Bale Manor on the outskirts of Gotham. There was no need for the drivers to get out and press the intercom, as the metal gate automatically opened. The 2 cars stopped in front of the main building, and Master Wayne and Diana got out of their respective cars. When they reached the open front door, a cute mechanical voice rang out. "Guests, please follow little Q to the rear courtyard. Master is waiting for you there." Their gazes fell on the cute white robot with a monitor for a face and a pillar-like body. The monitor had, on it, and the cute mechanical voice rang out again. "Handsome sir, pretty sister, this way, please." Diana's eyes lit up. "Oh, how fun, Master Wayne. Why am I, sir, while this old lady is, sister?" Bale, this guy, his intentions were clear. "Little Q, pretty sister, I'm not a toy. I'm Master's little helper." Diana found that even more interesting. "Really? Then what can you do?" Apart from leading the way." Expression appeared on little Q's monitor. "I can't demonstrate here, or I'll break the furniture." Diana asked, "Then why don't you show me in the backyard?" Little Q, "Okay, pretty sister." They passed through the main building and entered the rear courtyard. A flock of crows cawed in the trees 100 meters away from the manor. Little Q, "Ah, it's those noisy guys again." Silent mode, minimum rapid fire mode. 2 small gun barrels suddenly popped out on both sides of the pillar-like body. Bew streaks of white light as fine as needles flashed, and the noisy crows in the trees fell. The world instantly quieted down. Diana, Master Way, whose household appliance has a silent mode like this? Both of them rolled their eyes inwardly. But the battle goddess, who had treated little Q as a toy, also knew that this cute thing was more than enough to kill someone, especially an ordinary person. Given the speed and accuracy of the shots just now, it wouldn't be a problem for little Q to wipe out a special force team. It had to be pointed out that more than 10 of the crows had also been in the air. It was already terrifying that little Q could hit moving, agile targets that were far smaller than a human body. At that moment, Luke's voice rang out not far away. "Hey, you're not here just to tease my housekeeper, are you?" Diana smiled and picked up her pace. "Are you sure it's a housekeeper and not some hitman?" Luke nodded. Little Q, "Some snacks for your pretty sister." "Black tea, coffee." Diana, "Black tea." Master Wayne was silent. He simply nodded in agreement at Luke's coffee. They sat down at a small table, and Diana casually chatted with Luke about life in the last few months. They talked about the places she had been, what art exhibitions she had seen, and how public order there was good. Master Wayne didn't interrupt, because a certain guy who had stolen a lot of his business knew everything about Gotham. There was no need to make small talk at all. Less than 2 minutes later, little Q returned with a small dining cart. Both Diana and Master Wayne were stunned when they saw the 3 tiers full of small snacks. 2182 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 23. Master Wayne subconsciously calculated how many calories this much food contained. He was very strict with his diet, or his body wouldn't be able to withstand his intense work at night. It was only after he used 1 dose of Life 1 recently that old Master Wayne felt like he had returned to his youth. It wasn't easy to obtain this sort of health, so he cherished it. Diana, on the other hand, was truly surprised at how efficient little Q was. There were more than 50 portions on the tea stand, all neatly arranged. Even if this had been set up by a real person, they might not necessarily be able to complete everything and bring them over in 2 minutes. Thinking that, she couldn't help but stroke the top of little Q's cute monitor. Little Q is really capable. Little Q, thank you for the compliment, pretty sister. After that, afternoon tea officially began. Luke's manor was pretty much in the middle of nowhere, and only the facade had been renovated. It still looked old. The old manor was overgrown with weeds and bushes. Under the gloomy sky that was the most common in Gotham, it really looked like a haunted house in a horror film. It was a good thing that little Q had taken down the crows, or this place would appear even more haunted. However, Master Wayne, who also lived in the wilderness, was clearly very used to this scenery. Diana didn't pay attention to the scenery at all, and the 3 of them enjoyed afternoon tea. Without any bad guys in front of him, Master Wayne could still remain calm. He simply enjoyed his coffee unhurriedly and picked up a small pastry every now and then for a small taste. Diana clearly didn't have the same concerns. She casually plucked pastries off of the tea stand, and was clearly partial to the top 2 tiers of sweets. Just nice. Luke mainly ate the savory food on the lowest tier, so the two of them enjoyed themselves. Just like that, half an hour passed, and Luke and Diana finished most of the afternoon tea. Taking a hot towel from Little Q and wiping his hands clean, Luke said to Master Wayne, who was drinking coffee to stave off his hunger, "Okay, we've had our afternoon tea. Let's get down to business." Master Wayne's identity as the person in charge of Wayne Enterprises was quite eye-catching. Unless it was something serious, these two big shots wouldn't come together to visit Luke. Diana enjoyed her salon tea and had no intention of saying anything. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to enjoy an upgraded version of English afternoon tea here. In particular, she didn't have to care about drawing other people's attention here, and could eat as much as she wanted. Although nobody in a cafe would care how much she ate, it still wasn't very comfortable to be looked at with surprise and curiosity. Master Wayne put down his coffee cup, which was almost empty, and coughed. "It's about the flying monster that self-destructed in front of us last time." Luke nodded and gestured for him to continue. Of course, he knew about the monster. He had even guessed something of its origin from Lex's documents. But it was inconvenient for him to say anything. Otherwise, how could he explain how he had seen Lex's documents, when Master Wayne's men had taken them away immediately? Luke was the one who had made copies of the documents before he sent Lex on his way. Master Wayne continued, "There are more and more of them. I've killed more than 10 recently. They roam Gotham City and Metropolis almost every night." Luke added, "I've killed 23. Diana's hand that was holding the teacup paused. She had previously gone to Europe to relax after the battle. It was only because she received a warning about an attack on Paradise Island that she returned to America to look for help. Compared with the diligent Batman and Knight, she seemed a little too lazy." The battle goddess quickly dismissed this thought. What a joke. She was very normal. How could she compare with psychos who enjoyed beating up bad guys? Thankfully, these two, mentally ill, people didn't care what other people thought as they continued talking. Diana's homeland was attacked by the same monsters led by their leader. Luke finally sat up straight and leaned forward slightly to listen attentively. Old Master Wayne said, "This leader is called Steppenwolf. He wanted to take over Earth thousands of years ago. Once those 3 cubes are combined, they will become a complete mother box that can transform and control the environment of the entire Earth." Luke asked, "Like General Zod's Kryptonian spaceship?" Master Wayne nodded. "It works differently, but the consequences for us are similar. Earth will become his home ground." Luke looked at Diana, who had been silent the whole time. "How's it going at home?" Diana's expression finally changed. There were a lot of casualties, and Steppenwolf stole the box that was being kept there. The other box is with the Atlanteans, but they've retreated into the deep ocean, and it's hard to contact them. The box left to mankind was secretly buried by their ancestors, and its whereabouts are unknown. Luke leaned back in his chair. "So, what are you going to do?" Given Master Wayne's personality and controlling nature, he definitely wouldn't get someone else to come up with an idea. He definitely had a plan. Sure enough, Master Wayne appreciated Luke going along with him. The moment Luke opened his mouth, he asked the question that Master Wayne wanted to answer, which was great. "We need more fighting power." Luke was surprised. "We do." As if he knew what Luke was thinking, Master Wayne nodded firmly. "We do, because Superman has gone home." Luke was truly surprised. What? Master Wayne had been staring at his expression the whole time, and only now did he feel that there was nothing wrong. Knight probably wasn't monitoring Superman, or he would have known that Superman had gone off-world with the excuse of a business trip. This was something that Lois had told Master Wayne herself, and he had been watching Superman the whole time, which was why he had noticed something fishy. Luke really hadn't checked on Superman. To be honest, it was a very boring thing to do. There were no security issues with Superman at all. Given the sort of enemies he dealt with, the world was sure to know very quickly if something happened. It was impossible for there to be no news of a few cities being destroyed. As for Superman's girlfriend, Lois, and his mother, Martha, Luke had earned Superman's favor by providing them with nanosuits. Master Wayne thought that Luke didn't work in Metropolis, but Luke had in fact beaten up a few big-shot gang bosses and crippled them on the spot. Superman never, ever thought of having a chat with Luke. No matter how saintly he was, he couldn't, for the sake of a few heinous criminals, argue with the great benefactor who had saved his mother's life. In any case, nobody had died. These big-shot gang bosses were quite powerful. After they were crippled, they immediately had their loyal lackeys take them away. Thus, Master Wayne didn't notice anything unusual. Now, he had to take the initiative to tell Luke what he had learned about Superman. He said that there's something he needs to find out, and that he'll be away for a while. He's been gone for more than a month. Luke scratched his head. He hadn't considered the possibility that Superman would leave Earth. 2183 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 24. It had to be pointed out that Superman was already so old, and had never gone on a trip to outer space from Earth. It could only be said that human habit was just that incomprehensible. That was because ruling out certain predetermined standards before thinking about a situation was a more practical and efficient choice so that people didn't have to refresh their understanding once again. It was like when you wouldn't immediately think of a girl with long, wavy hair as cute except on special occasions. By the same logic, Luke had never considered that Superman might leave since the odds of that happening were too low, while the chance that Superman would run into an enemy that only he could deal with was even lower. But even if the odds were 1 in a billion, it could still happen. In any case, Luke never had Superman as a teammate back home, and Luke was the one who took the lead in taking down a bunch of supervillains. Thus, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Okay, it seems we really need a plan. After confirming that Luke wasn't interested in Superman, Master Wayne was relieved. He wasn't Superman, who dropped everything to save people. His ordinary life and Batman were two separate things. He was also a rich man, a big capitalist, and a member of the upper class, who had heard some talk of what Luke had done under his identity as Bruce Bale. Master Wayne was confident he could take Superman or the Dark Knight one-on-one. If they started working together and played off each other's strengths, that would be a headache for Master Wayne. That was because he realized that Luke was much better at conducting himself than he was. Or should he say, he wasn't arrogant. Even Master Wayne was a little embarrassed to target Luke because of Life 1, the nanosuit, and the arc reactor, let alone Superman. After all, Luke had given too much. Diana, who was the only one who didn't need anything, seemed very satisfied with Luke's exquisite and considerate afternoon tea today. This wasn't a small matter. For a battle goddess who wasn't short of money, strength, gear, looks, and lifespan, a man who could impress her was the most precious. That was because most men weren't even qualified to curry favor with her. Superman was qualified, but he had a girlfriend, and their feelings were real. Master Wayne was also qualified, but he really didn't move as quickly as Luke. Seeing that Luke wasn't going to take the lead, Master Wayne was secretly relieved. If Luke wanted to steal the position, the chances of Diana objecting weren't high, so it would be 2-1. Master Wayne definitely wouldn't stand a chance in a fight against both of them at once. Now that he had heard the best answer, his frown disappeared. There are 4 very powerful existences in the classified files that Lex obtained. He then gestured at Diana. One of them is Diana. Luke put on a show of being interested. They definitely wouldn't be weak if they are in the same files as Diana. But how do we know they're trustworthy? I like that. Master Wayne raised an eyebrow. I've already investigated. At the very least, they still have a lot of goodwill toward humanity. Luke nodded confidently. Then what do you need me to do? Master Wayne said, I already made contact with one. He didn't agree to join us, but he didn't refuse either. So, it's best if we go together to see the other 2. Luke rubbed his chin. Will that increase the chance of them joining us? Master Wayne said, the first one I found, Arthur Curry, should be half human, half Atlantean. When he said that, he couldn't help but glance at the battle goddess, who was drinking tea leisurely. Diana snorted and finally said, all right, I'm also half Amazon. Luke looked astonished on the surface, but was secretly amused. He felt that he had done the right thing by not jumping out. Look at Master Wayne, who got to the bottom of a person's background and even revealed it in their presence. He could really draw aggro. Luke often did this back home, but basically only with the enemy, while he saved his teammates the embarrassment. Should Master Wayne be praised for being a righteous, straight man? Of course, after feeling amused and slightly surprised, he immediately said to Diana, then you must be the most beautiful woman in the Amazon. Although she was unhappy about someone poking around in her private life, Diana's lips couldn't help but curve up. This person was really good with his words. Master Way, DMN flatterer. Thanks to Luke's flattery, everybody tacitly skipped over the subtle but inevitable topic of mixed bloods. Luke had no objections to roping people in, he had even been waiting for Master Wayne to catch up. Master Wayne was looking for teammates purely to fight, but Luke really wanted to see these teammates pass the system's assessment. After being here for half a year, what he regretted was that he hadn't earned enough of a favorable impression with Superman. Unless a coercive ability like mind control was involved, it was almost impossible for a teammate in the system to betray him. It really wasn't easy to reach that level of trust. Luke had obtained so many teammates back home thanks to over 10 years of an accumulated reputation. In the wake of the Bat Squad, most newbies had the experiences of their seniors as a reference point, and coupled with the impact of Batman and Knight being deified for years, they passed the system's assessment more quickly. Here in the DC universe, he was still a newbie hero of unknown origins. Even though Superman was grateful to him, he still had some doubts. But Luke was patient. Compared with how he had started from scratch back home, he was at least a high-level big shot here with abundant resources. It really wasn't hard for him to win over his teammates. He was confident he could obtain lists of the battle goddesses and Superman's abilities within 5 years, that is, if they were available to be learned. Master Wayne, that was a mystery. After all, the thoughts of mental patients varied widely. They might pass the system's assessment tomorrow, or they might still be stubborn and doubt everything for years. Doomsday didn't have a list of abilities. The very considerate system had explained, crude manufactured lifeforms approximately equals animals. To put it simply, the weighting in the system was Earthlings, alien humanoids, human intelligent lifeforms like Thor and vampires, animals, manufactured lifeforms like Doomsday and the Blood God experimental. Although alien humanoids weren't protected by the system, they could still be considered to be the same kind to a certain extent. Doomsday, who had been created out of General Zod's body, and the Blood God experimental, who was a human transformed, were definitely different. Luke felt quite a bit of regret. Putting aside the hard body that could withstand a nuclear weapon, Doomsday's ability to absorb energy to strengthen its body would have been a perfect match for intermediate evolution. If Luke combined the two, he might be able to come up with a new ability to evolve by absorbing energy. To use Doomsday as the upper threshold, even if Luke had just 50% or even 30% of this ability, he could become a player on Superman's level. Even if he couldn't beat Superman with the weak version of this ability, he could completely crush anyone below him. This was already much stronger than Luke's current threshold. 2184 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 25. He hadn't obtained a list of Doomsday's abilities, so Superman's, out of print, list of abilities was most likely the only one Luke would be able to get. For this reason, Luke had to protect Earth. He just didn't know how strong that Steppenwolf was. If he was on the same level as Doomsday, that would be a little troublesome. Steppenwolf wasn't a Kryptonian creature and wasn't weak in the face of a kryptonite weapon. Killing him was going to be a pain. The three of them took Master Wayne's private jet to Central City. Compared with Gotham, Central City was a little better. At least, it wasn't as illustrious, in that the number and quality of supervillains that appeared every year weren't as prominent as what Gotham had. But that was all. Thanks to brain drain and a high unemployment rate, special services and drug trafficking had increasingly become the means of making a living at the bottom. Apart from neighborhoods where the middle and upper class communities gathered, old factories and warehouses could be seen everywhere in the city. Nobody cared about these, since there were no jobs to go around anyway. In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts close to some rail tracks, Diana sat on a small bar stool and tapped the ground with her foot. "Are you sure that the young man won't be angry if we barge into his house like this?" Master Wayne relaxed in his chair. Being angry and being tempted are two different things. A little further away, Luke sat in a gaming chair in front of a row of black monitor screens. Bruce is right. It's like calling a beautiful woman your friend. The most polite way is the safest, but it's also the easiest way for the other party to dismiss you as a passerby. It's necessary to make a lasting first impression. Diana smiled and looked at the two Bruces. "It seems that both of you have a lot in common." Luke chuckled. "Don't say that. Master Wayne often makes the headlines in Gotham's tabloids. I'm just good at discovering patterns." "Master Wayne, these two stars. When did they start getting along so well?" Fortunately, his watch chimed with a notification. "Okay, he's back." The warehouse fell silent. Less than a minute later, there was the rattle of the lock on the door, followed by the faint creak of the door opening, and finally, the crackle of electricity. The lights in the warehouse came on, and the other monitors and appliances started to boot up. A thin and short figure with a knapsack walked around the corner into the lounge, only to see two men and a woman sitting in his home. Barry Allen. Master Wayne was using that deep, magnetic voice. I'm Bruce Wayne. Barry glared at him with his hands on his waist. You say that like you think you can break into my place and sit in my second favorite chair in the dark. Saying that, he couldn't help but look at Diana, who was looking at him with great interest. That's my third favorite. He then looked at Luke, who was the only one who wasn't looking at him, but was looking at the performance on the monitor screens. That's my number one favorite. Hearing that, Luke turned around with a smile. Your favorite K-pop girl group. They were queens for 12 years, but have fallen from the top now. Barry was stunned. You know them. Luke glanced at the screen again. A screen full of long legs is easy on the eyes. Everybody. Feeling that things were going a little off track, Master Wayne could only cough and take out prints of surveillance images. Moving on. Perhaps you might be able to explain this. Barry looked at the expensive suit, coat, leather shoes, and diamond tie clip on the other man, and felt the intense aura of the ruling class. He couldn't help but take the prints for a look. This person looks a little like me, but is definitely not me. Let me guess, it's unlikely he stole anything from you. With a faint smile on his face, Master Wayne turned around and walked over to a life-sized dummy. I know you have an ability, but I'm not sure what it is. Barry said, I have a lot of abilities, like Viola, web design, sign language, gorilla sign language. Master Wayne inspected the red suit on the dummy. Is this silica-based quartz fabric? Abrasion resistant, heat resistant? Barry, I like figure skating, Master Wayne said. This is usually used on space shuttles so that they don't burn up on re-entry. Barry, I skate very intensely. Luke and Diana didn't say anything. They simply watched with smiles as Master Wayne pressed forward step by step and Barry spouted nonsense in all earnestness. Old Master Wayne was enlightened. Oh, is that so? Barry nodded quickly. Yes, whoever you're looking for, it definitely isn't me. I guarantee. Master Wayne turned around and took a few steps, his hand already in his coat. He suddenly turned around and flung out his hand. A dark gray shadow flew out of his hand and headed straight for Barry's shoulder. The next moment, even Diana felt her vision blur. Barry, who had been chattering non-stop, stopped talking and just looked down at the bad dart in his hand. Master Wayne calmly drew back his hand and returned to his elegant appearance. Barry raised his head. You're Batman, Master Wayne said. So, you're very fast. Barry smiled proudly. That's a little of an oversimplification. Master Wayne also smiled. I'm putting together a team. I need people with abilities, because a powerful enemy is coming. Realization dawned on Barry, and he raised his hand to cut Master Wayne off. Stop right there. I'm in. Master Wayne. Luke, Diana, didn't you say that it wouldn't be easy to get them to join? Didn't you say that you would have to rely on me in battle? Sure enough, men are all pigs. She couldn't help but get up from the bar stool that was Barry's third favorite chair. Really, I need people like me. Barry looked a little uncomfortable. You get it, it's hard to get along with ordinary people, and I don't have the patience. I can't understand them. Diana nodded in agreement. As someone with a demigod body, she didn't lack anything, but it did make her out of place. In the end, she found a job as a museum curator and started to come into contact with some of the most unreasonable people in the world. Only then did she feel a little more settled. It seemed that Barry had been holding back for too long. He couldn't help but complain. For example, what the heck is brunch? By the time you eat something after lining up for an hour, it's clearly lunchtime. Hee. Luke couldn't help but laugh. He had been calm all this time, and the other three looked at him in surprise. Luke suddenly felt good about Barry. He was clearly a genius with a different mindset, which was why he felt out of place. It was like the tycoon explaining his research to ordinary researchers. What reasoning? Just think about it. Why can't you understand? Everyone else, sincerely nodding their heads. Yes, we really don't understand. WTF. It was enough to make the tycoon want to flip a table. 2185 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 26. Barry, a genius that ordinary people couldn't stand, was nothing to Luke. Tony, who had a bad temper and a poisonous tongue, Ivan, and Bent, the researcher who lacked common sense, the one who invented the sick stick. If any one of them could be considered a mad scientist who had no regard for human life, Barry in comparison was far easier to deal with. Luke simply interrogated Barry. You don't have a girlfriend, right? Barry's face actually turned a little red, especially when he saw that the attention of the long-legged big sister was focused on him. He said awkwardly, "Well, so far, no." Luke walked over with a sympathetic expression. "Don't you know that many brunch customers are actually couples with very active night lives?" Barry was at a loss. "That, I know. Einstein's theory of relativity explains that when you're with someone you like, an hour is like 5 minutes. Luke patted his shoulder. "When you yourself see someone with a person they like, 5 minutes is like an hour." Barry. "What, Einstein said that?" Luke nodded confidently. "Yes." Master Wayne frowned. He had read the theory of relativity before. Although he hadn't studied it in detail, Einstein hadn't explained it like that, right? The battle goddess, who still didn't understand science but knew what it was like to be hit on, said, "Einstein definitely didn't say that." Everybody looked at her. Diana said, "Because I've heard a lot of men say that, but they already forgot middle school physics." Luke rolled his eyes at her for exposing him. "It's just a joke. I just think Barry is too serious." He then patted the young man in the shoulder again. "Don't worry, you'll get a girlfriend. Good luck." Barry was baffled. "I'm sorry, I don't have a girlfriend." A moment later, the four of them left via a side door on the other side of the warehouse. In order not to startle Barry, Master Wayne had deliberately chosen this less frequently used side entry. In a hurry to rope in teammates, paranoid Master Wayne took Barry to his car. Barry was still holding a large pizza that had just been microwaved. He ate as he walked. "Using my ability consumes a lot of energy. After that, I'll turn into a black hole." Diana couldn't help but glance at Luke. So, the only person in this team who didn't eat much was Master Wayne. Barry, this new teammate, chattered on. "How many people are on this special team now?" Master Wayne opened the car door remotely. "Including you, 4. Barry glanced around. "So, we're all here. Fine, that's not important. What's important is who the enemy is." Master Wayne said, "Let's talk on the plane." "Okay." Barry shrugged. "Right, what's your superpower?" Master Wayne pondered for a moment. "I'm rich." Barry was lost for words. Diana shook her head with a smile. She walked past the Benz AMG Vision Gran Turismo that was parked at the far end and headed for her own Porsche. She was also very rich. Although it wasn't as much as tens of billions, hundreds of millions of dollars was nothing. It had to be pointed out that she had survived World War I and later took up her identity as an art curator. During the war 100 years ago, oil paintings, watches, sculptures and vases were only sold for hundreds of dollars, and could even be exchanged for food and water. She had a lot of such antiques. In particular, art prices had skyrocketed in the last decade or two, and it wouldn't be a problem to sell her stash for billions of dollars. Of course, this would definitely create a huge hole in the global art market. These things were so expensive because of the hype created by various interest groups. One of the most important traits that an art piece could have in order to be worth tens of billions of dollars on the market was that it was rare. She sold one unremarkable item 8 to 10 years ago for 8 to 10 million in living expenses. From this point of view, the battle goddess wasn't the kind of person who lived extravagantly. The grandeur, history and heritage of European luxury brands weren't worth mentioning to someone who has Zeus bloodline. In any case, the royal families of Europe combined couldn't compare with her. On the other hand, she conceded defeat when it came to modern society, which was dedicated to innovation. For example, phones were much more useful than bugles. Luke liked interacting with Barry. When he passed by Barry, he nodded sincerely. "Yes, I'm rich, too." "Barry, is it so great to have money?" Watching Luke walk up to a Lamborghini, Barry swallowed his pizza. "Fine, it really was great to have money. At the very least, he would be able to afford these 3 beautiful cars." After that, Luke and Barry worked together to upgrade the Flash suit in the new Justice League base. Don't forget, there was a young man with gray hair back home who until now couldn't use the outer nanosuit. Meanwhile, Master Wayne and Diana continued looking for their next target. The other party's condition was supposedly a little strange, so Luke declined to go with them on the grounds that a man who was too handsome might provoke the other party. Diana rolled her eyes at this lame joke. Master Wayne looked suffocated, as if to ask, "Am I not handsome enough?" It was a pity that although he was handsome, he didn't dare talk about his handsome face when compared with Bale's. Barry, on the other hand, grinned foolishly. After they met, he had fallen in love with this game. Trading these sorts of lame jokes couldn't be any more perfect for someone with extraordinary reflexes. An ordinary person would have to think for a long while before they could come up with a retort. The only thing that depressed Barry was that Luke seemed pretty quick-witted and was much more experienced than he was. But this was why he was willing to study modifications for the suit with Luke. Not only did the Justice League have all sorts of materials, it also had a new teammate whose brain wasn't any slower than his. He could learn corny jokes on the job. What was even more wonderful was that this new teammate was a big eater. He could eat many times more than Barry, and he was rich. Barry finally knew to what extent rich people could do whatever they wanted. With a call from Luke, all sorts of signature dishes from Gotham's and Metropolis, well-known restaurants would be delivered to the base by drone within 10 minutes. Barry felt like he had turned into a little bird as long as he opened his mouth and shouted, "I'm hungry." Delicious food would fall from the sky and into his mouth. 2186 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 27. It wasn't until Master Wayne and Diana returned that Barry finally broke out of this happy atmosphere. Where's our new teammate?" Master Wayne shook his head and didn't say anything as he walked over to the table. Diana explained, "We've talked, but he needs more time." Luke put down what he was working on and walked to the table. It was probably because Bruce is too good-looking too. Everybody rolled their eyes. Master Wayne couldn't help but say, "I never showed my face." Diana went in alone. Feeling like it sounded like he was passing the buck, he added, "It's not us." Actually, he still finds his current situation a little hard to accept. Luke poured him a cup of black tea. "Okay, Bruce, relax." At the very least, Barry was very obedient. With one call, he came running. Obedient Barry looked at him glumly. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked at it, he was the baby brother in this team, and could only endure it. In particular, when Luke took out the tea and snacks and was clearly about to start their regular tea session, Barry instantly appeared obediently in the chair next to Luke. Diana walked over and naturally enjoyed Luke's tea service. Master Wayne and Barry had already enjoyed this treatment. Naturally, she didn't mind enjoying the same service from a teammate. After a few mouthfuls of tea, Master Wayne's gloomy mood disappeared. After all, few things went smoothly. Barry didn't count. Looking at the curious Barry, he felt that it was time to tell him everything. After all, they had failed to rope in the other two, while the three in front of him were the fixed members. They couldn't just rely on something like tacit understanding anymore. If a team didn't lay ground rules in the beginning, and things went astray in the future, they wouldn't even get the chance to redeem themselves. Luke agreed. It was better to come up with some lofty catchphrase at the beginning. Even if it was difficult to carry out in reality, or there were unspoken rules, it was still better than doing their own thing. Of course, Master Wayne was aiming his warning primarily at Luke and Barry. The battle goddess had been on the side of justice for almost a century. There was no need to worry about her becoming corrupt. Luke was rich and powerful, while Barry's superpower was practically incomprehensible to ordinary people. If they really turned evil, they would be even more terrifying than those lunatics in Arkham. Thankfully, Luke was a civilized and easygoing person. Not only wasn't he resentful, he casually helped to translate some of what Master Wayne was saying for the newbie, Barry. Master Wayne's head hurt a little. "Although that's what I meant, your explanation is too unseemly." But he couldn't deny it, in case Barry really did misunderstand. "In any case, I'm not the one who's making it sound that bad." Whatever. Master Wayne could only comfort himself that way. Nobody had any objections. Luke even raised his hand. "I agree." Diana simply smiled and waved. "Same here." Seeing that, Barry raised his hand high. "Same here." Master Wayne's feelings were a little complicated. It was really convenient to have a professional sidekick, or prop. But seeing how considerate this sidekick was, it was clear that the latter knew how he thought, which wasn't a good thing. However, in the face of a powerful enemy, Master Wayne didn't have time to think about this for now. He could only proceed with the next phase. He swiped the surface of the tablet, and a photo of an African-American man appeared on the monitor next to the table. Victor Stone, a talented young scientist. On the surface, he died in an accident, but in fact, he switched to another image, and a person with a mostly robotic face and one glowing red eye appeared. He probably became like this due to another accident. Barry was enlightened. "That's really cool." Fine, that's too bad." Master Wayne looked at him in agreement. "That's right. A bystander might think he looks cool like this, but it definitely isn't a great experience for him, which is why he isn't easy to deal with. After introducing failure number 2, he switched to another image. It was of a wild-looking long-haired man with a black tattoo. Arthur Curry. He's half Atlantean, half human. He can come and go freely in the ocean. He doesn't seem to like coming ashore, but we should still have a chance. Barry couldn't refrain from exclaiming, "Wow," when he heard this. He was quite curious about these superhumans. After all, the 3 people next to him just said that money was their superpower. After all, given Barry's abilities and physique, he definitely wouldn't be their main player. As a support member, he had plenty of time to watch from the side. In any case, he could figure out a lot of things in a second. However, Barry still asked, "Will we be fighting in the ocean?" "That might not be good for me." Master Wayne shook his head. "I don't know, but Steppenwolf isn't an aquatic being, and those parademons under him would find it difficult to fight in the ocean as well. So, it's very likely we'll be fighting on land." Barry said, Then, there should be a limit to what this Arthur Curry can do, right?" Diana said, "That's only if we're battling in the ocean. In any case, he's an Atlantean, fine, he's a mixed blood, but he's stronger than most superhumans." As a demigod, she naturally knew how exaggerated his overall abilities were. He didn't need any training to fight, but if he did get training, he would be a powerful warrior at the very least. It wouldn't be a problem for him to beat up 3 to 5 of Master Wayne. Barry nodded, his trademark goofy grin in place as he looked around. He was suddenly stunned, and pointed to the skylight. "Wow, that's your signal, isn't it, Bruce?" Everybody turned around and saw the image of a bat projected into the sky above Gotham. They could see it clearly even from the base 10 kilometers away. That was right, this was Commissioner Gordon's standard, turning on the light, routine when something bad enough happened. Luke stood up and said, "Let's go. There are traces of parademon activity in the city. That's probably why Gordon is calling for you." Both Master Wayne and Diana nodded and stood up. Barry was flustered. He wanted to follow, but hated to part with the table of food. His mind raced, and he disappeared, only to return with a big food pouch. He put most of the snacks into it. It would be a waste not to eat them. Each one costs more than $10. "Hey, wait for me." With that, he disappeared from the table. Commissioner Gordon stood on top of the GCPD building and looked up at the bat signal in the gloomy sky. He frowned. It was another rainy night. He couldn't help but put his hands in his pockets and huddle into his coat to block out the pervasive cold and dampness. Suddenly, he saw something. Director Gordon immediately knew that his good buddy, no, his old friend, was here. 2187 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 28. Sure enough, when Gordon looked at the shadow that had appeared in the corner of his eye, he saw Master Wayne perched on the signal tower on the roof, his cape fluttering behind him. He had just landed after gliding through the air. Why didn't he land on the ground like a certain other person? That was because it was Luke's choice to keep a low profile, not Master Wayne's. After he was done posing, Master Wayne made sure that there were no eavesdroppers nearby before he jumped down. Gordon shifted his gaze, only to see 3 people already standing silently where Master Wayne had landed. The battle goddess, Diana, in her red and gold battle outfit, Barry, in an all-red suit, and Luke, Master Wayne's impersonator. Gordon's attention lingered on Luke for 2 seconds before he looked at Master Wayne. "Apart from this person, how many other Batmans like you are there?" Hearing the questioning tone, Master Wayne frowned. "I'm the only Batman. Tell me, what's going on?" Gordon took out a kid's drawing and handed it to him. 8 people from STAR Labs have gone missing, 6 in Metropolis and 2 here on our side. A kid drew a sketch of the kidnappers. Master Wayne saw that the drawing was of a humanoid with wings and a hood over its head. Diana glanced at it. "It's a parademon." With one look, Luke understood why Commissioner Gordon had paid more attention to him. The parademon had wings like a dragonfly's on its back, and its insect-like facial features were too complicated for a child to draw, so it had been rendered simply as a black hood. Coupled with the fact that the sketch was done in black pencil, it looked 60 to 70% similar to Batman. Thus, he could understand the hostility he sensed in Commissioner Gordon's mental fluctuations. After all, Luke wasn't an old friend like Batman. It was normal for Commissioner Gordon to be suspicious. Of course, Luke actually felt that Commissioner Gordon looked a little like someone from back home, like that Jameson guy. That guy's family opened a branch of the Daily Bugle in New York. When he went to Los Angeles to play, he tried to steal Vanessa from Wade. Wade, who hadn't been too crazy back then, beat him up and pretended to steal $20,000 from him. Luke looked at Commissioner Gordon, who was wearing a black coat and a black hat. He was a serious man, and didn't look like he deserved a beating at all. Clothes really made the man. 9 now, a figure jumped up onto the roof. The red eye in his face startled Commissioner Gordon and Barry. Barry hurriedly patted his pounding heart and glanced at Master Wayne and Luke, before he relaxed. These two were much better fighters than he was. In fact, Master Wayne, Diana and Luke had sensed the person's arrival earlier on, and had just been waiting for him to come out. The person walked out of the shadows on the roof to reveal a strange metal body and half a human face. It was none other than Victor Stone, whom they had failed to rope in not long ago. His expression was dark and angry. The head of STAR Labs was just taken. Everybody except Commissioner Gordon was enlightened. The head was Victor's father. No wonder he had come over now after seeing the bat signal, when he hadn't agreed to join the Justice League before. Unlike Barry, who had clutched his chest, Commissioner Gordon was used to being startled. He only glanced at Victor. Seeing that Master Wayne and the others didn't react, he knew that they weren't enemies. He took out a document from his pocket. It was a map of the crime scene. We investigated these locations, but didn't find the kidnappers' base. Victor's mechanical eye flashed red. Only on the mainland. Everybody looked at the map, and Victor did the calculation swiftly in his head. Putting all the monsters' movements together, Brixton Island is a very likely location between the two cities. As someone who worked underground, Master Wayne was very sharp. Back then, Gotham Port wanted to build an underground tunnel to Metropolis, but the economic crisis happened a few years after it was started, and it was abandoned. Gordon couldn't help but follow his gaze and look in the direction of Metropolis. After staring for a moment, he turned around. Do you really think that the Parademon's nest is there? There was already nobody in front of the commissioner except for Barry, who was listening to him with a dazed expression. Seeing Gordon's surprised expression, Barry looked around in surprise. Wow, they disappeared just like that. Rude. Swoosh. The top of the GCPD building was completely quiet, leaving Commissioner Gordon with his mouth open. He then shook his head, as if he didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, the newly established 5-member Justice League stood in front of a huge tunnel. Looking at the image transmitted by Luke's drone, Master Wayne frowned. The people from STAR Labs are still alive. There are over 100 parademons. Everybody was quiet. Victor's father was also inside. It was inevitable. Everyone would be just as cautious if it were the butler or Barry's father inside. Luke blinked. Are you forgetting something? Everybody looked at him. He looked at Barry and patted the energetic young man on the shoulder. When we move later, charge in and get Victor's father out first, then the others. Barry was lost for words. Seeing the agreement on everybody's faces, he was a little stumped. He raised his hand and said hesitantly, okay, it's like this. I'm afraid of insects. Everybody was lost for words. Although the parademons looked a little like insects, they were completely different. Barry continued to confess, they also have guns, and they're bigger than me. Everybody couldn't help but look at the monsters on the surveillance feed. Many of them were indeed holding guns. As for their size, Barry's head didn't even reach Diana's shoulder. That's it. Bad guys shorter than you are definitely rare. Barry wasn't done yet. I'm afraid of blood and dead people. To be honest, I've never fought a bad guy. At most, I just push them and run. Master Wayne stepped forward and loomed over Barry, who stopped babbling. Staring into the kid's eyes, well, they were the lenses of the nanosuit, but his eyes could still be roughly made out. Master Wayne said in a low voice, then save one first. Barry. What? Master Wayne said, save one person first. Victor's father. Barry. And then? Master Wayne said, don't talk, don't fight. Go in and bring people out. That's all. Barry. That's it. Master Wayne nodded seriously. That's right. When the time comes, you'll understand the rest. Barry swallowed nervously. He suddenly really wanted a cup of Knight's black tea. However, he still nodded. Okay, got it. 2188 side story. Fantasy Journey 29. In the engine room, a huge figure with 2 horns on his head had Victor's father up against a wall. Suddenly, a figure burst through the old metal door and slashed at his back. The huge figure reacted quickly and blocked the attack with a huge axe. Looking at Diana's outfit, his gray face twisted into a hideous smile. Amazon. A fierce battle instantly broke out. The battle goddess used her longsword to open a way, and Master Wayne and Luke charged in. But before that, Barry, who had been taking deep breaths, had already disappeared. Before Victor, who knew that Barry was going to save his father first, could feel worried, Barry reappeared in front of him. The man he was holding was none other than Victor's father. Barry asked, "Is this your father?" Victor nodded blankly. That was too fast. He hadn't even gathered his emotions yet. Barry heaved a sigh of relief. Then, hang on a tick. There are still a few people inside. Are we bringing them out together? Victor nodded. There was faint excitement and eagerness on Barry's face. He disappeared and reappeared with a swoosh, and a second lab employee was brought out. Victor. Holy sh*t. While the two new teammates were still getting used to each other, the three old partners inside were already on a killing spree. Without Superman, the battle goddess had become a super tank worthy of the rank. Her sword and shield worked together to attack and defend at the same time. She fought back and forth against Steppenwolf's strange giant axe, and didn't fall to a disadvantage. Luke couldn't help but look down on Steppenwolf. That was it, he had the cheek to look down on the Amazons. Except for some special existences, the populace of most races were made up of ordinary individuals. Luke could beat up billions of Earthlings back home, but did that prove that Earthlings were weak? Even putting aside Inhumans like Skye and Emma, along with the Hulk, Wanda and Pietro, and Steve in his nanosuit, were all ridiculously strong in certain aspects in which even Luke couldn't compare. As for this DC universe, Barry had already rescued Victor's father, but Steppenwolf hadn't even noticed. Given his level, he had the cheek to look down on the battle goddess. In just a few seconds of watching the fight between Steppenwolf and the battle goddess, Luke confirmed that this guy was far inferior to Doomsday. Perhaps Steppenwolf had other abilities, but in terms of head-on combat, he didn't have crushing strength. No wonder this guy had been sneaking around all this time and only got the parademons to look for people. He had only shown up in person to take the mother box from the Amazons. Wait, why did it feel like he was the sort of guy who talked trash but was actually a coward? To be honest, the threat he posed stemmed from the large number of flying, attacking parademons under him. The parademons were once intelligent beings that had been caught by Steppenwolf and transformed. The deeper their fear of him, the stronger the parademon they turned into. These parademons had the ability to sense and absorb fear. Thus, the more they were feared, the stronger they became. Unfortunately, none of the three people who had charged in thought much of the parademons. While Diana fought Steppenwolf on her own, Master Wayne, who had already had the arc reactor for a while, unleashed his might. His armor previously had an auxiliary power system, but that was mainly to reduce the weight of the armor. Now, the armor had a heart, and could deal maximum damage. A casual punch here, and a kick there, and parademons were sent flying. And this took into account how durable the armor was. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hard to pierce and shatter the parademons with a punch that weighed several tons. For Master Wayne, who had full combat ability, a punch that weighed hundreds of kilograms was enough for him. At the very least, the parademons didn't have magical abilities that could slow him down or restrain his movements. It was like an expert fighter beating up small fry. He didn't stop moving, to avoid being surrounded. At the same time, he took down the soldiers around him. On the other side, Luke was even more straightforward. As was Knight's customary practice, he didn't use blades or guns. His main weapon was two metal batons. Ordinary extendable batons only reached 50 to 60 centimeters in length, but the two in his hands could extend over 2 meters at their longest, which made them no different from staffs. The difference was that the end of each staff had a retractable spearhead. It wasn't wrong to call them extendable spears. The Muto alloy couldn't do anything to a super boss like Doomsday, but against the parademons, it was no different from stabbing pork. The chests and brains of the two parademons that had lunged at him were pierced, and dark green fluid splattered in the air. From this point of view, it made sense when Barry called them insects. Luke wasn't afraid of insects. On the contrary, he hated many types of insects, so he didn't hold back as he spun and pulled out the two spears. The two parademons were sent smashing into the wall with muffled bangs. As he landed on the ground, Luke stabbed two more parademons, one in the back and the other in the chest. He didn't need to pull his arms back as the long spears instantly turned into short spears. The two parademons that had just pounced on Master Wayne from above were skewered like pork belly. Master Wayne didn't even want to thank him, he had been ready and waiting to kick out. Just like that, two blackish-gray shadows jumped around in the huge tunnel as they fought the parademons. In the center of the tunnel, there was the clanging of metal and sparks flew as Steppenwolf and the battle goddess fought. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was winning. However, Steppenwolf was feeling a little uneasy. That was because of the green fluid that was being splattered around by Master Wayne and Luke. In less than a minute, more than half of the 100 or so parademons were dead, but they hadn't dealt any effective damage. Master Wayne, whom Luke had upgraded with advanced technology from back home, was much stronger than the last time they fought Doomsday. Even though he didn't have the plasma propulsion technology yet to fly, he was still able to take down the flying parademons in this confined space. It was even more of a breeze for Luke. These parademons were just small fry. As long as they didn't interfere in the fight between the leaders, there was no difference in killing more or fewer of them. Their real target was Steppenwolf. If Luke was confident that cutting off this guy's head with one slash was enough to guarantee that he couldn't be resurrected, he really wouldn't mind snatching the battle goddess weapon and doing the deed. Unfortunately, these two were fighting fiercely on a metal walkway close to the middle of the tunnel, and clearly had yet to use their full strength. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Steppenwolf decisively swung his axe. A light blue teleportation passage appeared in the air and enveloped Steppenwolf as he started to rise up. At the same time, a large number of parademons roared and flew out of the tunnel toward the Justice League. 2189 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 30. Inside the teleportation passage, Steppenwolf's gaze swept over the people who were beating up the parademons, and he mumbled, "Once I retrieve the mother box, this planet will completely surrender." Patting himself on the back mentally, he confidently ordered the parademons not far away, "Blow up this place." With that, he disappeared into the teleportation passage. The parademons looked at each other before they screamed and flew to the top of the tunnel. They plucked off the energy grenades at their waists, flicked off the safety, and pressed the trigger. With a beep, the energy grenades exploded, lighting up the entire tunnel. Everybody who was fighting the monsters couldn't help but raise their heads in surprise. Barry swallowed. "What's up there?" Master Wayne sighed. "Gotham Harbor." Barry asked, "Isn't that connected to the ocean?" Master Wayne wanted to roll his eyes. "Why are you so long-winded? Run." "Bew." "Ah," Barry screamed. There was a black mark on his thigh. He had been shot by a parademon when he was distracted. He said gloomily, "See, I wasn't wrong, right? I'm not good at dealing with insects or guns. Get out of the way if you don't want to be covered in blood." Luke was too lazy to deal with these small fry. After giving everyone a warning, he quickly spun around. Over 100 bat darts flew out, like bats on the hunt for prey. The concentrated sound was like countless people opening beer bottles at the same time. Then, dark green parademon blood rained down from above. Barry was looking up, and felt that this terrifying scene was right out of a horror movie. His leg didn't seem to hurt anymore as he let out a strange shout and disappeared down the tunnel. Master Wayne, who had been kind enough to go over and take Barry away, widened his eyes. Holy sh*t. Pitter-patter. Dark green blood, broken limbs and internal organs drenched him, turning him dark green. The battle goddess, who had activated her divine shield's force field in time, suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Luke, who had also used the armor's protective shield to block the bodily fluid, landed. "All right, if you don't run, you'll be getting a free bath." As he spoke, he grabbed Barry, who had been hit in the thigh, and flew away. Diana was still smiling, but she immediately ran into a side tunnel. The way she flew was more like jumping and gliding. She wasn't as nimble as Luke's suit, but she could move very quickly in a straight line, and would definitely be faster than seawater. Before Master Wayne could say anything, he heard a series of cracks above his head. Then, with a loud bang, a huge amount of seawater broke through the ceiling and came crashing down. He wasn't in the mood to curse anymore. With a tap of his foot, the powerful propulsion from the arc reactor allowed him to immediately jump more than 10 meters into the side tunnel which he had come from. Given the rate at which seawater poured in, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape it on flat ground. His armor had only been upgraded with a power system, and wasn't waterproof at all. It didn't matter if it got wet, but if it was immersed in water, it would definitely short-circuit. Wouldn't he just turn into a metal turtle then, and sink to the bottom of the ocean? Unfortunately, Master Wayne was too slow. Just as Luke and the others saw the tunnel entrance, the high-pressure seawater caught up to him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he finally turned around and cursed. FCK. A figure charged out of the surging waves and blocked in front of Master Wayne. Spinning the 5-pronged trident in his hand, he stabbed it into the ground. The seawater immediately parted. Master Wayne was stunned for a moment. The person with his back to him said, "You better run faster. I can't hold it off for long." Master Wayne turned around and ran. Thanks to these precious few seconds, he finally charged out of the tunnel. Less than 5 seconds later, water burst out of the tunnel. The figure holding the trident also flew dozens of meters into the air before he landed. The large amount of seawater he brought with him poured over Master Wayne. The newcomer smiled in embarrassment. "Well, your armor looked a little dirty, so I washed it for you." Expressionlessly, Master Wayne plucked a flustered crab off of his head and flicked it into the water next to him. "It's fine, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your timely assistance." Arthur Curry chuckled. "You're welcome." Commissioner Gordon, who was walking over, looked at Master Wayne with an indecipherable expression. "The mayors of both cities should thank you. They finally don't have to argue over who will fork out the money to complete the underground tunnel." Master Wayne said, "In any case, they wouldn't be able to fork out the money even if they discussed it for another 100 years. Commissioner Gordon, is this also a good friend of yours? It seems you've become a lot more open." "I'm very glad." Arthur winked and gestured at his head. "Haha, your helmet is interesting. It's a bat, I get it." Master Wayne said expressionlessly, "See, not that good a friend." Commissioner Gordon. After shutting the commissioner up, Master Wayne asked Arthur, "Why did you change your mind?" Arthur shrugged. "Because of Steppenwolf. He stole that box from Atlantis not long ago." Diana frowned. "Then the only thing he needs now is the box which mankind has." Victor, who had sent his father to an ambulance, walked over. "That thing is still in the secret warehouse in the lab." After he said that, everybody suddenly looked in the direction of Metropolis. In the dark night, a light blue teleportation passage dozens of meters tall appeared in the air and landed somewhere. Luke said, "That's the STAR building. The secret warehouse you mentioned isn't there, is it?" Victor. "It is." Everybody. They still had to go, but even with Luke demonstrating how fast Knight's armor was, it was useless. No one from the Justice League was in the secret warehouse. It was impossible to stop Steppenwolf for even a second. Also, this guy was definitely the kind who talked big but was actually a coward. No matter how arrogant he sounded, he was actually avoiding them, and instead turned around to steal the box, which mankind had been keeping in the secret warehouse. Steppenwolf wasn't a brainless animal. When he took over STAR Labs, he had continued to monitor everything. Given how parademons flew almost soundlessly, it really wasn't hard for one to spy on a group of ordinary humans. When Luke and the others had been fighting, Steppenwolf had confirmed the location of mankind's box. Making a clean retreat, he switched directions, stole the box, and ran. Everything was done in one go. He had no intention of fighting them at all. This sort of person was also the biggest headache for Luke, because the other party knew what he wanted. Once the mother boxes were put together and Earth turned into the environment he needed, Luke and the others would turn into the away team. The billions of people on Earth would fall into fear and despair, which was equivalent to billions of backup parademons. This alone sickened the Justice League to death. Even if Superman returned, Steppenwolf would definitely be pounded to sh*t, but all of mankind would be dead by then. Apart from Luke being able to earn one last round of experience and credit points, it would be meaningless. He had to kill this guy as soon as possible. 2190 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 31. The group returned to the Justice League's new base. The joy of rescuing STAR Labs, people and escaping unscathed faded, and the atmosphere turned a little gloomy. When they thought about it, Steppenwolf had lost some small fry, but had snatched mankind's box. He absolutely gained big in exchange for a small loss. Although they had rescued people, especially Victor's father, they hadn't actually gained anything. They still had to deal with the mother boxes transforming Earth. Thankfully, Luke had casually used Light of Life to treat Barry's injury, and the kid was already jumping around again. As soon as they entered the base, Barry went to the table and poured himself a cup of black tea to calm down. The high-end thermos kept the black tea hot. Even Barry, who had lost more than 100 milliliters of blood, warmed up. Still, he didn't forget to call his new teammates over to enjoy it as well. In the end, Arthur snorted. "Is there wine? I like that." Barry was a good kid who never touched alcohol. Nobody had ever drunk alcohol in the base. Hearing that, he could only shake his head. All look around. Swoosh, swoosh. A few seconds later, Barry returned with a bottle and gave it to Arthur. "How about whiskey?" Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. He accepted the alcohol and patted the kid on the shoulder. You're not bad." Barry chuckled. Looking at Victor, he scratched his head. "You probably don't drink tea." In fact, he wanted to ask if Victor wanted engine oil, but thanks to the corny joke routine which he and Luke had, he thought for a long while before he realized that it wasn't a polite question to ask. Victor said calmly, "No." He then stood to the side with his arms crossed. He wasn't in the mood to drink anything. He had been accidentally transformed by the mother box kept by mankind. Once the mother boxes were combined together, he might end up under their control. Furthermore, Steppenwolf was the original owner of the mother boxes. At the very least, he was the one who had brought the mother boxes to Earth. The thought of becoming a parademon and obeying Steppenwolf made Victor uncomfortable. While the new teammates were chatting, the three veterans walked over. Master Wayne took off his helmet and threw it to the side. He poured himself a cup of black tea. He wasn't one to talk nonsense about the sour sting of being doused in cold water in the middle of Gotham's winter. Diana also took off her gear. She placed her sword and shield on the weapons rack on the side, and even tossed the lasso of truth onto the couch. It was bad enough that they had been unable to take down Steppenwolf during the fight. More importantly, she could sense that Steppenwolf was indeed stronger than she was. Although it wasn't a crushing difference, it would be hard for her to get revenge on her own. This guy had killed one of her sworn sisters and hundreds of her people on Paradise Island. How could she say that she was a princess of the Amazon if she didn't get revenge? Luke was the calmest. The nano armor shrunk back into a necklace to reveal Mr. Bale in his suit. He wasn't too wary of Steppenwolf. As long as the other party wasn't the type who didn't stay dead after being taken down, it wouldn't be hard to kill him. So, he coughed to draw everyone's attention, then said, "Don't think too much about what's already happened. The most important thing now is to find Steppenwolf. If he wants to use the mother boxes to transform Earth, he won't go into outer space, right?" As he spoke, he looked at Victor. Victor opened his eyes. "I'm looking for the whereabouts of the mother boxes." Luke nodded. "If you need any equipment or information, you can look for Alfred." Then, he looked at Master Wayne. "You make the arrangements." After Luke's opening remarks, Master Wayne quickly got into character. He subconsciously coughed and said, "Everybody, get some rest and be on standby. Once Victor finds Steppenwolf, we'll set off." It was simple, straightforward and efficient. A speech before battle. At the very least, they had to wait until they found Steppenwolf. Arthur sat down with the bottle of whiskey and said lazily, "Steppenwolf is very strong. We might die." Everybody turned their heads. Arthur, however, didn't seem to notice their expressions. He continued, "To be honest, I don't mind. We have to stop him, but Superman isn't here. We don't know when he'll be back." Everybody was silent. Arthur pointed the bottle at a certain person. "No offense, but you don't have superpowers." Master Wayne was expressionless. "I'm sorry, I don't have superpowers." Arthur pointed at a second person. "And who knows, you might be a spy." Victor's eye glowed red. Arthur went around the group. "You're too weak. You're fast, but you're so small." Barry blinked. "If I were as big as you, would I be able to run fast?" Arthur pointed at Luke. "You look all right, but why are you imitating that dude with no powers?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Master Wayne looked at the couch under Arthur. Finally, Arthur looked at the battle goddess. Diana had already lowered her head several times to hide the smile on her face. Arthur sighed and shook his head. "God, you're so beautiful. You're also very strong and brave." The three men and one robot looked at each other with subtle expressions. In the end, they all looked at the couch under Arthur, and tried to hold in their laughter. Arthur said, "My ancestors fought the Amazons, but I wasn't around back then." At that point, he looked nervous and forced a wry smile. "I'm still young. I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to die yet. I don't think I've traveled the oceans and the lands of this world yet, but I've always been alone. I'm happy to be able to do something big with you." Diana lowered her head again and smiled. Even Master Wayne smiled. This was a very normal mindset for a young man. He wanted to do big things, but he didn't have the confidence, and he didn't want to die. Of course, no normal person wanted to die, let alone someone with mixed blood like Arthur, who could come and go as he pleased in the ocean and on land. Although this guy talked trash, what youngster didn't go through that stage? Even though Arthur had sloppy long hair and a scraggly beard, he was indeed a young man. At most, he looked a little anxious. Master Wayne had a good attitude toward young people, especially those who could fight. With a smile on his face, he pointed. "Arthur, you're sitting on something." Arthur finally stopped talking. He turned around and grabbed a rope that was glowing with a hazy golden light, the lasso of truth. Luke had personally tested the lasso part on Doomsday, but the truth part was indeed better demonstrated by someone else. Throwing the lasso aside, Arthur felt the urge to talk abruptly disappear, and the golden light on the lasso faded. He vaguely guessed what was going on, and was embarrassed, but didn't know what to say to alleviate the humiliation from his earlier babbling. 2191 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 32. Victor's unhappy expression turned into a smile. He shrugged and walked away. He turned on a virtual screen to search for Steppenwolf. Master Wayne nodded. "I'm going to go fix my armor. It seems some water got in." Luke said, "I can help a little." As they spoke, they walked to the workbench in the distance. Diana had already pressed her lips together so many times that they were pink, but she held back her laughter and praised, "Cough, cough, what an interesting speech. Also, thank you for the compliment." With that, she walked over to Luke and Master Wayne. Only Barry was left at the scene, busy drinking tea and eating to replenish his blood loss. Sensing Arthur's gaze on him, he raised his head blankly. "What's wrong?" Arthur did his best to put on a fierce expression. "Kid, don't mention it, or I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish." He then left in a hurry. Barry blinked innocently. "Did you say something just now? I didn't hear you." 3 hours later, Victor suddenly shouted, "I found him." Everybody got up. "Where?" Victor said, "Pozarnov, northern Russia." Master Wayne said, "There used to be a nuclear power station there. It was abandoned after a major accident 30 years ago. It's desolate." Looking at the satellite image, Victor shook his head. "But there are still residents nearby. There aren't many, but it's still over 1,000 people." Everybody couldn't think of anything to say. Who knew if they would be caught up in the battle later? The main thing was that the number was neither here nor there. It wasn't a lot of people, but still too many to save in one go. Barry was confused. "There are people still living there. Wasn't there a nuclear accident?" Arthur said sagely, "There's nowhere to go. They can only stay there. They have no other choice." Barry fell silent. Did the homeless who ate and slept in the open not want to live in big houses? Unfortunately, they could only live in shacks made out of cardboard and plastic sheets. Master Wayne said, "Let's go first. We can talk on the plane." A moment later, a plane that looked similar to a Stingray rose from the underground warehouse of the new base and headed west. Thanks to money, Master Wayne's fighter plane could travel close to Mach 3. They arrived at their destination 2 hours later. At that moment, the town called Pozarnov had changed drastically. The sky was covered in a layer of blood-red dark clouds, and there was a huge defensive dome on the ground, with what looked disgustingly similar to blood vessels squirming over it. Coupled with the parademons flying around inside the dome, it was like an insect nest. The others got off the fighter plane, but Master Wayne didn't. "I'll destroy the tower and the dome so that you can attack." Everybody looked at each other and didn't say anything as they watched the plane take off. Diana looked at Luke. "You agree with him?" Luke chuckled. "What's the point of disagreeing? He's Batman." Less than half a minute later, there was a series of explosions on the blue defensive dome, but it just shook slightly and glowed a little. The explosion settled, and the defensive dome was intact. Then, there was a second round of bombardment, but the outcome was the same. The fighter plane soon flew back and landed in front of everyone. Master Wayne got out with a dark expression. "I've already used all the big guns, but I can't break through the dome." If they didn't break through the dome, they wouldn't even be able to see Steppenwolf's face, let alone fight. With a smile, Diana drew the sword from her back. "Then let's see what I can do." If a powerful bombardment couldn't solve the problem, she could only rely on her divine longsword to break through. Compared with the advanced technology that she didn't know much about, the battle goddess was very confident in her longsword. Seeing that, Luke said, "Wait a minute. My delivery is here." Everybody turned their heads with questioning expressions on their faces. There was a whistling sound as something black and oval fell from the sky, while there was a distinct black dot in the distance. It was the transport plane which Luke had been controlling remotely, which had dropped the gear. Although Luke could use his inventory, he didn't plan to reveal it too soon. Master Wayne was already very paranoid. If he discovered that Luke had a space ability, how would he deal with him? Of course, global airdrop support was also a powerful ability, but that was nothing more than money and technology. Luke had already amply demonstrated his strength in these two areas, and Master Wayne could completely understand. Under everyone's gazes, Luke slowly rose 10 meters into the air. On the gear's approach, it suddenly slowed down. At the same time, it unfolded like 4 petals before sticking gently to Luke's back. Compared with what happened in the Battle of New York, this docking assembly was a lot more flexible and intricate. Of course, this wasn't Luke's doing. Tony had worked on this when he was bored and had given it to the Ursa Minor kids as a gift. What could Luke say? Of course he would make use of it too. The docking sound was actually similar to how the cool robots he had seen on TV as a kid in his previous life were assembled, which was why he hadn't specially eliminated it. With Tony's ready-made technology, the entire process had a very sci-fi feel. Luke's 1.9-meter tall close-fitting suit hence expanded to become a metal giant more than 2.5 meters tall. It had a huge visual impact. Barry's eyes lit up. When Luke landed slowly, Barry flashed to his side. He reached out with a starry-eyed expression. "So cool. It's beautiful, perfect, unbelievable," Luke said. "All right, after we take down Steppenwolf, I'll help you improve your suit. You can have one for yourself to play with." Barry immediately complained, "How can I play with it? This is a work of art." Diana. "Then what about the items in my collection? Are they just paper, metal, mud?" Master Wayne was also very interested, and involuntarily asked, "What's this?" Luke said, "Firepower Support Gear, version 2.0. Master Wayne. Second generation." Luke said, Master Wayne fell silent. For someone like him who also played with equipment, the name gave him a rough idea of the gear's functions. Firepower Support was the description of its function. 2.0 meant that it was a second-generation model, which meant that the technology was more mature. From the looks of the 2 shoulder cannons, this set of firepower support gear was at least no weaker than the Batmobile's heavy firepower. But that wasn't the end of it. Luke casually took out 2 high-tech energy pistols that looked like toy guns and tossed them to him. Master Wayne caught them and frowned. "2 guns will affect my movements," Luke said. "The suit has multiple holster modes. Pick a suitable one." 2192 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 33 Stumped for a moment, Master Wayne then communicated with the smart program of the nanosuit that he was wearing. Soon, 2 balls of black liquid stretched out of the gaps in his armor and changed around his legs. In the end, it finally stabilized on the side of his thighs, forming 2 magnetic holsters. If he wanted to use the guns, he could get to them any time he wanted. If he didn't want to use them, he just needed to stick them to the holsters, and the nano holsters would automatically lock the guns in place. Master Wayne liked it, but was a little lost for words. If he had known, he would have worn the nanosuit earlier on and studied its functions. As a highly paranoid person, he had never worn the nanosuit. Even the butler's set was locked away in a box, and was only taken out for study. After all, just a preliminary test already showed that this thing had a very mature smart program. Of course, this wasn't an AI, it was just a program for adjusting combat habits, and was very good at putting them together. Also, it had an advanced data communication function, and could easily send out the intelligence it had gathered at any time. How could someone as cautious as Master Wayne dare wear it in battle? It was only because he had to fight Steppenwolf today that he just barely trusted Luke a little and put on this nanosuit. Of course, Luke had taken this into account. The nanosuits which the Master and Butler had were bound to their thought waves so that they held sole authority. Except for the self-destruct function, which could only be triggered at the highest level, nobody else could add or take anything out of the original program. In any case, this nanosuit had been tested by thousands of real people, and was already an extremely mature product after 10 to 20 years. There was no need for anyone to modify it at all. If Master Wayne was capable, he could try making a new, modified version. That would have nothing to do with Luke. This way, only the Master and Butler could use the 2 sets of armor. At the same time, anyone else who might get their hands on the armor wouldn't be able to activate it, it would be no different from a brick to them. The master and butler could personally wear and test the suit, and recreate the smart program bit by bit, or they could just let it collect dust. Luke didn't feel any pressure about this. Giving things to Master Wayne for free would just make the other party even more suspicious. Let him do his best to crack it himself. The fruits of one's own hard work were always especially sweet. While experiencing the convenience of the nanosuit, Master Wayne also examined the 2 energy pistols in passing. He saw 2000 on the LCD screen. Is this energy? The red and green icons were too obvious. Luke hummed and said, standard rapid-fire mode is 300 shots per minute, up to 2000 shots. High explosive or armor-piercing mode is 1 shot per second, up to 200 shots or so. Master Wayne, is this a pistol or a machine gun? Or a howitzer? 300 bullets wasn't a shocking number, but only a vehicle could carry 2000 bullets. In fact, automatic pistols and submachine guns could also fire 600 to 800 bullets per minute. It wasn't hard at all, but taking into account the actual motions, weapon manufacturers had specially reduced the firing rate for the sake of precision and practicality. Otherwise, firing 30 shots with one pull of the trigger would only take a second or two. Machine guns with 2000 bullets were basically only mounted on vehicles. Luke suddenly had a thought. He took out 2 long belts from his holsters and threw them over. These energy clips are basically the same as regular pistol clips. They also have 2000 bullets. Master Wayne, fine, he wants me to become a machine gun shooter. The operation had finally begun. The earlier attack by the Batplane. Don't ask. If you asked, Master Wayne would just say it had been a test. They charged down the hill. Master Wayne was the slowest on foot, so he simply glided down using his bat-wing cape. Diana, who was in the lead, jumped up and slashed down with her longsword. The blade was limned in a faint red light. The light blue dome and the blood vessels on it couldn't withstand it all. A burning cut instantly appeared and spread out over 10 meters. A moment later, the cut swiftly started to repair itself. The members of the Justice League, however, had already filed into the dome. Master Wayne suddenly switched directions mid-glide. All distract the parademons. You attack the central tower. Everybody looked at each other as they ran, and it was Diana who said, I'll take the lead. Luke had no objections. In a kill operation like this, it was normal for the main player, Diana, to take command. In any case, there weren't many orders to give. It was roughly the process of, charge and find Steppenwolf, kill him. On the other side, Master Wayne had already contacted the butler. Alfred, you can play the track now. The butler said, but you didn't drive the Batmobile. Old Master Wayne said, the nanosuit has an external audio system. You can link to it. Looking at the new link request on the screen, the butler agreed right away. He played the specially compiled audio file and increased the volume to the maximum. Playing Songs of the Year. You can enjoy it now. On the other side, with just a thought, the nanomaterial stretched out through the gaps of the armor on Old Master Wayne's shoulders and neck to form speakers on both sides. Strange howling rang out. A large number of the locust-like parademons had just noticed the arrival of the Justice League and were about to charge over, when they suddenly heard strange howling, which made them feel irritable and uncomfortable. With a roar, the parademons surged toward Old Master Wayne. The team members who had already moved to the side saw this scene. The densely packed parademons were enough to make a trypophobic person pass out. Arthur couldn't help but ask, will Batman be squashed to death? Barry shuddered. He couldn't imagine being squashed under a bunch of bugs. It was too disgusting. The next moment, a storm of energy bullets poured out of the guns in Master Wayne's hands. Compared with gunpowder, an energy gun with practically no recoil didn't affect his air glide. With almost 10,000 bullets on him, he didn't have to worry about keeping up firepower. Why should he hold back? Naturally, it was best to take advantage of this first long-range attack. The parademons immediately suffered under this rapid barrage. Although the energy bullets weren't as powerful in ordinary rapid-fire mode, they were already very lethal to the flying parademons. The moment they were injured, they lost their balance and fell to the ground like dumplings. These ones could be considered lucky. The more unlucky parademons were the ones at the very front. Each one was hit with 4 or 5 energy bullets, and they sprayed dark green fluid like a leaking bottle before they hit the ground with a splatter. Diana had initially been keeping an eye on the situation to see if Master Wayne needed rescuing, but who would have thought that with 2 guns in his hands, Master Wayne really looked like a god who would kill anyone in his way. It didn't look like he would be squashed to death at all. 2193 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 34. In particular, when Master Wayne landed among the buildings, he was like a fish in water. Master Wayne was a professional at fighting on the streets. With a grappling hook in his cape, and the energy pistol switching between hands, he was still able to open a path as he glided forward. When he was surrounded by a large number of parademons, he used the formidable power support system and a combo of the pistols, various firing modes to force his way through. Diana only paid attention for a moment before she turned around and looked at the tower that was hundreds of meters tall. If we take down this tower, the dome will definitely be affected. His fighter plane outside will come in handy then. Without the dome, the fighter plane and the Batmobile could combine ground and air firepower to cooperate with Master Wayne in killing the parademons. The butler was an old hand at driving. It was common for him to drive the Batmobile remotely, and it was the same with the fighter plane. After confirming their target, the group sped up and rushed to the bottom of the tower. There were still some parademons here. Although they looked irritated, they weren't drawn to the noise made by Master Wayne. When they saw the group, they immediately flew over. Hundreds of them was quite an alarming sight. Luke said, "Keep moving. I'll take care of them." As soon as he said that, his two shoulder cannons fired. Compared with ordinary bullets, energy bullets were much more useful firepower support. The two shoulder cannons each had a backup reactor and didn't lack rapid fire, high explosive, and armor-piercing power. Master Wayne's firing tempo was like a light drizzle compared with the shoulder cannons, which were like a storm. The shooting support program tagged the incoming parademons. It didn't lock onto a specific target, but directly covered a route with firepower. As if they had hit a wall of light, the parademons that flew over exploded. None of them could enter a range of 100 meters. In the end, even the parademons that had just emerged from the tower were blown up. Everybody, including Diana, now had a little more confidence in this mission. Based on Master Wayne and Luke's performances, it was unlikely that the parademons, who had the absolute advantage in numbers, would be able to surround and kill them. In the face of a powerful opponent like Steppenwolf, the slightest delay by the parademons could affect the tide of battle. After eliminating the parademons at close range, Luke switched to the armor-piercing and high-explosive firing modes. With a series of muffled bangs, several huge balls of light shot out and hit the tower 2/3 of the way up. The tower section here was thinner, and was only 10 meters in diameter. More than 10 armor-piercing and high-explosive energy bullets hit this section, creating a huge hole. The impact of the high-explosive bullets caused a crack to appear and spread throughout the tower. Luke used another round of armor-piercing and high-explosive attacks on the crack, completely shattering the balance that the tower was barely able to maintain. The top half of the tower, which was more than 100 meters tall, fell at an angle. Luke deliberately controlled the angle of the bombardment so that the tower fell in the opposite direction from the Justice League. As the tower fell, the defensive dome quickly disappeared. The battle goddess at the very front perked up. She took the lead and blasted a huge hole in the tower with her sword as she charged in with everyone. Steppenwolf roared angrily, "You idiots, come back." As old Master Wayne fought and ran, the parademons that had been lured several kilometers away paused before they turned around to defend the tower. Master Wayne frowned. He indeed wasn't in any danger from the horde of parademons chasing him. But if the demons wanted to run off, he couldn't stop them with his limited firepower. "Alfred, use the plane and try to intercept some of them. Oh, remember to drop the car here as well," he instructed as he ran toward the tower, firing wildly. The butler's voice was as even as ever. "Your car is on the move. The plane missiles are ready to launch." Less than 5 seconds later, dozens of white streaks shot out from the fighter plane that had just taken off, and they exploded 100 meters away from the tower. Caught off guard, the parademons that were in range of the explosions were blown away. Those that couldn't get out of the way in time charged into the flames and were sent rolling by the violent shock wave. The reinforcements stopped moving forward. Master Wayne jumped onto the Batmobile that sped over, but didn't get in. Instead, nanomaterial stretched out of his suit and turned into a hook to latch onto one side of the car. The firepower from the energy pistols was really useful, and it would be a waste to sit in the car, so it was better to leave the driving of the Batmobile to the butler. In any case, the old man had been very energetic recently, so multitasking wouldn't be a problem for him. More importantly, Master Wayne realized a problem. He instructed, "Alfred, have the fighter plane fire at maximum power. Help me control the Batmobile." On the other side, the butler was sitting in front of a wide curved screen. He casually pulled up a second remote control system on the side. After inputting an automatic attack command for the fighter plane, he turned around. Our air burst missiles aren't lethal enough against the parademons. Most of them only have minor injuries and can still move. As the butler spoke, the parademons that had been blown away by the explosions got up from the ground. Many flapped their wings and flew toward the tower, while some with damaged wings started to run. Overall, the fighter plane's firepower had caused about 30% damage. But that was just limited to the parademons that had been affected by the explosions. The damage to the total number of parademons was at most 5%. Those were all the missiles on the fighter plane. It was impossible to take down another 5%. The resilience of the parademons was beyond Master Wayne's expectations. He had thought that the explosions would damage most of the parademons within range, but the transparent wings, which looked a little like dragonfly wings, weren't afraid of high temperatures. Most of the parademons who couldn't fly had only sustained injuries when they crashed hard to the ground. Master Wayne had only completed half of his task, which was to lure the parademons away and allow his teammates to charge into the tower. However, they were also surrounded. Now, Master Wayne had to rush over and deal with the upcoming fight with everyone. Master Wayne cleared the way with the Batmobile as two machine guns on the car mopped up the parademons that were chasing him from the air. He just hoped that his teammates could hold on. When Luke opened fire earlier, Master Wayne had been tussling with a large group of monsters and hadn't paid much attention to Luke's firepower support gear. Master Wayne was facing the tower at that moment, when he saw a horde of flying parademons abruptly explode in a storm of light. Amidst the hiss of rapid-fire energy bullets and the bangs of high-explosive bullets, a large number of parademons were hit dozens of meters away from the tower. Master Wayne couldn't help but mutter, "Holy sh**t." He estimated that these energy bullets were more than twice as fast as his rapid-fire energy bullets, even accounting for the significant decrease in speed of the high-explosive mode. That firepower support gear was so fierce. Master Wayne couldn't help but recall the muzzles on Luke's shoulders. He was pleasantly astonished. 2194 side. Story. Fantasy Journey 35. No matter how suspicious Master Wayne usually was of this super fan, he was relieved that Luke could provide strong firepower support for the operation. He had to solve the problem at hand first before he could do anything else. That was how pragmatic Master Wayne was. As the Batmobile approached the tower, the fight there astonished him even more. Luke's firepower gear had been invented a long time ago. In fact, after nanotech matured, the nanomaterial's ability to change form and structure at will allowed for the incorporation of multiple functions. The external add-on components lost most of their use. After coming here, however, Luke dug out this old tech that had already been retired for over 10 years. The outer nano armor could be stored and released freely to protect the body. Master Wayne was already very wary of flying attacks. If a weapons system was added to the mix, he would probably lose sleep from how worried he was. Thus, unless it was necessary, Luke didn't want to reveal his top tech too soon. The add-on components were technologically advanced, but couldn't be carried around. At least, Master Wayne didn't think so. Even if they could be dropped from the air to be attached to the suit, the process could clearly be interrupted. The add-on components were much easier to contend against compared with the nanosuit, which integrated offense and defense, dealt short and long-range attacks, and which could transform at will. Secondly, the firepower support components and the shoulder cannons did increase output frequency, and could be used in multiple modes. At that moment, not only were the energy cannons on Luke's shoulders firing freely, the high-energy plasma beams and vibration cannons on his arms could deftly fill in the gaps and send large groups of parademons flying, not giving them a chance to charge into the tower in one go. On Master Wayne's swift approach, Luke looked like a glowing dot. A tangle of light blue and orange energy bullets wove a splendid yet cruel battle of flesh and blood in the air. Of course, it was all parademon flesh. 20 seconds had passed since the other team members charged into the tower, but only a few dozen of the horde of parademons which Steppenwolf had summoned back had made it past Luke's firepower blockade. It was unbelievable that Luke could do this in the face of at least 1,000 opponents. Also, Master Wayne could sense that Luke was clearly holding back. It wasn't that he couldn't kill the parademons that had slipped through, but that he didn't want to waste time on them when he had to fend off even more of them. There was nothing wrong with Luke's choice. Letting a small number slip through the net in a short period of time was better than letting enough parademons flood in en masse. Luke was slightly relieved when the Batmobile arrived. It was quite annoying to face so many parademons on his own. Master Wayne could now fill in the gaps. Batman would have no problem dealing with these small fry with his 2 pistols, as long as it wasn't 100 at a time. They didn't talk, but Luke consciously opened a path for Master Wayne so that the Batmobile could charge in. Then, Master Wayne flew straight into the hole that Diana had created in the tower, not stopping for even a second outside. However, the Batmobile started to circle the tower under the butler's control, and the 2 machine guns also slowed down, only firing at the scattered parademons that Luke had missed. This was mainly because of its ammo. The Batmobile wasn't an armored truck with an ammo trunk, it had a smaller capacity, and half of the ammo had already been consumed when it charged in. At that moment, it could only provide support. Luke wasn't disappointed. Instead, he took the time to look into the broken tower and at the main hall down below. Inside, Steppenwolf and the Justice League were fighting fiercely. Diana and the other 3 charged in. Instead of doing the whole pre-battle spiel, like in the movies, they attacked right away. They had already discussed tactics in the 2 hours it had taken to get here. As for exactly how each person would fight, there weren't many requirements. But who would attack and who would act as backup, what each person was entrusted to do, and how to make up for any mistakes, were all pre-arranged. Luke and Master Wayne stopping the parademons was also part of the plan. If there were too many of the parademons, they had to be separated from their leader, Steppenwolf, so that the Justice League could besiege him. In this plan, Luke and Master Wayne stressed the issue of time. The 2 of them would only be able to hold back a certain number of parademons. During this time, Diana and the others had to quickly defeat and even kill Steppenwolf. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong. At that time, it would be hard to say who was attacking whom. Thus, when Diana brandished her sword and shield and clashed with Steppenwolf, Arthur attacked from the other side with his trident without hesitation. Barry didn't take action. This guy was too weak. In his first clash with Steppenwolf, the other party might use some special method to instantly kill him. For example, after running some experiments with Pietro, Luke had come up with a telekinesis twine for capture and an annihilation mesh that could cut a person to pieces. After his mental strength exceeded 100, he only needed to make preparations beforehand to set up these 2 traps around him. Speed wasn't just the other party's weapon, but also a way to get themselves killed. Unless the other party had mental proficiency or a special technique for sensing danger, it was inevitable that they would die from running into the colorless telekinesis twine or the annihilation mesh. It was like setting up thin steel wires across an F1 racetrack. How many racers could dodge that? Besides, Pietro had been pierced with a metal pipe before, while Barry had just been hit by a stray bullet last night, which proved that Speed wasn't invincible. A moment's pause was enough to get them killed. Thus, Barry could only act as a quick-moving assassin and backup player. He was only responsible for taking action in a critical moment. Victor, on the other hand, was the only person who could interfere with the mother boxes and create an opportunity to stop them from fusing together. At that moment, Diana and Arthur were the only 2 people left to attack Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf, whose defensive dome had been blown up, was in a bad mood. The huge axe he was holding glowed red as he swung it, and it collided with the sword, shield and trident. But after he unleashed his full strength in his fury, it was a little more than Arthur or Diana could take. Diana and Arthur could still hold on, but they were sent flying every now and then, creating huge craters in the hall. They were unable to take down Steppenwolf in the time Luke had bought them. Barry simply sent dozens of parademons flying so that they smashed into the walls. Compared with killing people, killing parademons was a good start at the very least. Their green blood didn't look human at all. The downside was that the suit was also splattered and smelled disgusting, which made Barry want to retch. The situation finally changed with Master Wayne's arrival. As he glided in, he adjusted his trajectory slightly in the air and fired at Steppenwolf from the side. Steppenwolf, who had just forced Diana and the others to retreat, was hit by light blue beams. 2195 Side Story, Fantasy. Journey 36. Most of Steppenwolf was protected by armor, and he wasn't injured by the energy bullets, but he had to cover his face with the axe. Also, he couldn't completely avoid the impact of the energy explosions. The dense blue rain of bullets continually pushed him back, instantly disrupting his smooth battle tempo. Diana, who had been feeling under pressure, instantly seized the opportunity and lunged forward, her longsword sweeping across Steppenwolf's legs. Master Wayne was an extraordinary expert at rhythm. He stopped attacking almost the moment she started moving. Steppenwolf didn't even have time to curse as he continued to retreat. Arthur also went around to stab Steppenwolf in the butt with his trident. He didn't care about the dignity of his divine weapon at all. Steppenwolf swung the huge axe to block this shameless attack, before the axe flipped back to block Diana's attempt to amputate him. Just as he was about to attack, blue light flashed in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but roar, but only had time to cover his face with his left hand. 2 high explosive bullets exploded, and Steppenwolf ate dirt. In just one exchange, Master Wayne had screwed Steppenwolf over. Steppenwolf, who had been suppressing Diana and Arthur on his own and hadn't forgotten to mock them in the process, finally couldn't keep his cool. Roaring, he got up and swung his huge axe, and the light blue teleportation passage appeared again. The hissing of parademons came from the passage, and they swarmed out like locusts. Victor was standing in front of the mother boxes and analyzing the energy nodes, and couldn't deal with anything else. The expressions of the others didn't look too good. The parademons weren't life-threatening to the Justice League, but they were a hindrance. Master Wayne frowned. If he had had one more day, no, even half a day, to come up with a few more countermeasures, they wouldn't be under this much pressure. At that moment, he heard Luke's voice. "You come up and block the parademons outside. I'll deal with the ones inside." Thinking quickly, Master Wayne threw out his grappling hook. "I don't have enough firepower. I won't be able to hold on for long. You have to be quick." Luke said, "No, you will have enough firepower soon." Master Wayne, with a head full of questions, Master Wayne flipped out of the broken tower, just in time to see Luke launch an explosive attack. The highly explosive bullets blew open a passage in the air, and an oval blackish-gray object flew in. Master Wayne was smart enough to understand the moment he saw it. "Is that backup firepower support? Can I use it too?" Luke said, "The nanosuit has connectors, but your external armor isn't that sturdy, so you should be careful. Stand upright. I'll send you up." Master Wayne only had time to adjust his posture before Luke threw him dozens of meters into the sky. The gear moved behind him and unfolded into the shape of a cross before it stuck to him. The nanosuit was already on standby to connect, and data ports protruded from Master Wayne's armor so that the gear could lock onto him. Luke finally unleashed a burst of firepower. He flipped over and fell through the hole in the broken tower. "I'll leave it to you. Just stop most of them." Looking at the lock-on notification on the virtual screen, Master Wayne's thoughts moved, and the 2 shoulder cannons immediately started to spit out energy bullets, taking down a large number of approaching parademons. In just 10 seconds, Master Wayne had a rough idea of how the gear worked. The shoulder cannons had an automatic target lock. All he needed to do was give it permission to fire at a particular target. For example, the patamons in front of him were all classified as one type of enemy. In addition, he could adjust the way he identified friends and foes, and reset the cannon's attack mode. This was a little more troublesome, but better for distinguishing between friend and foe on a chaotic battlefield. He was also able to freely operate the 2 plasma pulse cannons on his arms and use the 2 energy pistols at the same time. If he had a complete set of the armor, he would also have 2 pulse cannons in his palms. The shoulder cannons provided cover, while the rest was additional firepower. As long as you had enough brains, you could become a battle fortress on your own in this multi-weapon mode. Not only that, Master Wayne realized that Luke had been holding back. On the excessively large sections of the external gear on his thighs, there were also 2 small missile launchers. The missile boxes contained thermobaric, shrapnel, ship armor-piercing bullets specially used against battleships, and black hole missiles. There were only 2 of the last type of missile. Old Master Wayne thought that it was just a fancy-sounding codename, like calling a weapon hurricane or divine punishment. When he read the brief explanation, however, his eyes widened. The missile could create a small-scale spatial distortion in a short period of time, which had the effect of pulling in and compressing the space into a black hole. The advantage was that it was very lethal within a short range, but its weakness was that the enemy could escape this lethal range through interference or moving quickly. Fine. It would be hard to kill Steppenwolf with this. Master Wayne gave up on the idea. If a black hole missile could really kill the target, wouldn't it be better for Luke to throw out dozens of them in one go and hound Steppenwolf to death? There were only 24 small missiles in total. Clearly, they were just to supplement the energy bullets, but they also proved that Luke was sparing no effort to block the parademons. This also meant that Master Wayne had slightly more leeway in making mistakes. If the two energy pistols were a kid's squirt guns, then a full set of firepower support gear was a high-pressure faucet. Even hundreds of parademons wouldn't be able to withstand a round of damage from the shoulder cannons. At that moment, Master Wayne finally wasn't as worried as before. He patiently familiarized himself with the controls. After all, double firepower meant double happiness. Besides, the add-on components had a separate plasma propulsion system because of their excessive weight. Although the gear wasn't as agile and fast as the nanosuit, it was still more flexible and faster than gliding. Spinning in the air as he attacked would be a piece of cake. While Master Wayne was familiarizing himself with this new toy, Luke, who had dropped into the tower, automatically turned the cannons on his shoulders and fired at the teleportation passage like a flood blocked by a dam. The parademons that were pouring out immediately fell. Hundreds of parademons had already poured out to attack the members of the Justice League. Luke's cannons were like machine guns as they bombarded them. The parademons that were surging forward and giving the team members a headache were like cockroaches that had been squashed under a big foot as they exploded all over the ground. After catching his breath, Steppenwolf lunged at Victor, who was in front of the mother boxes, but a huge foot fell from the sky to step on the back of his head. 2196 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 37. Steppenwolf, who felt that he was strong, simply blocked with the giant axe in his right hand as he reached for Victor's neck with his left hand. The foot falling from above suddenly sped up. At the same time, it twisted strangely and swung around the axe to hit Steppenwolf in the face. Bang, bang. The sound of metal colliding with flesh was crystal clear, and Steppenwolf was sent flying. Before he could collect his thoughts, he was sent flying further by cannon fire. The key still lay with the mother boxes. Once Earth was transformed, the Justice League would be successfully suppressed and would fail. After Victor separated the mother boxes, the crisis on Earth would be over, and they could besiege Steppenwolf. Even if Steppenwolf escaped this time, Master Wayne could use the mother boxes to come up with countless schemes to screw the other party over in the future. That was also the reason why Steppenwolf hadn't gone outside for reinforcements from the parademons during the fight in the hall. Luke didn't feel smug after dealing with the guy twice. Instead, he frowned and looked at the teleportation passage not far away. This thing was actually still active, and parademons were coming out non-stop, making it impossible for him to do anything. Without any hesitation, the armor on Luke's leg opened up and fired a black hole missile. The black hole missile hit a parademon that had just crawled out of the passage. There was no explosion, only a faint hiss, and the rapidly expanding distorted space covered most of the passage. Unexpectedly, the distortion in the constantly fluctuating passage seemed to react with each other, and both of them started to fluctuate and rapidly become very unstable. Boom! The teleportation passage shattered, and the violent energy turned the parademons inside the passage to dust. Luke's expression froze. He flashed to Victor's side and created a large shield which he smashed into the ground. Wild energy swept out, blowing away both parties inside the hall. The battle goddess could still withstand it with her divine shield, but Master Wayne and Arthur were sent flying. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Barry was the first to slip away to find cover. Steppenwolf roared, clearly angry and anxious, but he had no choice but to retreat in the face of the violent energy. After the explosion, he realized that there was a problem with the teleportation between this location and his base, and he could no longer open the teleportation passage. This also meant that Steppenwolf had suddenly become a lone wolf. Until the teleportation passage was restored, he couldn't even escape. After the violent energy shock wave, both parties immediately took action. The morale of the Justice League skyrocketed, and Diana and Arthur lunged at Steppenwolf excitedly. The high and mighty Steppenwolf was finally afraid. Without any hesitation, he fled the hall to find reinforcements. For the first time, he regretted using just the teleportation passage to rush over and take over this tower. It was because he no longer had any misgivings after Superman left. Once the mother boxes successfully transformed Earth, he could become a new god, and no longer had to fear Superman's return. At least, that was what he had thought. Even now, he was just worried that Superman would destroy the process of the mother boxes fusing together, and wasn't afraid. In his hurry, he hadn't been able to bring too many things with him, plus the teleportation passage was only 2 meters in diameter. Small-scale soldiers like the parademons could come through the teleportation passage, but not large battleships and fighter planes. From Steppenwolf's communication with Lex before the latter died, he had gotten an idea of the level of technology which Earth had. With the might of tens of thousands of parademons, he didn't have to worry about Earth's armies at all. Earth's armies, which used inferior weapons and equipment, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the parademons. Even if they had nuclear weapons, Steppenwolf could put up a barrier against them after obtaining the mother boxes. That was also why he had been sneaking around and only started making noise after obtaining the mother boxes. Who knew that apart from Superman, there was also the Justice League? Now, the Justice League was actually using firepower to suppress him. Steppenwolf felt like a big shot with a private army who would go out on the streets with just a few bodyguards every now and then. In the end, however, he was surrounded by a street gang and pissed his pants. It was a bittersweet feeling. After giving up on the mother boxes for the time being, Steppenwolf was furious and raised his axe. Idiots, spread out, keep attacking from the ground and the sky. We don't have to kill them. We just need to tie them down at close range. At his specific instructions, the horde of parademons outside immediately charged forward. Although they were still densely packed together in the air, they seemed more like specks of mosquitoes scattered around. They charged at the tower in this scattered formation. The way they were dispersed reduced the lethality of the high explosive bullets by more than 10 times. What had just been mindless swoops downward turned into swift, sharp dives which made use of the terrain and debris to advance. Master Wayne, who had only felt good for less than a minute, immediately felt terrible. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This was what a typical battlefield was like. On this wide battlefield, the distance between both parties was huge, and they could only use a bullet screen to blind the enemy. Otherwise, the only way was to find a suitable city space and engage in the cruelest street battle to increase the lethality of the bullets. No matter how good Luke's firepower support gear was, it was impossible to block a large number of demons for a long time. Soon, the scattered demons broke through Luke and Master Wayne's line of fire and charged within 100 meters of the tower to clash with the Justice League. If they didn't want to injure their own teammates, they could only give up on firing at the parademons that slipped through. After all, both sides were moving, and every energy bullet fired could become a stray bullet. It didn't matter if dozens or hundreds of the parademons were taken down. There were only 4 members of the Justice League. Weak little Barry simply stayed inside to protect Victor as the latter dismantled the bomb. Arthur had just attacked Steppenwolf a few times, when 2 parademons crashed into him and bit him. Arthur smashed their heads together and felt sick. His armor wasn't fancy looking to begin with, and the parademons were only making it smelly and green. That was too much. Diana's rhythm was also disrupted by the onslaught of parademons. When Steppenwolf swung his axe at her, she could only block it with her shield. She had been in a hurry, and Steppenwolf was ready and waiting as he instantly sent her rolling dozens of meters over the ground. She had just put on the nanosuit which Luke had given her before this. The battle goddess shook her head and got up. "Knight, we won't be able to keep this up for much longer." Luke sighed. "I didn't want to make things too big, but it seems I underestimated Steppenwolf." Before he finished speaking, dense fiery streaks fell from the sky, like a sudden meteor shower. 2197 Side Story. Fantasy Journey 3800s of fiery streaks swiftly approached the battlefield before they suddenly slowed down thousands of meters in the air. Even so, a rain of energy shells fell from the sky 5 seconds later. Compared with Luke and Master Wayne's string of energy bullets, these hundreds of energy shells were like a net. The parademons might be vigilant, but they couldn't do anything about it. They spread out and charged forward, but Luke just used even more firepower to crush them. The floating cannon turrets that had been dropped from tens of thousands of meters in the air amply demonstrated their worth. They weren't able to move at high speeds, but had a huge energy source and plenty of ammo, as well as multiple cannons. These cannon turrets were once off use. There was no need to think about dodging the enemy at all. They just needed to produce the most firepower in the shortest amount of time and cause the most damage. It was indeed strenuous to hit mosquitoes with cannons, but under a bombardment, the mosquitoes could be burned to ash. The countless parademons were the mosquitoes. The highly explosive ammo didn't care about conserving energy at all as they exploded in a range of 1,000 meters. After a series of calculations, the hundreds of floating turrets arranged themselves layer upon layer in the sky. The explosions caused by the energy shells left the flustered parademons with no other way to escape. They could only charge into the sky in vain. The simplest choice was to charge out of range and destroy the turrets. Steppenwolf's expression changed. Idiots, run. As a leader who had experienced many battles, how could he not see that this was a trap? But it was clearly impossible for the parademons charging upward to hear him. Thus, when they charged at the floating turrets and started to wreak havoc, huge balls of white light flashed in the dark sky. The parademons that had gathered around the floating turrets like locusts didn't even have time to scream in the huge white explosions before their frightened expressions started to melt. In the end, they turned to dust and were carried even further away by the white light. From the rapid descent of the floating turrets to the gunfire cover and 70% of the turrets exploding, everything happened in under a minute. What had been a densely packed sky above the small town now only had several hundred annoying parademons left. In order to avoid accidentally injuring the Justice League members, the turrets didn't bombard the ground hundreds of meters around the tower. The lucky parademons there thus avoided the first calamity, but a second purge followed. A second group of turrets deliberately had put some distance between themselves and the first group of turrets that had self-destructed. A few seconds after the most intense explosions, they started to descend at a steady rate. After the rain of highly explosive shells, a regular shower of rapid-fire shells started to clean up the ground and kill the remaining soldiers. They also fired at all the injured parademons that had yet to die, ensuring that they all died without intact bodies. Steppenwolf slowly lowered his head with an ugly expression on his face. He no longer looked like he had everything under control. At that moment, Luke, Master Wayne, Diana and Arthur surrounded him like schoolyard bullies. While all the parademons were being destroyed, Steppenwolf had tried to escape, but the Justice League had taken turns blocking him. It was like a weakling being surrounded and pushed around. Given how this guy had flaunted his axe last night and said it was stained with the blood of the battle goddess warrior sisters, it now felt a little like a black comedy. Previously, Steppenwolf could still make a strategic retreat under the cover of the parademons. At that moment, the floating turrets were controlling the situation from the sky. Steppenwolf was still fine here, but once he was out of the same range as the Justice League, he would definitely be shot in the face. What else could this commander do? He was full of despair. The 4 members of the Justice League had no intention of talking nonsense with this guy. As usual, the battle goddess, Diana, let out a yell and was the first to attack this boss. This time, with no parademons to hinder them, Luke and Master Wayne joined the battle, and Steppenwolf immediately felt the difference. He had just blocked Diana's sword, when Master Wayne kicked him in the face with a metal foot. The external gear that Master Wayne was wearing was so big that the impact was at least 10 tons. Steppenwolf couldn't adapt to the change in rhythm at all, and was instantly trampled into the ground, creating a huge crater. What happened next could only be said to be utterly without class. Falling to the ground wasn't scary. What was scary was losing your center of gravity or losing control over the fight. Luke literally followed in Master Wayne's footsteps. Luke, who was far faster than Master Wayne, kicked Steppenwolf's right hand to stop him from swinging the giant axe. Arthur also raised his trident and charged forward, but couldn't find any part of Steppenwolf's upper torso that wasn't covered by the external firepower support gear. But he had already raised his hands. He had to do something, right? Helpless, he could only exert all his strength with both hands and yelled, "Ah! Poochie! Ah!" Steppenwolf's scream was even louder and more wretched. Not everyone could withstand being stabbed in the groin. Diana had just been pushed back a few steps by the giant axe. At that moment, only 1/3 of Steppenwolf was still visible, his 2 legs. Recalling how this guy had thrown her warrior sister's deaths in her face last night, she didn't want to miss out. She swung her divine longsword, and Steppenwolf howled even more miserably and struggled with all his might. Diana cut off his legs. Master Wayne's surprise attack was a success. The impact sent him flying 10 meters away. At that moment, he turned around, only to see that Steppenwolf was now unrecognizable as he screamed on the ground. What made Master Wayne even more speechless was that Luke was much more cunning than he was. He hadn't used the momentum to retreat at all. Instead, he stood next to Steppenwolf and stomped on him like a pile driver. He even had a strategy when stomping on Steppenwolf. Most of it was aimed at Steppenwolf's upper limbs, which didn't give Steppenwolf a chance to swing his arms and counterattack. Noticing Master Wayne's gaze, Luke immediately said, "What are you waiting for? Come join us, Master Wayne." He didn't say anything, but actions spoke louder than words. Master Wayne turned around, and the plasma thrusters sent him back into the crowded circle, right in front of Luke. It couldn't be helped, there was only one empty spot left. With the addition of the magnate, Steppenwolf instantly couldn't even scream anymore. 2198 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 39. There was a strange coordination between Luke and Master Wayne. After Luke called him over, they didn't exchange any words about splitting the work, but tacitly took care of one of Steppenwolf's arms each as they continued stomping wildly. After just a few stomps, these two experts actually found a rhythm. With the work now distributed, their attacks consumed even less time. Furthermore, they gripped each other's arm to borrow strength, which made stomping a piece of cake. As a result, Arthur didn't have a chance to do anything at all. He could only yell in frustration as he repeatedly stabbed Steppenwolf's waist and thighs in frustration. The battle goddess was depressed. It was only after she cut off Steppenwolf's calves that she realized that she had completely lost her spot. She could only watch helplessly. The scene in front of her was like three street hoodlums beating up an idiot boss. Bored, she raised her sword and shield and stood guard for a moment, but finally couldn't take it anymore. Crouching down next to the pit, she shouted at the three men who had been busy for almost a minute, "Hey, let me kill him. If you keep beating him up, he won't even have his head left." Two of the three men stopped and looked up. Luke was the only one who didn't stop stepping on Steppenwolf's squashed head. "Just cut it off. This guy's head is really hard. He won't die so easily." Diana rolled her eyes. "Are you trying to crush his head into cheese?" That being said, she had already jumped down and stood in the spot vacated by Master Wayne, and gestured at Luke. After Luke took 2 steps back, the divine longsword slashed at Steppenwolf's neck. That should be where the neck was, right? She wasn't sure. Luke and Master Wayne had stomped so hard that the pit was almost 10 meters deep. Diana felt that Steppenwolf's head and neck were about to become one. Steppenwolf, who looked like he was about to die, suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the divine longsword in midswing. He roared indistinctly, "I'm going to become a new god. I can't die." With a faint creak, the longsword started to break through his metal glove. Steppenwolf, on the other hand, showed his tenacious side as a boss and refused to let go. Luke, who had given up on his own plan in order to let the battle goddess get her revenge, had an idea, and quietly moved behind Diana. "What, you still want to be saved?" Everybody was stumped at his words. Then, Poochie. Luke drew back his hand and said calmly, "It seems you no longer need it." Everybody. Just now, Luke had suddenly pressed down on the hilt of the longsword with his hand and stomped on Steppenwolf's right hand. Steppenwolf, who was putting up a final struggle, watched as the longsword suddenly sped up and cut through his neck like a guillotine, cutting off his entire head. He died with his eyes wide open. Luke looked at the kill notification in the system in satisfaction. He was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, when Barry appeared next to them. "Victor is in trouble. He can't separate the mother boxes on his own." As he spoke, he looked at the battle goddess. Separating the mother boxes required tremendous strength and a strong enough physique. Otherwise, the energy that would leak from the process could easily blow up the people nearby. Barry felt that Diana met the strong and tough requirement. Luke grabbed him. "Take me there." Barry had become used to following Luke's instructions for the past 2 days. Before he knew it, his body obediently moved. Swoosh. They appeared next to Victor. Hearing the movement, Victor said quickly without looking back, "The energy cycle will collapse in 17 seconds, and someone will have to help me separate the boxes then." Luke stood opposite him and flexed his hands. "Synchronize the data and give me a simulation of the separation process." Victor immediately did as he was told, but still looked at him worriedly. "Are you sure you will be able to withstand the energy leak from the mother boxes?" Looking at the movements of the person in the simulation on the virtual screen, Luke cracked his neck. "It's not a big problem as long as I can't die." Recalling the white light which Luke had used to rapidly heal Barry's wound, Victor got it. "Okay, as for the power, your armor should be able to take it, right?" Luke said, "It should be as strong as Diana's." "Should." Victor was skeptical, but there was no time to waste. "All right, be careful. I'll count to 3 before I say go. At that time, do your best." "Okay," Luke replied simply. There was now only around 5 seconds left. Victor lowered his head again and focused on the mother boxes in front of him. 3, 2, 1, go. Luke's hands stabbed into the white light like lightning, and the 3 mother boxes suddenly separated from each other. However, the 3 boxes were still connected in a row with extremely strong energy beams. That was the problem that Luke needed to solve. Without any hesitation, he planted his feet firmly and placed his hands on the boxes on each side of him. A huge amount of energy entered his body, and Luke savored the aftertaste. It tasted a little like wheat with a light floral hint. The energy from the mother boxes tasted alright, but the problem was that there was a lot of resistance between the boxes. Even if he was doing his best as a human hydraulic machine, the distance between the 3 boxes didn't increase much, to say nothing of them separating altogether. An anxious expression appeared on Victor's face. "We have to hurry. They'll recover and fuse back together in 10 seconds at most." What he didn't say was that after the mother boxes fused back together, they might be able to transform Earth even more quickly. Luke didn't rush. Thinking quickly, he felt that he could try using annihilation energy. After all, the annihilation energy's strongest attributes were to annihilate and block. When villains used magic or other types of energy to regenerate after that, any injuries they sustained in the aftermath wouldn't heal for a short period of time. Perhaps this also applied to these mother boxes that were full of life energy. Thinking that, 2 transparent annihilation blades shot out of Luke's hands. The annihilation blades, which had always been indestructible, cut the white energy beams between the 3 boxes like an ordinary blade cutting through thick leather. Although they could be cut, it was a very taxing effort. 2199 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 40. Thankfully, Luke's mental strength was high enough, and he could withstand this consumption for the time being. Just like that, the transparent annihilation blades slowly cut through the white energy beams and cut off the energy circuits between the 3 boxes. Victor, who was also working hard, sensed the change, and was pleasantly surprised. "What did you do? The energy flow is weakening." "Not long now. We'll succeed if we hold on a little longer." At that moment, all the members of the Justice League who had returned were delighted. For them, killing Steppenwolf wasn't their main objective was to protect Earth. Yep, it was the same for Luke. Steppenwolf was only worth millions of experience and credit points, which was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of lives. It seemed that he hadn't been that tyrannical when he came to conquer Earth last time. After all, he hadn't succeeded in the end, and had even been sent running. Of course, that might be because his goal wasn't to kill or injure Earthlings. In any case, Earth would become his source of new soldiers after the transformation. Under everyone's gazes, the 3 boxes gradually separated. Victor warned him, "Be careful. The energy is about to leak out." Swoosh. Barry was as quick as ever. He was already hiding outside the tower, and only half of his head was sticking out to look in their direction. Everybody else looked at him in disdain. Master Wayne moved back 10 meters and put the external gear on his arms together so that there was only a small gap between them. The battle goddess raised her shield to her chest and was done with her preparations. Arthur didn't move at all. He was still holding his trident and watching happily. Diana was going to warn him, but remembered that this guy was also a demigod and definitely wouldn't die, so she stopped. As soon as Victor spoke, the white light that was wrapped around each of the mother box in a ball 50 centimeters in diameter fluctuated violently before turning into a blinding white light that spread out. It happened very quickly. Even Barry only had time to exclaim and cover his eyes before he was blinded. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't reach the speed of light. The world turned completely white, and then it was pitch black. Diana and Master Wayne had it the easiest. One had subconsciously raised her shield at the last moment, while the lenses on the other's helmet had an anti-flash function. Arthur was the most unlucky. He had just covered his eyes and screamed, when he was hit by the energy leak and smashed into the wall. 3 separate boxes lay quietly on the ground. Dozens of meters away, Luke and Victor were lying on the ground on opposite ends. Victor's situation was a little better. After all, he had been transformed by one of the mother boxes, and had an innate affinity with this energy, so he wasn't blown to smithereens. After completing the most important mission and averting this world crisis, Victor couldn't help but chuckle. He had finally done it. Even though he had become like this, he could still do something big. "How are you? You're not injured badly enough to die, right?" he asked with a smile. Unlike the others, who had been some distance away, Luke had been exposed to the energy leak the most. If it were Master Wayne, everyone would be looking for barbecue meat or ash. Luke coughed and slowly sat up. "It's a good thing you didn't ask Diana, or she would have been disfigured." Diana, who had come over, was both a little sad and touched. She couldn't help but want to laugh when she heard that. Looking at the half-melted parts of the external gear on his arms, Master Wayne frowned and walked over. And you like this doesn't count as disfigured? At that moment, the completely damaged nanomaterial on Luke's armor was falling off as gray dust. However, the armor on his front had basically been destroyed, revealing a large amount of charred skin. With the front of his helmet removed, his handsome face didn't look handsome at all. Instead, he looked more like a horror movie villain boss. His face was badly mangled and his facial features weren't intact. Luke covered his face with his hand. Enveloped in light of life, the faceless flesh was gradually replaced with Bale's handsome face. Everybody finally relaxed. With this ability, there was indeed no need for him to be afraid of being disfigured. Arthur finally crawled out of the rubble. Witnessing that scene, he touched his face, which was a little dark from the explosion. "Can you fix this for me?" Everybody glared at him. "You want a seriously injured person to make you pretty? How shameless." Luke didn't feel indignant. Arthur actually had a bit of a silly nature, he had only asked the question casually. Luke stood up and walked over to Arthur. He stretched out his hand, which was enveloped in white light. "All right, you should be able to sense that there is a limit to what my ability can do to treat you." When Luke put his hand down, Arthur frowned. "Why's that?" Everybody was curious. Luke coughed and explained, "Barry and Bruce are human, but you and Diana can be considered demigods. That could have something to do with it." Everybody nodded. Luke looked at the battle goddess. "So, Diana, you still have to protect yourself. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you like Arthur here." Everybody looked at Arthur, whose skin had turned even darker, and nodded again. Diana would probably go crazy if she became like that. Not only that, Arthur's features were also slightly bent out of shape from the explosion. He suddenly looked a lot uglier. It didn't matter if a rough man was ugly, but it would be a waste for Diana to end up like this. Arthur was depressed. Victor had kindly warned him, but Arthur had just let Luke do his thing, he had asked for it. Then, everybody slowly walked out of the broken tower with the 3 boxes. Standing at the opening, the 6 of them looked at the town in front of them. The mother boxes had been separated, and the dark red clouds caused by the energy they emitted were dissipating. A clear sky appeared, and golden sunlight shone down through the dissipating dark clouds on the remains of the town. The land and buildings that had been dyed purplish-black by the energy of the mother boxes were losing that scary color, and countless colorful flowers and low-lying plants rapidly popped up. Luke checked the surveillance data right away, but didn't find any suspicious harmful substances. At that moment, he could sense the rich life force contained in the vegetation. Although the human body couldn't absorb a lot of it, it was still likely to be beneficial for anyone who settled down here. Everyone else was relaxed, including the super paranoid Master Wayne. Not everyone could remain vigilant after saving all of Earth. As for Luke, in any case, this wasn't the first time he had saved the world. If he was really happy, it was because the system had just done the calculations for Luke completing this mission to save Earth. It gave him a 60% contribution rate, which was a total of more than 90 billion experience and credit points. In addition, there was a notification that Diana and Barry had also become 1-star teammates. Naturally, they shared about 5 billion experience and credit points with Luke. An income of almost 100 billion experience and credit points in one go was indeed rare. 2200 side story. Fantasy Journey 41. However, for a certain someone who still needed trillions of experience points to graduate, this was a small amount. By a conservative estimate, it would take more than 10 to 20 incidents like this one. It was understandable that Arthur hadn't become a teammate. This guy acted silly, but he was a little wary of people. It was unrealistic to become teammates right away after one mission together. Master Wayne, if Luke succeeded, that would be a miracle, if he didn't, that was normal. In any case, the ruined town on this wide plain had turned into a strange and magnificent botanical garden, which lifted everyone's spirits. The capes on Luke and Master Wayne's backs fluttered in the breeze. The residents who had escaped after the defensive dome was destroyed looked at the flower town with complicated feelings. The view was beautiful, but the houses in the town were changed beyond recognition and were no longer livable. At the very least, however, they had escaped during this huge event, and were much luckier than the residents of the same town who had died at the hands of the parademons. Luke noticed their expressions. Back home, he and Tony had set up a rescue foundation specially to provide aid. It seemed that this place could also do with one. People like Master Wayne subconsciously became paranoid when someone acted too friendly with them. Conversely, doing something good to help others was an easy way to increase their good impression of a person. Helping regular poor people was something a lot of people did, not just Luke, so Master Wayne naturally wouldn't think much of it. Helping those who suffered losses specifically from a battle between superhumans might pique Master Wayne's interest. However, a few years had passed since Superman's battle, while the incident with Doomsday a few months ago hadn't caused much damage to the city, so Luke never had a suitable opportunity to do anything. Sensing that everybody was in a relaxed mood, he immediately said in a low voice, "This view is beautiful, but I don't think Russia will let those people live here anymore." Stumped, everybody turned around. Luke said, "Although it was Steppenwolf who caused this, ordinary people probably wouldn't know. Do you think we'll cop the blame for this?" Everybody could guess the answer just by thinking about what happened to Superman. Master Wayne's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to become like Superman. Although he couldn't be considered a law-abiding citizen in Gotham, his target was gangs and villains. Ordinary people were seldom implicated. "What do you want to do?" he asked. Luke said, "Set up an aid foundation which specializes in cleaning up the aftermath and help affected civilians with life matters like medical treatment and employment." Barry could only think of examples based on his own understanding. Like unemployment benefits. Luke shook his head. "That's raising lazy pigs. Dealing with the possible consequences of a battle is one thing, but we won't bother with anything else. A person's life is ultimately their own business. You can't rely on other people forever." Master Wayne agreed. "Okay, we'll discuss it when we get back." Luke nodded and turned to Diana. "Rich lady, are you in too?" The battle goddess rolled her eyes at him, but agreed. "Sure." Arthur scratched his head. "I don't have any money, but you can contact me if you need anything." Luke nodded. "You might not have the money, but you're putting in the effort. Saving people in the ocean is itself a good thing. Don't worry about it. Victor doesn't have to fork out money either. His internet skills are more useful to us than money." The Justice League had just been set up, and had yet to start on these things. But Luke had been guiding online public opinion for decades, and was very familiar with this process. Victor didn't need a keyboard to go online. With just a thought, he could stay on top of public opinion. Maintaining the Justice League's reputation online would be a simple thing. As long as they could suppress the most extreme opponents and magnify the voices of their supporters, online public opinion would never be one-sided. As long as public opinion wasn't one-sided, the public wouldn't be able to force the Justice League to explain itself. Superman had previously been forced into a tight spot mostly because he wasn't in the mood or was unwilling to deal with this sort of thing. Otherwise, he could have gone into the ocean or underground to look for lost treasures with his X-ray vision and turn into a multi-millionaire overnight. Luke didn't have high moral requirements of himself or other people, as long as innocent people weren't hurt. So what if he manipulated public opinion? Even if he didn't do it, the financial groups would. They could impart the spirit of consumerism so that those at the bottom enjoyed themselves with no thought of the future. Or, they sowed discord between men and women. Between a female multi-millionaire and a man who made $100,000 a year, who wielded power. When soliciting funds for an election campaign, would the money not be accepted if it was from a woman? In the end, most problems in the world could be attributed to economic issues, or rather, to interests and resources. Most people argued over things until their faces turned red. Actually, this was bait thrown out by the upper echelons to draw fire. For example, if a husband didn't make enough money to buy his wife luxury goods, he didn't love her. Most people at the bottom weren't aware how luxury goods had become synonymous with love. The slogan, "Diamonds last forever," was a masterpiece of this sort of manipulation. Worthless things were dressed up as love, and then sold at a high price. It was the same for all luxury goods. It didn't affect the lives of the rich to spend this bit of money. The ordinary people at the bottom thought that they could be like the rich if they bought these things, but they never thought of how the prerequisite for being rich was to have money, not to use luxury goods. If economic pressures turned into gender and marriage issues, how many people would still have time to ponder the underlying cause that was class stratification and exploitation? In any case, it was easier to argue with your spouse than to attack the upper class. So, what Luke was doing was pretty much guiding people toward good and promoting positive energy. He had a clear conscience. Barry raised his hand weakly. "Then, what can I do?" A few days ago, he had still been a super naive kid. At most, he just pushed bad guys away. Luke had a good impression of this new teammate who looked a little like a combination of his little brother Joseph and his future brother-in-law Pietro. He patted Barry's head with a smile. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, you will never have the regret of wasted years or shame of petty accomplishments. Master Wayne frowned. That's Nikolai Ostrovsky, right? Luke, the heir of socialism in his previous life, shrugged. At the very least, his words make sense. Also, aren't they very appropriate for this occasion? This had indeed been Nikolai Ostrovsky's homeland 30 years ago. Barry was stumped. Is this Oz would ever sky famous? Luke said, don't worry about it. The point is that he wasn't wrong. Barry nodded. Okay. Luke patted his head again. Good luck. I have faith in you. Seeing this, Master Wayne grew a little paranoid. This guy had hit on the battle goddess and roped in Barry at the same time. It seemed that Victor was also very interested in the Foundation. No, he had to increase his involvement and investment in this Foundation. He immediately made up his mind. Master Wayne actually knew very well that compared with righteousness and fighting crime, it was rescuing the innocent that was most likely to give people a sense of identity and satisfaction. Otherwise, why would so many big shots separate themselves from their corporations on the surface and not hold any positions, but make high-profile public appearances at charity events? 2201 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 42. Luke didn't know that Master Wayne's paranoia was acting up again, but he wouldn't care even if he did. That was Master Wayne's normal routine. Besides, Luke wasn't Superman, and didn't have high expectations of himself. He wasn't Master Wayne either, and didn't have such a strong sense of unease. Controlling public opinion was a little underhanded, but it was only for self-protection. Whatever gods disdained to do, he could do. What people didn't have time to do, he had time to do. The DC superheroes either couldn't be bothered, didn't have time, or didn't have the money or resources to do their branding. It was better to leave it to him. There was a backup of this operation plan in the Armor's AI program, which could be adjusted for use here. In any case, human nature was essentially the same, whether it was in the Marvel or DC universe. The key to this operation wasn't gimmicks or flattery, but practical applications of human psychology. It was the reason why people got déjà vu when PR handled things when popular celebrities got into trouble. That was because most of them were products that followed a certain operating model. There was a method to carrying out an operation, just like there was a method to handling a crisis. Moreover, this also focused on human psychology, especially social psychology. To be precise, it was the practical application of group psychology. As long as the operation went well, it wouldn't be hard to blind the public. Speaking of which, establishing this genuine Justice League in this DC universe was a lot easier than what Luke had done back home. Superman, who was practically invincible in all of the universe, could amply protect himself. Although Master Wayne possibly had a plan to take down Superman, it would take time. Then, there was Diana, the rose among the thorns. She could fight and defend at the same time. She had no shortcomings in terms of brains, EQ, and mental fortitude, and she also had a charming personality. Almost all men would kneel when they saw her, and at least half of the women. There wasn't much to say about Master Wayne. He was already close to turning GCPD into his own company. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a famous hero who was an indispensable part of the team's overall image. As for the rest, well, it was best for them to clean up a bit. It didn't have anything to do with appearances, it was that they had too little experience and lacked the foundation to be a Team Titan. For example, when Superman descended lightly from the sky like a god, or when Master Wayne's cape fluttered when he stood on a rooftop, or when the battle goddess was poised for battle with her sword and shield raised, they had an aura around them. No one at a lower level would dare question them. On the other hand, thinking about how Arthur chuckled stupidly, or how Barry rolled his eyes and scratched his head, or how Victor, well, forget that, people would doubt he was human. Onlookers would just harass them even more. The three big shots were great faces for the team. If this were a Korean idol group, they would be the lead singer, the one with good looks, and the dancer. They would meet more than 80% of expectations. Given the ready-made resources in this team, it would be much easier for Luke to put things in motion compared with back home. As his plan progressed, the chances of the team members being screwed over by someone else would drop. In a few years, even if someone really could kill a superhero, including Superman, Luke would be able to put the deceased on a pedestal as a martyr. The enemy, on the other hand, would be sent into a cesspit and would never be able to make a comeback. At that time, it wouldn't be a matter of who wanted to deal with the Justice League, but who the Justice League wanted to deal with. More importantly, with this team image, Luke wouldn't have to worry too much about future operations. As long as it wasn't on too big a scale, he would be able to do some things. It was human nature to balance things out when big mistakes were made. As long as he did a lot of good deeds, any small mistakes he made when fighting crime would be nothing. Luke's thoughts raced as he looked at his new teammates with a smile. His teammates, on the other hand, were still enjoying the thrill of victory and the satisfaction of saving people, and didn't expect a certain person to already be putting together their character settings. Luke took on the task of the post-battle cleanup, and Master Wayne supervised. As for the others, well, they took Master Wayne's Batplane back. The main thing was that every bit of Steppenwolf's remains and legacy had to be collected, and not a single trace could be left behind. Only after Luke studied them would he destroy them. It was impossible to destroy them right away. Luke didn't trust ordinary methods at all. Who knew, Steppenwolf could be reborn on another planet with a resurrection spell. So, he took Steppenwolf's head as his spoils of war and threw it into his inventory as test material. The mother boxes were dealt with as per the old arrangements. Arthur returned to the underwater Atlantean shrine with one mother box, while Diana returned to Paradise Island with another. She also took with her Steppenwolf's two-horned helmet to comfort the heroic spirits of the Amazon warriors whom he had killed. At Luke's suggestion, mankind's box was left in Master Wayne's safekeeping. That was because when he first came into contact with a mother box, the system had warned him that this item might draw the attention of an unknown existence, so he wouldn't store it in his inventory. Clearly, this thing had a similar attribute to an Infinity Stone back home. For example, the shadow of the Vishanti's Ancient One loomed behind the Eye of Agamotto, and the Power Stone had long been used as a weapon by the gods, while the Dark Elves with the Ether were the worst. From what Steppenwolf had said, it sounded like the mother boxes belonged to a higher family, to begin with, and Steppenwolf, this idiot, was a godson of this higher family. By the time the Russian government arrived, only the Flower Town and the remains of the parademons were left at the scene. There were too many of the parademons, and after running numerous tests which showed that they posed no risks, Luke left them to the authorities. After the Aid Foundation was established, the first contribution should be toward this incident. After all, it was the Justice League who had turned this 100,000-strong parademons to dust. It made sense to reimburse the authorities' cleaning fee. 2 days later, the triumph of victory faded. Barry remained at the base, working with Luke to improve his suit. It was troublesome. He couldn't use just anything in battle. Otherwise, there was no need to besiege Steppenwolf together in order to kill him. It would take less than 0.001 seconds for Barry to ram Diana's longsword into Steppenwolf's neck. He had already tested the material for this suit many times. The suit which Luke had designed for Pietro wasn't much stronger. It couldn't compare with the standard team armor at all. A power source and weapons were secondary. The most important thing was that the suit's defense wasn't up to standard. If Barry could retain his original mobility while wearing the nanosuit, he wouldn't have been crippled by a stray bullet. From this, it could be seen that what he lacked most was protection. Luke's demands weren't high. It was enough as long as the suit could block ordinary attacks and Barry wasn't at risk when the battle became slightly more intense. This didn't match Luke's usual safety first principle. Just as Barry put on a crude test suit made from new synthetic materials and was about to run, Luke received a message on his phone. 2202 Side Story, Fantasy Journey 43 Swoosh. Thump. As expected, Barry fell down for the 25th time on the new track. Too lazy to get up, he yelled from the ground, "No, I can't run. It feels like I'm being tied down." Luke didn't respond. Bail. Barry turned around and saw Luke looking at his phone with a smile. Barry found that odd. "What's wrong? Did something good happen for you?" Luke put his phone away. "Not for me, for you." "Barry." "Me," Luke said, "let's wait. Bruce will come back and tell you the good news himself." "Barry, if I tell you the good news in advance, how will Master Wayne tempt you?" Luke murmured inwardly. 10 minutes later, Master Wayne returned. He walked over to a restless Barry and handed him a folder. I was too busy a few days ago to make it. This is a small gift to welcome you to the team. Barry was really surprised. Ah, thank you. What is it? Master Wayne smiled kindly and gestured for him to take a look. Barry opened the folder and read the first page. He raised his head blankly. An external consultant for the CSI. I never applied. Huh, you helped. Although it was a question, he already knew the answer. However, he couldn't figure out what this small gift was for. If it were before, this would indeed be a good job, but Barry was still self-aware, and knew that he wasn't a good fit for a government organization. Even if the CSI forensics department was more like tech support and a cleaner, it was still under the government. The light smile never left Master Wayne's face as he gestured for Barry to continue reading. Barry didn't understand the smile, but Luke had already translated it in his heart. With money, you could do whatever you wanted. Sure enough, after Barry lowered his head in confusion and flipped to the second document, his eyes widened and his hands trembled. A few seconds later, he raised his head, his eyes red. My father's case has been reopened. Master Wayne straightened up under his black coat and nodded calmly. I donated a sum of money to the GCPD's cold case division, and they said that they could help. If this was a comic, the Master Wayne in front of Barry at that moment wouldn't be black, but would have a golden light on his back full of dollar signs. Barry was touched, but also a little conflicted. Is this a bribe? As soon as he said that, he felt that it wasn't appropriate. Who was Master Wayne? Did he have to bribe the GCPD? If he wanted to get Barry's father out, he could look for a prominent lawyer to apply for compassionate release on the grounds of illness and go through the perfunctory formalities. Doing that might not cost as much as donating to the GCPD. Besides, donating to the GCPD didn't qualify as a bribe. Master Wayne smiled lightly. If it were a bribe, I would have just told them to let him go. But now, the cold case division and the CSI are working together. Barry was stunned for a moment. You mean, Master Wayne said, it's much easier to use the GCPD's resources to carry out an investigation than to look around on your own. Also, it will all be legal. Barry got it and got excited. Thank you, Bruce. Master Wayne simply patted his shoulder. Everything will be fine. Work hard. He then turned around and left. Barry was excited for a long while before he calmed down. He turned around and saw Luke, who had started working again. Bale, I might not have much time to work on this later. Luke didn't think much of it. It's fine. I'll follow you to prison later. Barry. In Luke's black SUV, Barry finally couldn't take it anymore. Are you worried about me? Luke started the car and set it on autopilot after putting in their destination. Then, he took out a big paper bag from the glove compartment. Sandwich, want one? Barry, who was a black hole when it came to food, didn't refuse. He took a sandwich out, peeled off the wrapper, and took a bite, before he said vaguely, actually, I'm fine on my own. He just didn't like interacting with ordinary people. He wasn't an idiot. Whether it was Master Wayne, Luke, or even Diana, they all treated him like a little brother. Although it felt good to be cared for, it also made him a little embarrassed. Luke said, Bruce helped you with the paperwork. I should at least help out a bit. Looking at Barry's conflicted expression, he didn't beat around the bush. I used to be a detective, and I have some personal skills in cracking cases. It's been so many years since your father's case, you need some outside help to dig out some details that may have been overlooked. Barry's mouth dropped open. You, a detective? Luke chuckled. If you don't believe me, I can use Diana's lasso to demonstrate when she comes back. I was indeed a homicide detective. Barry was lost for words. He really knew how to talk. His father had been wrongly convicted of killing his mother. Eating a sandwich himself, Luke explained casually, actually, I've read the file on your father's case. As long as we find a top lawyer and find a few loopholes in the police evidence, he'll be released in half a year at most. Barry was conflicted. Even if he thought that way, his father might not. It wouldn't be a good thing for his father, who had lost his fighting spirit, to come out of jail labeled as a madman, suspected of killing his wife. It was like how a person was charged for rape, but was released due to insufficient evidence. Most people who found out would still feel that this person could be a rapist. Unless Barry's father was completely cleared of this charge, everywhere would be a prison for his depressed father. However, after discussing it with Bruce, we feel that your father deserves a clear explanation. Luke interrupted Barry's worries. So, we'll have to trouble him and keep him in prison for the time being. How could this be trouble at all, if it would completely clear his father of his criminal charge? Barry hurriedly nodded. After he entered prison, however, he realized that he had underestimated the power of money. The two of them sat on a comfortable leather couch. The captain of the prison guard stood next to them with a respectful and clearly attentive attitude. "Mr. Bale, are you satisfied with this private reception room? Do you want a cup of coffee?" Luke didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand to tell the captain to be quiet, before he waved at Barry, who was pretending to be his attendant. Barry also had a serious expression on his face. He walked over to a table and placed an extremely high-end suitcase on it. The suitcase had been scanned when they first entered, and there were no metal or suspicious items inside. The captain, who hadn't seen the scan, turned his head curiously. In the end, Barry took out a porcelain tea set, complete with the teapot. Next was a thermos of black tea. Lastly, there was a 3-tiered tea stand. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.